Chapter 1, Crossing the Villain. Ding! The God-level villain system is being activated. In a daze, Joshin felt a voice ringing in his ears, which gradually cleared his fuzzy consciousness. The moment I opened my eyes, it was pitch black, without a trace of light, as if I were in the Mariana Trench. Is this what death feels like? Zhou Shun was originally a business genius from Zhongzhou. At the age of 24, he had already become a business tycoon worth over 10 billion. However, he was framed by the woman he loved most and the brother he trusted most. Almost all of his company's assets were swallowed up, and he was burdened with huge foreign debts. There was no hope of turning things around. In despair, Zhou Shun chose to drive his last property, the Blue Whale yacht, to the deepest trench in the world, the Mariana Trench, to end his life. Freed. Although this world is beautiful, I hope I one day come back in the next life. As he was expressing his emotion, Zhou Shun suddenly felt a little cold. Am I not dead? How can this feeling be so real? Is this the feeling of the soul? At this moment, a low voice suddenly came from my ears, and it seemed that there was a man and a woman. Then, Zhou Shun suddenly heard a light pop sound in his ears, followed by a stinging pain in his eyes. After adjusting to the dazzling light, Zhou Shun was horrified to find that he was lying naked on a large bed, with his hands and feet fixed to the railings beside the bed in a very indecent posture. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Ding! Host memory loss detected, system automatically repairs, memory fusion begins. Ding! Memory fusion complete, system restarting. Suddenly, Zhou Shun felt an unbearable pain in his head, and then many unfamiliar memories appeared. After a long time, when Zhou Shun opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of horror. I actually traveled through time? Moreover, it possessed the body of a young man with the same name but a different surname, and replaced him as the main soul of this body. The possessed young man was called Yishan, the son of Yi Longcheng, a famous real estate tycoon in Longcheng. Yi Longcheng had assets worth hundreds of billions, and he was definitely a powerful figure in Longcheng who could make anyone tremble with the stomp of his feet. As the only heir of the Yi family, Yishan is definitely a super-rich second generation who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Yi Longcheng doted on his only son. Although Yishan was not very smart, he was still indulged in every way. This led to Yishan's arrogant and domineering character. However, just a few days ago, a fatal blow befell Yishan. He was not Yi Longcheng's biological son. But 18 years ago, the hospital took away the wrong child, and he was a fake prince of a wealthy family. Soon, Yi Longcheng also found his biological son who was living outside through his own connections. Now Yishan's identity became embarrassing. The dandy young master turned out to be a fake prince. This matter was not only bloody, but also deadly. After all, Yishan has offended many people over the years. In the past, he had the Yi family as his backing, so others didn't dare to do anything to him. Now that he has lost the protection of the Yi family, his life will be difficult. But Yishan couldn't stand the pitying and contemptuous looks of the servants at home, and his adoptive parents avoided him. Feeling depressed, Yishan could only go to the bar to get drunk. He never thought that when he woke up, his soul had been changed. Just as he figured out the condition of his body, he suddenly heard the sound of high heels stepping on the ground, and then he saw a girl with a murderous look on her face walking towards him. The girl seemed to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was very beautiful, with white wrists as white as snow and eyebrows and eyes as black as ink. She almost looked like a character walking out of a painting. The only thing that made Zhou Shun feel uncomfortable was that the look in this beauty's eyes when she looked at him was not friendly at all, and what made him feel even more unfriendly was the shiny pair of scissors in her hand. Before Zhou Shun could figure out what was going on, he heard the beautiful girl staring at him with disgust and saying, "Yishan, you didn't expect this day would come when you bullied Schwanger, did you? Today I'm going to make you pay." As she spoke, the beautiful girl pointed the scissors in her hand directly at Zhou Shun's lower body. Feeling the murderous intent from the beautiful girl, Zhou Shun shuddered with fear. Holy shit, what kind of luck is this? It's okay to travel through time, but not only did I lose my identity as a rich second generation, I'm also tied up here, with no control over my life or death. If this crazy girl really cuts herself in that place with a pair of scissors, she will be living a life worse than death. As soon as he thought of this, Zhou Shun shuddered, as if he felt a cool breeze blowing across his crotch. Beauty. Listen to my explanation. I'm not some Yishan. As soon as he said this, Zhou Shun felt something was wrong. To some extent, I really am Yishan. When Yang Wanner heard Zhou Shun's words, a look of deep disgust appeared on her face. You're not Yishan? Am I? Stop quibbling with me. I'm going to make you pay the price right now. As she spoke, Yang Wanner stretched the scissors in her hand towards Joshin's crotch. Ding! Ding! We sense a threat to the host's life and safety, distributing a newbie gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Basic attributes plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Grandmaster level combat skills. The moment the unfamiliar electronic sound rang out, Zhou Shang suddenly felt a warm current flowing through his body, and then a large amount of fighting knowledge and combat experience appeared in his mind. At the same time, my brain, which had been a little groggy, became much clearer, and my whole body was filled with strength. Then, Zhou Shang moved his body slightly and quickly broke free from the ropes that tied his hands. The next moment, when Yang Wanner's scissors clicked, her body flashed to the right, barely avoiding the fatal scissors. Yang Wanner obviously didn't expect that Zhou Shang could actually break free from the rope. She was stunned at first, and Zhou Shang seized the opportunity, grabbed her left hand, and dragged her directly onto the bed. Then he grabbed Yang Wanner and pinned her under him. Yi Shun! You bastard, let me go! Zhou Shang's face turned cold, and he said coldly, "Shut up, do you believe I will kill you right now?" He is in a very bad mood now. He traveled to this world inexplicably and was tied to the bed inexplicably. He almost became a eunuch. And there seemed to be an even more inexplicable system in his head. Zhou Shang felt that the whole world was full of malice towards him. However, just as he finished speaking, the electronic prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! Your demeanor and tone frighten Yang Wanner, which fits the bill of a villain. Villain value plus 999. Villain value? What the hell? Ding! As long as the host behaves in a villain-like manner and receives recognition from the system, a certain amount of villain value will be awarded. Villain value can be used to open treasure chests in exchange for items, skills, attribute points, etc. from the system mall. Before Zhou Shun could delve into the issue, a hurried voice suddenly came from outside. "Miss, are you okay?" When Yang Wanner heard the bodyguard's voice, her eyes suddenly lit up and she was about to call for help. Zhou Shun acted decisively, covering Yang Wanner's mouth with his hand. He then picked up the scissors that Yang Wanner had dropped on the bed and pressed them against her face. He then whispered in her ear in a sinister voice, "If you dare to talk nonsense, I promise to turn you into an ugly monster." A look of fear flashed across Yang Wanner's face. This not-so-smart playboy from the Yi family was well known in the circle for his recklessness. There was nothing he dared not do, except things he couldn't think of. She believed that if she really dared to shout or scream, the scissors would cut her beautiful face in the next moment. Thinking that she would become an ugly monster with scars all over her face, Yang Wanner couldn't help but shudder. "Tell the people outside that you're fine and tell them to get lost." Yang Wanner nodded immediately, indicating that she understood. Afterwards, Zhou Shun immediately let go of the hand that was covering Yang Wanner's mouth, but the scissors were still against her face. Yang Wanner also came from a wealthy family, and she knew that she had to try her best to calm herself down at this time, so as not to let the bodyguards outside hear anything unusual. Otherwise, if we irritate this bastard, we'll be finished. After taking 2 deep breaths, Yang Wanner shouted to the outside, "I just bumped into the corner of the bed. It's nothing. You all go to the parking lot and wait. After I teach this guy a lesson, you can come and clean up the mess." "Yes." Then, footsteps were heard outside the door, coming from near and getting farther away. Chapter 2, Kidnapped. Hearing the footsteps receding outside the door, Zhou Shun felt relieved. Then, he untied the ropes on his feet and looked at Yang Wanner under him. Being looked at like this by Zhou Shun, Yang Wanner showed a look of horror. "You, what do you want to do? If you dare to hurt me, my dad will never let you go." "Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I don't mind sealing your mouth." Then, Zhou Shun tied Yang Wanner's hands and feet in front of her terrified eyes. Just after he finished doing this, Zhou Shun heard the mysterious voice in his mind again. "Ding! You forcibly tied up a young girl who is inexperienced in the world. Villain value plus 999. Ding! You threatened a kind little girl with vicious words, villain value plus 999. Ding! You scared the little girl in front of you, villain value plus 9,999. Zhou Shun knew a little bit about systems, like the golden fingers in novels. However, he never thought that one day he would become the lucky person possessed by the system. "Come out and talk. Where are you from and what is your role?" Zhou Shun asked in a deep voice. Ding! This system is called the God-level villain system. Due to the host's limited authority, the origin of the system cannot be known. But this system can help the host become the strongest villain in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Shouldn't the strongest one be the protagonist? Are you sure it's the villain? Ding! Please do not doubt the system's powerful capabilities. As long as the host uses this system correctly, the strongest person is only the villain. The protagonist is just a stepping stone on your way to becoming the strongest. I love to hear that. I spent half my life as a moral role model, but ended up with a bad ending. It seems there's nothing wrong with being a villain. At least I can throw off the shackles in my heart and settle my grudges. Ding! The host has realized the true meaning of the villain and is rewarded with immortal will. Then, an illusory interface appeared in front of Zhou Shun's eyes, which only he could see, displaying various information. Host, Zhou Shun. Identity, fake prince of a wealthy family, time traveler. Faction, villain. Physical fitness, 40 below the healthy level of 80, the average person's peak is 100, overall assessment level poor. Combat power, 75 skill bonus, 35. Skills, elementary Chinese, elementary driving, grandmaster combat. Luck value, 40 dangerous. Villain value, 12996. Status, currently not encountering the Sun of Fortune. System, what is the luck value used for? Ding! The luck value represents a person's destiny. The higher the luck value, the smoother things will go. When the luck value is reset to 0, whether you are a child of destiny or a villain, you will lose the protection of heaven and may die suddenly at any time. Zhou Shan looked at his pitiful luck value of only 40 points, and his brows immediately furrowed. Holy shit, this is exactly the treatment a villain gets. According to the script, I only have this little bit of luck left, it's definitely the end of me. But since this system appears on me, there must be a reason for it. Zhou Shan has never believed in fate. He only believes in one thing, that is, since God has given him a second chance, he must live it properly. Looking at the dazzling 15 points of luck, Zhou Shan subconsciously clenched his fists. Lying on the big bed, Yang Wanner was struggling. When she saw Zhou Shan's actions, she thought he was going to attack her, and her pretty eyes suddenly widened. Although Yang Wanner is very brave and even dares to do something like kidnapping, she is still just an 18-year-old girl after all. But now she had fallen into the hands of the devil Zhou Shan and could not move. Thinking of that scumbag sex maniac who changed women like changing clothes, Yang Wanner could not help but tremble. Zhou Shan naturally saw Yang Wanner's panicked expression, but he didn't care. The little girl who looked like a bean sprout did not arouse his interest at all, and was not his type. Yang Wanner is indeed very beautiful, and her pitiful look is very attractive. But who is Zhou Shan? What kind of beautiful women had he not seen in his previous life? Young Master Zhou, who has experienced countless storms, naturally will not be dominated by his lower body. At that moment, he turned around, looked at the luxurious room, and thought about how to escape. However, the development of things is often beyond people's expectations. After struggling for such a long time, Zhou Shan felt a little thirsty. He turned around and saw the water cup on the table. Without thinking, he picked it up and drank it in one gulp. What Zhou Shan didn't notice was that after he made this move, Yang Wanner, who was still struggling on the bed, revealed a panicked and desperate expression. The water cup is an ordinary glass and the water is the most common drinking water, so of course there will be no problem. The problem was that Yang Wanner had added some mysterious ingredients to the water before a strong aphrodisiac poinsettia. Yang Wanner had prepared this medicine in advance and was going to feed it to Zhou Shan. Then, the moment he reacted, she would castrate this unforgivable playboy once and for all. However, the originally foolproof plan now has flaws due to some unknown reasons. Yang Wanner would never have thought that Zhou Shan could break free from her restraints and tie herself up instead. Is it true that high-end hunters often appear as prey? Zhou Shan is also an experienced expert. As soon as he put down the glass, he felt something was wrong. In fact, if his villain system reaches a certain level, it can remind the host what ingredients are contained in the cup. But unfortunately, Zhou Shan had just activated the system and was still in the exploratory stage, so he was directly tricked. Shaking his groggy head, Zhou Shan's gaze remained sharp despite his confusion, and he looked straight at Yang Wanner who was still struggling on the bed. What have you done? Is there something wrong with this tea? Yang Wanner was already panicking and breaking out in cold sweats. When she heard Zhou Shan's roar, tears immediately rolled out of her eyes. I didn't, let me go. Zhou Shan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then shouted in his heart. Damn system. What's wrong with me now? Is there poison in the tea? The system's voice rang out as expected, but it made Joshin feel extremely surprised. Ding. A component that stimulates male hormones has been detected in the host's body. According to this system's analysis, it should be the potent aphrodisiac poinsettia. What? Poinsettia? What the hell is Yang Wanner doing? Doesn't this crazy woman have a deep hatred for me? Why would she prepare aphrodisiac for me? Who would use such a brainless method to deal with an enemy? Yang Wanner, master, I'm really curious. What deep hatred do you have against me? You've resorted to such despicable things. You look more like a dandy than I do. As he spoke, Joshin felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred, and gradually he felt as if his heart was on fire. A moment later, the last trace of clarity in Joshin's mind disappeared. At the same time, the look he gave Yang Wanner was filled with passion. Yang Wanner subconsciously wanted to struggle, but the rope was too strong and there was no way to break free. She could only watch Joshin walk towards her step by step. Chapter 3, So Stupid. 2 hours later, Joshin slowly opened his eyes, which were still a little heavy. After strenuous exercise, the body is sore and tired, as if it had been run over by a truck. My thoughts slowly gathered, and it took a while before I regained control of my body. Looking at this strange yet familiar room, Joshin subconsciously pinched his arm. He wanted to know whether everything that happened inexplicably before was just an illusion. Hiss. The pain in his arm made him realize that everything that happened before was not a dream, everything was real. A strong sense of crisis made Joshin sit up from the bed immediately, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw Yang Wanner lying next to him. At this time, Yang Wanner no longer had the arrogance of a spoiled girl. She was just staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes and tear marks all over her face. Joshin looked down at the bed sheet. There was a red bloodstain on it, and the girl's body was covered in bruises and red marks. He knew what had happened without having to think. Joshin sighed and was about to speak when the system's cold notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host forcibly pushed down a charming girl, which meets the villain's code of conduct. Villain value plus 99,999. Ding! The host's actions changed the plot, successfully reversing the unfavorable situation. Luck value plus 20. Just when Joshin was feeling a little confused by this series of data, a cold voice came from beside him, sounding emotionless. Get out of here right now. I don't want to see you again. The next time I see you, I'll kill you. Joshin frowned. This woman was really unreasonable, regardless of her age. It was clearly you who brought me here, and you were the one who put the aphrodisiac there, but now it seems like I'm the one who's wrong? Is there still law? Is there still law? However, seeing the tears still rolling down the girl's eyes, Joshin held back and finally swallowed the words. Forget it, I'm reborn today, I'm happy, I won't bother with you about this. Joshin quickly put on his clothes and left the room without saying anything, leaving Yang Wanner naked and crying silently. Looking at Joshin's leaving back, Yang Wanner felt angry, hateful, and regretful. I was so stupid. Not only did I kidnap the person, but I also left them alone in a room, man and woman, and sent all my bodyguards away, which ultimately gave that bastard the opportunity to take advantage of me. Thinking about how the daughter's red wine that she had treasured for 18 years was ruined in the hands of that bastard, Yang Wanner really felt like she was being stuffed back into her mother's womb to be remade. It was so damn stupid. However, when he thought about the tingling and numb feeling when doing that kind of thing, it was completely different from being with a woman. Even his favorite Yi Shuang could not make him make such an embarrassing sound uncontrollably. Thinking of this, Yang Wanner couldn't help but be stunned. That's right, Yang Wanner is a lesbian, commonly known as a lesbian. She has an abnormal sexual orientation and has a girlfriend in the literal sense, not just a simple female friend. Yang Wanner's girlfriend is Yi Shuang, who is a student in the same school as her. Although her family background is not very good, she is rated as a common school beauty because of her beautiful appearance. The two have been together for more than a year. But what Yang Wanner didn't expect was that last month, when she met Joshin by chance on the playground, she was immediately stunned by his beauty. Afterwards, Mr. Zhou began to pursue this common school beauty crazily. However, Yi Shuang turned a blind eye to Joshin's pursuit and even publicly rejected his confession many times. Joshin was very angry after losing face at the hands of Yi Shuang, so when Yi Shuang went out at night one day, Zhou Dashao sent someone to tie her up and take her to his big villa, and then bullied her severely. As for what exactly happened that day, Yang Wanner was not clear, but she knew that Yi Xuan never came to school again after that day, as if she had disappeared out of thin air. Feeling deeply cheated, Yang Wan'er blamed Zhou Shen for everything and was obsessed with revenge. But before that, Zhou Shen was the eldest son of the Yi family. Although Yang Wan'er's family had some power, it was not enough in front of the Yi family, so Yang Wan'er could only bury this hatred deep in her heart. However, no one expected that less than a month later, the shocking news of the true and fake prince would be revealed. The so-called prince of the Yi family was not the previous Yi Shen, the eldest son of the Yi family, but Zhou Fan, who grew up in the slums. That playboy was actually a fake prince of a wealthy family. God is truly merciful. Knowing that her chance had come, Yang Wan'er immediately sent people to keep an eye on Zhou Shen, ready to wait for a chance to take revenge. Sure enough, she soon got the opportunity. So, while Zhou Shen was drunk, Yang Wan'er had him tied up and taken to her secret place. But no one expected that the imagined revenge would actually result in a loss of life, which was really a loss of more than one gain. In fact, Yang Wan'er woke up much earlier than Zhou Shen. And when she woke up, the ropes on her body had loosened, so it was easy for her to leave the room quietly. It would have been easy for her to kill Zhou Shen at that time. After all, Zhou Shen had been struggling for several hours and was already exhausted. However, Yang Wan'er did not take the opportunity to attack Zhou Shen, nor did she call her bodyguards to subdue him. Yang Wan'er didn't know what she was thinking at the moment. In short, her mood was very confused. Speaking of Zhou Shen, after walking out of the hotel, he felt the dazzling and scorching sunlight outside, and actually felt a little nostalgic. The scenery under the sun is indeed much more beautiful than the endless darkness in the trench. It is enough to experience that feeling of depression and death once. At this moment, no one can understand the meaning of life better than Zhou Shen, who has died once. However, Zhou Shen knew that if he wanted to live a good life, he had to deal with the mess left by the original owner. Zhou Shen, who inherited all the memories of the original owner, naturally knew what had happened to this unlucky guy. It was nothing more than two families accidentally taking the wrong children away, causing the two children from different backgrounds to have their lives swapped for more than 20 years. Compared to Yi Fan, who was originally the prince of a wealthy family, he, the fake prince who should have lived in the slums since childhood, enjoyed the other person's upper-class life for more than 20 years, but made the real prince suffer for more than 20 years. Now the truth has finally come to light. The real prince of the Yi family has returned as a king, and the original owner, the impostor, has naturally been ostracized and ridiculed by everyone in the Yi family. In addition, the original owner was already physically weak and had low psychological endurance, and was tortured by Yang Wan'er, so he died as soon as he arrived at the hotel, and in the end he got what he deserved. But that unlucky guy just walked away, leaving a mess for himself. In order to live a normal life in the future, Zhou Shen decided to return to the Yi family and make peace with his adoptive parents Yi Longqing and his wife, as well as Yi Fan. Chapter 4, Return to the Yi family. Jiangcheng. Yi family manor. Standing in front of the gate of this luxurious manor covering nearly 100 acres, Zhou Shen looked calm. Mr. Zhou is no stranger to the wealthy class. In his previous life, he was also a tycoon with one foot in the wealthy family. How deep is the water in the upper class? How could he not know? For some wealthy and powerful people, bloodline and interests are the most important, and everything else is mostly insignificant in their eyes. If I were a direct descendant of the Yi family, even if I were a fool with a dull mind, they would still treat me like a treasure. This is also the reason why Yi Longqing and his wife still indulged him despite his predecessor doing so many things that angered God and man. After all, he was their only son and the key to maintaining the bloodline of the Yi family. Of course, if the bloodline in his body is genuine, even if Yi Fan returns to his ancestral home, he will only have one more competitor. But unfortunately, I am just an imposter. Now that the real prince of the Yi family has returned, his position is no longer just embarrassing. He has become a thorn in the side of the Yi family and a stumbling block that must be removed. Because of his existence, he would become an obstacle and hidden danger for Yi Fan to successfully inherit the Yi family. So, whether he likes it or not, he can no longer stay in the Yi family. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. For a wealthy family like the Yi family, it is too easy to make someone disappear. However, Zhou Shen has his own principles and backbone. Even if he leaves, he will leave with dignity. Instead of hiding in a dark corner like a street rat and disappearing silently, this is not his style. Thinking of this, Zhou took a deep breath and walked into the manor. At this time, a grand banquet was taking place in the Yi family's luxurious banquet hall. Today is a special day for the entire Yi family. Because Yi Fan, the real prince of the Yi family and the only direct heir, has returned. Besides being happy about their son being found again, Yi Longcheng and his wife felt more guilty. Because of their carelessness, they caused their own son to suffer for more than 20 years. So after verifying Yi Fan's true identity, they couldn't wait to hold this banquet. The purpose is not only to let Yi Fan return to his ancestral home, but also to clear Yi Fan's name. He is the only heir of the Yi family. For this purpose, Yi Longcheng and his wife invited many relatives and friends. Almost all the prominent families in Jiangqing sent important figures to watch the ceremony, and the scene was very grand. Zhou Shen was about to enter the room, but unexpectedly, he was stopped by the housekeeper. Before Yi Fan came back, the butler's attitude towards Zhou Shen was that he wanted to treat Zhou Shen as his own father. But now everything has changed. After learning that Zhou Shen is not the true bloodline of the Yi family, the housekeeper finally revealed a side that he had hidden in his daily life. "Hey, isn't this our master Shen? What? Are you back to pack up and get ready to leave?" Faced with the housekeeper's sarcastic tone, Zhou Shen handled it very decisively. He quickly took a step forward, raised his right hand high, and then quickly pulled it down. Bang! The broad palm rubbed Butler Feng's face hard and hard, leaving a deep slap mark on the other's greasy face. Ah! After a shrill scream, the door of the luxurious manor suddenly rang out with the angry roar of Butler Feng. You dare to hit me, you! Zhou Shen said calmly, "A dog is always a dog. Don't think you can become a wolf just by changing your owner. I don't care if you're the young master of the Yi family or not. I can easily deal with an old dog like you. Don't make things difficult for yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's prompting voice rang again in Zhou Shen's mind. Ding! The host slaps the minion, his domineering aura leaks out, intimidating the villain, and the villain value plus 999. Sensing the vague murderous intent in Zhou Shen's eyes, Butler Feng felt as if he was suppressed by something invisible. His whole body trembled and he couldn't help but want to retreat. But then he thought of Master Fan's instructions, and then he said in a timid tone, "Why are you pretending? I'm telling you, Master Fan said that from now on, the Yi family will only have one master, and you will be kicked out soon." Young Master Fan, Yi Fan? It's really you. Since the old dog had deliberately targeted him just now, Zhou Shen knew that he was being instructed and instigated by someone else, otherwise a slick guy like him would not have taken the initiative to provoke him. After a little probing, this old dog exposed the person behind him. I really don't know how such a cunning person could become the butler of the Yi mansion. Alright, go back and tell your master that I don't really care about the title of young master of the Yi family. He doesn't need to be so paranoid. Having said that, Zhou Shen planned to go back to the house to pack up his personal belongings and then leave. At this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard behind him, and a bodyguard in black walked over quickly. It was Feng Wu, the head of the personal bodyguards of his adoptive father Yi Longcheng. "Master Shen, Director Yi asked you to go to the front hall to attend the banquet, please." Zhou Shen originally wanted to refuse, but thinking that it would be a good opportunity to make the matter clear in front of everyone, he immediately straightened his clothes and walked towards the banquet hall. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. It will come to this sooner or later. It will be better for everyone if you make things clear as soon as possible. If Yi Fan had not found the Yi family, it would have been fine. Even if Yi Longcheng knew that he was not his biological son, he would not have taken any action. After all, a family with a profound heritage like the Yi family still needs an obvious heir, regardless of whether Yi Shen is his biological son or not. This face still needs to be kept. But the moment Yi Fan returned to the Yi family, everything changed. Who would be willing to hand over their family business to an adopted son who has no blood relationship with them? Therefore, it was only a matter of time before Yi Shen was expelled from the Yi family. The lights in the banquet hall were a little too dazzling. Zhou Shen squinted his eyes and looked around this huge yet luxurious hall, with only calmness in his eyes. He didn't look like an adopted son who was about to be expelled from the family, but more like a bystander. Walking down the stairs step by step, Zhou Shen's eyes were fixed on a young man standing in the middle of the banquet hall, like the moon surrounded by stars. This person must be the real prince of the Yi family, Yi Fan. Looking at Yi Fan facing the guests from all directions with a calm and composed look, Zhou Shen slowly narrowed his eyes. Isn't this Yi Fan a bit weird? Why does he not behave like an 18 or 19-year-old high school student who just found his biological parents, but rather like a veteran who has experienced many ups and downs? The moment Zhou Shen cast his gaze towards Yi Fan suddenly looked over as if aware of something. When he saw Zhou Shen, he couldn't help but feel angry. It was this stupid and foolish guy who impersonated him and enjoyed nearly 50 years of wealth and glory. Thinking back to his previous life, when he had lived like a social slave, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart, wanting to tear the bastard in front of him to pieces. That's right, Yifan is a reborn person. In his previous life, Yifan was just an ordinary person. It was not until he was 40 years old, married and had children, that he learned this shocking secret by chance. It was then that he first realized that he had no blood relationship with the mother he depended on for survival. After that, after a series of careful investigations, the results finally came out. His biological father turned out to be Yi Longcheng, the richest man in Jiangcheng, and he himself was actually a prince from a wealthy family. Shocked by the truth, Yifan immediately went to the Yi family in Jiangcheng to find out the truth. However, he got into a serious car accident on the way to Ye's house. When he regained consciousness, he miraculously returned to the age of 18. After a brief moment of astonishment, there followed indescribable ecstasy. In Yifan's view, this was God's compensation to him. He then went to the Yi family and successfully traced his roots back to his ancestors. Chapter 5: Slapping the Real Prince. The process of recognizing one's ancestors went smoothly. Coupled with Yifan's eloquent performance, he successfully aroused the guilt in the hearts of Yi Longcheng and his wife, and he also successfully moved into the Yi family mansion. But Yifan knew that it was not time for him to rest on his laurels. If he wants to secure his position as the eldest son of the Yi family, he must get rid of that imposter. Although that guy is not his parents' biological son and is said to be not very smart, he was raised by his parents after all, and the family ties of more than 10 years cannot be severed just like that. Although he is their biological son, he has not spent a single day with them in more than 10 years, and they are complete strangers emotionally. With Yishan around, I can't sleep or eat. When Yifan saw Zhou Shen, he became very angry. Thinking that this guy had replaced him for 18 years and enjoyed everything that he should have enjoyed, Yifan had an urge to kill him, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes when he looked at Zhou Shen. At this moment, the real owner of the Yi family, Yi Longcheng, also came between Yifan and Zhou Shen, with a fake smile on his face, and said warmly, "Let me introduce this to everyone. This is my biological son who I just found again. His name is Yifan. As for Shin'er, although it has been confirmed that he is not my flesh and blood, he was raised by my husband and me after all. He is still our child. From now on, Fanner will be the eldest son and Shin'er will be the second son. You brothers must support and help each other." Before Yi Longcheng finished speaking, a discordant voice rang out in the banquet hall. "Dad, I'm the only son of the Yi family. I will never befriend a thief who stole my family's love for 18 years. The person who spoke was naturally Yifan, and his words shocked the entire audience. In an instant, all the guests were whispering and talking to each other. This Mr. Yi doesn't seem very satisfied with the attitude of that fake young master. It's just human nature. If it were you, you wouldn't treat him well either. I just don't know what patriarch you will do. Will he side with his own biological son, or with the fake young master he's raised for nearly 20 years? Zhou Shen naturally heard every word of the guests' discussions, but he did not take it to heart. Just when Zhou Shen was not planning to pay any attention, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The system has detected a reborn son of Luck. Luck is being suppressed. Hearing this, Zhou Shen was stunned. What's going on? The reborn son of destiny? I am just a time traveler, not a reborn person, and I am just a villain, not a man of destiny. Judging from the looks of it, the so-called reborn son of fortune is the real young master of the Yi family in front of him. Zhou Shen did not doubt the system's words, but instead had some trust in it. The reason is very simple. The reason why he traveled to this strange world when he was on the verge of death was probably because of this system. Besides, in this strange world, the only thing I can trust is the system. System, explain to me what a reborn child of destiny is. Ding! The host is the destined villain chosen by the system, and is the natural enemy of the son of fortune. Every time the host encounters the son of fortune, their luck will be suppressed. If the host can fight back and suppress the son of fortune, they can plunder his luck. Damn it! I knew this damn system wouldn't let me get anything for free. A natural enemy suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and this natural enemy was in an absolute advantage. Who could stand this? System, is there any way to help me get more luck points? Come up with a plan quickly. We're all in this together. The cold electronic prompt sound rang again. Ding! As long as you can gain the upper hand in the confrontation with the son of luck, you will naturally receive corresponding rewards. Gain the upper hand? Damn it, How can I gain the upper hand when my luck is suppressed? What kind of bullshit is this? Just as Joshin was about to carefully explore the functions of this system, Yifan's voice rang in his ears again. Yishin, you should know that if your lowly mother hadn't secretly switched you and me, I wouldn't have been separated from my biological parents for 18 years. For the past 18 years, you've enjoyed my parents' incredible love and affection in the Yi family, even becoming Dragon City's most notorious dandy, bringing disgrace to the Yi family. And I, along with your lowly mother, have lived in a filthy, chaotic slum, crammed into a tiny house of a few square meters, enduring the harsh beatings of life. Do you know how I've managed to survive all these years? So, seeing you reminds me of all the suffering I've endured over the years. Whether you like it or not, the Yi family will only have one son, and it must be me, Yifan. Hearing Yifan's words, Zhou Shinshin's mouth corners slightly raised. Of course, he knew what Yifan was worried about. Wasn't he afraid that he would affect his position as the heir of the Yi family? Although the Yi family is the richest family in Longcheng, Longcheng is just one of many second-tier cities in the entire Yin country. The Yi family's assets are not even among the top 100 in the country. In his previous life, he started from scratch and accumulated hundreds of billions of wealth in just 10 years. To be honest, he really looked down on the Yi family's wealth, not to mention the title of heir. You have to know that Yi Longcheng is only 40 years old now, and he is in the prime of his life. Even if Yifan becomes the heir, he can't really take over the Yi family's business for another 30 or 40 years. With this much time, he believed that he would have already established his own career, so he really didn't take the identity of a young master of the Yi family seriously. Humble mother? Are you talking about my biological mother whom I have never met? So what? Yifan said coldly. Whether she is your biological mother or not, she has been working hard to raise you for the past 18 years. You can decisively leave her after finding your biological parents, but don't you think it's too much to insult her in public like this? Zhou Sheng said in a deep voice. Excessive? What a joke. If she hadn't deliberately switched you and me, would I have been separated from my biological parents for 18 years? Would you have used the title of the Yi family's eldest son to tarnish the Yi family's reputation for so many years? Zhou Sheng said coldly, you said she deliberately switched her own flesh and blood with someone else. Do you have any evidence? Does this require any evidence? She must have seen that our Yi family is rich, and she did this on purpose in order to let her own son live a comfortable life. Judging from the current results, isn't that the case? Yifan said loudly. Since when did evidence no longer needed to convict someone? Joshin then said in a cold tone, Yifan, you do have reason to be angry, but that's no excuse for you to speak nonsense and slander others. If you have concrete evidence that the child swap was intentional, then send it to the police and let the bad guy receive the punishment he deserves. If you don't have evidence, please apologize immediately. I don't have any definite evidence, but there's no way I'll apologize to that woman. She's just a bitch. Yifan said harshly, looking angry and arrogant. Zhou Shen did not argue with him, but slapped Yifan hard in the face. Bang! The entire banquet hall fell silent in an instant. Ding! The host uses force to suppress the Son of Luck, severely damaging his momentum. His luck value is 5. Ding! The host fights evil with violence, which is consistent with villain behavior. Villain value plus 9,999. Chapter 6, Severing Relationships. No one expected that the fake son of the Yi family would actually beat up the real prince who had returned to his ancestral home on such a significant occasion. Everyone looked at Zhou Shun with shock and a hint of ridicule. As expected, he is still that brainless second-generation rich kid who doesn't even understand his own situation. He deserves his bad luck. Yi Longcheng and his wife were also shocked. They did not expect things to develop to this point, but when they saw their own son being beaten, they immediately went over to check the situation. After realizing that Yifan's face was only red from being slapped, and that there was nothing serious wrong with him, Madame Yi immediately turned around and scolded Joshin, how could you hit Fanner? He's your brother. And what Fanner said was true. Why should he apologize? Joshin said calmly, what do you mean by facts? Who can prove that the baby swap was intentional and not a mistake by the hospital? Besides, I can't think of any reason why others would want to exchange children with the Yi family. You have to know that the Yi family was just an ordinary family 18 years ago, far from being wealthy. Hearing this, Yifan roared angrily, Yishin, you said so much just to stay in the Yi family. I tell you, the Yi family will definitely only have one son, and that person must be me. However, Joshin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of disdainful sneer, and said lightly, I don't know whether the Yi family will only have you as a son, but I definitely don't intend to rely on the Yi family. Joshin glanced at Yi Longcheng and his wife, then said, thanks to your upbringing and care, I've been enjoying the prosperity and wealth of the Yi family for 18 years, and you've always treated me like your own son. I'm deeply grateful. So whether you acknowledge me as your son or not depends on your attitude. Even if we want to sever our relationship, we still need your approval. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked at Yi Longcheng and his wife. Yi Longcheng took a deep breath and walked to Joshin and Yi Fan. He first looked at Joshin, who had changed a lot, and then looked at his own son Yi Fan beside him, and then seemed to have made a decision. Then he announced to everyone, no matter what the truth is about what happened back then, it is a fact that the wrong child was taken away. Today, Fanner has returned to his ancestral home. From now on, Yi Fan is my, Yi Longcheng's, only son and the only heir of the Yi family. As for Yishin, my Yi family will no longer have anything to do with this boy, and he will no longer be a member of the Yi family. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone was a little surprised by Yi Longcheng's actions. Everyone turned their attention to Joshin. They also wanted to see how this former dandy second-generation rich kid would react after hearing the news. After all, in such a short period of time, he experienced the difference between heaven and hell. Even some adults might not be able to bear it, let alone an 18-year-old spoiled child. However, just when people thought that the former eldest son of the Yi family would burst into tears and throw a tantrum, they found that he did not show too much pain, but there was a hint of regret in his eyes. Then, Joshin said calmly, okay, then from today on, I will no longer be Yishin of the Yi family. After saying this, Joshin knelt down in front of Yi Longcheng and his wife again, and then said, thank you for taking care of me for 18 years. Although I can no longer be your son, I still want to thank you for raising me. I will repay you in the future. After kowtow 3 times, Joshin stood up and was about to leave. But at this moment, Yi Longcheng suddenly spoke again. Etc. Yi Longcheng's voice rang out again, interrupting Joshin's attempt to leave. Just when everyone thought Yi Longcheng was moved by his adopted son's words and was about to change his mind and revoke his promise, they heard the tycoon of Longcheng Real Estate suddenly say, since we're going to break up, let's do it cleanly. Steward Tang, go get the documents severing the father-son relationship and have him sign them. The butler did not hesitate at all and quickly brought the printed letter of severance from Yi Longcheng's study. After handing the document to Joshin, Yi Longcheng said expressionlessly, sign this, and you will no longer be my son. Whether you live or die in the future will have nothing to do with my Yi family. Seeing that his father was really going to break off relations with that piece of trash, Yi Fan was extremely excited. It seems that the rumors he had been stirring up these days have worked. As long as that bastard signs this document, the eldest son of the Yi family will be his in the future. He no longer had to wear shoes that cost only a few $dozen, no longer had to squeeze into a small house of a few square meters with that cowardly woman, and no longer had to work part-time outside to support his family during every holiday. The only pity was that his father had no intention of pursuing the matter and allowed him to leave the Yi mansion safely, which really made him unhappy. But it doesn't have much impact on me after all, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Moreover, without the protection of the Yi family, it would be easy for him to kill this kid. Joshin glanced at Yi Longcheng and didn't say anything more. The butler brought the document of severing relations from the study so quickly, which was obviously prepared a long time ago. At that moment, Joshin picked up the pen and clearly signed his name on the document of severing ties Yishin. Joshin also secretly decided that this would be the last time he would use the name Yishin in his life, and from now on, this name would have nothing to do with him. At the same time, he also decided that he must stand at the top of the world again in the future and let Yi Longcheng and his wife see who is the real Qilin. It also lets the people present see that even without the protection of the Yi family, Joshin can still be a superior person, and no one dares to bully him. The moment Joshin signed his name, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host loses the protection of the Yi family, and his luck value is 20. Ding! The host has experienced great ups and downs, and his character has been tempered and sublimated. Villain value plus 999. After signing, Joshin immediately turned around and walked towards the Yi family's gate without any reluctance. When Yi Fan saw Joshin's behavior, he frowned. This guy's behavior is so abnormal. Isn't he a little too calm? Is this still the rich and powerful second-generation rich kid that I know? Shouldn't he be crying and begging his parents to take him in? Shouldn't he be kneeling down and begging for my forgiveness? But the guy in front of him seemed to see through everything, which made Yifan feel like he was punching cotton. Not only Yifan, but everyone else in the banquet hall was shocked by Zhou Shen's actions. Is this still the uneducated, idle, and bullying playboy as rumored? Looking at Zhou Shen's departing back, Yi Longcheng also felt that something was wrong. The tall and straight figure that was gradually leaving was completely different from the son in his impression. He was too strange. Chapter 7, Mother and Son Meet. After leaving the Yi family mansion, Zhou Shen didn't know where to go. I inexplicably traveled through this strange world, inexplicably bound to a villain system, and inexplicably staged a drama of severing ties with others. When everything was settled, he found himself as if he had become a lonely man, with no place for him to stand in such a big city. Just then, a taxi came rushing from a distance and stopped beside him. Just when Zhou Shen was puzzled as to why a taxi appeared in this wealthy villa area, the window suddenly rolled down and the driver leaned out and asked Zhou Shen, "Are you Yi Shen?" Zhou Shen was a little surprised that the taxi driver called out his former name. When he was about to nod, he suddenly stopped. Thinking that he was no longer the Yi Shen, the eldest son of the Yi family, he smiled bitterly and said, "I was before, but not anymore." After hearing Zhou Shen's words, the taxi driver seemed to understand something and immediately started cursing. "This damned Yi family said they would remember our past friendship, but after just a few days, they kicked you out. You're such a piece of shit. This bunch of trash is just like that Zhou Fan, all scum." Zhou Shen listened to the taxi driver's swearing and immediately felt a sense of empathy, but then asked in confusion, "Uncle, do we know each other?" After hearing Zhou Shen's words, the taxi driver realized that he was busy scolding the Yi family and didn't have time to introduce himself. He immediately said, "My name is Zhou Sihai, and I'm your uncle." "Uncle?" Zhou Shen was a little surprised to hear that the taxi driver was actually his relative, because he didn't seem to have an uncle with the surname Zhou. Suddenly, he remembered that the other party mentioned Zhou Fan just now, and that should be Yi Fan, the eldest son of the Yi family who was now in the limelight. This means that my parents in this life should have the surname Zhou. What a coincidence, I can still use my previous life's name. Seeing that this cheap uncle was still blabbering about cursing the Yi family, Zhou Shen quickly interrupted, "Uncle, right? Do you have something to talk to me about? Of course I'm taking you home." "Go home? Where else can you go if you don't go home? Are you going to spend the night under the overpass?" Zhou Sihai's words immediately reminded Zhou Shen of his current situation. He had been expelled from the Yi family and had been plotted against by that stupid woman Yang Wan'er. His cell phone, wallet, and other documents had all been taken away by that woman, and he didn't have a penny on him. If I don't go back with this so-called uncle, I might really have to fight for territory with those homeless people under the overpass tonight. Thinking of this, Zhou Shen no longer hesitated, immediately opened the passenger door, and sat in. "Hey! Put out your cigarette, don't drop ashes on my car." Seeing Zhou Shen sitting in his car with a cigarette in his mouth, Zhou Sihai scolded him. When Zhou Shen heard Zhou Sihai say this, he opened the window and threw the cigarette butt out. Zhou Sihai had no good feelings towards his sister's biological son. Although his disgust for him was not as strong as that for the ungrateful Zhou Fan, it was no less. He had previously privately inquired about the situation of the former eldest son of the Yi family and knew that this kid was not a good person at all. Not only was he stupid, but his reputation was like a rat crossing the street, and everyone wanted to kill him. Zhou Sihai didn't know whether it was right or wrong for him to bring this rumored playboy back home today. But no matter how bad this guy's reputation is, he is still his sister's flesh and blood. If his elder sister knew that he didn't care about the child's life or death, she would inevitably nag him. That's why Zhou Sihai came to pick up Zhou Shen reluctantly. As for whether this kid will do something stupid in the future, Zhou Sihai can only pray to God to be merciful and let this kid restrain himself after experiencing such a big change in his life. At the very least, I'll just have to supervise these guys more closely in the future. Zhou Shen was also a little confused at this time. He had no idea about the original owner's biological mother. He searched every corner of the original owner's memory, but found no memory of his biological mother. Just from the few words Yifan said before, he knew that his mother should be living alone and her financial situation should not be very good. Therefore, he didn't know how to face the woman who could be considered as his mother next, and he didn't know how to get along with her. Because the two of them were thinking about their own things, they didn't say a single word to each other along the way. The atmosphere in the taxi was depressing and dull. Squeak! The push on his back caused by the car's braking startled Zhou Shen, who was lost in thought. After taking a closer look, I found that the car was parked in a messy residential area. From the rows of old tube-shaped buildings, it can be seen that this is probably the most dilapidated slum in the entire Longqing area. After the taxi stopped, Josihai, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said to Joshin, 602, my sister, your mother, should be in the house now. Go upstairs by yourself. Where are you going? That's nonsense. I still have work to do. I'll be back tonight when I hand over the car. After saying that, the car started instantly, leaving Joshin with a choking exhaust fumes. After Josihai left, Joshin casually looked around. The place was very dirty and messy, and the garbage piled everywhere was particularly eye-catching. It was a world of difference from the villa area where the Yi family lived. Although Joshin was not a spoiled second-generation rich man like the original owner, he still felt a little disgusted because he liked cleanliness. He covered his mouth and nose, suppressed the nausea, and walked upstairs. Standing in front of the door of 602, Joshin was a little hesitant. He was not Yi Longqing's son, nor was he the original owner. He really didn't know how to get along with the people in the house. What's more, he was asked to call a stranger mother. At this moment, Joshin really wanted to turn around and leave. But at this moment, a strong idea suddenly came into his mind, prompting him to knock on the door. Joshin himself was confused. He really didn't want to go in, but his hands didn't listen to him. Just as Joshin was shocked, a woman's voice came from the room, Xiaohai, you're back. Did you forget to bring your keys? Hearing this voice, Joshin felt touched for some reason, maybe because of the blood relationship. After all, his current body is related to the woman in the house. This strange feeling should be regarded as a silent response from the original host. Just when Joshin was puzzled by this strange feeling, the door opened. A woman with a slightly pale face appeared in front of Joshin. The woman looked to be in her 30s or 40s, with a pretty face but rather haggard, and bloodshot eyes. Joshin's gaze was fixed on her hands, and he saw that her slender hands were covered with calluses and some scars. The woman was dressed simply in a floral shirt and trousers, which seemed somewhat out of place in the sweltering summer weather. The clothes were a little white from being washed, and looked like they had been worn for a long time. But overall, even with such an outfit in such a state, it cannot prevent the woman from exuding a special charm. Joshin looked at the pretty face in front of him, his heart filled with mixed emotions, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. The woman was surprised to see that the person standing at the door was not her brother Josihai, but a boy of 17 or 18 years old. More importantly, the child was not wearing cheap clothes, so how could he come to their tube-shaped building? Excuse me, who are you looking for? What's the matter? Are you Zhou Yueling? Joshin asked tentatively. Although Joshin knew the identity of the woman in front of him, she was too unfamiliar to him. If he were asked to call her mom directly, it would be a bit embarrassing for Joshin. I'm Zhou Yueling, who are you? My name is Joshin. Joshin said with emphasis. When the woman heard the name, she froze in place, her eyes became hot, and tears began to roll involuntarily. Joshin, his own biological son, actually appeared in front of him. In the past 10 years, I have never taken good care of this child. Ever since the Yi family took Fanner away a few days ago, Zhou Yueling has been like a lost soul. Not only did she lose her biological son, but even the adopted son who she lived with day and night abandoned her. Because of this, Zhou Yueling fell seriously ill and has not yet fully recovered. She has been recuperating at home these days. I never thought that my son would come to see me. This is really a huge surprise. Chapter 8, Trading. Looking at her tall and handsome son, Zhou Yueling couldn't help but think of the unfaithful man she had met back then. At that time, 18-year-old Zhou Yueling should have married the son of a local wealthy family as arranged by her family, becoming a stepping stone for her father's promotion. But before getting married, she fell in love with a man from another place and got pregnant before marriage. But what happened later was beyond her expectations. After learning that she was pregnant, the man disappeared and there was no news of him anymore. Zhou Yueling even went to the police station to check everything about this man, but the final reply was that there was no such person. Only then did she realize that the man's identity and name were all fake. Zhou Yueling knew that she had met a liar who not only deceived her feelings but also ruined her life. She was so disheartened that she originally planned to end her own life, but thinking of the child in her belly, she finally did not take that step. After that, she gave birth to the child under tremendous pressure and planned to raise the child alone. But it is so difficult for a young unmarried mother to raise a child alone. In addition, because she did not follow her family's arrangements, Zhou Yueling broke up with her family and had to live alone with her newborn child. Fortunately, her younger brother Josihai felt sorry for his sister. After failing the college entrance examination, he left home to take care of his sister and nephew. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for Zhou Yueling to raise the child by herself. But since his son was old enough to understand, he has never understood his own difficulties. Although Zhou Yueling never worried about her son's academic performance, he often expressed dissatisfaction with this so-called home. Zhou Yueling knew that this was because her son grew up in a single-parent family, which caused some psychological distortion in him, and she attributed it all to her own mistakes. Out of guilt towards Zhou Fan, Zhou Yueling did everything she could to satisfy her son's needs. No matter what he asked for, she would try her best to satisfy him. A few months ago, her son fell in love with a pair of shoes that cost more than 1,000 yuan, but the family really didn't have that much money. Zhou Yueling finally gritted her teeth and secretly went to a small clinic to sell blood without Zhou Sihai's knowledge, and then she bought the shoes her son liked. But what Zhou Yueling didn't expect was that a few days ago, someone from the Yi family found her and said that the hospital had taken the wrong child, and the child she had raised with great effort turned out to be someone else's. What made her even more devastated was that the son she had raised for 18 years didn't seem surprised at all. After seeing the people from the Yi family coming to pick him up, he didn't say anything. He just patted his butt and followed the Yi family back without considering the feelings of his mother who had raised him for more than 10 years with great difficulty. Under this blow, Zhou Yueling fell ill and lost more than 10 pounds in a few days. She looked like a paper man. Zhou Yueling also wanted to go to the Yi family to find her biological son. She also wanted to see how her biological son was raised by the Yi family. But in the end, I held back. She knew the situation in her own family. Even her son, whom she had raised for more than 10 years, could not stay there, let alone a child who had been raised in luxury and had little affection for her. Even if they are biological children, they will never accept such a family. What's more, she also had a selfish motive in her heart. Although her biological son was not from the Yi family, he was raised by Yi Longcheng and his wife after all. If they had any regard for their old relationship, they would ensure that their biological son had enough food and clothing. For the sake of her son's future, she suppressed her longing in her heart and ultimately did not go to the Yi family to ask for him. However, no one expected that the child would appear in front of her so suddenly, which made Zhou Yueling a little overwhelmed and she could only cry. Looking at Zhou Yueling's tearful eyes, Zhou Shen rubbed his sore nose. To be honest, he didn't quite understand his current emotions. He felt that his brain was very calm and he didn't have much feeling towards this cheap mother in front of him. However, his nose couldn't help but feel sore, and his eyes were slightly red, as if his body and soul were out of sync. Suddenly, Zhou Shen seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. This body is not his own now, he is just occupying someone else's body. Although he controls this body now, it does not mean that the original owner's soul has disappeared. While Zhou Shen was thinking, he suddenly felt a pain in his head and fell straight to the ground, scaring Zhou Yueling so much that she let out a terrified scream. Zhou Shen's eyes went dark, and the next moment he found himself in an unfamiliar space. What he didn't expect was that there was someone else in this strange space besides him, and this person looked exactly like him. Before Zhou Shen could speak, the nearly transparent figure opposite him roared at him, "Who are you? Get out of my body." "Your body? Are you Yi Shen? You know I'm the eldest son of the Yi family, why don't you get out of here right away, otherwise?" Zhou Shen raised the corner of his mouth slightly, sneered and said, "What else are you going to do? I'm going to kill you." As he spoke, Yi Shen rushed towards Zhou Shen with his fangs bared. Zhou Shen was not panicked, he just reached out and slapped him. There was no earth-shattering movement, but Yi Shen's body, no. Should I say, his soul, actually flew backwards. When he stopped, his soul, which was already almost transparent, became even more transparent and shrank by more than one circle. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again in Zhou Shen's mind. Ding! The host violently damages the original owner's soul, causing them to feel fear. Villain value plus 9,999. Damn it! Is this okay? However, Zhou Shen didn't have time to deal with this crappy system now, so he fixed his gaze on the shrunken Yi Shen again. He could clearly feel that something was not right with this guy, but he couldn't tell why. At that moment, Zhou Shen walked directly towards the guy. Seeing Zhou Shen approaching him, Yi Shen's face suddenly showed fear. He stepped back and said in horror, You don't come over, you go away." Seeing this situation, Zhou Shen immediately frowned. To be honest, this is the first time he has encountered this situation, and he really doesn't know what to do. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in my mind, ding. The original owner was affected by external factors in his childhood, and his soul and mind were damaged, and he has communication difficulties. System, what should I do now? Ding. The host can completely control this body by devouring the opponent's soul, or choose to be devoured by the opponent and let the original owner control the body. Is there any difference? Yes, by devouring the other, the host's mind will become dominant. If devoured by the other, the host's mind will disappear and cease to exist. Zhou Shun hesitated. Having died once, he really cherished this opportunity. But devouring other people's souls completely broke his own bottom line. For a time, Zhou Shin was caught in a dilemma. After a long while, Zhou Shin suddenly asked, "System, can you restore his soul to normal thinking?" No, the original owner's mind was severely damaged and cannot be fully recovered, but it can be recovered for a short period of time. Alright. Ding. Restore the original owner's normal thinking, consume 10,000 villain points per minute, are you sure? Zhou Shan looked at the pitiful villain value on his personal panel, but still gritted his teeth and chose to confirm. At this moment, a soft white light flashed and quickly enveloped the original owner's soul. The original owner's soul struggled uneasily for a few times, and then closed its eyes. After a few seconds, the white light disappeared and the original owner opened his eyes. Looking at Zhou Shin again, the original owner didn't say anything, but just sighed deeply, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Before Zhou Shin could speak, the original owner spoke up, "How about we make a deal?" "What deal?" "My body is a bargaining chip. If you agree to 2 conditions, I will let you devour me." "What conditions?" Zhou Shun was tempted. "The first condition is to take good care of my mother." "Wait, are you talking about that mother, Zhou Yueling, or the one from the Yi family?" "Of course she's my biological mother. She's a poor woman and an innocent victim. I hope you can take care of her as if she were your own mother." "Okay? Can. The second condition is that I hope Yi Fan has nothing." "Why? Is it because he deprived you of your identity as young Master Yi?" "No, it's because of what he did to my mother." "Why don't you do these things yourself? After all, between you and me, you don't necessarily have to be the final loser." Zhou Shin frowned. Yi Shin smiled bitterly and shook his head, then said, "My soul has been severely damaged. Even if I devour you, I will only be that half-crazy, half-stupid fool. How can such a person take good care of my mother, and how can he be Yi Fan's opponent?" Zhou Shin hesitated for a moment, then said, "Okay, I promise you." "Thanks." After saying that, Yi Shin's soul suddenly ignited with white flames, and then, in Zhou Shin's stunned eyes, it drilled into his soul and disappeared. Fuck. Ding. The host devours the original owner's soul, and the body and soul are completely integrated. The heavenly way is completed, and the luck value plus 99. Ding. The host chooses to devour the original owner, showing his heroic qualities. Villain value plus 999,999. Chapter 9, The Role of Villain Value. Whoa whoa. Shinner, what's wrong with you? Wake up. Don't scare me. How would I live if something happened to you? In a daze, Zhou Shin seemed to hear someone crying in his ear. He tried hard to open his eyes, and what came into view was Zhou Yueling's sad and cold face. Mom, don't cry. Perhaps it was because he had completely merged with the original owner, or perhaps it was because he had promised the original owner. In short, Zhou Shin called Mom very smoothly and without too much embarrassment. However, Zhou Yueling didn't think too much about it. At this moment, she was dazed and at a loss because Zhou Shin suddenly fainted and woke up suddenly. Seeing Zhou Shin struggling to get up from the ground, Zhou Yueling hurriedly held him down and said anxiously, "Shinner, don't move. Mom has called your uncle. He will be back soon. Then we'll go to the hospital for a thorough checkup." Zhou Shin's soul had completely merged with his body at this time, and the previous discomfort had long disappeared. He immediately took away Zhou Yueling's hand, stood up from the ground, and helped Zhou Yueling up. "I just had some big mood swings, plus I didn't get enough rest last night, so I fainted briefly." "It's not a big problem. Let's go to the hospital." "No need, let's go inside and talk." Zhou Yueling then remembered that her son was still standing outside the door. She quickly wiped the tears from her eyes and pulled Zhou Shin, saying, "Yes, yes, yes. Come in first, Shinner." As she spoke, Zhou Yueling pulled Zhou Shin into the house and found a more comfortable place for him to sit. Looking at this small but cozy house, Zhou Shin developed a lot of affection for his biological mother. You can tell from her eyes that she is really good to you, and there is a strong sense of guilt in her eyes. It can also be seen that his mother was not prepared at all for his arrival and seemed a little at a loss. After all, they haven't been together for more than 10 years, so she doesn't know what Zhou Shun likes. She has a lot to say, but she doesn't know where to start. Zhou Shang could understand Zhou Yueling's feelings and immediately said, "Don't be so busy, take a break first." After hearing Zhou Shun's words, Zhou Yueling felt as if she had been given a shot of sedative, and sat opposite Zhou Shun in a panic. Looking at this son whom she had not seen for more than 10 years, Zhou Yueling was extremely excited, but she was also a little confused. Shouldn't her son be in the Yi family now? Why did he suddenly appear here? Did he find out about me from somewhere? Shunner, why did you leave the Yi family? When Zhou Shun saw Zhou Yueling asking about this, he immediately said, "It's nothing. I have severed ties with the Yi family and will have no further involvement with them in the future." How could this happen? How could the Yi family be so ruthless? Zhou Yueling was shocked when she heard what Zhou Shun said. She could never have imagined that the Yi family was so cruel. After all, they had been living with their son for more than 10 years. How could the family relationship between them be severed so easily? Even I still feel reluctant to part with Yi Fan. After all, they have depended on each other for more than 10 years. Even though Yi Fan has never given her a good look, Zhou Yueling has given her true love to this child. How can she just give up on him? Zhou Shun, on the other hand, doesn't care much about these things. Rich families are different from ordinary people's families. They care more about the inheritance of blood. Family affection and non-family affection are all dispensable things in their eyes. Don't worry too much. We may not be unable to live a good life after leaving the Yi family. Besides, I can spend more time with you in the future. After hearing Zhou Shun say this, Zhou Yueling's mood immediately improved a lot. It is a great joy for Zhou Yueling that she can live with her own biological son in the future. She has always had such a hope in her heart, and now her wish has come true, which makes Zhou Yueling feel that her illness seems to have been mostly cured. Okay, it's good that Shunner is back. Let's have a good meal today. You rest at home for a while. Mom will go out to buy groceries. As she spoke, Zhou Yueling stood up and walked into the inner room, took out the little money she had left, and prepared to go out to buy groceries. Zhou Shun didn't want to reject Zhou Yueling's kindness. After all, this was also his mother's intention. After Zhou Yueling left, Zhou Shun immediately turned his attention to the mysterious system. As Zhou Shun called out, a transparent electronic screen appeared before his eyes. Host, Zhou Shun. Identity, fake prince of a wealthy family? Faction, villain. Physical fitness, 40 below the healthy level of 80, the average person's peak is 100, overall assessment level poor. Combat power, 75 skill bonus, 35. Skills, elementary Chinese, elementary driving, grandmaster combat. Villain value, 111, 1111. Luck value, 45. After carefully reading the content on the screen, Zhou Shun's face instantly darkened. Why were those attribute values so glaring? After all, he is a potential stock selected by the system. What's the matter with this unsatisfactory physique and garbage combat power? Perhaps sensing Zhou Shun's resentment, the system's voice instantly rang out in his mind, ding. Constitution is determined by the host's physical qualities, including strength, speed, reaction ability, and many other aspects. The original owner was spoiled since childhood, neglected exercise, and was exposed to sexual intercourse at the age of 12. He spent his days in debauchery, which has hollowed out his body, so his constitution is so poor. Oh shit. The original owner could have sex with women and play poker at the age of 12. That is so awesome. But can you please consider my feelings? You have drained my body dry, what should I do? In front of the beauty, I can only stare at the sky and cry, how cruel. What's the villain value for? Ding. You can open treasure chests and purchase items in the system mall. It's equivalent to real-world currency. Hey, you can also open treasure chests. How many villain points does it give you once you open one? Ding. Treasure chests are divided into 5 levels: iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Different levels of treasure chests consume different villain points. There are different levels. How many villain points are required for the black iron treasure chest? Ding. Black iron gives you 10,000 villain points. Every time the treasure chest level increases, the villain points increase tenfold. Oh shit. This damn system is quite shady. The starting price is only 10,000 villain points. Doesn't the highest level treasure chest require 100 million villain points? A villain worth 100 million, How many bad things can he do? Thinking about the fact that he just swallowed a soul and only got a villain value of less than 1 million, this is cannibalism. How many people would a villain worth 100 million eat? Thinking of this, Joshin couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 10, Opening the Treasure Chest. Although this dog system is evil and poisonous, Joshin knows that for his current self, if he wants to survive in this strange world, he still has to rely on this dog system. Fortunately, although the system is a crappy one, it at least gives me the opportunity to open the treasure chest. Right now, I need to think carefully about which level of treasure chest I want to open. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The higher the level of the treasure chest, the better the items inside it will naturally be. Joshin looked at his villain value, which was only 1.1 million at most, enough to exchange for a silver treasure chest. But if you change it to a bronze treasure chest, you can open 10. Should he get silver once or bronze 10 times? This made Joshin fall into deep thought. As a former financial tycoon, Joshin has always been very courageous. He knows that although there are more opportunities to get bronze treasure chests and the chances of winning are greater, there is no chance of anything good. The silver treasure chest only comes once, so the chance of winning is small, but there is a chance of getting good things. After thinking it over again and again, Joshin decided to take a gamble. As the saying goes, fortune and honor are sought in danger. Given my current situation, ordinary things are really of no help. So he decided to use up all his villain points to open a silver treasure chest. Give me a silver treasure chest. Ding. Silver treasure chest with 1 million villain points. Host, do you want to redeem it? Confirm. Ding. Confirmed successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver treasure chest. 1 million villain points will be deducted. After hearing the system's confirmation, a treasure chest emitting a faint silver light appeared in Joshin's system backpack. Taking out the treasure chest, Joshin couldn't help but sigh inwardly, damn, I spent 1 million villain points on such a crappy thing. If I can't get something that satisfies me, then I'm going to lose everything. Thinking of this, Joshin immediately instructed to open the silver treasure chest. I saw a faint golden light flash, and instantly heard the system's prompt voice in my mind, congratulations host, you have obtained the skill advanced gambling technique and unlocked the achievement gambler. What? That's it. Joshin was almost overwhelmed when he saw a new advanced gambling skill appear on his personal information panel. Although a large number of gambling skills suddenly appeared in his mind, turning Joshin from a casino novice into a senior gambler, but in Joshin's view, this thing is completely useless. It's tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw it away. You have to know that I have spent millions of villain points, and the input and output are not proportional at all. Suddenly, Joshin felt that he must have been cheated by the system, this black-hearted merchant. Looking at his remaining villain value which was almost gone, Joshin's heart was bleeding at this moment. While Joshin was busy opening the treasure chest, Zhou Yueling had already bought the vegetables. Seeing that Joshin stayed in the room obediently and did not come out, Zhou Yueling smiled with relief and then started to prepare dinner for her son. When the meal was almost ready, Zhou Sihai also came back from driving. Tired after a day of work, he casually hung his clothes on the hanger at the door and shouted to the kitchen, "Sister, I'm back. Go wash up when you get back, the meal will be ready soon." Zhou Yueling didn't seem too surprised when she heard Zhou Sihai's voice. Apparently, this guy came home around this time every day. Zhou Sihai seemed to be in a good mood. After putting his things away, he went to the inner room. Then he walked up to Joshin and asked, "Boy, you didn't cause any trouble for my sister, did you?" Joshin had just been tricked out of 1 million villain points by the dog system, and was feeling down, so he replied coldly, "No." Seeing Joshin's attitude, Zhou Sihai whispered again, "I'm warning you, if you dare to bully my sister, even if you are her biological son, I will not let you go." As Zhou Sihai said this, he clenched his fists intentionally or unintentionally, wanting to show off in front of Joshin. But Joshin really didn't have the heart to talk about this at the moment, and said lightly, "Okay, I get it." Zhou Sihai felt as if he had punched cotton and suddenly had a headache. This kid is really a scoundrel. Judging from his attitude towards others, he is a combination of a naughty kid and a middle school boy. This family is going to be lively in the future. With a hint of worry, Zhou Sihai retreated from the inner room and went to the bathroom to wash up. More than 10 minutes later, Joshin heard his stepmother's voice saying dinner is ready in the inner room, then he composed himself and walked out of the inner room. The three of them sat around the slightly worn dining table but didn't seem crowded. There were 4 dishes and a soup on the table. It wasn't a sumptuous meal, but it was obvious that Zhou Yueling had prepared it with care. Zhou Sihai saw a few crabs on the table and said in surprise, "Sister, today's meal is pretty good. There's even seafood." Just as Zhou Sihai was about to start eating, Zhou Yueling knocked his chopsticks away and said with a smile, "Shen'er just came from the Yi family. I was worried that he wouldn't be able to get used to the simple food here, so I cooked a few crabs for him to eat with the rice. As his uncle, don't fight with him." Zhou Xin was deeply moved when he heard that the crabs were specially made for him by his mother. This kind of family affection was something he had never experienced before. As an orphan in his previous life, he had always fought alone and no one had ever really cared about him. Family affection has always been something he wanted but could never get and dared not hope for. Looking at Zhou Yueling's loving eyes tinged with a hint of guilt, Zhou Xin said inexplicably, "Thank you, Mom." When Zhou Yueling heard Zhou Xin call her mom, her body felt like it was electrocuted, and tears in her eyes couldn't help but fall down her cheeks. Zhou Sihai hurriedly smiled and consoled her, "Sister, why are you crying? He's your son, it's only natural for him to call you Mom." Zhou Yueling wiped her tears and said, "It's okay, I was just inhaled by the smoke. Come, Shen'er, eat." As he said this, he picked up the biggest crab and gave it to Zhou Xin, looking at Zhou Sihai with greed in his eyes. Zhou Yueling also knew that her brother was a gourmet and liked this kind of food, so she picked one for him as well. Although the crabs were delicious, Zhou Xin had no appetite. Today was his first day of traveling through time, and so many things had happened. First, he had forced young Wanner on him, then he severed ties with the Yi family, and finally he had been cheated out of 1,000,000 villain points by the dog system. All these had made him feel exhausted. Even though the big crab in front of him looked quite appetizing, he still couldn't muster up any interest in it. After symbolically eating a few bites, Zhou Xin said to Zhou Yueling, "Mom, I'm full. Let me go back to my room and get some sleep." Zhou Yueling opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end it turned into a simple hum. After Zhou Xin returned to the inner room, Zhou Sihai quietly asked Zhou Yueling, "Sister, did you spend quite a bit on this meal today?" Zhou Yueling quickly glanced at the inner room, then whispered, "Xiao Hai, be quiet. Don't let Shen'er hear you. He's still a child. Don't let him worry about these things." Seeing his sister like this, Zhou Sihai couldn't help but shook his head. As an elder sister, she is a sentimental person. Whether it is her adopted son Yifan or Zhou Xin, she is always sincere to them. Especially that brat inside, my sister feels guilty about him, always feels that she owes him and wants to make up for it as much as possible. It can be imagined that his requests will be met in the future. Thinking of this kid's bad reputation, Zhou Sihai couldn't help but frown. Chapter 11, The Clouds of Time. As night falls and the lights come on, the nightlife of Longqing people begins. The dilapidated tube-shaped buildings in the slums appear particularly quiet, completely out of tune with the main city area with dim lights in the distance, as if they are two different worlds. At this time, a figure in the tube building leaned out cautiously and walked out. After successfully closing the door, Zhou Sihai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his action did not alarm anyone. Just as he walked to the door of the corridor with a smug look on his face, he suddenly heard a voice from behind him, "Uncle, where are you going so late?" The sudden sound really scared Zhou Sihai, and he looked back quickly like a frightened bird. After discovering that the person who spoke was actually his newly recognized nephew, Zhou Sihai was speechless and said hurriedly, "Speak softly, don't wake up your mother." Zhou Xin looked at Zhou Sihai with a half smile and said, "Uncle, where are you going? Why are you running to the corridor entrance in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Zhou Sihai asked back unhappily. "I'm in a bad mood, smoke a cigarette." Only then did Zhou Sihai notice the cigarette butt flashing in his nephew's hand. He immediately frowned and wanted to give him a lecture. But thinking about the series of things that happened to this kid, he really needed to vent, so he forced himself to hold back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Take things easy. Even if we leave the Yi family, we won't necessarily be worse off than others. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. I'm leaving." After saying that, Zhou Sihai walked downstairs with light steps, obviously a little anxious. Zhou Xin frowned. There was something wrong with his cheap uncle. Why was he in such a hurry to go out at this late hour? Since I have nothing to do, I might as well follow Zhou Sihai and see what he is going to do. Zhou Xin did not hide his tracks and just followed Zhou Sihai. After walking a few hundred meters, Zhou Sihai also spotted Zhou Xin and immediately angrily scolded him, "Are you sick? Why are you following me so late at night instead of going home to sleep?" Zhou Xin smiled faintly, "Who said I followed you? This road doesn't belong to anyone, so why can't I walk on it?" After Zhou criticism, Zhou Sihai was speechless and could only continue walking forward while cursing. After a while, the two came to a brightly lit place. Era in the clouds. After seeing that Zhou Sihai's destination was Time's Cloud, Zhou couldn't help but laugh. He is familiar with this place, no. It should be the original owner who is familiar with it. Time's Cloud is a well-known den of money spending in Longcheng. It is not only the largest bar in Longcheng, but also the most famous gathering place for wealthy people in Longcheng. If you like beautiful girls and handsome guys, you can go to the bar on the underground floor to dance and hunt for beauties. If you like delicious food, you can go to the food city on the 3rd floor. If you like excitement, you can go to the top floor to enjoy the pleasure of spending money. All in all, here you can find all the fun that men have, and everything that women like about men. In the original owner's memory, he was a frequent visitor to Shidai Yunjian, and he often came here with his friends to spend lavishly. But he was a little confused. What was Zhou Sihai doing here? You have to know that he is just an ordinary taxi driver. With his income, he is not qualified to come here to consume. It's not that we look down on the general public, but Time's Cloud is really not something that ordinary people can afford. Here, the most ordinary can of beer costs dozens of dollars, and a few cans of beer are a day's income for an ordinary person. Although Zhou Sihai saw Zhou following behind him, he ignored him. Although he took his nephew back for his sister, he really looked down on this boy in his heart. Judging from the information he had heard, this kid was not a good person at all. If He Fan is a wolf with ungrateful eyes who can never be tamed, and a hypocrite who is good at forbearance, then this kid is evil without any scruples, and is a real scum. Therefore, Zhou Sihai did not have high expectations for him. As long as he did not bully his sister, he could do whatever he wanted. Arriving at the gate of Time's Cloud, Zhou Sihai clasped his hands together and bowed devoutly, muttering softly, "Gods and Buddhas above, I, your disciple Zhou Sihai, sincerely pray here. I hope you can help me to knock those bastards down. I will kill a chicken to fulfill your wish later." After saying that, he didn't even look at Zhou and walked straight to the bar on the underground floor. When Zhou saw this scene, he couldn't help but find it a little funny. Zhou Sihai looked so pious when he prayed just now, no less devout than those religious disciples. I just wonder if any of the gods Buddhas in the sky can hear his petition. Seeing Zhou Sihai walk in, Zhou did not hesitate and followed Zhou Sihai in. Bars are the favorite places for young people today. Although they are filled with smoke and constant shouting and noise, they are the best place for young people to release stress. Some people come here to celebrate a promotion and salary increase, some need to vent their frustrations in love, some want to get drunk to relieve their sorrows after career failure, and there are also scumbag men and women who come here to seek romance and sex. Here, there are all kinds of people, men, women, and even androgynous people. Zhou Sihai was obviously a regular at the bar. He found a private room with ease and went in. When Zhou saw Zhou Sihai coming to such a place so late at night, he couldn't help but have a different opinion of his uncle. Zhou was a little surprised that his uncle, who was already quite old, still liked to come to such places for young people. Zhou Sihai became addicted to bars after failing the college entrance examination, because only under the anesthesia of alcohol could he forget all the painful things. For a period of time, Zhou Sihai was basically drunk, like a drunkard. His elder sister Zhou Yueling cares a lot about these things. She gets angry every time she knows that he goes to the bar to drink. After all, drinking too much is harmful to the body. Zhou Yueling doesn't want her brother to die early because of alcoholism. Therefore, Zhou Yueling was very opposed to Zhou Sihai going to the bar, so Zhou Sihai could only come quietly. Because he often comes here to drink, Zhou Sihai has made many like-minded friends here. When they saw Zhou Sihai coming in, several people in the booth greeted him. "Brother Hai is here, come and sit down." Zhou Sihai was not polite and sat down on the side at the invitation of everyone. Zhou, who came later and saw this scene, didn't say much and sat down next to him without any hesitation. After seeing Zhou, someone nearby who didn't know the situation asked, "Brother Hai, who is this guy?" Zhou Sihai saw Zhou and actually followed him into the private room, and immediately frowned and said unhappily, "I don't know him." Although Zhou Sihai said this, everyone knew from his expression that his relationship with this kid didn't seem that simple. Everyone knew Zhou Sihai's temper to some extent, so they didn't ask any more questions about it. After all, we are all here to have fun, and we can't ruin everyone's fun because of an irrelevant question. Zhou had long been accustomed to Zhou Sihai's attitude towards him, and was not angry. He just sat quietly and watched. Zhou Sihai and his group are quite interesting. When they drink, they don't do it in the usual way where you toast me and I toast you. Instead, they decide who drinks by playing dice. Not only that, whoever drinks the most at the end will be responsible for the entire bill for today. As for this matter, Josihai, the loser, was the one who paid for almost everything. At first Josihai did it to get drunk, so he accepted the result. However, as time went by, it continued like this, which made Josihai feel a little unhappy. Later on, I wanted to get back 10%. The drinking party started soon. A group of people gathered around the table, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Leopard! Leopard!" After Josihai sat down, he stared closely at the dice cup on the table, carefully judging the changes in the dice inside. Brother Hai, Ergo got humiliated today, but he let us off the hook. You better seize the opportunity and take action. Yes. Brother Hai, the brothers still want to see you kill everyone. Brother Hai. Josihai then laughed heartily and said, "All right. Since you brothers are so kind, I won't be polite." As he spoke, he grabbed the dice cup beside him and shook it. When those people saw Josihai picked up the dice cup, a barely perceptible smirk appeared at the corners of their mouths. This action surprised Joshin a little, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. It seems that Josihai should have a good relationship with these people, but their behavior is a little strange. These guys were so excited when they saw their cheap uncle pick up the dice cup. There seems to be something going on. Just as Joshin was puzzled, Josihai finished shaking the dice cup and said, "Open the cup." Chapter 12, Joshin takes action. 4 points, Brother Hai, you lost again, said a friend of Josihai. Since Josihai basically lost 9 out of 10 bets he made, his so-called friend involuntarily added the word again in his words. A yellow-haired guy on the other side chimed in, "Brother Hai is thirsty, what do you know?" Brother Hai, come on, let's do it. Obviously, Josihai was already used to what these friends said and didn't care. He picked up the wine in front of his friends and drank it all in one gulp. The way they play is very interesting. No matter how many people there are, everyone rolls the dice together and the one with the lowest number drinks. But as long as someone gets 3 sixes, everyone else has to drink a bottle. Not just with the wine in front of you, but also empty everyone else's glass. That means you have to drink at least 6 glasses of wine every time you lose. Although these are all low-alcohol beers, most people really can't drink them. I don't believe it. I lose every time. Josihai's friends laughed and said, "Brother Hai just doesn't believe the pot is made of iron." Brothers, fill it up for Brother Hai. Continue. However, in the next few rounds, every time it was Josihai's turn, the points were terrible, and he even created an astonishing 6-game losing streak. The result of losing 6 times in a row was that Josihai drank more than 30 glasses of beer in a row. Not long after the drinking party started, Josihai was drunk and felt dizzy. After seeing this scene, Joshin understood a little bit. It was obvious that Josihai's friends were deliberately getting him drunk. What was even more unexpected was that at this time, several people at the same table started ordering drinks and food in a big way. Joshin took a look and found that these newly added items alone cost no less than 2,000 yuan. At this time, Joshin also understood that Josihai's so-called friends only treated him as a self-service payment machine and a mobile wallet. Josihai's existence is to pay for them. Although Joshin didn't know whether Josihai minded, he still felt a little uncomfortable seeing him being made a fool of like this. With his ability, he could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the dice on the table. They were all filled with mercury. Just when Joshin was about to remind Josihai, a dark-faced man next to him said with a smile, "Brother Hai, don't just drink by yourself. I see the boy sitting next to you, he hasn't even had a glass of wine yet. Why don't you let him join the table and play a few rounds? After all, we brothers don't need a couple of glasses of wine from him. This guy really doesn't feel any pain in his waist when he talks while standing. Although he says that he has plenty of money, in the final analysis, it is still Josihai who pays the bill." At this moment, he was the one pretending to be generous. Joshin really can't stand this kind of people. Originally, Joshin didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, in the end, Josihai just had a few more drinks and paid the bill. However, this person is now using the excuse that Josihai paid the bill to show off his generosity. Joshin is not willing to tolerate such behavior. As he spoke, he grabbed Josihai's shaking hand, and then, instead of placing the wine glass on the small side, he forced it to the opposite direction. "Since you want to play, I'll accompany you." Josihai, who had already lost his temper, was furious. When he heard Joshin's words, he immediately shouted angrily, "What are you doing here? Do you think you can drink?" Joshin glanced at him, then clasped his thumb and knuckles with his fingers, exerting a little force. Zhou Sihai's already slightly drunk hand actually retracted in pain. Then, in front of Zhou Sihai's stunned eyes, he picked up the dice cup and shook it casually. Zhou Sihai's expression changed drastically, and he immediately shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing?" Ignoring Zhou Sihai, Zhou Shen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said calmly, "Shut up and just watch." Zhou Sihai was stunned by Zhou Shen's scolding, especially when he was swept by Zhou Shen's cold eyes. Zhou Sihai felt as if a cold blade was placed on his neck, and he couldn't help shivering. Ding! You shocked the supporting character Zhou Sihai with just one look. Villain value plus 99. Zhou Sihai equals supporting role? When Zhou Shen heard the system prompt, he wanted to laugh, but he forced himself to hold it back. Zhou Sihai was a little depressed. He never thought that Zhou Shen could be so powerful at such a young age. When he came to his senses, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He was such a grown-up, but he was actually intimidated by this little bastard. At the same time, Zhou Sihai was also a little angry. He had heard that this little bastard was a complete scum. He had just been here for less than a day, but he dared to scare him. He was really lawless. What the hell? If I lose, I'm the one who pays for it. Zhou Sihai said. Brother Hai, it only costs a few dollars to pay the bill. Are you feeling bad? Get lost, stop talking nonsense, I still need some money for a few drinks. Zhou Sihai, who was concerned about his reputation, didn't know if it was the alcohol that made his face turn red in an instant. Boy, I'll let you play this time. I can buy the bill, but you have to drink the wine by yourself. I don't care about you. This may be Zhou Sihai's last stubbornness. Seeing Zhou Sihai so indignant, Zhou Shen pretended not to hear what Zhou Sihai said, but just raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing an inexplicable smile. Just now, Zhou Shen discovered that the cheating skill he had drawn today actually took effect. The moment he picked up the dice cup, he felt like he was possessed by the god of gamblers in the movie, and he controlled the 3 dice under the dice cup. 3 sixes. Everyone was stunned by Zhou Shen's points. His luck was really too good. Zhou Sihai burst into laughter after seeing this and said, Yang Bailao also has time to eat dumplings. Don't just stand there, drink quickly. Everyone had no choice but to pick up the bottles and blow against each other. But what they didn't expect was that this was just the beginning. In the following drinking game, Zhou Shen seemed to have turned on a cheat. As long as the dice was in his hands, Zhou Shen could always get the number he wanted. Although Zhou Sihai's friends changed the dice twice, it was of no use in the face of Zhou Shen's advanced cheating skills, and they were all drunk in the end. Feeling that it was almost time, Zhou Shen also lost interest, and then said to Zhou Sihai, I'm going to walk around, you guys continue to play. All right. Seeing that these guys were doomed to fail, Zhou Sihai didn't force them. Afterwards, Zhou Sihai took out a few red bills and handed them to Zhou Shen, order whatever you want to drink. Today is your uncle's treat. In response to Zhou Sihai's 180-degree change in attitude, Zhou Shen just smiled, accepted Zhou Sihai's gift, said thank you and left. Looking at Zhou Shen's departing figure, Zhou Sihai was in a good mood. He felt that although this kid was a little arrogant, he was much better than Yifan, the ungrateful guy. Chapter 13, Meeting Yang Wanner again. The bar in Times Cloud is very big, and Zhou Shen has many memories of this place because he has come here many times to hunt for beauties before. What Zhou Shen didn't expect was that he saw a familiar figure before he had walked far. Yang Wanner. Yang Wanner felt terrible at the moment. She had originally planned to teach that abandoned son of the Yi family a lesson and avenge her lesbian girlfriend. But he didn't expect that the bastard would suddenly wake up from the control of the drug, break free from the ropes and subdue him. What she didn't expect was that the guy had done something to himself after accidentally taking an aphrodisiac. Although she knew that the matter was done and everything was a foregone conclusion, Yang Wanner could not accept the fact that she was being bullied. She couldn't understand how her perfect revenge plan turned out like this, and why God would play such a trick on her. More importantly, she couldn't tell anyone about this. If people knew that she had been raped by that playboy from the Yi family, she would become a laughingstock in the entire circle. Feeling depressed, Yang Wanner could only choose to come to this bar to get drunk, hoping that alcohol could numb herself. As soon as Zhou Shen went up to the second floor, he saw a man with colorful hair supporting a girl as they walked out. The girl was mumbling something while pushing the yellow-haired man away weakly with her hands, as if she didn't want him to get close. But perhaps because she was drunk, her push had no effect. Apparently, this kind of thing is very normal in a bar, and no one stepped forward to stop it. Zhou Shen didn't want to get involved in this mess, but when they passed by, he found that the drunk girl was actually Yang Wanner, the silly girl who had just slept with him in the morning. Joshin really didn't know what to say to this stupid girl. This girl hated him to the core. If he hadn't woken up in time, the consequences would have been disastrous if he had been 1 minute later. But no matter what, she is his woman after all. How can he let her be taken away by someone else like this? Joshin knew very well what would happen if Yang Wanner was taken away. He is a misophobe and will never allow anyone to touch his things, especially women. Joshin suddenly took action and pulled the staggering Yang Wanner directly into his arms. At the same time, Joshin stared at the yellow-haired man with a stern expression and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Where are you taking her?" Seeing someone trying to ruin his good fortune, the yellow-haired man was stunned at first, then said with a hint of ridicule on his face, "Hey, isn't this the eldest son of the Yi family, Mr. Yi? No, it seems that you have been expelled from the Yi family today." Many people knew that Joshin had severed ties with the Yi family. Almost everyone in the elite circle of Longqing knew about it. Although Huang Mao could not find his way into that circle, he often hung out in bars and nightclubs, which were the places with the most information. So he also learned about what happened in the Yi family from the mouths of those rich second-generation playboys. He also happened to know Yishin, the former eldest son of the Yi family, so when he saw that it was Joshin who made the move, he immediately started to ridicule him. Joshin originally had no intention of paying any attention to this little bastard, but when he saw the unnatural blush on Yang Wanner's face, he knew that this stupid girl had been drugged. Thinking of this, he immediately said in a cold voice, "Did you drug her? What the hell is it to you? Do you still think you are the eldest young master of the Yi family? I'll ask you again, did you drug her? I gave you face, didn't I?" Seeing the arrogant look of the yellow-haired guy, Joshin knew that this bastard was not going to cooperate with him. Too lazy to talk nonsense with him, he held Yang Wanner with one hand and punched directly with the other hand, hitting the yellow-haired man in the face accurately. Ah! After a scream, the yellow-haired man's nose was instantly broken, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of his nose, staining his white short-sleeved shirt red. This is also because Joshin's physical fitness is too poor. He has a master-level fighting skill but cannot exert his due combat effectiveness. Otherwise, this one strike alone would be enough to knock this bastard unconscious. The yellow-haired boy was suddenly furious after being hit. He ignored the blood flowing from his nose and roared, "You fucking hit me. I'll kill you." As he spoke, Huang Mao picked up a beer bottle from the side and rushed over. Ding! The host's actions have successfully angered a street thug, increasing the villain value by plus 999. What? Can you get villain value this way? Although it's a small amount, as the saying goes, even a little bit of meat is still meat. For Zhoshun, whose villain value is almost empty, as long as he can gain villain value, he will not be afraid of anyone, no matter how much. Seeing that the yellow-haired man was about to get close, Joshin pulled Yang Wanner behind him and then kicked her sideways. Bang! Huang Mao's body was like a kite with a broken string, and was kicked several meters away. When he landed, he hit a trash can and his body was covered with all kinds of garbage. The little yellow-haired boy was kicked so hard by Joshin that he fell to the ground with his body curled up like a cooked shrimp, screaming miserably. Ding! The host violently suppressed street thugs for a woman. This qualifies as villain behavior. Villain value plus 999. Oh shit. I don't care whether this dog system is reasonable or not. I am just being brave and righteous, not being jealous. Although he felt a little indignant, Joshin did not make any excuses. After all, he could get villain points, so what else did he need? The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the bar security, and several security guards walked over here with walkie-talkies in hand. Joshin knew that these people who were watching the scene were all desperate criminals, and they would often punish the troublemakers with 50 lashes each. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Joshin ignored the yellow-haired man, carried Yang Wanner on his shoulders, walked directly into the elevator and went to the first floor. After leaving Times Cloud, Joshin walked directly towards a hotel not far away. Yang Wanner was already unconscious at this time, and was constantly tearing off her limited clothes. Joshin knew that he had to help her deal with the drugs in her body as soon as possible, otherwise it might leave serious sequelae. Checking in was quick, within a few minutes. Obviously, the staff here have long been accustomed to this situation and did not even ask for Yang Wanner's ID card. After great effort, he finally got Yang Wanner into the room. At this time, Yang Wanner was already naked and sweating profusely. Without taking a rest, Joshin went straight to the bathroom, dipped a towel in cold water, and placed it on Yang Wanner's forehead to cool her down. Under the stimulation of the cold water, Yang Wanner, who was about to faint, actually opened her blurry eyes. In a daze, she seemed to see a nasty guy. Yi Shen, you bastard. After hearing Yang Wanner's words clearly, Zhou Shen looked helpless and was about to tell her about the situation. But the next second, he saw this stupid girl pounce on him and pull him down on the bed. Since the girl was so proactive, Zhou Shen naturally didn't hesitate and pressed forward. Ding! The host takes advantage of others' misfortune, showing his villain temperament. Villain value plus 99,999. Chapter 14, Trouble. While Zhou Shen was making love and playing poker with Yang Wanner in the hotel, Times Cloud was in chaos. After Huang Mao recovered, he felt deeply insulted. In anger, he immediately called his friends. After a while, more than a dozen big men gathered outside the Times Cloud. After Huang Mao explained the situation, these people instantly became indignant and clamored to get revenge for their younger brother. Anyway, the person they want to deal with is just a rich family's abandoned child with a dull mind. Even if they beat him up, the Yi family won't say anything. It's even possible that he could get close to the real prince of the Yi family because of this. So, under Huang Mao's command, they began to track down Zhou Shen and Yang Wanner. Since Huang Mao drugged Yang Wanner, they concluded that Zhou Shen and the others would not have gone far and should be in a nearby clinic or in the hotel. An hour and a half later, Huang Mao and others finally found out where Zhou Shen and Yang Wanner were. So, a group of people rushed towards the hotel in a mighty manner. At this time, Zhou Shen had also finished playing poker. Seeing Yang Wanner fainted from exhaustion on the bed, Zhou Shen couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm really entangled with this woman. In just one day, I've already had sex with her twice. Moreover, they are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet, and the woman even regards him as an enemy. This kind of fate is really unique. I thought that when this girl wakes up and realizes that I pushed her down again, I don't know how angry she will be. She might even do something weird again. However, Zhou Shen did not regret it. After all, if he had not pushed her down, the dosage of drugs that bastard had given her would not turn her into a fool, but would have left her with extremely serious sequelae. Secondly, Zhou Shen gained a lot of villain value from this sex scene, which is what he urgently needs right now. As for how Yang Wanner would react after waking up, Zhou Shen didn't care. As for women, if you can't convince her, just sleep with her. No big deal. While this silly girl was still asleep, Zhou Shen opened the system interface. Host, Zhou Shen. Identity, fake prince of a wealthy family. Faction, villain. Physical fitness, 40 below the healthy level of 80, the average person's peak is 100, overall assessment level poor. Combat power, 75 skill bonus, 35. Skills, elementary Chinese, elementary driving, grandmaster fighting, advanced gambling. Villain value, 366111. Luck value, 45. Seeing that the villain value has increased to 360,000, Zhou Shen suddenly felt itchy in his heart. Opening a treasure chest is much more exciting than gambling. 3 bronze treasure chests. Ding! The bronze treasure chest has 100,000 villain points. Host, do you want to redeem it? Confirm. Ding! Confirmed successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 bronze treasure chests, villain value 300,000. The moment the treasure chest was opened, a series of system prompts sounded in Zhou Shen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary bad luck charm X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Constitution +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining luck +1. As a milky white halo flashed by, Zhou Shen felt a shock all over his body, and the physical strength that had been severely depleted before was instantly restored to full. When his eyes swept over the sleeping Yang Wanner, his heart felt hot again. However, Zhou Shen also knew that the girl was exhausted and could not stand any more torture, so he suppressed the restlessness in his body. The probability of getting all 3 correct is really unmatched. It's just that the things that came out of this bronze treasure chest are really not that great, but fortunately the added attribute points are acceptable. Seeing that it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Shen thought that his cheap uncle was almost done with him. He planned to pack up and go home so that his mother wouldn't find out anything unusual after dawn. But at this moment, there was a sudden and violent sound of kicking the door. Zhou Shen grabbed the clothes on the bed and put them on, then opened the door wearing slippers. He saw a group of shamats standing outside the door, and the leader was the yellow-haired man who was beaten up by him and Sherdai Yunjin. When Huang Mao saw Zhou Shen walking out barefoot, he immediately knew that his prey had been killed by this bastard. Thinking that he had finally found such a good prey, but ended up letting it go to someone else, he suddenly became furious. Yishin, you dare to steal my girlfriend and hit me, are you tired of living? Your girlfriend? What a joke. If she was really your girlfriend, would she have drugged someone? Zhou Shen said coldly. Huang Mao was extremely unhappy and shouted angrily, you are no longer the young master of the Yi family, why can't you just calm down? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will kill you. You talk too much nonsense. If you want to fight, just fight. Why are you wasting time? Zhou Shen was too lazy to say anything more to them. To be honest, he really hated this kind of nagging man, who was almost like a woman. Fuck, this bastard is so arrogant, how can we brothers tolerate this? Damn it, if we don't teach this guy a lesson today, how can we brothers survive in the underworld in the future? This kid must be taught a lesson. Let him know why the flowers are so red. That's right, fuck him. As these hooligans were shouting and cursing crazily, the system prompt sound in Zhou Shen's mind continued to ring. Ding! The host successfully angered the dragon armor, villain value plus 99. Ding! The host successfully angered extra B, villain value plus 99. Ding! The host successfully angered extra C, villain value plus 99. Ding! Host. The prompt sounds that popped up one after another were like heavenly sounds. Zhou Shen was secretly delighted, and his eyes became more amiable when he looked at these gangsters. They were rare tools. I just wonder if I can get more villain points by defeating these people. In order to verify his guess, Zhou Shen suddenly strode forward and kicked the little yellow-haired boy. Bang! The yellow-haired man was kicked out again and his body flew backwards again. Familiar taste, familiar recipe. After Huang Mao was kicked away, the rest of the shamat became unhappy and rushed towards Zhou Shen. Zhou Shen was not polite either. He had just recovered his strength and was not afraid at all. He immediately went to meet him. With the master-level fighting skills, dealing with these shamat was like playing. Zhou Shen used punches and kicks left and right, and anyone who approached him was quickly knocked to the ground. Ding! The host beat up multiple people alone and successfully defeated the dragon armor. Villain value plus 999. Ding! The host beat up multiple people alone and successfully defeated extra B, villain value plus 999. Ding! The host beat up multiple people alone and successfully defeated extra C, villain value plus 999. In less than 5 minutes, more than a dozen people were knocked to the ground. Although these shamat fighters were not seriously injured and had not lost their fighting ability, they were all shocked by Zhou Shen's smooth and flowing skills. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Chapter 15, Level 3 Boss Zhou Hu. Seeing these thugs being so cowardly, Zhou Shen suddenly felt a little bored. Just when he was about to take care of all these bastards in one go, the door of the elevator on the side suddenly opened, and then several people in security uniforms walked out. Stop it! Then, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked up to the crowd and said coldly, "Can anyone tell me what happened?" This simple sentence, which was plain yet dignified, instantly made everyone present break out in a cold sweat. It's over, we're in trouble now. Huang Mao said to others with a look of horror. Fuck, why is Master Zhou here too? Is this Master Zhou's territory? Who knows? I don't dare to ask. Zhou Hu, this name is definitely a name that can stop children from crying in Longcheng. Although he has only been rising for 3 to 5 years, he has already controlled more than half of Longcheng's entertainment and hotel business, and this hotel is Zhou Hu's industry. Originally, there was no need for Zhou Hu to step in for such a matter, but today Zhou Hu had just returned from playing in Times Cloud and was planning to stay for one night in the hotel he owned. As soon as he entered the door, he heard the security guard in the monitoring room informing him that someone was causing trouble on the 9th floor. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Hu decided to come up and see who dared to cause trouble on his territory. Huang Mao didn't expect that he would cause trouble in Zhou Hu's territory. He stepped forward with a guilty conscience and said, "Brother Hu, it was this kid who ruined my good thing just now. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Who are you? How dare you come to my territory and cause trouble? Are you tired of living?" No, we are all Brother Pao's people. We didn't know this was your territory. Then Huang Mao said again, "Brother Hu, we all know the rules. We will compensate you for the broken things according to the price. I will also ask Brother Pao to set up a table to apologize to you personally." Fuck, who do you think you are? How dare you call me brother in front of me? As he said that, Zhou Hu slapped the yellow-haired man, knocking him to the ground. When he stood up, Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and a bloody tooth fell out. After slapping the yellow-haired boy down, Zohu said to the security guards behind him, "Cut off a finger from each of them and tell them to get out." "Brother Tiger, spare my life. Brother Tiger, we were wrong, we won't dare to do it again. Brother Hu, we won't dare to do that again. Please be magnanimous and let us go." Joshin didn't have much of a favorable impression of this guy who suddenly appeared, and immediately said indifferently, "It's your business. If you want to punish them, don't involve me. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to my room." "Stop," Zohu said coldly. Ding. The host has attracted the attention of level 3 boss Zohu, villain value plus 99,999. Oh shit. Level 3 boss, 99999 villain value. This guy is actually a god of wealth. Just now, I worked so hard to irritate the other party and beat him up, but I only earned less than 100,000 villain points. Now, just by attracting this guy's attention, I got 100,000. There is no comparison. Who are you? Joshin stared at Zohu and asked. After hearing Joshin's words, both Huang Mao and the people he brought with him, as well as Zohu and the security guards behind him were stunned. Fuck, this guy is stupid. How come he doesn't even recognize Brother Tiger? How dare this kid talk to Brother Tiger like that? Now it's time to watch something interesting. Zohu stared at Joshin, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This young man had a calm temperament and spoke neither arrogantly nor humbly. It was obvious that he was not someone who could be raised in a small family. "Little brother, you seem to be quite skilled. What's your name?" "Zhou Shun." "Zhou Shun?" Zohu frowned and thought about it, but he had never heard of such a wealthy family with the surname Zhou in Longcheng. Could it be that he is a newly emerged upstart and doesn't know it himself? When Huang Mao heard Joshin's answer, he immediately said sarcastically, "Oh, young master Yi really doesn't call himself Yi anymore." "That's great." After hearing what Huang Mao said, Zohu didn't quite understand, so he looked at him with some doubt. "What do you mean by that?" "Brother Hu, you don't know that this kid was originally the eldest son of the Yi family. But who would have thought that the Yi family reported the wrong child? Now that the real eldest son of the Yi family has returned, he has been kicked out by the richest man, Yi." "Really?" Zohu touched his chin habitually. He knew about the dandy second generation of the Yi family, but he just couldn't connect the young man in front of him with the legendary dandy of the Yi family. After hearing what Huang Mao said, Joshin said coldly, "It's just a Yi family, what's so rare about it? A golden fish can't stay in a pond. When faced with wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. The Yi family is just a small puddle." Originally, Zohu was a little bothered by Joshin's identity as the abandoned son of the Yi family, but after hearing what Joshin said, he didn't know what was wrong with him, and actually felt that Joshin in front of him might really achieve something in the future. Just as Huang Mao was making a sarcastic remark, he raised his hand and said, "Shut up." Then, Zohu stared at Joshin and said, "I don't care what disputes you have, but since you've caused trouble on my territory, you must give an explanation. I'll cut off a finger for each of you. What are you going to do?" Joshin sneered, then said, "Confess? Do you think I should explain this to you? Shouldn't it be? Since you claim this hotel as your territory, and I, as a guest, was attacked and barged in the middle of the night after checking in normally, and your hotel did nothing to stop it, who should be held accountable?" Well. Zohu was speechless after Joshin's question. He was stunned for a few seconds, then laughed heartily. "What an articulate boy. That old man Yi Longcheng's decision to kick you out was not a good one." Then, Zohu said again, "This is indeed a mistake made by our hotel. I will deal with these guys for you. As an apology, you can stay in my hotel for free in the future. Are you satisfied with this explanation?" "It's okay." After saying that, Joshin ignored Zohu and opened the door, walked in, and locked everyone outside. Seeing Joshin behaving like this, everyone present was shocked again. In Longcheng, anyone who dares to talk to Zohu like this might be put into a sack and thrown into the river at night. But when they saw the expression on Zohu's face, they found that he did not seem angry. Instead, he was looking at the closed door with interest, as if thinking about something. Chapter 16, Zhou Sihai got into trouble. Back in the room, Joshin felt calm. Although he offended a group of street thugs, he did not gain nothing. Not only did he get hundreds of thousands of villain points, but he also further deepened his understanding of the system. After taking stock of what he had just gained, he found that his villain value, which had almost reached the bottom, was about to return to its previous value. It seems that these street thugs are not here to cause trouble, but to bring warmth to the community. Therefore, Joshin does not have any hatred towards Huang Mao and others. Instead, he hopes that there will be more people like them. In his eyes, Huang Mao and others are just wild monsters in the game, and they are his experience babies. On the contrary, it was Zhou who made Joshin a little wary. This person has a calm aura and a reserved look, and you can tell at first glance that he is not someone to be trifled with. If we can get some villain value from this guy, it will be much more efficient than fighting these minions. However, this idea only flashed through Joshin's mind and disappeared without a trace. Joshin was not afraid of any small minions like Huang Mao. But Zhou is different. With his current strength, he really doesn't have the capital to compete with such a boss-level figure. Putting aside these troubles, Joshin's attention shifted to Yang Wanner again. This silly girl was tortured so badly by me that even though there was a lot of noise outside the door, she didn't wake up. Looking at Yang Wanner sleeping soundly on the bed, Joshin smiled knowingly, then put some money on the corner of the table and turned to walk out of the room. Just now when he brought Yang Wanner here, he found that the girl's bag had been lost somewhere and her cell phone was also missing. If he didn't leave some money for the girl, she might not know how to get home. After finishing all this, Joshin went home to rest. As for Zhou Sihai, Joshin didn't care at all. Once a gambler arrives at a casino, he will basically not leave until he has had a great time. It was already past 3 in the morning when he got home. In order not to disturb his mother, Joshin quietly lay down in the inner room and fell asleep quickly. When he woke up again, it was already 7:30 in the morning. At this time, his mother had already prepared breakfast and asked Joshin to get up and eat. After Joshin walked out of the room, he saw Zhou Sihai was not on the sofa, so he asked his mother, "Mom, where is my uncle?" Zhou Yueling was making breakfast in the kitchen. When she heard Joshin's question, she said with a hint of complaint, "Who knows? Your uncle often stays out all night, so just leave him alone." Oh. After hearing what his mother said, Joshin knew that Zhou Sihai did not come back last night. "Come and eat your breakfast while it's hot. I have to go to work later." When Joshin heard Zhou Yueling say that she was going to work, a strange look appeared on his face. "Mom, I heard from my uncle that you haven't been feeling well recently. Why are you going to work instead of resting?" After Zhou Yueling brought breakfast to the small dining table, she smiled and said to Joshin, "Mom is fine, don't worry." Joshin could see that his mother was a strong-willed person, so he didn't say anything more after hearing her say that. "After all, I have just met my mother and I don't understand many things. Don't be too anxious about everything, take it slow." After having a simple and warm breakfast, Joshin prepared to go back to his room for a nap. He didn't get enough rest last night, so his mind was still a little groggy. But at this moment, the phone at home suddenly rang. Joshin saw Zhou Yueling washing dishes in the kitchen and immediately picked up the phone. "Hello, who is this? Is that Joshin?" Joshin was a little confused when he heard the person on the phone calling him by name. "Yes, it's me, who are you?" "Don't worry about who I am, Zhou Sihai is your uncle, right?" "Yes." "What's wrong?" "You have 30 minutes to bring 300,000 to the top floor of Times Cloud. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the phone, Joshin fell into deep thought. It was obvious that his cheap uncle was in trouble. Thinking of this, Joshin regretted not forcing him to leave last night. At this time, Zhou Yueling came out of the kitchen and asked, "Shinner, who's calling?" Joshin knew that his mother couldn't know about this, so he smiled and said, "It's nothing. My uncle's friend called and said he drank too much last night and rested at his house. Don't worry." When Zhou Yueling heard it was Zhou Sihai's phone call, she didn't take it seriously and said with a slight frown, "Humph, all he does every day is eat and drink with those scoundrel friends. He's 30 years old and still doesn't know how to find a partner." "Mom, finding a partner is a matter of fate, you can't force it." Joshin comforted her. "Well, Shinner, just rest at home. I'm going to work." After saying that, Zhou Yueling changed her clothes and went out. As soon as Zhou Yueling left, Joshin's face instantly frowned. Since the casino called home, it was obvious that the cheap uncle had caused a big trouble. "I must go to Times Cloud, otherwise, who knows what those people might do." Joshin didn't care whether Zhou Sihai was dead or alive, but he couldn't ignore his mother. After all, the people in the casino were very ruthless, and the trouble Zhou Sihai caused might affect his mother. Thinking of this, Joshin tidied up his clothes a little, went out, hailed a car, and headed straight for Times Cloud. On the way, Joshin was a little confused. After all, he had won tens of thousands of dollars for Josihai when he left last night. Although the money was not much, given Josihai's previous cautious gambling personality, he would at most just lose the money and be done with it. How could he cause any trouble? Now they are asking for 300,000, I guess it won't be easy to settle it. Soon, the era of cloud will arrive. Compared to the bustling crowds at night, Sherdai Yunjian seems much quieter during the day. Apart from the security guards and cleaners, there are not many people around. As soon as Joshin entered the door, he was stopped by a young man with a nose ring. Are you Joshin? It's me. Seeing Joshin admit his identity, the boy with the nose ring asked, Did you bring the money? Seeing this person asking for money right away, Joshin asked, Money is easy to talk about, but you have to let me meet him first, right? The boy with the nose ring looked at Joshin and sneered, You're a bit courageous. Okay, follow me. After saying that, he took Joshin and walked into the casino. Chapter 17, Yi Fan's Plan. The two of them came to a hidden private room one after the other. As soon as they entered, Joshin saw Josihai who was tied up. There were two strong men standing next to Josihai. Judging from their attire, they looked like thugs hired by the bar. In addition, there were several middle-aged men sitting on the sofa behind Josihai to the right. The one in the lead was holding a half-burned cigar in his hand and was slowly enjoying it. After entering the room, the boy with the nose ring was no longer as arrogant as he had been when he saw Joshin before. Instead, he walked up to the middle-aged man with a flattering look on his face and said, Brother Leopard, I brought the person to you. Brother Bao's real name is Shin Bao, and he is the boss of this bar. This person is also well known in the underworld. Not only is he fierce in fighting, but he is also very cunning. Therefore, he is also somewhat famous in the underground world of Longcheng. After hearing what his men said, Shin Bao slowly opened his eyes, briefly sized up Joshin at the door, and then snorted coldly, Since you're here, give me the money. I don't have much time to waste on trash like you. Joshin, however, did not follow Shin Bao's advice. Instead, he asked, Let's talk about the money later. If you want money, you must first tell me what happened, why you arrested me, and why you want me to pay you for a ransom. Shin Bao was amused to see that Joshin was not afraid of this scene, but wanted to know the whole story. This kid beat up someone in my bar last night and broke a lot of things. Do you think we should teach him a lesson? Shin Bao said coldly. Fight? Joshin was also shocked when he heard these two words. His uncle has become quite capable. Before, Joshin thought that he was just a verbal jerk, but who would have thought that he would actually dare to take action now? This made Joshin look at his uncle with a new respect. But Joshin couldn't understand why his uncle suddenly got into an argument with someone and even started fighting. Time goes back to yesterday and last night. Not long after Joshin left the nightclub, a close acquaintance of Zhou Hai also came to the bar. This person is Zhou Sihai's former nephew, and now the eldest son of the Yi family Yi Fan. Because Yi Fan is now the future heir of the Yi family, there are naturally people around him who flatter him. In order to please Yi Fan, these people plan to take Yi Fan to Times Cloud to have some fun. Yi Fan was very pleased with their compliments, so he did not reject their kindness. But when everyone came to the Times Cloud together, Yi Fan unexpectedly discovered that Josihai was also here. This made Yi Fan feel extremely disgusted, as if he had eaten a fly for nothing. Thinking back to the beginning, the relationship between Josihai and I was extremely unharmonious. This so-called uncle never treated him well when he was a child. He felt that it was because of his existence that Zhou Yueling suffered. So, I am very dissatisfied with myself. Sometimes he would even teach him a lesson when Zhou Yueling was not around, which made Yi Fan full of malice towards Josihai. But I never thought that on the first day I returned to the Yi family, I would actually run into Josihai here. It really is a narrow road for enemies to meet. Thinking of this, Yi Fan decided to teach this little gangster uncle, his former uncle, a lesson. However, due to his current status, Yi Fan did not speak directly about this matter. Instead, he pointedly said to those who wanted to please him, Is this what you call the fun place? One of them replied with a flattering smile, Young Master Yi, Yunjian is the most fun place in Dragon City these days, especially their princess, who is even more. But why do I feel like there are all kinds of people here? As he spoke, he glanced at the card room with a hint of meaning, which was the direction where Josihai and others were. These lackeys were originally trying to please Yi Fan, and they seemed to be very concerned about guessing people's minds. In an instant, these people caught Yi Fan's gaze. Seeing that it was the people in that booth who made young Master Yi unhappy, one of the second-generation rich people immediately said, Young Master Yi, since you think they are a bit annoying, why don't I find some people to help you get them out? This guy's speech was also very sophisticated. Not only did he express Yifan's thoughts, but he also deliberately emphasized the word please. In fact, everyone knows that the so-called please is not just a simple please. Yifan had also lived 2 lives, so of course he understood that this person had seen through his thoughts. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "Then please be polite and don't make too much noise." Hearing Yifan's words, the man nodded and said, "Don't worry, I have a way." After saying that, he pulled a waiter in the bar and whispered a few words. The waiter nodded, put down the tray in his hand and walked away. Although Yifan didn't know what the guy said to the waiter, he could tell from their expressions that it was probably not a good thing. Afterwards, Yifan was satisfied and continued to follow the others towards the private room that only VIPs could enter. What happened next was that Zhou Sihai had an argument with some people in the bar and then a fight broke out. However, neither Zhou Sihai nor Zhou Shen knew about these things. They thought it was just an ordinary fight and had no idea that this was a trap set by Yifan. Zhou Shen originally wanted to ask Zhou Sihai what happened yesterday. But Zhou Sihai himself was also drunk and he only remembered that there seemed to be an argument and then a fight broke out. The scattered memories really couldn't provide Zhou Shen with any useful information. This made Zhou Shen speechless. This cheap uncle of mine is really a headache. Shen Bao, who was sitting nearby, was secretly annoyed when he saw Zhou Shen asking questions all the time as soon as he came in, not taking him seriously at all. At first, he was curious about Zhou Shen because he was young but brave and loyal, and he also had a good impression of him. But now, seeing that this boy was just a fool, he lost interest and said calmly, "Okay, now I've asked you, have you compensated me for the money?" "What money?" Zhou Shen was still piecing together the information Zhou Sihai had just said, and replied without thinking. After hearing this, Shen Bao's expression changed instantly and he asked, "Are you kidding me?" Zhou Shen came to his senses only after he noticed that there was something wrong with Shen Bao's aura. "You mean compensation? What else? I don't have any money. Do you want to die, kid? Are you kidding me?" "No. I'm telling the truth." "Well, no need to say more. I'll give you 2 options. One is to work as a gigolo in a bar to pay off your debts, or the other is to leave 1 hand for each of you. You can choose. Is there a third way? Don't push your luck, kid. Do you really think I have a good temper?" "No, actually, I heard that in your era, Yunjin, you can make money by boxing. How about I try a couple of fights to pay you off?" After hearing that Zhou Shen even knew about his own business, Shen Bao became even more interested in Zhou Shen. Chapter 18, Who Else? Aerocloud's second underground floor. As the most famous entertainment venue in Longchang, ring fighting is naturally indispensable. Although such private fighting matches are not officially recognized, you can't stop people from watching them. Therefore, in order to cater to the demand, the boss behind Times Cloud opened a free fighting arena on the underground floor. In the past, there were 2 types of people coming to places like this. One was to participate in the competition as a player, and the other was to watch the competition as a spectator. However, a third type of person appeared under the stage today, the one who resolves conflicts. Since it was morning, the place was like a bar and there were not many people. After Zhou Shen and Shen Bao arrived here, they only saw a few cleaners cleaning here. Seeing Shen Bao and his men arrive, one of the cleaners quickly stepped forward and said, "Mr. Shen, there's still a long time before the evening fight. What brings you here?" Shen Bao glanced at the cleaner, then said with a smile, "Nothing, you guys, please stop being busy. I need to use this place now." After hearing Shen Bao's words, the cleaner naturally had no objection. He then called on the others and left the boxing gym with his head down. After everyone else had left, Shen Bao said to Zhou Shen, "Boy, what do you think of my boxing ring?" "It's just so-so." It is said that Zhou Shen had been to some black boxing competition venues abroad before, although at that time he only watched the competition from the perspective of a spectator. But in terms of the overall environment, boxing gyms abroad are much larger than Shen Bao's in terms of luxury and scale. Of course, this is also related to national conditions. After all, in Yen country, this art of physical contact is not officially recognized. Of course, this is not completely prohibited. After all, formal boxing matches are sometimes held here. Shen Bao noticed that Zhou Shen seemed a little arrogant in his attitude when answering him, but he didn't care. He just felt a little curious. This kid was only 18 or 19 years old, so where did he get the confidence to talk to him like that? "Kid, stop talking nonsense. Since you just suggested that we resolve this matter through a fistfight, that's not impossible. But I'm telling you, you have to at least beat my 5 brothers to put this matter to rest. Do you think you can do it? As for Zhou Shun, Shin Bao admires him more for his personality. But when it comes to strength, Shin Bao is really not optimistic. This kid is obviously a spoiled one, with his delicate skin and tender flesh. Let alone 5 brothers, even if you randomly pick one to watch the scene, this kid can't handle it. However, Zhou Shun said calmly, whether it works or not, we'll see with our own hands. If you can't do it, don't try to be stubborn, otherwise you will end up in a miserable state. Shin Bao said jokingly. Zhou Shun seemed to be provoked and sneered, how can a man say no? I'm going to beat 10 of them. 10? You're so arrogant. Do you think my brothers are all those good-for-nothings out there? Shin Bao looked at Zhou Shun and saw that he was not afraid at all and was about to beat 10 people. He felt like he had heard a huge joke. Whether he is a good-for-nothing or not, we'll know after we hit him. Who knows? Zhou Shun said. Are you serious? I'm not kidding you. To be honest, Zhou Shun also wanted to see how strong he was. He would be a fool not to use this free human sandbag. After all, if you beat someone up outside, you have to pay compensation. In the boxing ring, Shin Bao won't have to pay for the medical expenses himself. If that's the case, it would be too shameful for him to be the boss. Since Zhou Shun is so confident, Shin Bao certainly won't refuse. He also wants to see whether this guy is just bragging or he really has the ability. Without further ado, the two simply signed an agreement, promising that after they went on stage, there would be no later settlement of the wins or losses, and the competition officially began. Shin Bao didn't send all 10 of his men up there. Instead, he asked the burly men who were accompanying him, who wants to go up and test this guy's skills? Seeing Zhou Shun's frail appearance, all the younger brothers thought that he was obviously a worthless loser. With their level, it shouldn't take long to take it down. Such a good prop for improving favorability should be used in vain. Immediately, a group of younger brothers rushed to ask for a fight. Brother Leopard, I'm coming. Brother Leopard, let me do it. I guarantee that the battle will be over within 3 minutes. You need 3 minutes, but I can knock this guy down in 1 minute. Seeing how enthusiastic they were, Shin Bao casually pointed to a younger brother and said, let's pick you. Make a quick decision and don't embarrass me. After hearing this, the younger brother patted his chest and said, Brother Bao, just wait and see. I will definitely let this kid know why flowers are so red. Seeing this kid so confident, Shin Bao was very satisfied. At Shin Bao's signal, the boy stepped onto the boxing ring with a leap, and his movements looked particularly handsome. In an instant, the people behind Shin Bao burst into thunderous cheers. They are all young people in their 20s, and they are all scouts walking in the gray area. They like this kind of exciting game the most. However, Zhou Shun, who was standing by, glanced at the younger brother in front of him and said to Shin Bao, he is no match for me. Shin Bao didn't understand Zhou Shun's hidden meaning and instead said mockingly, haha, you're quite arrogant, kid. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, do it quickly. If not, just admit defeat. Humph, since Mr. Shin is here to deliver food, I won't be polite. As he spoke, Zhou Shun also stepped onto the stage. Shin Bao glanced at Zhou Shun and felt a little angry. Where did this kid get his confidence from? He even said that he was delivering food. It was ridiculous. Although the younger brother who fought with him was not a master, he was not a rookie either. Not only had he received relevant training, he also had practical experience. Normally, 3 or 2 people were no match for him. The guy opposite was skinny and there was not a single piece of meat on his body. He was clearly a weakling, yet he dared to yell at him like that. Is this what ignorance and fearlessness mean? Despite this, Shin Bao still winked at his younger brother on the stage, signaling him not to go too far and not to cause any loss of life. After all, I just want money, not life. The younger brother nodded slightly after receiving Shin Bao's signal. Then he looked at Zhou Shun with a gloomy face and said harshly, boy, you are unlucky to meet me today. Back then, I was. However, before the younger brother could finish his words, Zhou Shun instantly appeared in front of him and punched him hard in the face. Bang! The young man didn't even finish his words before he flew out heavily and fell to the ground. However, Zhou Shun didn't even look at the guy. He just touched his fist and said, you talk too much nonsense. Don't you know that villains die because of their excessive talk? The scene was dead silent. Everyone, including Shin Bao, was like a pheasant with its neck strangled, unable to make a sound. Flash sale. Zhou Shen's movements just now were so fast that not only was the younger brother on the stage caught off guard, but Shin Bao and others also failed to react. By the time they realized something was wrong, the person had already been knocked away by Zhou Shen. In the first game, Zhou Shen won with absolute strength. Everyone was stunned by the powerful fighting ability displayed by Zhou Shen. Everyone's eyes were wide open with horror on their faces. They didn't expect that Zhou Shen's strength would be so strong. Zhou Shen didn't look at his unconscious opponent. He wasn't worried that the guy would be in danger. After all, he had held back just now and only used a third of his strength. Moreover, for this punch, Zhou Shen chose to land the punch behind the ear on the acupoint. This is one of the 11 major dizziness points in the human body. As long as the force exceeds a certain level, people will faint directly. After waking up, at most they will have a mild concussion, which is not life-threatening. Who else? Zhou Shen learned this saying from a movie, and now when he says it, he really feels happy. Ding! The host completes the first kill in the arena, domineeringly challenges the villain boss Shin Bao, complies with the villain code of conduct, and obtains a villain value of 99,999. Oh shit! Is this okay? And, is this a provocation? Zhou Shen subconsciously looked at Shin Bao's face, and found that this guy's face had turned a little ugly, and his face was gloomy, as if he was about to explode at the next moment. Chapter 19, Monkey Show. Shin Bao was a little embarrassed to see that his chosen younger brother was no match for Zhou Shen. Hearing Zhou Shen's provocative voice again made him feel even more embarrassed. Shin Bao didn't hesitate this time. He found a strong man among his men and said to him, "Banchue, go up and teach this guy a lesson." The little brother named Banchue nodded immediately, licked his lips, and went on stage again. The guy who came on stage again was definitely a highlight with his physique. With a height of 1.9 meters, he definitely stood out among the many gangsters. With a weight of over 200 kilograms, he is a complete human tank. In stark contrast to Zhou Shen's relatively thin physique, the two people on the stage are completely fresh meat and beasts. Moreover, Shin Bao and others also know the strength of this guy. He is not the kind of big guy who wins only by physical fitness. He is a person with very strong physical flexibility and combat awareness. Back then, in order to fight for territory, this guy single-handedly overturned the opponent's place, and because of this, he was valued by Shin Bao and kept by his side. However, in Zhou Shen's eyes, this person seemed to have nothing else to offer except that he was much stronger than himself. Zhou Shen didn't think he did anything wrong regarding the sudden attack just now. However, it seems that it is not a good idea to use this method on the person in front of me. So Zhou Shen asked for the first time, "What's your name?" "Tan Ku," the strong man shouted. Zhou Shen almost laughed out loud when he heard the reply from this burly young man. Tank? The name really suits the person. Kid, I'm different from that loser just now. I once killed a cow with one punch. If you know what's good for you, it's still not too late to admit defeat now, otherwise. Tanka said this not to argue with Zhou Shen, but because he didn't want to waste time on Zhou Shen. If he could get Zhou Shen to admit defeat on his own initiative, he wouldn't have to take action. But Zhou Shen didn't care about Tanka's words. Instead, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense and do it." Seeing that his attempt to persuade him to surrender was ineffective, Tanka could only raise his fists and make an attacking gesture. Judging from Zhou Shen's posture, it seems that he has learned boxing for a few years. However, he still didn't strike any poses. Instead, he smiled and said, "Looks good, okay." Hearing this, Tanka became angry instantly. He had just wanted to give him a kind reminder, but now this guy was acting like an elder and was actually evaluating him. This made Tanka a little unbearable, so he stepped forward and threw a left punch. The force of the punch was so strong that it could almost affect people outside the arena. However, just when everyone thought that Zhou Shen would be knocked away by the punch, they saw him just duck sideways and dodge the attack. At the same time, he didn't forget to sneer, "Too slow." Ding! The host mocked a minor character with little fame, gaining villain value plus 999. Only 999. It seems that this little brother is not worth much. Zhou Shen sighed helplessly in his heart. Compared to big names like Zhou Hu and Shin Bao, Zhou Shen really disdains little-known characters like Banchue. But although flies are small, they are still meat and cannot be wasted. Since mocking this guy can gain villain value, Zhou Shen naturally would not refuse. Seeing that his first punch missed, Tanka threw another follow-up punch. Obviously, Zhou Shen dodged again. Tanka continued to chase and Zhou Shen continued to dodge. After a few exchanges, Joshin managed to dodge all of Tan Ke's nearly 20 combo attacks. This surprised Shin Bao and the audience. As for Tan Ke's skills, he had personal experience. Let alone 20 moves, even if it was 3 moves, most people would not be able to dodge it as easily as Joshin could. And looking at Joshin's appearance, he not only didn't feel any effort, but he was even mocking Tan Ke while dodging. Too slow, are you carrying too much fat? You should lose some weight. That punch is not powerful enough. Didn't you eat breakfast? Your posture is terrible. You must have learned these fighting skills from your master's wife. While mocking, the system prompt sound in Joshin's mind kept ringing. The idiots on the stage were almost driven crazy by Joshin. This guy was like a slippery loach. He never fought with them face to face. He just kept dodging and kept talking nonsense with his stinky mouth. It was really infuriating. Kid, if you have the guts, don't hide. Take your grandpa Tan Ke's punch. Joshin listened to these idiotic words and sneered, "Are you stupid? I'm already giving you face by not hitting you, and you actually told me not to hide. Did you get hit on the head by the door this morning and are you a little confused?" Bang Shui on the stage was so angry that he didn't notice anything unusual, but Shin Bao in the audience felt something was wrong. He knew that Bang Shui's mind was in a mess, and he punched with great force, but the attack efficiency of these punches was obviously insufficient. He wasted a lot of physical strength and would soon fall into a situation of exhaustion. Moreover, although that kid seemed to be dodging all the time, he was able to dodge the attack of the club every time in such a small range. That required more than just luck, but more of strength. Therefore, Shin Bao immediately judged that Joshin's strength was far beyond Bang Shui's, and he was just playing tricks on him. Although he didn't know what Joshin meant by doing this, Shin Bao couldn't help but feel a little angry. At this moment, Zhou Sheng didn't care about Shin Bao's expression at all. He was constantly gaining experience. Ding! The host has angered a minor character of some fame, gaining villain value plus 999. In just a few minutes, this reminder sounded more than a dozen times. Amidst his witty remarks, the idiot on the opposite side was trying hard to provide him with villain value, which is why Joshin did not get this guy off the stage immediately. Looking at the ever-increasing villain value, Joshin's originally depressed mood actually improved, and his body became lighter and more flexible. Like a monkey, he jumped left and right on the ring, and kept provoking the big guy opposite with words. Even under such continuous ridicule, Joshin still earned a few thousand yuan. Looking at this little villain value, Joshin couldn't help but want to laugh. After fighting for 10 minutes, Tan Ke realized the problem. It seemed that he was no match for the young man in front of him, so he stopped punching rashly. Seeing that Tan Ke had stopped moving, Joshin asked with interest, "Hey, big guy, are you tired?" After hearing Joshin's words, Tan Ke even wanted to kill Joshin. But he really couldn't beat him, there was really nothing he could do, so Tan Ke said to Shin Bao in the audience, "Brother Bao, I lost, this kid has some tricks." Shin Bao's face suddenly became even uglier when he saw that Tan Ke, the most proud person beside him, was helpless against Joshin and even admitted defeat. "Good boy, there's something, then don't blame me." Then Shin Bao waved his hand and called one of his men over, whispering a few words in his ear. The man nodded, and then ran towards the training room behind the boxing ring. "Boy, I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. I'll give you a chance. How about joining me?" Shin Bao stared at Joshin and said, "Hang with you? Yes, if you join me, I won't pursue your uncle's affairs. I'll give you a base salary of 30,000 yuan a month, and commissions for missions. What do you think?" Although Shin Bao felt a little embarrassed after losing 2 games in a row, he also realized that this kid named Zhou was indeed a promising talent. In terms of fighting alone, he was indeed capable. This made Shin Bao unable to help but feel his admiration for talent, and he wanted to recruit Joshin as his disciple. However, what Shin Bao didn't expect was that just after he extended the olive branch, Joshin on the stage just smiled, and then said with a look of disgust, "What future is there in hanging out with you guys? If you don't do well, you'll be chopped down by others, and if you do well, you'll be dealt with by the country. Don't forget your identity." Then, Joshin said again, "More importantly, my mother won't let me. If she knew I was hanging out with you, she would break my legs." When Shin Bao heard Joshin calling someone a gangster, his face instantly turned ugly. He did come from a bad background, but now he has officially been cleared of all charges. Now, anyone who sees him has to call him Mr. Shin. This guy keeps calling people thugs. Who is he looking down on? Ding! The host has angered boss Shin Bao, gaining villain value plus 99,999. Humph. You're such a fool. You think you're a master just because you defeated a few minions. What a joke. You'll be in for a treat soon. As a big boss, Shin Bao also has his own pride. Since he cannot be won over, he will teach him a lesson. He wants everyone to know that it is not easy to lose face for him, Shin Bao. At this moment, Shin Bao really took this fight seriously. Chapter 20, 1 verses 3. In the hotel room. Yang Wanner slightly opened her clear eyes, and when she saw the unfamiliar environment around her, her eyes suddenly became a little blurred. My instinctive reaction was to get up and move around, but my whole body felt like it had been run over by a car and I had no strength at all. He shook his dizzy and swollen head, forcing himself to become more sober. However, when she was fully awake, she saw the blue and purple marks on her body in waves of discomfort. The experienced Yang Wanner realized what had happened. Yang Wanner was devastated. She had never imagined that she would encounter such a thing twice in one day. This was difficult for her to accept. What made her even more desperate was that the first time she knew that the bastard was Yishin, but the second time she didn't even know who he was. Don't let me know who you are, or I'll teach you a lesson. After making such harsh words, Yang Wanner couldn't help but feel discouraged. She wondered what kind of god had she offended these days to make her so unlucky. He originally wanted to take advantage of the time when the bastard Yishin was abandoned by the Yi family to avenge his girlfriend, but he never expected that he would fall into the tiger's mouth and send blood to the bastard for nothing. Because he was in a bad mood, he left his bodyguards and sneaked into the bar to get drunk at night, but then he was drugged, so he didn't even know who the other person was. It was really bad luck that opened the door to bad luck. He was extremely unlucky. After lying in bed and grieving for a long time, Yang Wanner got up after regaining some strength and put on the clothes thrown aside one by one. Then she staggered to the hotel front desk and asked the front desk to check yesterday's surveillance footage for her. She wanted to see which bastard had drugged her and brought her here. At this time, the hotel front desk also recognized her as the little princess of the Yang group. Naturally, they did not dare to neglect her. The manager personally took her to the monitoring room and retrieved the surveillance footage from last night for her. But when Yang Wanner saw the familiar figure in the surveillance video, she almost fainted. Why is it that bastard again? Yang Wanner never expected that she would fall into the hands of the same person twice in one day. That bastard not only bullied his girlfriend, but now he has come to her twice in one day and left her covered in bruises. Is he her nemesis? What's wrong with this? Even TV dramas don't dare to act like this. But for some reason, when Yang Wanner saw that the person who brought her to the hotel last night was Zhou Shun, she felt a little relieved. But she was still heartbroken, and her hatred for Zhou Shen became even stronger. After leaving the hotel, Yang Wanner hesitated for a moment, then took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Uncle Wang, can you help me check Yi? No, his name should be Zhou Shen now. Where does this bastard live? However, what Yang Wanner didn't expect was that the bastard he was talking about was now on the underground floor of Times Cloud, fighting with a group of burly men. The boxing ring is always full of experts, and as the largest boxing venue in Dragon City, it also has its own professional boxers, many of whom are award-winning boxers in various competitions. Shin Bao originally didn't want to use these people, but these minions under his command were obviously no match for Zhou Shen, so he had no choice but to let these people take action, otherwise he would never be able to regain his face today. When these people appeared in the boxing gym, Zhou Shen's eyes couldn't help but light up. I saw that they were all strong and healthy. Just by looking at their physique and build, I could tell that they were not ordinary people. Moreover, these professional players carry an inexplicable murderous aura with them as soon as they appear on the stage. It may be because they have fought so many times in this ring and it has accumulated over time. This made Zhou Shen take them seriously. After all, they were professional boxers and not as easy to fool as Shin Bao's previous subordinates. But Shin Bao saw that among those who came out, there was no general he wanted to see, so he immediately asked in a deep voice, "Why didn't Wang Ba come?" The subordinate who went to call for help saw that Shin Bao was a little angry, and said tremblingly with his head down, "Brother Wang went out today, whatever, he's not here." This bastard actually went out to do these things in broad daylight. Sooner or later he will die on a woman's belly. Shin Bao said angrily. "Brother Bao, don't be angry. I just called and Brother Wang will be back soon." "Right away? What kind of answer is that? What time, what minute, what second? You should tell me exactly when he will be back." "Right away? Are you trying to fool me?" Seeing Shin Bao was angry, the gangster didn't dare to respond. Now Zhou Shin is standing on the stage arrogantly. After persuading Tan Ke to withdraw, no one has come up to teach him a lesson. Especially since he just made a harsh statement, saying that he would send an expert to give Zhou Shin a hard time. Now that Wang Ba, the strongest of his men, is not here, Shin Bao feels a little embarrassed. Seeing that no one was coming up to fight him, Zhou Shin immediately said, "Hey, are you guys still going to fight or not? If not, I'll take my uncle and leave." Shin Bao was annoyed when he heard Zhou Shin's words. He said coldly, "You've already won 2 games. This time, I'll let a real professional boxer take the stage." "You're most welcome," Zhou Shin said lightly. "Zhong Chang, go up and meet him." Following Shin Bao's call, a middle-aged man in his 30s stepped onto the stage. After seeing this person, Zhou Shin said calmly, "He's a speed-type player, he's no match for me. In order not to waste our time, find 2 more people to attack together." When Shin Bao heard this, he didn't hesitate and said immediately, "Li Chang, Tai Tu, you 2 go up too." Soon, 2 more people came on stage. Both of them were strong men with big shoulders and strong waists. 1 vs 3. 3 fat and strong adults surrounded Zhou Shin, just like 3 hungry wolves staring at a little lamb. The scene was really eye-catching. But neither Shin Bao nor anyone else dared to be negligent, because they had witnessed Zhou Shin's fighting ability. Even a master like Bang Shui was like a monkey in front of him, being fooled around by him. Even if these people went on stage together, they might not be a match for this guy. Sure enough, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Zhou Shin's attack began. Zhou Shin could see that the 3 people on the opposite side were all professional boxers, 2 of them were power type and 1 was speed type. So he decided to get rid of the fastest guy first, and then turn around to deal with the 2 gorilla-like guys. Therefore, without waiting for them to take the initiative to attack, Zhou Shin's body pressed directly towards the guy who came on stage first like a cannonball, and his huge fist, with a sharp fist wind, smashed towards his head. If an ordinary person were to fight and see someone attacking him, his first reaction would not be to attack, but to defend or dodge. But as a boxer, Zhong Chang knows that offense is the best defense. Since the opponent has already attacked, he cannot hide, he can only fight back, and he must be faster and stronger than the opponent, only then can he win. At that moment, he also rushed towards Zhou Shin with his fist raised. However, what he didn't know was that in front of Zhou Shin's powerful grandmaster-level fighting skills, his moves were like being analyzed in slow motion, full of loopholes. Zhou Shin arrived first after coming from behind, and his powerful punch penetrated the thin boxing gloves and hit Zhong Chang's chest hard. Before he could react, Zhou Shin followed up with a flying kick, accurately kicking him in the waist. There was a series of crack sounds, and then Zhong Chang's body was kicked away like a piece of rotten wood. He fainted before he even had time to scream. Chapter 21, Strong Bullying. The competition in the ring is still going on. Zhou Shin's sudden outburst and the strength he displayed by quickly defeating Zhong Chang completely shocked everyone. No one expected that Zhou Shin would dare to take the initiative to attack when facing the disadvantageous situation of 3 masters alone, and he took care of one of them so quickly, turning the situation on the field into 1 against 2. The remaining 2 people looked at each other and rushed towards Zhou Shin at the same time. One of them was obviously a Muay Thai master. He was also very confident and did not even test Zhou Shin. He immediately launched a high-flying kick at Zhou Shin, and his long legs like axe went straight to Zhou Shin's head. There are no rules in such boxing matches. The only thing you can do on the field is to knock down your opponent or be knocked down by your opponent, instead of worrying about what method you use to defeat your opponent. Compared to the knocked-out Zhong Chang, the guy in front of him was not fast, but his attacks were sharper and more powerful. The other one rushed to Zhou Shin's right side, and his sandbag-sized fist went straight to Zhou Shin's forehead. If he was hit, the lightest injury would be a concussion. But Zhou Shin did not retreat. Although the opponent's speed seemed as fast as lightning in the eyes of others, in Zhou Shin's eyes, he was far less powerful. Instead of retreating, he quickly stepped forward, stretched out his right hand, accurately grabbed Li Chang's ankle, and then grabbed his foot and threw him to the ground. Li Chang, who was in mid-air, had no chance to change his tactics and was slammed to the ground by inertia. Fortunately, this guy was strong enough and got up quickly after falling. Zhou Shin was also unable to pursue the attack because Taiyatu's flying fist was hitting him from the side, so he could only let him go and turn around to defend himself. While avoiding Taiyatu's fist, Li Chang also got up from the ground, then got into his boxing stance and continued the game. In the last round, Zhou Shin fought 1 against 2, and not only did he not lose, he almost seriously injured the big guy Li Chang. This is really surprising. After adjusting his mentality and posture, Li Chang launched another attack, swinging his right fist straight towards Zhou Shen's temple like an arrow. Li Chang was already furious at this time. He was full of confidence and never expected that his powerful attack would be blocked by the pale-faced scholar-like kid opposite him. Moreover, if it weren't for the help of that big stupid guy Tai Tu, he might have been injured. This made him feel humiliated and he urgently needed to redeem himself. Moreover, in this fight, they are 3 against 1, which can be regarded as using the majority to bully the minority. If they win, it will be fine, but if they lose, they will never be able to stay here again. It's too embarrassing. The same goes for Tai Tu. He knows that if he can't knock out his opponent in this match, he will be laughed at by others even if he wins. Therefore, no matter whether it is Li Chang or Tai Tu, they have no way to retreat at this time, and can only fight to the death. Therefore, when Li Chang launched the attack, Tai Tu also moved. But what they didn't know was that Zhou Shen didn't want to waste time either, so when they launched the attack, Zhou Shen went up to meet them again. He ignored Li Chang's punch and rushed straight into his arms. As Li Chang's fist passed by Zhou Shen's ear, Zhou Shen's left fist directly broke through his defense and hit him hard on the head. At the same time, he rotated his body and did a beautiful side kick, kicking Li Chang directly out. This time, Zhou Shen used all his strength without holding back at all, and hit Li Chang's head with huge force. More importantly, without the protection of gloves, even Muay Thai fighters with strong resistance to blows cannot withstand it. After a muffled groan, Li Chang fell directly on the ring and couldn't get up for a long time. Zhou Shen did not hesitate. While knocking Li Chang down, he rolled on the ground to avoid Tai Tu's attack. Then he quickly stood up and stood opposite Tai Tu, waiting for his opportunity to strike. Tai Tu was also shocked by Zhou Shen's powerful strength at this time. He knocked down 2 professional boxers in 2 rounds. Such skills were truly shocking. What shocked him even more was that such skills appeared in a weak young man. It was even more incredible. Could it be that this guy started practicing boxing in the womb? Although he knew that he was in great danger in this battle, Tai Tu knew that in their line of work, the only way to survive was to be beaten to death in the ring, rather than surrender. What's more, he is not without any chance at the moment. It can be seen that the physical fitness of the young man opposite is still not good enough. Now his forehead is sweating, but he doesn't feel it at all. Maybe he can defeat the opponent with his physical strength. Thinking of this, Tai Tu immediately took a step forward, and his left hook punch attacked Zhou Shen's chin again, and his right fist followed closely, as powerful as a tiger. Zhou Shen did feel physically exhausted at this time. Although he had not yet reached the point of exhaustion, he felt that his movements were not as flexible as before. So this time he didn't fight hard like before, but shook his body slightly, relying on his speed and butterfly steps to dodge the opponent's attack. But Tai Tu did not give up. He adjusted the angle again and hit Zhou Shen in the face with his right fist. When Zhou Shen dodged again, he kneed Zhou Shen in the waist and abdomen. Zhou Shen hurriedly threw a punch, hitting Tai at his thigh. He took 2 steps back due to the recoil force before he managed to steady himself. This guy still has some strength, but Zhou Shen is not worried. He feels that the time is almost up and it is time to clean up. Zhou Shen stretched out his arms, hooked his finger at Tai Tu, and made an attitude of come on. Tai Tu did not disappoint Zhou Shen. After a slight adjustment, he pounced on Zhou Shen again. While hitting Zhou Shen with his left fist, he kicked Zhou Shen's calf with a sweeping kick. Zhou Shen stared at Tai Tu with his eyes, locking onto him with all his energy. Just when Tai Tu's fist was about to hit Zhou Shen in the face, Zhou Shen moved. He turned his head to the right and avoided Tai Tu's fist. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and swung it in a series of attacks, hitting Tai Tu's face and chest in a very short period of time, knocking him out directly. After Tai Tu was knocked away, Zhou Shen did not stop attacking. He took a few steps forward and then hit Tai Tu's head with a flying knee. With a click, Zhou Shen's knee hit Tai Tu's shoulder hard, breaking his collarbone. His right foot flew up and kicked Tai Tu in the stomach again before he landed on the ground. Bang! Tai Tu's body was kicked hard again, and then fell directly under the ring, landing in front of Shin Bao. Throughout the whole process, Zhou Shen's movements were smooth and fierce. When the iron head fell to the ground, the entire boxing ring was silent and the scene was dead silent. Chapter 22, The King and the Tyrant Take the Stage. After the dead silence, Shin Bao was the first to react. He clapped his hands and said, "What a skill! No wonder you dare to speak so arrogantly." However, Zhou Shen said calmly, "If your people are all this kind of vulnerable trash, then don't send them up. It's meaningless. Ha, these guys are just warm-up minions. Since you're not satisfied, let me, my strongest boxer, fight you." Shinbao then said to his younger brother beside him, "Tell Wang Ba, if I don't see him in 5 minutes, chop off one of his arms." Yes. The little minion hurried out to make a phone call. He knew that Brother Leopard was usually not angry, but once he was angry, no one could stop him. Soon, the door of the boxing ring was pushed open, and a burly man over 1.9 meters tall, with a body like half an iron tower and covered in flesh, walked in from outside. Seeing this person, Joshin couldn't help but look sideways. This guy is full of murderous aura. You can tell at a glance that he is a master. Maybe he has fought in an underground boxing ring. If he really is that kind of person, his fighting ability must be amazing. Even if I have master-level fighting skills, I may not be his opponent. Brother Leopard, here I come. Although Wang Bao was a little afraid of Shin Bao, he was not like those people. After all, he was the strongest fighter under Shin Bao, and he did not need to lick Shin Bao like ordinary minions. Shin Bao saw Wang Ba finally coming, but he didn't blame Wang Ba too much. Instead, he said, "See that kid on the stage? You have 5 minutes to knock him down, life or death." As he spoke, Shin Bao pointed at Zhou Shin on the stage with the hand holding the cigar. Wang Ba followed Shin Bao's instructions and looked at Zhou Shin. He couldn't help but sneer, "Brother Bao, you called me back so urgently just to beat up such a weak kid?" He saw that Wang Ba was just like him just now, looking down on Zhou Shin because of his weak appearance. Shin Bao said coldly, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't be fooled by his appearance. This guy has already beaten several of us. Zhong Chang, Li Chang, and Tai Shou were all defeated by him." What? Him? Wang Ba really didn't quite believe what Shin Bao said. It seems that this kid is not as powerful as Shin Bao said. Especially the way he looks now, he has been panting all the time, which is clearly due to exhaustion. How could such a loser beat those idiots? Brother Leopard, are you serious? Shin Bao rolled his eyes at him and said calmly, "You only have 5 minutes. Wang Ba knew Shin Bao's temper, so he didn't continue to pester him, but strode onto the ring. As soon as he stood on the stage, Wang Ba seemed like a different person, and his murderous nature could not be hidden at all. He stared at Zhou Shin with bloodthirsty eyes, as if he was looking at prey. Wang Ba is such a person. In the arena, he is a bloodthirsty, hungry wolf. His opponents often have broken arms or legs after competing with him. No one can say that they can walk off the stage intact. However, Shin Bao was very satisfied with such a boxer. After all, this was the effect the audience wanted. The more brutal he is, the more audiences he attracts. The medical expenses Shin Bao paid were just a drop in the bucket compared to the profits. Zhou Shin had indeed consumed a lot of physical strength because of the series of round-robin battles just now. Although he has acquired master-level fighting skills due to the system, a person's combat effectiveness is more dependent on his physical fitness than fighting skills. This is just like the peerless masters in martial arts novels. In addition to having awesome moves, they also need strong internal strength. It is impossible to become a top master without having moves and no internal strength. Zhou Shin is now a person who has only moves but no internal strength, and is unable to fully display the actual combat power of a grandmaster-level fighter. Seeing Wang Ba enter the ring, Zhou Shin stood up straight and said calmly, "This one's not bad. At least he's no longer a useless noob." Wang Ba had never seen such an arrogant person before. He sneered and said, "Boy, you are so good. How dare you talk to your master like that?" Zhou Shin snorted coldly, "It's true that when there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. A mere thug who's just looking after the place actually dares to call himself the master. Aren't you afraid of shortening your life? You said I'm a gangster?" Wang Ba said angrily. "Ha! Those who work under a gangster are naturally gangsters too." Zhou Shin's cold words naturally made everyone present feel uncomfortable. These words were a collective attack. It's not very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. May your bones be harder than your mouth. As he spoke, Wang Ba rushed towards Zhou Shin, waving his fist. Before his fist hit him, a strong gust of wind had already arrived, which showed how strong this person was. Logically speaking, with Zhou Shin's strength, he could easily avoid this punch. After all, Wang Ba's punch was not complicated. It just relied on its force, weight, and speed, without much skill. However, because Zhou Shin had previously exhausted too much physical energy, his body was unable to keep up with the reaction speed of his brain. Although the consciousness instructed the brain to dodge, the body was a little slow. Although he had avoided the vital parts, Wang Ba's attack concentrated on his right shoulder. Bang! Under the huge force of Wang Ba's punch, his body flew backwards and hit the guardrail of the ring. This was the first time Joshin was beaten after traveling to this world, and the burning pain instantly spread throughout his body. Due to the injury to his shoulder, Joshin felt a burning pain in his shoulder. Damn, it turns out that being beaten feels so bad. Joshin sighed in his heart. Wang Ba was secretly proud of himself when he saw that his attack was successful. He did not continue to pursue, but Shin Bao in the audience said proudly, "Brother Bao, this kid can't even take a punch from me, how can he beat Zhong Chang, Tai Shou, and others with this level?" Shin Bao was stunned when he saw Wang Ba succeed in his attack. Zhou Shen's powerful fighting ability just now really shocked him. In his opinion, even if Wang Ba could win, it would be a miserable victory. However, I didn't expect that this guy was so strong that he gained the upper hand with just a light blow. It seems that this battle is a sure win. Very good, Wang Ba, if you win this fight, I'll give you a bonus of 100,000. When Wang Ba heard Shin Bao's words, his eyes lit up instantly. Although 100,000 is not a lot, he could earn millions for each fight in his prime. But now that he has retired, this 100,000 is still very attractive to retired boxers like them. Brother Bao is kind, just wait and see, today I will teach this kid a lesson for you. After saying that, he was ready to teach Joshin a lesson again. But Joshin was taking the time to recover his strength. Seeing Wang Ba approaching him again, Joshin rubbed his shoulders and snorted coldly, "Teach me a lesson." "You're overthinking it. I won't give you another chance." Hearing Joshin's words, Wang Ba laughed sarcastically and said, "Is this your last act of stubbornness?" After saying that, Wang Ba took up his stance again and rushed towards Wang Ba with his fists raised. The huge body was like a cannonball fired from a gun, with an astonishing speed. The fierce fist wind brought Joshin a sense of death and oppression, heading straight for his temple. Chapter 23, It's a Small World. In the boxing ring, Wang Ba's fierce blow shocked everyone. Everyone knew that Wang Ba was ready to end the fight quickly. If the young man was hit by him, he would either die or be injured. For a moment, everyone present held their breath and stared at the boxing ring, fearing that they would miss the most exciting scene. However, what they didn't expect was that just when Wang Ba's fist was about to hit Joshin, his body suddenly moved to a strange angle, cleverly avoiding Wang Ba's fist. Grandmaster level fighting is not just about attacking moves, defense and dodging are also extremely powerful. Joshin's current physical condition is not enough for him to exert his full strength, but after recovering a little, he can still fight with this beast-like guy. Joshin is very clear about his current situation. If he fights head-on, his chances of winning are almost zero. But if we engage in a fight, we may not have no chance of winning. Therefore, he decided to use the butterfly step in Grandmaster level fighting to wear down this bastard, draining his physical strength while looking for an opportunity to defeat him. Then the scene suddenly changed. After Wang Ba's attack failed to work, he was furious and punched Joshin like a storm. However, Joshin was like Duan Yu, the middle school boy who learned the Lingbo Weibu in Tianlong Ba. He stuck close to Wang Ba and dodged back and forth. Although he was so close, Wang Ba's fist could never hit Joshin. After throwing dozens of punches, Wang Ba, who was as strong as an ox, began to sweat on his forehead, and his arrogance was not as strong as before. "Damn it, do you only know how to hide?" Wang Ba steadied himself, turned around and spoke viciously to Joshin. Joshin said nonchalantly, "We're competing in a tournament, not the Olympics, so why not hide?" "You. Stop the you me thing. If you're capable, beat me. If you're not, stop talking nonsense. Looking for death, watch my fist." However, Wang Ba's rage did not solve the problem, but made him even more irritable and angry. Another 15 minutes passed. Wang Ba had no idea how many punches he had thrown. At this time, he was already gasping for breath. Although Joshin was also out of breath, he was not as embarrassed as Wang Ba. Seeing that this guy had been almost dragged down by him, Joshin knew it was time to end it. When Wang Ba's fist came towards him again, Joshin, relying on his flexible body, grabbed Wang Ba's right hand and pulled it, thus directly dissolving Wang Ba's move. At the same time, an uppercut hit Wang Ba's jaw. Bang! Wang Ba's jaw, which is an extremely vulnerable part of the human body, was hit hard and his body fell heavily on the ring like a dead fish. Although Wang Ba struggled to stand up again after falling to the ground, everyone knew that his fighting power was only 1/10 of what it was and he was no match for Joshin. Just as Wang Ba was about to attack again, Shin Bao's voice rang out in the middle of the field, "Stop! Wang Ba, go get some treatment. Brother Leopard, I can still fight. Alright, I lost. I still have a bit of courage." As he was speaking, the door of the boxing gym was suddenly kicked open, and then several men in black rushed in hurriedly, led by Zhou Hu. After seeing Zhou Hu and others, Shin Bao was also a little surprised. The boss of his family is usually very busy, so how come he has time to come to him today, and even to this fighting arena? Does he have something urgent to discuss with him? He never dreamed that Zhou Hu came here just for Zhou Shen. Zhou Hu felt a little uncomfortable after learning that someone was causing trouble in his own bar, but when he found out that this person was actually related to Zhou Shen, Zhou Hu didn't think twice and hurried towards Shidai Yunjian. Although he has not yet thoroughly investigated the background of this young man Zhou Shen, he can see that he is not a simple person. Come to think of it, it takes a lot of skill for an ordinary person to be able to deal with so many thugs so easily. Zhou Hu naturally wants to recruit people like this under his command. If he cannot win them over, he will try not to offend them. Therefore, when Zhou Hu came, he was very nervous. He knew Shin Bao's character. He was irritable and reckless. He would do anything when he got hot-headed. Zhou Hu was really worried that he was too late and that guy had already offended people. If that were the case, no matter how helpless Zhou Hu was, he had no choice but to completely get rid of the former eldest son of the Yi family. But when he opened the door, he found that everything was not as bad as he had imagined. When he saw Shin Bao pointing fingers at Zhou Shen, Zhou Hu hurriedly said, "Stop." Zhou Hu's angry roar was like the roar of a tiger in the forest, which directly shocked everyone in the field. Zhou Shen was also stunned when he saw Zhou Hu here. How could he suddenly appear here? Could it be that Time's Cloud is his property? While he was lost in thought, Zhou Hu strode up to Zhou Shen and said with a smile, "Little brother, we meet again." "Well, this world is really small," Zhou Shen said lightly. Shin Bao looked at the two people in front of him, stood up and walked over, and said in surprise, "Brother Hu, do you know each other?" "Well, I met him last night." "This young man is no ordinary man," Zhou Hu said meaningfully. Zhou Shen's expression didn't change at all because of Zhou Hu's praise. He said calmly, "Thank you." Zhou Hu smiled and said, "I already know what happened. It was all just a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Shin Bao said in surprise, not understanding what his elder brother meant. "It's normal for young people to fight and play around. How about we just let this matter go?" Zhou Hu said. Shin Bao was secretly surprised. What was his boss trying to do? Why did it seem like he was trying to please this kid? Zhou Shen wasn't too surprised by Zhou Hu's attitude. He simply said, "First of all, I want to know what happened last night and how my uncle got injured. As for whether or not to keep it secret, I need to understand the truth first." When Shin Bao heard this, he immediately became unhappy and said angrily, "Boy, I advise you to quit while you are ahead. Otherwise, the consequences will not be something you can bear." At this time, Zhou Sihai had also woken up. When he heard this, he shuddered all over. He knew what kind of person Shin Bao was. He was the most ferocious red stick thug on Longcheng Road and once slashed his way through an entire street alone. If such a vicious person really gets angry, ordinary people like them cannot afford to provoke him. Anyway, he didn't suffer much loss, so he said hurriedly, "Nephew, let's not pursue this matter anymore, let's go back quickly." However, Zhou Shen said coldly, "Whether it's beating people up or being beaten, everything should be clear. I fought on stage for a long time, so I should have figured out the whole story." Shin Bao frowned, looked at Zhou Shen, and then said to Zhou Sihai, "You're the person involved, so you tell the truth. If you dare to tell even a single lie, you won't be able to leave here unscathed today." Zhou Sihai's mouth twitched, and he looked a little timid. For a moment, he couldn't say anything. Zhou Shen knew that his uncle was just an ordinary person, without any special abilities and without having seen much of the world. Being stared at so viciously by Shin Bao, he naturally felt nervous. "Just tell the truth, and leave the rest to me," Zhou Shen said lightly. When Zhou Sihai heard Zhou Shen's voice, for some reason, his uneasy heart surprisingly calmed down. Afterwards, he carefully recalled what happened last night, and then told everything that happened last night. Chapter 24, I Need an Explanation. It turned out that after Zhou Shen left last night, Zhou Sihai and others' drinking party was still going on. But just as the drinking party was coming to an end, a waiter brought them a bottle of foreign liquor. Zhou Sihai and the others were all dizzy from drinking, and they didn't care about anything else and just drank the bottle of wine. However, less than 5 minutes later, several people broke into the booth where Zhou Sihai and others were, saying that Zhou Sihai and others had stolen the wine they brought with them, and even asked the waiter who served the wine to testify. Zhou Sihai and others naturally would not take the blame. They directly said that the wine was brought by the waiter and they did not rob it. But the waiter said with certainty that he was originally going to serve wine to guests at other tables, but it was Joe Shurhai who pulled him into the booth and snatched the wine away and drank it. Moreover, the waiter pointed to the empty wine bottle on the table as evidence. With both witnesses and evidence present, the other party directly demanded compensation from Joe Shurhai and others, and asked for a whopping price of $300,000. Joe Shurhai and others naturally would not accept such a thing. Then a fierce conflict broke out between the two sides and directly evolved into a fight. After a fight, Joe Shurhai and others were beaten black and blue, and the situation was not brought under control until the bar security came out. But since the other party had not been drinking, when he saw the bar security coming out, he realized that the situation was not good and left early. Joe Shurhai and others were either injured or drunk, and were eventually detained by Shin Bao's men. Because of their fight, the bar suffered heavy losses. In addition, Joe Shurhai was the first person involved, so Shin Bao blamed the bar's losses on him, and then what happened next happened. After listening to Joe Shurhai's narration, not only Zhou Shun, but also Zhou Hu, Shin Bao and others felt something was wrong. This matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. First of all, there is definitely something wrong with that waiter, and secondly, there is something wrong with those people too. The whole thing seems to be obviously planned by someone, and the purpose is to target Joe Shurhai. You too, this matter involves the waiters of your bar. I think it's okay to check the on-site surveillance footage from last night. Zhou Shun said lightly. Shin Bao was about to refuse. After all, bars are a mixed crowd and are more or less involved in the gray industry. How could the surveillance footage be shown to anyone? But before he could say anything, he heard Zhou Hu say, "Okay, go to the monitoring room." Brother Tiger. Before Shin Bao could continue, Zhou Hu said in a deep voice, "My words are no longer effective?" Shin Bao knew that his boss was angry, and hurriedly said, "Yes." Soon the group arrived at the monitoring room and retrieved the surveillance video from last night. Judging from the surveillance video, everything was normal from the time Zhou Shun left until 11 o'clock in the evening. However, at 11:30, when a man in waiter's clothes walked into the booth with a tray, things began to develop in an uncontrollable direction. First someone came to cause trouble, then there was an argument, and finally a fight. Until the bar security showed up and took the situation under control. It's already obvious that Joe Shurhai and others have been plotted against. After watching the surveillance video, Zhou Shun stared at Zhou Hu and said in a cold voice, "Boss Zhou, we need an explanation." Zhou Hu and Shin Bao looked at each other and saw anger in each other's eyes. Their anger was not directed at Zhou Shun, but at certain people within their group. You have to know that this is no longer a simple fight or disturbance, but their people actually helped others to frame the guests. Isn't this damaging the reputation of Times Cloud? If this gets out, who would dare to come here to spend money in the future? Zhou Hu nodded to Zhou Shun and said, "Wait a moment, I'll check this out." Then, Zhou Hu turned to Shin Bao and said, "Call the waiter over." Yes. In less than 5 minutes, a nervous young man was brought in front of everyone. Zhou Hu pointed at Joe Shurhai, who was standing beside him with a bruised face, and said, "Remember him?" I don't remember." Bang! A slap landed directly on the guy's face, and then Zhou Hu asked again, "Tell me clearly, do you remember it or not?" Remember. The waiter said in a panicked voice, not daring to lie. "Did he steal your wine?" Yes. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Hu's size 44-foot kicked the waiter directly in the stomach, kicking the guy 5 or 6 meters away. Then, Zhou Hu strode up to the guy, stepped on his chest, and said coldly, "I hate it most when people lie to me. The last person who lied to me had grass 3 feet high on his grave. I didn't expect to meet someone who's not afraid of death again today." The waiter was obviously frightened by Zhou Hu, and no longer cared about his image. He cried and begged for mercy, "Master Hu, spare me. I lied, he didn't take the wine from me, I offered it to him on my own initiative." Zhou Hu released his foot and said in a cold tone, "Tell me everything that happened. If you hide anything, you know the consequences." The waiter hurriedly said, "Mr. Chen asked me to do this." "That Mr. Chen?" "The son of Chen Bin, the boss of Huihuang Construction, gave me 20,000 yuan to frame that guest," the waiter said hurriedly. Zhou Hu looked at Joe Shurhai and said, "Have you offended the Chen family?" However, Joe Shurhai said in bewilderment, "No, I don't even know this person." A memory flashed through Zhou Shun's mind, and at the same time, a face with a flattering smile appeared. This so-called Mr. Chen is named Chen Jiqiang, and he is the young master of brilliant architecture. The Chen family's magnificent buildings are somewhat famous in Longcheng, but they depend on the Yi family for survival. 80% of the company's business comes from the Yi family. It is precisely because of this that this so-called Mr. Chen was previously the lackey of the original owner. This guy was the one who jumped around the original owner the most. Chen Jiqiang was involved in almost all the immoral things he did. In fact, many things were simply instigated by that bastard to do by the original owner. However, ever since the original owner was exposed as not being the real prince of the Yi family, this guy disappeared from the original owner's world. Thinking that Chen Jiqiang wouldn't target Zhou Sihai for no reason, Zhou Shin immediately said, "Check who that Chen guy came with." Zhou Hu nodded and then asked someone to retrieve surveillance footage from several other cameras. Soon, the footage of Chen Jiqiang and Yi Fan entering the door together was retrieved. When Yi Fan appeared on the surveillance screen, Zhou Sihai's eyes widened and he shouted angrily, "It was Yi Fan, that ungrateful bastard. He was the one who targeted me." Zhou Shin didn't expect that the mastermind behind this was Yi Fan. Apparently, that guy saw Zhou Sihai drinking in the bar. Whether it was out of revenge or for other reasons, he instructed Chen to do this, and the waiter was just a pawn. Chapter 25, $1 Million Compensation. Although the matter has been investigated clearly, Zhou Shin does not intend to let it go. He looked at Zhou Hu, then at Xin Bao, and said in a deep voice, "You too, my uncle came to your place to spend money, and not only was he framed and beaten, but you also detained him here all night, and even forced me to fight 4 boxing matches on stage. We can't just let this go." Zhou Hu knew they were in the wrong, so he said bluntly, "Although this matter was caused by the feud between you and the eldest son of the Yi family, we also have responsibilities. What are your conditions? Please tell me." Zhou Shin didn't act pretentiously and immediately said, "Just apologize, it doesn't mean anything to us. Just compensate us 1 million and we'll let this go." After hearing this, not only Zhou Sihai and other minions, but even Xin Bao and Zhou Hu were stunned. There are not many people who dare to ask Zhou Hu for compensation, and who would ask for 1 million right away. Everyone in Longcheng's elite circle knows who Zhou Hu is. Even though he has retired from criminal activities in recent years and all the forces under his command are legitimate, everyone knows that this is just an extra layer of disguise for this hungry wolf. Once he tears off this disguise, he will still eat people. Therefore, in this small area of Longcheng, no one dares to provoke Zhou Hu unless it is necessary. Even if you are provoked, try to be humble and admit defeat. Even if they were right, no one really dared to ask Zhou Hu to apologize, let alone ask for compensation. But not only did Zhou Shin dare to confront a big shot like Zhou Hu, he also asked for 1 million in compensation from the other party, which stunned everyone present. Ding! The host's behavior shocked extra Wangba, villain value plus 999. Ding! The host's behavior shocked the extra Zhou Sihai, villain value plus 9,999. Ding! The host's action shocked the level 3 boss Xin Bao, villain value plus 99,999. Ding! The host's behavior shocked the level 3 boss Zhou Hu, villain value plus 999,999. After being extremely shocked, Zhou Hu did not hesitate and said decisively, "Okay, let's put this 1 million yuan thing behind us. Mr. Zhou is so generous." Zhou Shin said. Zhou Hu immediately said to Xin Bao, "Prepare 1 million for Brother Zhou, in cash, no account transfer." Yes. Although Xin Bao was very dissatisfied with Zhou Hu's decision, he knew his boss's temper and would not easily change his mind once he made a decision. No matter how dissatisfied he is, he can only follow orders. While Xin Bao was preparing compensation, Zhou Hu fixed his gaze on the waiter. He said with a gloomy expression, "You sold out the reputation of the bar for a mere 20,000 yuan. You should know the consequences." The waiter's face turned pale, and he knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Master Tiger, please forgive me, I am bewitched. If you break the rules, you must accept the punishment. There is no room for negotiation." After saying that, Zhou Hu nodded to his younger brothers beside him, indicating that they could start. Then, 2 men came forward and dragged the waiter out in front of everyone. Soon after, I heard a crack. It seemed like the sound of a wine bottle breaking. Ah! What followed was the waiter's scream. Fortunately, this guy just screamed once and then fainted in pain, otherwise who knows how long he would have screamed. When Zhou Sihai heard these voices, he was completely shocked and his face turned pale. Although he mingled with the lower classes of society and usually dealt with common people and all kinds of people, and had heard many rumors about Zhou Hu and Xin Bao, he was still frightened when the hungry wolf showed its fangs in front of him. However, Zhou Shin seemed unaffected at all. He knew that although Zhou Hu's actions seemed to be giving him an explanation, they were also a warning to others. The chicken is of course the waiter who made a mistake, but the monkey is not just him, but more importantly, the minions around Zhou Hu. After all, in Zhouhu's view, the waiter's behavior was no less than a betrayal. If he doesn't severely punish this guy today, more people may follow his example tomorrow. Once people's morale is low, it will be really difficult to lead the team. Now that he has severely punished the waiter with harsh means, it will surely greatly deter others and make them think carefully before they have any evil thoughts about whether they can withstand Zhouhu's anger. At this time, the younger brother who went to withdraw the money had also returned. After getting the money, Zhou took Josihai and left Time's Cloud without looking back. Looking at the two men leaving, Shinbao frowned and said, "Brother Hu, are you just going to let that guy go like that? What else?" Although our people were at fault in this matter, the fundamental reason was that they provoked the new eldest son of the Yi family. At best, our people were taken advantage of. They don't need so much compensation. If it's wrong, it's wrong. There's no point in quibbling about it. Zhou said lightly. But there's nothing to say but, you have to understand that if this matter were to be exposed, the impact on us would be absolutely catastrophic. Once the guests knew that our waiter had colluded with outsiders to frame a customer, and that we had detained the customer without any investigation and demanded huge compensation, the reputation we had previously accumulated would collapse in an instant. By then, it would not be something that could be solved with just 1 million. Then, Zhou continued, so, even if they don't ask for 1 million in compensation, I will give them a corresponding hush money. That won't cost 1 million. I wouldn't feel at ease if it were less. This 1 million is just right, no more, no less. Hearing this, Shinbao suddenly felt a little numb. He was a little confused. What was wrong with this world? He felt uneasy when he was extorted less money, but he felt at ease when he got more money. What was going on? Zhou knew that he couldn't figure out the key, but he didn't explain it to him. Instead, he warned him, "Let's stop here. From now on, you must never provoke this young man without my consent. Do you understand?" Clear. Well, send someone to send an invitation to the Chen family and tell them that I want to invite Qinbin over for tea, said Zhou. Shinbao nodded immediately and said, "It's time to talk to Mr. Chen. After all, someone has to bear the responsibility for our losses. I think Mr. Chen is the most suitable person." Chapter 26, Josihai's Worries. After walking out of the luxurious door of Time's Cloud, Zhou was in a great mood. Although this incident was extremely dangerous, the result was still satisfactory. Not only was Josihai rescued, but he also got 1 million from Shinbao. This unexpected fortune is a timely relief for Zhou, who is currently short of money. With this money, he can do a lot of things. However, Josihai was very conflicted at this time. To be honest, he doesn't like Zhou. Whether it's Yifan or Zhou, in his eyes they are both burdens that drag down his sister. My sister was kicked out of the house because she got pregnant before marriage and refused to have an abortion. Later, because she had to raise the child and was worried that the child would be wronged, my sister never fell in love again in her life. Although his sister made all these sacrifices voluntarily and happily, Josihai still felt it was not worth it for her. Therefore, he brought Zhou home yesterday just to prevent his sister from worrying, not because he approved of Zhou. But no matter what happened last night was caused by him, and he almost dragged Zhou into a desperate situation, so he felt a little guilty. Looking at Josihai, who was hesitating, Zhou knew what he wanted to say. However, he did not take it to heart, but said lightly, "Okay, let the past be the past, and don't come here again in the future." Well. Seeing Josihai's expression, Zhou knew that he didn't listen to his words. But think about it, for a person who is addicted to alcohol and likes to seek out strange and beautiful women, not going to the bar is harder than killing him. A company need to save the money first, and we can talk about the rest later. As soon as he finished speaking, Josihai frowned and said, "I don't think you should take this money." Why? You are still young and have no idea how terrible Zhou is. His money is hot to the touch. Josihai said. However, Zhou smiled and said, "Are you worried that Zhou will retaliate against me?" Believe it or not, if I don't take this money, we can't even leave the door here. How is this possible? What's impossible? Do you know how big of an impact this will have on Time's Yunjian once it gets out? Zhou said. What impact does this have? It's just an ordinary fight. Josihai said nonchalantly. You're wrong. The reason Time's Cloud Room stands out among all the entertainment venues in Dragon City is not just because of its luxurious decoration and perfect configuration. It's also because people like Zhou who are in charge. Consuming here is safe enough. Zhou Shun then continued, but once what happened last night is exposed, this sense of security will completely disappear. This will be enough to destroy the foundation of Time's Cloud, and make this den of brothels fall from grace in an instant. An industry like this, which generates a fortune daily, is extremely important to any individual or organization, so they won't stand by and watch something like this happen. If you were faced with the same problem, what would you do? Zhou Sihai thought for a moment and said, try to keep this matter low-key and avoid leaks. It would be best if. Having said this, Zhou Sihai suddenly stopped, his eyes widened, and his face was full of horror. If you want to solve this problem once and for all, you just need to get rid of them both quietly. With Zhou's strength in Longcheng, it would be too easy for him to make one or two people disappear without anyone noticing. Seeing Zhou Sihai's expression, Zhou Shun knew he had figured it out, and immediately said calmly, "Are you scared?" The reason I'm asking him for $1 million in compensation is not only because I'm truly short of money, but more importantly, I want to tell him that I have no intention of messing with him. Give me the money, and this matter will be over. Then you can't ask for less. This is $1 million. Aren't you afraid that Zhou will be stingy and refuse to agree to it? If I ask for less, it would seem insincere, and he wouldn't be reassured. Besides, $1 million is really nothing to someone like Zhou. Compared to the reputation and future profits of Shidai Yunjian, he won't feel bad about it. Then, Zhou Shun changed the subject and said again, besides, this money may not be paid by him. Who else could it be if not him? Okay, enough talking. You can save the 100,000 yuan from the bag later. I need the rest. No, I have money. Although Zhou Sihai is a bit of a ghost, he is not a bad person. He knows that this money was earned by his nephew with his life, and it is really inappropriate for him to take it. Moreover, my nephew has always been a rich young master, and he is not used to not having $1 million or 800,000 in his hands. I'm a taxi driver and I make a lot of money every day, so I really don't need his help. Seeing that Zhou Sihai was serious about what he said, Zhou Shun did not insist. Anyway, he has his own plans and will inevitably need money in the future, so it's okay to leave some more with him. What's more, Zhou Sihai is obviously a person who spends more than he earns, so it may not be a good thing to keep the money with him. As you wish. You haven't eaten yet, go have some breakfast first. Good. After that, the two of them found a small restaurant on the side of the road, ordered some simple food, and then started to eat with relish. However, Zhou Shun had already had his mother's loving breakfast at home that morning, so he didn't have much appetite. After the dishes came, he didn't pick up his chopsticks, but watched Zhou Sihai Lang eat voraciously. Seeing that Zhou Shun hadn't picked up his chopsticks yet, Zhou Sihai asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Zhou Shun smiled and said, "You can eat. My mom made me breakfast this morning, and I've already eaten. Well, my sister's cooking skills are not bad. She used to help out in the restaurant kitchen and learned a lot." Really? Zhou Shun didn't expect that his mother would have such a skill. Of course not. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to. Never mind, I won't say anymore. You didn't tell your mother about me, did you? Zhou Sihai asked. No, my mom said she had to go to work this morning, so I slipped out after she left. What? Sister went to work again? Zhou Sihai said this with a look of shock on his face, and as he spoke, he put the bowl in his hand on the table, looking a little nervous. Seeing Zhou Sihai's appearance, Zhou Shun couldn't help but frown. His cheap uncle's expression is not right. It's just going to work, what's the big deal? Zhou Sihai saw Zhou Shun's nonchalant look and finally explained, "You don't know, my sister. Forget it, let's stop eating and go find my sister. Otherwise, if something happens later, it will be troublesome." Zhou Shun was a little confused by Zhou Sihai's confusing words, but when he saw Zhou Sihai's anxious look, he knew there was something else going on. He immediately picked up his backpack and followed Zhou Sihai into his taxi. Chapter 27, The Jealous Employer. The car started and soon arrived outside an upscale residential area. Zhou Shun knew that Fenglin Yaoyuan was a first-tier boutique community in Longcheng. Although it was not as good as those famous villa areas, it was also a gathering place for Longcheng's senior elites. Those who can live here are either rich second generations or demolition households. In short, if you don't have a net worth of tens of millions, you are not qualified to buy a house here. Does my mom work here? Zhou Sihai nodded and said, "Yes, it's right here." "What are you doing here?" Zhou Shun asked with some doubt. He was very curious about what kind of job his adoptive mother did. Nanny. Because Zhou Yueling got pregnant before marriage, she had to raise the child and support both mother and child, so she couldn't find a normal 9-to-5 job. When her children were young, she mostly did odd jobs, such as part-time housework or simple piecework. The child finally grew up, but because she had been out of society for a long time, she had basically forgotten all the professional skills she learned in school and was unable to find a job that matched her profession. In addition, her identity as a single mother made it difficult for her to find a job. In desperation, she could only work as a nanny for families with more affluent financial conditions. But the job of a nanny is not easy. Not to mention that serving people is difficult in itself. More importantly, one has to bear some pressure outside of work. The family that Zhou Yueling is serving now is a strange one in itself. The hostess is a jealous person. Not only do the couple have a bad relationship and often quarrel, but Zhou Yueling, the nanny, may be affected at any time. At first, just because the male host had invited Zhou Yueling to dinner, the female host became jealous and often made things difficult for Zhou Yueling. Although Zhou Yueling felt wronged, she could only endure it. After all, her son still had to rely on the money she earned from work to study and live. However, her tolerance made the heroine even more aggressive and often embarrassed Zhou Yueling. Zhou Sihai didn't know about this at first, but a few days ago, Zhou Yueling suddenly fainted in that family's house. When Zhou Sihai went there, he was nagged by that woman for a long time, and only then did he know about this. He originally planned to let his sister resign and take care of her health first, but he didn't expect his sister to go to work today. He brought Zhou Shin here because he was worried that the crazy woman would continue to embarrass his sister. In fact, Zhou Sihai's worries were not unnecessary at all. Zhou Yueling was indeed in trouble. It wasn't that she really couldn't bear to give up this job, even though the salary was indeed not low. But she also realized that the jealous guy was really difficult to get along with and was always making trouble. It wouldn't be easy for anyone to work here, so she didn't want to serve them anymore. The reason why she insisted on coming was mainly because she wanted to get this month's salary. After all, it was almost the end of the month, and it would be a pity if she gave up. But what she didn't expect was that as soon as she got to work today, the jealous hostess came to trouble her, saying that because Zhou Yueling had taken leave a few days ago and delayed a lot of her work, she would deduct half of her salary this month. This is absolutely unacceptable to Zhou Yueling. She already knew about her biological son. Although his academic performance was not very good, the Yi family was rich and powerful, and they helped him get into a good university through donations. Therefore, her son is now studying at Tianhai University, a key university in the country. As the economic center of Longhua, the consumption in Tianhai is far beyond that of Longcheng. In the past, with the support of the Yi family, his son naturally did not need to worry about tuition and living expenses, but now that he has been kicked out by the Yi family, he has to bear his daily expenses. So this money is really important to Zhou Yueling. Finally, after Zhou Yueling's repeated requests, the heroine agreed that as long as Zhou Yueling could move all the new furniture ordered by the family upstairs today, she would not mind Zhou Yueling asking for leave. When Zhou Yueling saw more than a dozen household appliances, she knew that this woman was deliberately making things difficult for her. You should know that electrical appliances like these are basically delivered to your door, so there is no need for a nanny to carry them. But even if she knew, Zhou Yueling had no choice but to drag her sick body to work as a porter. When Zhou Shin and Zhou Sihai arrived, Zhou Yueling had already moved in a long time ago. Looking at Zhou Yueling, who was sweating profusely and a little exhausted, Zhou Shin seemed to be touched deep in his heart and couldn't help but shouting, "Mom!" Hearing this familiar and warm voice, Zhou Yueling slowly turned her head to look. "How did you find this place?" Zhou Shin quickly stepped forward and took the things from Zhou Yueling's hand, then said, "My uncle brought me here." "Sihai is here too?" But when Zhou Yueling saw Zhou Sihai's bruised face, her expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly asked, "Sihai, what happened to you? You're covered in wounds?" Zhou Sihai didn't want to worry his sister, so he immediately said, "I bumped into someone when I was driving this morning. It's no big deal. Car accident? Are you okay? Did you go to the hospital?" "Sister, these are just superficial injuries. Just apply some safflower oil when you get home." "That won't do. Xiao Shun, take your uncle to the hospital for a checkup immediately to make sure he doesn't have any internal injuries or sequelae," Zhou Yueling said worriedly. "Mom, let's talk about my uncle later. My uncle said that your illness has not yet recovered. Why are you in such a hurry to come out to work?" Zhou Shen asked considerately. Zhou Yueling looked at her talkative brother and complained, "Why do you tell these things to the children? Sister, I'm doing this for your own good. The doctor told you to rest at home. It's only been a few days. And you've already run away again. How can I not be worried? I'm fine. 2 days of rest is enough. Zhou Yueling then continued, now that Shinner is here, the family expenses have increased. If I don't go out to work, will you have to support the family forever? I'll raise it if I want to. It's not like I can't. Zhou Sihai said generously. Stop talking nonsense. You won't get married and have children in the future. How can I delay you? Zhou Shin felt a little guilty when he heard that Zhou Yueling couldn't wait to come out to work because his arrival had added to the burden on the family. Mom, you should listen to your uncle and go back to have a good rest. I will take care of this family from now on. I am grown up too. Seeing Zhou Shin being so sensible, Zhou Yueling said with relief, silly child, don't listen to your uncle's nonsense. You, just study hard. Although it's vacation now, I don't want you to waste this relaxing time. As for things at home, you don't need to worry about it. Mom, how can I concentrate on studying when you say that? Then, Zhou Shin suddenly had an idea and said, how about this, trust me, go back and have a good rest. I promise that you can make money without affecting your studies. How can you, a kid, make any money? Seeing that Zhou Yueling didn't believe Zhou Shin's words, Zhou Sihai quickly interrupted and said, sister, just believe this guy. I know he has the ability. Zhou Sihai knew how capable Zhou Shin was. Anyone who could get money from big guys like Zhou Hu and Shinbao was destined not to have to struggle for life. What's more, this kid has nearly $1 million in his bag now. Isn't it enough to cover the family expenses? Chapter 28, The Bad Luck Talisman Shows Its Power. Zhou Yueling didn't care about Zhou Sihai's words. Her brother had always been unreliable and was very concerned about her. He probably said this so that she could go home and rest for a few more days. But she knew how difficult this family was to serve. She had only taken a few days off, but that jealous woman had to make things difficult for her by doing so much strenuous work. It was unnecessary and better not to offend her. However, at this moment, the door of the villa opened and the jealous hostess walked out with an angry face. When Zhou Yueling stopped working and started talking and laughing with two strangers, the hostess immediately became unhappy. Xiao Zhou, you don't want your salary anymore, right? Why did you stop? Zhou Yueling heard the jealous words and quickly said, I'm sorry. I'll move right away. When Zhou Shin saw that this person was actually giving his mother orders, he immediately frowned. Although a nanny's job is to serve people, she is not a bondservant. You can tell at first glance that this woman is someone who is difficult to get along with. Her domineering attitude is so disrespectful. Thinking of this, Zhou Shin immediately grabbed his mother and said to the heavily made-up woman on the steps, these jobs should be the work of deliverymen in the appliance store. What does it have to do with babysitters? You're clearly bullying me. Hearing this, the jealous hostess was stunned at first, then sneered, Xiao Zhou, who is this person? Why is he here? Zhou Yueling was touched when she saw her son defending her, but thinking about the situation at home, she quickly apologized, Madam, don't be angry. This is my son. He's young and naive. He's just talking nonsense. I'll get back to work. Zhou Shin became even more annoyed when he saw Zhou Yueling being so humble to this person. When he was about to speak again, he saw his mother's pleading eyes, so he could only shut his mouth. Jealousy sneered and said to Zhou Yueling, Xiao Zhou. Actually, you did a good job. I wanted to pay you today, but your son said I bullied you. So we have to talk about it. Zhou Yueling was stunned at first and was about to explain. But Zhou Shin could see that this woman was clearly relying on her own money to trample on his mother's dignity. He walked straight forward, pulled his mother behind him, and then stared at the jealous hostess and said, What do you want to say? The woman walked up to Zhou Shin, a playful sneer on her face, You're quite tough, don't you know that toughness requires capital? Toughness without sufficient capital will only get you killed. You talk too much nonsense. Tell me, what do you want? Zhou Shin said calmly. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize first. I might feel better and get your mother's wages paid. Hearing that the host actually asked Zhou Shin to kneel down and apologize, Zhou Sihai on the side suddenly became a little angry. This is not an apology, it's clearly bullying. Zhou Shin looked at the woman coldly, then said, You want me to kneel down? Why, can't I? Then the woman said sarcastically, Do you feel embarrassed? You don't have to. Your mother has already been a servant, so why would you still have any dignity? Babysitting is just a profession, there is no one who is nobler than the other. Zhou Shin said. Stop talking nonsense, either kneel down and kowtow, or get out. The woman shouted, obviously losing her patience. Ha, I dare to kneel, do you dare to bear it? A murderous look flashed in Zhou Shen's eyes. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a bastard born by a bitch. This woman had obviously inquired about Zhou Yueling privately and knew her family situation very well, so she spoke without restraint. Zhou Shen was obviously irritated by the words bitch and bastard. He stared at the woman intently and said in a cold tone, "Your forehead is black, and you are going to have a bloody disaster." Ha ha ha, what, do you want to hit me? Come on, if you dare to touch me, I guarantee that you and your mother will spend the rest of your lives in jail, the woman said arrogantly. Seeing Zhou Shen's angry face, Zhou Yueling was really afraid that he would do something irrational, so she hurried forward and said, "Shen'er, don't be impulsive. Mom doesn't want this money anymore. Let's go home." Seeing that Zhou Yueling was actually cowardly, the jealous hostess felt even more upset. When she thought about how her man always unconsciously drifted towards this bitch when he was at home, she couldn't help but feel so angry. She really couldn't let her leave like this today. She had to humiliate Zhou once, otherwise she would not be called Shi Yuehong anymore. If you leave today, not only will I not pay you this month's wages, I will also complain to your housekeeping company, and you won't be able to stay in this industry anymore. Hearing this, Zhou Yueling felt a chill in her heart. Although nannies have a low social status and are looked down upon, the salary in this industry is indeed not low. I don't have a diploma and no skills now, and I really don't know what else to do except being a nanny. If this woman really complains to the housekeeping company that I registered with, it will be difficult for me to find a job in the future. My son is already so old. Besides going to school, I also have to save money for him to buy a house and get him married. How can I not work? For a moment, Zhou Yueling stood there with a pale face, her heart in turmoil, not knowing what to say. Zhou Shen knew what his mother was worried about, but he really didn't need her to do that. Although the situation at home is not good, Zhou Shen, who has lived 2 lives, is confident that he can make a new name for himself in this strange world. Therefore, he would not let his mother suffer for a little money. At the same time, anyone who insults his mother must be punished. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the bad luck charm from the system backpack, and then took the woman in front of him as the target and prepared to use it. Ding! Have you selected the woman in front of you as the target for the bad luck charm? System prompt: once the primary bad luck charm is used, the target will suffer non-fatal damage for 30 minutes. Please use with caution. Zhou Shen didn't hesitate and decided to use it directly. The moment Zhou Shen confirmed that the order had been given, the bad luck talisman in his hand shattered directly, turning into a black light that shot into the jealous Shi Yuehong and disappeared in a flash. At this time, Shi Yuehong saw that Zhou Yueling was under her control, and she was in a good mood. She strode down the steps of the villa in high heels. However, before her good mood could last 2 minutes, she saw her heel twist and suddenly break. At the moment the heel broke, Shi Yuehong's sturdy body tilted to the right and fell to the ground, then rolled down the steps and hit a refrigerator at the door of the villa. I don't know if it was because the impact was too great or what, but under Shi Yuehong's impact, the refrigerator actually fell down and pressed Shi Yuehong underneath. Then, bursts of pig slaughtering howls came from under the refrigerator. Chapter 29, Coincidence, do you believe it? The sudden change caught everyone off guard, including Zhou Shen. He originally thought that this bad luck charm would only disgust Shi Yuehong. After all, the instructions for using this thing clearly stated, non-fatal damage lasting 30 minutes. Non-lethal is definitely the key point. But he didn't expect that the effect of this thing would be so awesome. Judging from Shi Yuehong's current situation, although she will not die, she will inevitably get injured after falling, rolling, and being hit. Looking at the woman who was howling in front of him, Zhou Sihai was also confused. He said to Zhou Yueling, "Sister, what should we do?" Zhou Yueling is a kind person after all. Although she hates this woman for bullying her and humiliating her son, she still can't bear to abandon her when she sees her miserable appearance. How about helping her and taking the heavy objects off her? But then Zhou Shen spoke up, "Mom, don't go over there. We can't let her blackmail us. What should we do then?" "Uncle, go find the property management staff to save her." "Mom, call 120 right away and have the hospital take her away." "Good." While the two of them were asking someone to make a phone call, Zhou Shen walked up to Shi Yuehong and calmly looked at her as she struggled under the refrigerator. You move your things away." "Haha, why should I help you? You bullied my mom, and you made me kneel down and apologize?" As he spoke, the system prompts kept ringing in Zhou Shen's mind. Ding! You were cursed by the supporting character Shi Yuehong, gaining villain points plus 999. Ding! You were cursed by the supporting character Shi Yuehong, gaining villain points plus 999. Ding! You were cursed by the supporting character Shi Yuehong, gaining villain points plus 999. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Zhou Shen had the illusion of playing a game and killing monsters to gain experience points, and his mood couldn't help but become very good. But Shi Yuehong was in a state of extreme excitement at this moment, feeling both angry and furious. When she saw the smile on Zhou Shen's face, she was immediately furious. This little bastard actually laughed at her like this. She really couldn't stand it. Shi Yuehong fainted due to anger. Ding! You made the supporting character Shi Yuehong faint from anger, gaining villain points plus 99,999. Soon, the property security arrived and the ambulance was on the way. With the help of the security guards, the large 4-door refrigerator was finally lifted up and Shi Yuehong was rescued. Seeing that the woman had fainted, the security guards hurriedly began to provide emergency rescue. Someone pressed her chest to perform CPR, someone else gave her artificial respiration, and someone else pinched her in zone. When Shi Yuehong slowly woke up and opened her eyes, she saw an old face and a mouth that was getting closer and closer to hers and smelled strongly of smoke. Even the red and black teeth were clearly visible. Seeing this scene, Shi Yuehong fainted again. Everyone was frightened and started to get busy again. After waiting for a long time for the ambulance to arrive, everyone hurriedly put Shi Yuehong on the stretcher and prepared to carry her into the ambulance. However, it was not known whether it was due to Shi Yuehong's heavy weight or there was a problem with the stretcher, but just as the medical staff were lifting the person up, the stretcher broke. Oops! After a scream like a pig being slaughtered, Shi Yuehong fell heavily to the ground again. The crowd was in chaos again, and they hurriedly lifted the unfortunate woman up and put her into the ambulance. But Zhou Shen knew that this matter was definitely not over. He remembered that this non-fatal injury would last for 30 minutes, and this was only a few minutes. If nothing unexpected happens, something else is bound to happen next. Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai on the side were stunned by this scene, and they couldn't help but look at Zhou Shen a few more times. This child's mouth is really blessed. They all heard it just now. The child said frankly that Shi Yuehong would suffer a bloody disaster. They didn't expect it to come true so soon. Zhou Shen felt uneasy when they looked at him, and couldn't help but say, I want to say this is a coincidence, do you believe it? Before Zhou Sihai could speak, Zhou Yueling said hurriedly, believe it, believe it. Mom will believe whatever Shen'er says. Zhou Sihai said nothing, but just looked at Zhou Shen with a smile. Zhou Shen didn't explain much, and he couldn't explain it clearly. Looking around, Zhou Shen said to his mother, Mom, is there anything of yours in there? No. Well, let's go. Leave? The wages haven't been paid yet. No, we don't need that little money. Zhou Shen said. Zhou Sihai thought of his nephew's ability to earn money and quickly chimed in, Sister, just listen to Shen'er. It's only half a month's salary anyway, and we won't starve if we don't give it up. Oh well. Although Zhou Yueling was very reluctant to leave, thinking about what happened today, she obviously couldn't stay here any longer, so it would be better to leave early. But just as she turned around, she suddenly thought of something, took out her phone, and dialed a number. The call was quickly picked up, and a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Zhou Shen overheard and realized that his mother was calling the male owner of the villa, telling him that something had happened at home and asking him to take time to come back and take a look. Of course, my mother also told me on the phone that she was going to resign. Although the hostess of this house was not friendly to my mother, not only did she deduct her salary, but she also trampled on her dignity. But even so, the mother did not leave without caring about anything. After helping to rescue the person, she also notified the male owner of the house. From this alone, we can see that she is a kind person. It shouldn't be a bad thing to have such a gentle and kind mother. After leaving Fonglin Villa, the three of them took Zhou Sihai's taxi and prepared to go home. Along the way, the car was very quiet and none of the three spoke. Looking at Zhou Yueling, who looked lost, Zhou Shen said a little embarrassedly, Mom, don't worry about work, I'll take care of everything. Zhou Yueling saw the worry in her son's eyes and immediately put away the sadness on her face. She smiled lovingly and said, Don't worry if you lose your job. I'll always keep you fed. By the way, my uncle told me today that you seem to be sick, is it serious? When Zhou Shen asked about this, Zhou Yueling didn't know how to start. Instead, Zhou Sihai heard it and said angrily, How can it not be serious? He almost lost his life. It's so serious, what's wrong? Let's go to the hospital now. Zhou Shen said. Hypoproteinemia, low immunity, and various other problems. Zhou Sihai said in a deep voice. Upon hearing these symptoms, Zhou Shen was stunned, and the look in his eyes when he looked at his mother suddenly changed. How, why are these symptoms? Zhou Sihai frowned and gritted his teeth as he said, it's all because of that ungrateful idiot Yifan. I don't know what's wrong with this kid. He actually insisted on asking your mother to buy him a high-end phone. Our family doesn't have much money to begin with. Your mother's salary is all spent on buying brand-name clothes for this brat. How can she afford that much money? Without any other options, your mother could only go to a small clinic to sell X without telling us. In the end, she let this guy get what he wanted, but your mother fell ill because of it. But that guy turned around and returned to the Yi family and ignored your mother. Your mother was so sad that her condition became even worse. When Zhou Shen heard the whole story, he felt even worse. Mom, you should know that physical weakness and overwork can lead to the failure of body functions. If this continues for a long time, your body will not be able to bear it. Mom, let's not talk about other things for now. You have to take good care of yourself in the next period of time. I don't want you to follow right after finding your biological mother. I will hate you if you do that. Although Zhou Shen felt that these words were a bit harsh, he knew that this was the only way to make his mother pay attention to her health. Sure enough, after hearing this, Zhou Yueling's expression became anxious, and she said at the same time, Mom will listen to you, I will listen to you. Chapter 30, Top-Notch Network Technology. Dragon City. Yi Family Manor. Ever since Zhou Shen was expelled from the Yi family, the eldest young master of the Yi family has been completely replaced. Yifan, a young man who once lived at the bottom of society, has transformed himself from a sparrow into a phoenix. Soon, Yifan got used to his identity as the eldest son of the Yi family. For Yifan, the extravagant life of the young master of a wealthy family was a regret from his previous life. Now that he can live again this time, he must take back everything he lost in his previous life. Returning to the Yi family is just his first step. What Yifan has to do next is to inherit all of the Yi family's property without reservation, and use his memories of his previous life to push the Yi family to a higher level. In Yifan's view, Dragon City is just a small pond, and outside Dragon City is the sea of stars that he needs to conquer. In his previous life, he wasted half his life running around for food and clothing. In this life, he must be a superior person. These ideas are just Yifan's plan for his future life. At the same time, he knows that there are still some things to do, which is to completely trample the guy who stole his life into the ground. He wanted to make Zhou Shen experience everything he had endured back then again. For this reason, Yifan decided that in the days to come, he must create enough trouble for Zhou Shen so that Zhou Shen's life would be as colorful as his. Therefore, before returning to his ancestral home, Yifan had carefully considered Zhou Shen's issue. Yifan's original plan was to keep Zhou Shen in the Yi family and torture him continuously. But Yifan did not expect that the boy was so principled that he actually took the initiative to leave the Yi family and sever ties with the Yi family from then on. His action completely disrupted the series of plans that Yifan had previously made. For this reason, after the family reunion banquet ended that day, Yifan locked himself in the room alone and had a big tantrum. But even so, it still did not change Yifan's mind. He must deal with Zhou Shen and absolutely cannot let him have an easy life. Moreover, he also believed that he could do it. With the current strength of the Yi family, it would be too easy to cause trouble for that unlearned guy by spending money or hiring people. In this life, he has prepared many surprises for Zhou Shen, and hopes that he can bear it. After Zhou Shen brought Zhou Yueling back home, he first settled his mother down and let her go back to the house to rest. After all, she was in poor health and had been doing physical work for so long, and had suffered a lot of grievances. It was obvious that she was very tired. Zhou Yueling also accepted her son's kindness. She knew that all she could do now was to prevent him from worrying. After settling his mother down, Zhou Shen sat on the sofa alone and began to think about what he should do next. As for money, I just got 1 million from Times Cloud today. Although this money is enough for his family to live for a long time, Zhou Shen is not the kind of person who would just sit back and enjoy the savings. This 1 million was nothing to Zhou Shen before. But now, this money is the startup capital for him to make a living. But what should I do? Zhou Shen fell into deep thought. What Zhou Shen is best at is naturally the financial field. After all, he was considered a big shot in the financial world during his lifetime. If he were to invest this money in stocks or futures, it would surely multiply several times over in no time. But when Joshin thought about it carefully, he gave up the idea. When it comes to things like stocks and futures, to put it bluntly, it is the act of a small group of people who control the resources taking advantage of the vast majority of the people. As a business tycoon in his previous life, Joshin naturally understood the reason. It is said that stock futures can make people rich overnight, but behind the scenes, there are people manipulating the market. When the investment is large enough to attract the big guys behind the scenes, they will come to reap the rewards. Therefore, only a few people can make money in the stock market. In most cases, the ones who get hurt are always the retail investors who are unaware of the reasons and have no access to information. Therefore, Joshin does not want to take such a risk, at least he does not plan to enter the stock market now. Of course, another reason for not wanting to enter the stock market is that Joshin doesn't want his mother to know that he has so much money. After all, the origin of the money is somewhat shameful. If Zhou Yueling knew about this, she would inevitably worry about him. Therefore, if he wants to make money, Joshin still thinks he should be more cautious first. However, before deciding how to make money, Joshin decided to take stock of today's gains first. In just one day from yesterday to today, he first met Yang Wan'er by chance and had a fight with a group of street thugs. Then he rescued people in the ring, helped his mother fight against the black-hearted employer, and met some of the worst. Although there are constant troubles, there are also many benefits. In addition to this huge sum of 1 million, the biggest gain is the huge amount of villain value in the system account, and now these villain values must be utilized. I want to open the treasure chest, Joshin said silently in his heart. Ding! Host, please select the treasure chest level. Joshin looked at the 3.2 million villain value and said without hesitation, silver treasure chests, 3. Ding! Silver treasure chest with 1 million villain points. Host, do you want to redeem it? Confirm. Ding! Confirmed successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 silver treasure chests and a villain value of 3 million. Without caring about the 3 million villain points being deducted, Joshin directly opened the treasure chest. The moment the treasure was opened, a series of system prompts sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-level Lucky Charm X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Constitution plus 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-level network hacking technology. At the same time, Joshin's head suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of fullness, and then a large amount of professional network technology appeared in his mind. Joshin felt that if he hacked into one of his computers now, he could directly hack into the hexagon in the United States. Open the system panel again, and the data above has changed. Host, Joshin. Identity, fake prince of a wealthy family. Faction, villain. Physical fitness, 46 below the healthy level of 80, the average person's peak is 100, overall assessment level poor. Combat power, 81 skill blessing 35. Skills, elementary Chinese, elementary driving, grandmaster fighting, advanced gambling, top-tier networking. Villain value, 206111. Luck value, 45. System backpack, advanced Lucky Charm X1 after use, it can increase the host's luck by 100%. Looking at the increasing values of his physical fitness and combat power, Joshin felt relieved. Thinking of the top-notch network technology he had just obtained, Joshin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he knew how to make money. Chapter 31, Next Steps. It is indeed difficult for ordinary people without skills to make money, but now that Joshin has professional skills, making money is easy for him. Although Joshin is not sure how strong his network skills are, after all, he doesn't quite understand the levels like Grandmaster and Hall of Fame, but referring to Grandmaster level fighting, this Hall of Fame level network skills should not be bad. Since that was the case, Joshin decided to look online first to see if he could take on some software development and maintenance work. He knew that the rewards for some tasks could easily reach hundreds of millions or even tens of millions, but he didn't know if he had the ability to handle such tasks. If this can be accomplished, it will mean a lot to Joshin. It's not just because he has a stable way to make money from now on, but more importantly, this way of making money can also be recognized by his mother Zhou Yueling. Although he could earn money through gambling, fighting and other means, it was only for emergency use and he could not even give the money to his mother. No mother would want her son to gamble or fight with others in the ring. On the contrary, if he makes money through internet technology, the mother will only praise her son for his ability. Thinking of this, Joshin quickly adjusted his life plan, and the next thing to do was to use his skills to make money. But before that, he had to buy a computer. After all, if you want to do something like this, you can't do it without a well-configured computer. This is like a soldier going to the battlefield without weapons and equipment, he will be bullied. Secondly, I need a mobile phone. In order to show that he would not take advantage of the Yi family, Zhou Shin did not take any personal belongings with him when he left. He left all his personal belongings such as computer, mobile phone, and bank cards at the Yi family manor, so now Zhou Shin doesn't even have a mobile phone. In this information-rich age, it is impossible to go out without a mobile phone. So this problem must be solved as soon as possible. Then I have to move. Although the rent here is cheap, it is a tube-shaped building in the slums after all, and the facilities in all aspects are really poor. Not only is the environment and security bad, but more importantly, the sound insulation in this place is terrible. Even in broad daylight, you can hear the sound of the shaking bed next door. After all, he is still a young man full of vigor and vitality. If this continues in the long run, it will not be good for his physical and mental health. In addition, he had a vague guess about what happened last night. On the surface, what happened last night was that Jifan had a grudge against his former uncle Zhou Sihai, so he designed to frame him. However, Zhou Shin vaguely realized that the guy was also deeply hostile to him and might cause trouble for him at any time. Continuing to live in such a dilapidated community will easily give others opportunities. Putting aside other things, as long as Jifan is willing to pay, he can easily cause trouble for them by just finding a few street thugs to come here and block people. For the safety of himself and his mother, Zhou Shin decided to find a community with good security and environment to move to as soon as possible, even if the rent is a little higher. Of course, if you have enough money, it would be best to buy a house. However, although Longcheng is not a first-tier city in Yin country, the housing prices here are still ridiculously high. In places with a slightly better geographical location, the average price per square meter is more than 20,000. Even if it is 100 square meters, it costs 2 million. But now he is just a student, he has no fixed income and cannot get a loan, so he can only pay in full to buy a house. In this case, the 1 million compensation seems like a lot, but in fact it cannot meet the housing needs of the family. In one word, poor. Fortunately, Zhou Shin is very confident in his ability to make money. As long as he is given time, not to mention a few million to buy a house, even rebuilding a financial empire like in his previous life will be no problem. But things come one by one. The most important thing now is to buy equipment and find a house, and then roll up your sleeves and work hard to make money. Since he was not very familiar with the traffic conditions in Longcheng, Zhou Shin decided to ask Zhou Sihai to accompany him to buy a computer and a mobile phone. But when he opened the door, he found Zhou Sihai had already taken off his clothes and was getting ready to go to bed. I was tossing and turning the whole night last night. First I had a fight and then I was controlled by someone. I couldn't sleep at all. After staying up all night, Zhou Sihai is now extremely sleepy. Seeing Zhou Shin come in, Zhou Sihai yawned and said, "You can go shopping by yourself this morning. I need to get some sleep because I have to go out tonight." "Don't sleep yet, take me out for a while." "You just came back and you want to go out again?" Zhou Sihai said with a frown. "Go out and buy some stuff, I'm useful." "What's the rush?" "I'll use my phone and computer to save the money. It's not safe to carry so much cash on me." Originally Zhou Sihai had no intention of accompanying Zhou Shin, but when he heard that they had to save money, he had to come out. He knew that his eldest nephew was no ordinary person, but no matter how extraordinary he was still a student who had not yet graduated from university. He was really worried about him going out with so much cash. Thinking of this, Zhou Sihai could only rub his dizzy forehead, quickly put on his clothes, grabbed the car keys and went out. Xinxian Digital, the largest electronic product distribution center in Longcheng. Here, no matter whether it is a mobile phone, a computer or ordinary household appliances, no matter whether it is new, second-hand or refurbished, we have everything. Not only the local people in Longcheng, but even the people in nearby counties and cities will choose Xinxian Digital as their first choice when buying electronic products. The two walked into the digital city and randomly found a store that did related business and walked in. When the beautiful clerk saw the two of them, she came over with a smile on her face. "Hello, how can I help you?" Looking at the saleswoman's slightly professional fake smile, Zhou Shin said calmly, "I want to buy a computer." "Okay, what brand and configuration do you need? Tell me and I'll show you." "What brands do you have here?" "My store mainly sells Apple computers, but we also sell other brands." "As long as you can tell me the number, I can get it for you." "Yeah." Seeing the clerk's expression, Zhou Shin casually called out a series of computer accessories names. Fortunately, the computer accessories in this dimension are not much different from the world Joshin lives in. When the clerk heard Joshin calling out the models of these computer accessories, he immediately understood that the young man in front of him was not a rookie at all, but either a technical expert or a veteran in the industry. Then he no longer dared to be arrogant and became serious in his attitude. After all, people like this not only know the price clearly, but also have a very good understanding of the performance of the product, so you can't cheat them at all. If she treated people like lambs and slaughtered them, it would be the reputation of their store that would be damaged. She didn't dare to do anything like destroying the signboard. Chapter 32, The First Gift. Joshin has lived 2 lives and has seen all kinds of people. A show of force made the female clerk put away her contempt and forced her to take herself seriously. With the previous preparation, the process of selecting a machine will be much more pleasant. Soon, Joshin chose what he needed. When buying things, Josihai didn't say a word the whole time. On the one hand, he didn't understand these electronic products. On the other hand, he felt that there was a generation gap between him and his nephew. He couldn't understand what he said at all, especially when it came to professional terms. It was like listening to a foreign language to him. So he simply waited at the door. But when he saw Joshin walking out of the store with a lot of bags, he was completely stunned. Didn't he say he was going to buy a computer? But looking at what he has in his hand, it's just a bunch of parts. Does he want to assemble his own computer? However, Joshin did not explain these things to him. He could see that his cheap uncle did not understand these things, so it would be useless to explain them to him. After buying the computer configuration, Joshin took Josihai to the mobile phone store next door and bought 3 mobile phones. A mobile phone is a communication tool that every family member must have, so that if anything happens in the future, they can be contacted at the first time. Joshin also knew that his mother and uncle had mobile phones, but they were all old-fashioned antique products, commonly known as old people's phones. Joshin could never use the latest smartphone while letting his mother use an elderly phone. As for Josihai, he was just bringing it along. I can't just buy it for my mother and ignore him. That would be so embarrassing. But even so, when Josihai saw that Joshin actually bought him a new mobile phone, his mood became better, and even the injuries on his body seemed to no longer hurt. Although I haven't had much contact with Joshin, I know that he used to have a bad reputation. He was a well-known playboy, and a particularly brainless one. But now Josihai feels that Joshin is not as bad as the outside world says. At least his IQ is online. No. It should be that this kid is smarter than ordinary people. You can't tell at all that he's a brainless fool, has a bad temper and hurts people easily, does things without considering the consequences, and likes to torture women. More importantly, this nephew cares a lot about his elder sister, and this alone makes him much better than Yifan, that ungrateful guy. If this kid can keep it up, there might be hope in the future. After leaving Qingxin Digital, the two went to the bank again. In the digital city, Joshin spent more than 40,000 yuan on computer accessories and 3 mobile phones, so now he only has 960,000 yuan left of his 1 million yuan. After giving Josihai 50,000 yuan as a reward for his hard work, Joshin deposited the remaining money into his bank card. After doing all this, Joshin went to the telecommunications provider to get a new phone card. Originally, according to his idea, it would be best if the housing problem could be solved today. Even if he didn't buy one, he could rent one with a good environment. But Josihai stopped him. The reason was very simple: his elder sister would not agree to change houses. Although the tube-shaped buildings have poor environment and various problems. But the advantage is that the rent is cheap, only about 10,000 yuan a year. It is really rare to find such a cheap house in Longcheng. Now my mother has lost her job and there is not much savings at home. In her opinion, the most important thing to do now is to increase income and reduce expenditure. She would never agree to change houses at this time. If Joshin insists on changing this house, he will definitely force his elder sister to find a job quickly. But her current health condition really doesn't allow it, so for the sake of her elder sister's health, let's discuss the matter of changing houses later. Joshin also had some understanding of his mother's character. He knew that what Josihai said was true. If he insisted on changing houses, his mother might not stop him, but she would definitely find a job as soon as possible regardless of her physical discomfort. If this happens, it will completely go against your original intention. After thinking it over again and again, I decided to put the matter of changing houses off until later. It won't be too late to change this house after I really make money and let my mother see my ability to make money. As for the threat posed by Yifan, you just need to pay more attention. After all, that guy had just returned to the Yi family. It was not an easy task for a young man living at the bottom of society to completely integrate into the elite circle of Longcheng, so Yi Fan might not have the energy to keep an eye on him. When I got home, it was almost noon and my mother had already woken up. When Zhou Yueling received the new mobile phone Zhou Shen bought for her, she was so moved that she burst into tears again. This was the first gift her biological son gave her. She felt guilty from the bottom of her heart towards her son, from whom she had been separated for 18 years. Although she knew that as a young master of a wealthy family, he had never lacked food and clothing over the years, she knew that the Yi family couple had spoiled him. Zhou Yueling used to be a nanny for a wealthy family. Although she didn't ask about it on purpose, she had heard those rich people talk about the playboy of the Yi family intentionally or unintentionally. At the time, she just treated it as a joke and gossip, and she didn't expect that the protagonist in the gossip was actually her biological son. But things are unpredictable, and after many twists and turns, the young man who was regarded as a laughingstock in the upper-class circle appeared in front of her and became her son. She is nice to Zhou Shen, not because she has any feelings for the son who suddenly appeared, but it is just a mother's instinct, and secondly, it is out of guilt towards him. She wanted to make it up to him, even though her ability was limited. Zhou Yueling never thought about getting anything from her son. But now, this child bought her a mobile phone even though he was short of money, which made her very touched. At the same time, Zhou Yueling also thought of her son Yi Fan, whom she had raised for 18 years. She raised the child single-handedly. Although he didn't have a luxurious life, she gave him all the love that she and Zhou Sihai could give. Give him good clothes and food, and allow him to attend various interest classes until he is admitted to a prestigious university. For Yi Fan, she has been wearing discounted clothes, using cheap cosmetics, and even rejected suitors one after another, for fear that her son would be wronged. Because he wanted a luxury item, Zhou Yueling even sold her blood to raise money when she had no money. She felt that as a mother, she had given him everything she could. However, she did not expect that when the child found out that his biological parents were rich, he left without even saying goodbye. She had tried to find him, but he hid from her and refused to see her, which was why she fell ill in anger. In comparison, although Zhou Shen looks aloof and his attitude is a bit distant, he still cares about her in his heart. Especially this morning, the scene of her son angrily scolding the jealous employer and standing up for her kept flashing in her mind. Zhou Yueling's broken heart seemed to be comforted by her own son's action, and the haze that had been weighing on her heart for more than 10 days was swept away. Chapter 33, Dark Web. As the saying goes, if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Zhou Shen spent a lot of effort and money to assemble this computer. There are many finished computers on the market, whether they are desktops, laptops, or all-in-one computers. There are at least 800 models of various models and brands. However, Zhou Shen knew that these computers were fine for home use or simple office work, but they were still not good enough to be used for more advanced network technologies. Therefore, he had to assemble his own computer. After plugging in the network cable and debugging it, the effect is very good. Suddenly, Zhou Shen felt that the investment of 20,000 yuan was really worth it. Based on its performance, it was completely comparable to the machines worth hundreds of thousands of yuan that he left at the Yi family. With this computer, making money can be put on the agenda. Thinking of this, Zhou Shen opened the Telegram browser and skillfully logged into a strange website. This URL was also what he got when he received the top-notch network hacking technology. It is understood that it should be a secret forum that exists in this world, the dark web. The dark web exists in contrast to the open internet in various countries. Only the elites in various countries know about this network, and ordinary people have no access to it at all. On weekdays, this is a professional forum for industry technical exchanges. But at the same time, it is also a task publishing platform for some of the world's hidden industries, and network technology is one of the most active industries. The website that Zhou Shen logged into at this moment is usually a gathering place for elites. He registered a user with ease. When choosing a username, Zhou Shen hesitated for a moment and finally typed, "Pick up a leak." Yes, his current life was a lucky find, inherited from the original owner. Although this matter cannot be made public, it can be commemorated here. After passing the username check, Zhou Shen officially became a new user of the dark web, and this place will become the starting point for him to understand this world and eventually conquer it. Zhou Shen did not rush to accept the task, but instead carefully browsed this mysterious website. On the surface, this website is no different from the internet he usually uses. If the content on it was not so shocking, ordinary people might really be deceived. Due to the lack of review and filtering by relevant departments, some of the information published here is not only of a very large scale, but also its authenticity cannot be guaranteed, and users need to make their own judgments. All in all, this website can really let people know another side of the world. After browsing the portal news for a while, Joshin opened the internet-related section and began to pay attention to the matter of taking on the task. After all, he went to the dark web to take on tasks and make money, and everything else was secondary. Soon, several top tasks caught Joshin's attention. These tasks all have commissions exceeding 1 million, which perfectly meets Joshin's requirements. But when he wanted to click in to view the details of the task, a cautious dialog box popped up on the screen. "We are very sorry, this user has not reached the level required for the task. Please upgrade the user level as soon as possible." When Joshin saw this dialog box, he realized that not everyone can take on dark web tasks, and qualifications are required. Just think about it and you will understand. If a family spends money to hire helpers but the helpers are not capable enough, what they hire will not be helpers, but people who will hinder them. Moreover, the tasks that can be put here are either shameful or difficult problems that cannot be solved in the real world. When people post tasks here, they really want experts to solve them, not to give them to newbies to practice on, so there are naturally corresponding level requirements. Joshin quickly understood the dark web's classification of technical personnel. It was relatively simple, divided into 5 levels: iron, bronze, silver, gold, and king. In fact, the corresponding ones are entry-level novices, ordinary elites, professional masters, expert masters, and real technical kings. According to the regulations of the website, different levels have different tasks that can be undertaken. Seeing this, Joshin couldn't help but feel a headache. He had wanted to use the experience accumulated in his previous life to take 2 big orders on this website and make a lot of money. Who knew there was such a limit? This is just like playing a game. No matter how good your skills are, it's useless if you have a crappy account. No one will want to team up with you. It seems that if I want to make money, I still have to start from scratch and build up my account first. In order to reach the level to accept advanced tasks as soon as possible, Joshin immediately started the task clearing mode. As long as it was a task that a newbie like him could take on, Joshin would accept them all without being picky. His action instantly attracted the attention of other newbies on the website. MD, who is this new guy? Why is he accepting tasks so randomly? Does he know the rules? That's right. This guy just registered and has taken on so many tasks. Can he complete them on time? Who knows? Fortunately, these small tasks are not serious. But if he causes trouble, he will probably be blacklisted by the website. Who cares? Oh, by the way, does anyone have a VR 3D imaging program? Let me use it. Joshin's actions quickly caused a sensation in the relevant forums, or to be more precise, a riot. Fortunately, Joshin's level is very low, and everyone can only laugh at this ignorant and arrogant newcomer. On the contrary, they don't care whether Joshin can complete these tasks on time. After all, he is just a newcomer. Even if he can complete those tasks, what can he do? Can he threaten those high-level technical masters? This is like the Chinese national football team. No matter how hard they try, they will not attract the attention of the world's football powers because the 2 teams are not opponents of the same level at all. However, Joshin didn't care. His goal was to improve the user level, and the only way to improve the user level was to complete tasks. Completing tasks of the corresponding level will earn you corresponding points. If you have enough points, your user level will be upgraded. As the user level increases, you can take on more advanced tasks. It goes on like this, there is no shortcut. So, after completing so many tasks, Joshin began to work day and night. Even dinner was brought to him in front of the computer by Zhou Yueling. However, because he was busy completing the task, Joshin did not notice that his behavior caused Zhou Yueling's concern. Chapter 34, Zhou Yueling's Worry. Outhouse. Living room. Xiaohai, do you think Shinner will be in any danger? Zhou Yueling said with a worried look on her face. What's wrong, sis? I just went in to bring Shinner lunch, and I noticed he hasn't moved since he bought the computer. Although Zhou Sihai didn't know what Joshin was doing, he knew that his eldest nephew was extraordinary and was definitely not the kind of person who was addicted to the internet and had no self-control. So, I immediately comforted him, sister, don't worry about it. He can take care of himself. Don't treat this kid like a child every day. As a mother, how could Zhou Yueling not worry? But she couldn't help her son at all, which made her feel useless. Zhou Sihai saw that Zhou Yueling seemed a little depressed, so he put out the cigarette in his hand and said, "Sister, although my eldest nephew has a bad reputation, he is really smart. I don't think he will make us worry. But I'm worried that he'll be devastated by what happened to the Yi family. Don't worry about this. Think about it, he grew up in a truly wealthy family and was a top student at Longqing University. Even if he left the Yi family, he won't be devastated." Zhou Sihai believed that Yi Fan would be unable to recover from a small blow. Because although Yi Fan's living conditions were not very good, he and his sister did not have enough money to provide him with better material conditions. But apart from this, Yi Fan is no worse than ordinary children. More importantly, out of guilt, especially because his sister didn't even know the identity of the child's father and couldn't give him a complete family, she doted on Yi Fan a little too much, which led to the boy developing a selfish and self-centered character. On the contrary, Zhou Shen looks aloof and unapproachable on the surface. But this guy is meticulous and careful in his work, and decisive and ruthless in his actions. Even bigwigs like Zhou Hu and Shen Bao look at him differently. How could such a person be so discouraged by some small setbacks? When Zhou Yueling heard Zhou Sihai's words, she fell silent. "Well, I hope so, but you still have to speak up for him for me sometime." "What? It's not good to play computer games all the time. My former colleague's child died suddenly because of playing games every day." Well, Zhou Sihai felt a little overwhelmed when he heard this. The boy looked thin and malnourished, but he knew how strong the boy was. He saw with his own eyes that this kid fought 4 consecutive rounds in the underground boxing ring of Shidai Jian, defeating many masters of Shen Bao one after another. Even the notorious Wang Bao was defeated by this kid. Given that kid's physical condition, there's no sign of him dying suddenly. On the contrary, he was beaten all over, and was forced by that boy to buy things. He didn't even get a good night's sleep. He was really afraid that he would die suddenly at a young age. But he didn't dare say this to his sister. Once he did, she would burst into tears and would lose her temper in no time. "Okay, I'll talk to him later. It's getting late, and I should probably leave soon." After saying that, Zhou Sihai changed into a clean worksuit, cleaned up the garbage at home, and went downstairs carrying a few black garbage bags. Then, there was a sound of a car engine starting downstairs. In the living room, Zhou Yueling heard the sound of a car going away and couldn't help feeling distressed. Her younger brother had really paid too much for her. It was all because she was young and ignorant. Not only did she get pregnant before marriage, but she also insisted on giving birth to the child against her parents' wishes, and was eventually kicked out of the house. Because Sihai felt sorry for herself, he broke up with his family, moved out of Zhou's house and came to this strange city with her. Although the Zhou family is not a wealthy family, they are considered well off in that third-tier small city. With the strength of the Zhou family and Xiao Hai's conditions, it is not difficult for him to find a wife. At his current age, if he didn't have his own burden, he would have started a family long ago. Who knows, his child might be as old as Shen'er. But due to my own reasons, he is still alone and has no proper job. I owe him so much. Thinking of this, Zhou Yueling's eyes welled up with tears again. However, at this moment, Zhou Shen walked out of his room. Zhou Shen looked very tired at this moment. He had been working in front of the computer for an entire afternoon and now his head was dizzy. If it weren't for the fact that the little water tank in his body was full and kept protesting, he would probably still be doing his tasks in the room. However, when he came out, he saw his mother crying on the sofa. For a moment, Zhou Shen was stunned. Zhou Shen does not have much mother-son affection for his adoptive mother Zhou Yueling. So, he should have been indifferent to such a scene. At least that's what he thought. However, for some reason, when Zhou Shen saw Zhou Yueling secretly crying, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, and his eyes and nose felt a little sore. The feeling was so strong that Zhou Shen was worried that tears would flow down. Is it the original owner's soul that is causing trouble? Or is it an instinctive reaction of this body? This feeling of being out of control surprised Zhou Shen a little, but it also made him realize a serious problem. He had to be a good Zhou Shen. Originally, according to Zhou Shen's own idea and the agreement he made with the original owner, he planned to help him get revenge, and then leave enough money for Zhou Yueling and say goodbye to everything in Longcheng. He has to be true to himself. He is not the former eldest son of the Yi family, nor is he the foolish and mentally damaged Zhou Shen. However, now it seems that I thought too simply. The ties of blood in the body cannot be severed just by wanting to. Thinking of this, Zhou Shen calmed down and walked to his mother. "Mom, are you crying?" "No. There's just sand in my eyes." Zhou Yueling didn't expect her son to come out at this time, and explained in a panic for a moment. There's no sandstorm at this time of year, and the windows aren't open, so where does the sand come from? If you insist on saying there is one, then am I the sand that's bringing you to tears? No. Shinner, don't think too much. Mom is worried about your uncle. How did he make you sad? Zhou Shen frowned, his expression becoming a little serious. As soon as Zhou Yueling saw her son's expression, she knew he had misunderstood and immediately said, Mom can't help but cry because she feels guilty about your uncle but can't help him. Don't think too much about it. Hearing this, Zhou Shen suddenly became curious. He really wanted to know what happened between his mother and Zhou Sihai, and why his uncle had to stay in this house all the time and even play the role of the male host. Mom, can you tell me about my uncle, if it's convenient? Zhou Yueling also didn't want her son to misunderstand her younger brother, so she nodded without hesitation. Chapter 35, Yang Wanner's Visit. Speaking of Zhou Sihai and Zhou Yueling, this is another heartbreaking story. Zhou Yueling's family is not from Longcheng, but from Haicheng, hundreds of kilometers away. The Zhou family is a well-known family in Haicheng. Although it is not as wealthy as those real wealthy families, its family background is also pretty good. Zhou Yueling is the eldest sister in the family, and she has a younger sister and 2 younger brothers. Among all these brothers and sisters, the ones with the best relationship are naturally Zhou Yueling and the youngest one Zhou Sihai. This is because when Zhou Yueling was young, her father and mother were busy with work, and the responsibility of taking care of the children was given to her. Especially the 4th child, Zhou Hai, who was almost raised by Zhou Yueling alone. She always took this little follower with her wherever she went. Zhou Yueling would save anything delicious for Zhou Sihai. It is said that an elder sister is like a mother, and this is perfectly reflected in Zhou Sihai. As for why Zhou Yueling gave birth to a child out of wedlock, this is also a sad story. Back then, Zhou Yueling met a man named Gu Baiting when she was in college, and they fell in love at first sight. After being together for a few months, the two confirmed their relationship and even tasted the forbidden fruit. There was a reason why that thing was called forbidden fruit, and the punishment soon came. Zhou Yueling became pregnant. However, just when Zhou Yueling was about to tell Gu Baiting about this, he disappeared. That's right, it means exactly what I understood. It disappeared without a trace. Zhou Yueling searched for him frantically, and even went to his so-called hometown in Beijing, but still found nothing. Every time she found no such person. Feeling disheartened, Zhou Yueling returned home and told her parents about her pregnancy. However, what she didn't expect was that Zhou's father and mother were furious when they heard about this. Not only did they ask Zhou Yueling to abort the baby who was more than 3 months old, but they also wanted her to marry a man who was 20 years older than her. Zhou Yueling could already feel the child's existence at this time. He was so real that Zhou Yueling naturally would not agree to abort the child. Because of this, she had a fierce quarrel with Zhou's father and mother, and was eventually kicked out of the house by them. Abandoned by her boyfriend, kicked out by her family, and unable to return to school, Zhou Yueling fell into despair. However, at this moment, Zhou Sihai appeared. After learning about the situation, he insisted on taking care of his elder sister and unborn nephew despite his parents' objections. Zhou Yueling was initially a little surprised by Zhou Sihai's arrival. Thinking that she was all alone, she felt a little relieved to have her brother stay with her for a few days. For this reason, Zhou Yueling had no intention of driving Zhou Sihai away. She thought that this brat would cry and shed tears after enduring a few days of hardship with her, and would then live a life of ease and comfort. But she didn't expect that Zhou Sihai would live with her for more than 10 years. Later she found out that her brother had cut off relations with his parents for her. Later, Zhou Sihai became the pillar of this family. Because he had no education or diploma, he moved bricks at construction sites, loaded trucks for others, delivered goods, and did almost all the hard and tiring work. It was only a few years ago that I learned to drive a taxi and finally settled down. Especially when Zhou Yueling was in confinement after childbirth, Zhou Sihai was even busier and more dedicated than the average husband. It can be said that if it weren't for Zhou Sihai, Zhou Yueling would have found it really difficult to get through that dark time. As the saying goes, there can never be no man in the family. In this already broken family, Zhou Sihai not only served as half the pillar, but also protected Yifan from the wind and rain, fulfilling his duties as a father. Because of this, he missed his best years and still hadn't found a partner when he was in his 30s. Besides being touched by her younger brother, Zhou Yueling also felt that she owed him. After hearing about the past of his mother and uncle, Zhou Shen was deeply shocked. He never imagined that his seemingly insignificant uncle had made such a great sacrifice for his mother and the family. Before, I laughed at him in my heart for knowing nothing, just like a bumpkin. Every time he appeared, he seemed like a supporting role. Sometimes I even felt that he was just a paperman in a novel, dispensable. But now his heart was touched. The seemingly lazy uncle was also a flesh and blood person, and he was also a relative that his mother cared about. Thinking of this, Joshin immediately said, "Mom, don't worry. We owe Uncle a favor, and I will definitely double it back in the future. You don't have to worry." Hearing Joshin's words, Zhou Yueling wiped the tears from her face, nodded, and said, "Mom has told you so many things about the past, you won't think I'm nagging, will you?" Joshin smiled slightly and said, "How could that be? We're family after all, so it's only natural for us to chat about family matters." Looking at Joshin's warm smile, Zhou Yueling felt a little better. At the same time, she was also a little confused. Why did such a warm-hearted boy become so unbearable in people's mouths? Zhou Yueling really couldn't understand why. Was there some inside story that she didn't know? Just when Zhou Yueling wanted to ask, the doorbell suddenly rang. "It's almost night, who is coming?" Zhou Yueling asked in surprise. "Mom, it's not my uncle, is it?" "It shouldn't be. First of all, your uncle usually comes back in the early morning. Second, he has the key and never needs to ring the doorbell when entering," Zhou Yueling said. "Then I'll go open the door," Joshin said. "No need, you just finished your meal, take a rest, I'll open it," Zhou Yueling said and walked towards the door. The moment she opened the door, Zhou Yueling was stunned to see a pretty girl standing at the door. However, what Zhou Yueling didn't know was that the person opposite her was obviously more confused than her. Didn't they say Joshin lives here? Why is it a woman who opened the door, and also? This thought flashed through Yang Wanner's mind. That's right, the girl outside the door is Yang Wanner. After checking the surveillance footage in the morning and seeing that the person she had sex with for the second time was Joshin again, Yang Wanner almost felt like she was going to collapse. She didn't know what kind of mood she was in when she walked out of the hotel. Anyway, she knew that if Joshin was in front of her at that time, she would definitely smash his head. After calming down from her anger, she immediately called and asked the housekeeper to find out Joshin's address. She wanted to have a good talk with this bastard. Even Yang Wanner didn't think clearly about what to say after meeting Joshin, and she hurried over to his house. I had thought that after opening the door, I would give that vile and shameless bastard a good scolding to relieve the resentment in my heart. Who knew that the person who opened the door was actually a woman? This made Yang Wanner, who was already full of anger, suddenly not know what to do. Chapter 36, Joshin vs. Yang Wanner. The two women stared at each other for several seconds. Finally, Zhou Yueling was the first to react and asked, "Girl, who are you looking for?" "Yishin, oh, no, it's Joshin." When Zhou Yueling heard her mention Yishin and then Joshin, she immediately knew that this girl must be her son's former friend, and immediately asked, "Are you Shinner's friend?" "Friend?" After hearing Zhou Yueling's words, Yang Wanner felt so disgusted. Who would want to be friends with this stinky bastard? How could he be so good as to do something to a woman twice without her consent? Although she was extremely resistant in her heart, Yang Wanner didn't know why, but she said politely, "I guess so." "Excuse me, is Yi Joshin home?" I'm here, please come in." Zhou Yueling smiled meaningfully. Although this kid of mine doesn't have a good reputation, he has inherited all the good looks of his father, and he is so handsome. The thing that a young man like this has the most around him is probably young girls. As soon as he returned to her place, a young girl came to him. It seems that he doesn't have to worry about finding a daughter-in-law in the future. But she never dreamed that the little girl in front of her was a lesbian, but was taken to bed by her son twice. One time was when she was sober but unwilling, and the other time was when she was not sober and unwilling. "Are you Joshin's mother?" "I won't go in. Can you help me call him out? I have something to talk to him about," Yang Wanner said. Although Yang Wanner spoke rather tactfully, Zhou Yueling, as someone who had experienced this, still heard some resentment in the girl's tone. Could it be that his son did something he shouldn't have done to someone else? I have to say, women's intuition is so accurate that the whole family guessed the truth. Thinking of her own guess, Zhou Yueling felt relieved. It seemed that the girl didn't want to talk about some things openly. This matter probably needs her son to come forward in person. Thinking of this, Zhou Yueling stepped aside and said with a smile, "The boy is in the living room, you should go in and talk to him." Yang Wanner seemed a little restrained and embarrassed about Zhou Yueling's invitation. What happened between her and Joshin is really not suitable to be told in front of her parents, that would be too embarrassing. A young girl, who had never held hands with a man, was raped by that little hooligan, twice. Who could stand this? But since we are here, we can't not meet. Besides, the person at the door is Zhou Shin's mother. If she refuses the invitation, wouldn't it give people an impolite impression? Thinking of this, Yang Wanner decided to go in and call the person out. At worst, she wouldn't talk about those things in the room. I think that guy will cooperate. After all, it's not a glorious thing for him. Zhou Shin, who was in the house, didn't know Yang Wanner had come to visit. He heard his mother talking to someone at the door and immediately asked, "Mom, who is it?" "Your friend." Zhou Yueling looked at Yang Wanner with a smile and replied to Zhou Shin. "My friend?" Zhou Shin was also a little surprised when he heard Zhou Yueling's reply. "I have only been in this world for a short time, where can I find my friends? Could it be the friends of the original owner? That's not right. With Yishin's previous reputation, how could he have any friends? Even if there were any, they would just be drinking buddies who only knew how to eat and drink. How could they possibly come after knowing that Yishin was kicked out of the Yi family?" Therefore, Zhou Shin was also a little curious about the friend Zhou Yueling mentioned. But when Zhou Yueling and Yang Wanner came to Zhou Shin together, Zhou Shin was stunned. "Oh my god, why are you here?" Zhou Shin blurted out. Seeing Zhou Shin's shocked expression, Yang Wanner felt a little happy for some reason. Yang Wanner was quite satisfied that this scoundrel could show such an expression. "What? It's me, are you scared?" Yang Wanner said with a hint of playfulness. Thinking of what Zhou Shin had done to her, Yang Wanner felt so angry that her teeth were itching. Now that he was found at her door, this guy must be scared. Seeing that the two really knew each other, Zhou Yueling felt relieved. But his son's dull appearance really doesn't look like his father at all. "I remember back then." Zhou Yueling was about to reminisce about the past when Zhou Shin suddenly rushed over, pulled Yang Wanner's hand and said, "Come on, if there's anything, let's talk outside. It's not convenient to talk here." Seeing that the two of them were going out so late, Zhou Yueling quickly said, "It's so late, Shinner, where are you taking this girl?" When Zhou Yueling asked about this, Zhou Shin didn't know how to answer. Yang Wanner, on the other hand, seemed relatively calm, although she was eager to watch Zhou Shin get humiliated right here. But she was not willing to tell Zhou Yueling in front of her that she was teased by Zhou Shin twice. Therefore, Yang Wanner said to Zhou Yueling, Auntie, don't worry, we have something to discuss, and we are embarrassed to talk about it with you beside us." Without waiting for Yang Wanner to finish, Zhou Shin grabbed her hand and pulled her downstairs. Zhou Shin was really worried that if he was too late, this woman would say something shocking in front of his mother. "My mother's health is not good, she really can't stand the shock." The two of them rushed downstairs in one breath, leaving Yang Wanner breathless. Along the way, Zhou Shin held Yang Wanner's hand all the time, for fear that she would not cooperate. Yang Wanner was a little confused about Zhou Shin holding her hand. She knew that she was a lesbian, and she usually felt extremely disgusted when a man approached her. Growing up, the only man she doesn't hate is probably her father, but that's only limited to normal communication. For example, even intimate actions like holding hands are not allowed by the father. But I don't know what happened just now. When this little gangster grabbed my hand, I didn't feel as disgusted as before. Not only that, he seemed to enjoy the feeling. It wasn't until she went downstairs and felt a gust of cold wind that she calmed down a little, broke free from Zhou Shin's hand and said, "Isn't it time for you to let go of my hand, you bastard?" When Zhou Shin heard Yang Wanner's words, he smiled wickedly and said, "It's just a hand touch. Why make such a fuss? Besides, is there a place on your body that I haven't seen or touched?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out in Zhou Shin's mind, "Ding. The host has flirted with a decent woman, which qualifies as villain behavior. Villain value plus 9,999. Oh shit. Is this a good woman? If I remember correctly, she was still an innocent little girl yesterday. Her condition changed so quickly. In addition, this woman is really his lucky baby. Every time he meets this woman, he can get a lot of villain value. What a good woman." For a moment, Zhou Shin's eyes lit up when he looked at Yang Wanner, as if he had seen some amazing treasure. Chapter 37, This girl is very smooth. Compared to Zhou Shin's good mood, Yang Wanner was on the verge of going crazy at this time. Everyone says this dog is not a human, but I didn't expect it to be so dog-like. This is clearly taking advantage of others and still acting ungratefully. She was the eldest daughter of the Yang family, a famous beauty at Longqing University, and he forced her to have sex with him twice in one day, leaving her trembling when she walked. Yet, not only did he not feel any remorse, he was so shameless. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? It simply pushed Yang Wanner to the limit of her worldview. You filthy scoundrel, how dare you open your mouth and say that? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Zhou Shen said with a hint of playfulness. Do you think you did nothing wrong? Seeing Zhou Shen's self-righteous expression, Yang Wanner's hot temper was immediately ignited and she spoke angrily. What did I do wrong? You slept, twice. Yang Wanner said with some indignation in her heart. So what? Don't you feel any guilt at all? Guilt? Zhou Shen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said calmly, have you forgotten? The first time, you were the one who took the initiative to do something to me and put drugs in the water. I had sex with you without knowing it at the time. You only deserve this. The second time was last night at the hotel. That time, it was your fault too. How is it my fault? Look at you, a little girl, you went to the bar and got drugged, and you didn't even know it. If I hadn't intervened, do you know the consequences? Places like bars are really not suitable for young women. There are all kinds of people there, and all kinds of despicable tactics are rampant. It is common, especially for little girls, to be drugged. If you are lucky, it may just be a one-night stand, but if you are unlucky, even your kidneys may be cut off. Is this the reason you slept with me the second time? Although Yang Wanner felt a little scared about Zhou Shen's words, that was not what she cared about. But he fell into his hands twice in one day. Seeing that Yang Wanner was getting a little angry, Zhou Shen smiled and said, that's not the case. Then can you give me another reason that convinces me? Yang Wanner refused to accept it. She thought that she was the one who drugged him the first time and that she was wrong. But the second time, I was already knocked unconscious. Could it be my fault again? Zhou Shen stared at Yang Wanner and smiled, I saved you just to prevent you from getting into any accidents. And then I'll teach you a lesson. Lesson? Yes, I want you to know how dangerous this world is. Otherwise, with your stubborn nature of forgetting punishments and just wanting to eat, you might end up in bed again someday. So you. Yes. I can't let you think that after being drugged, you can still survive the next day. I didn't choose to cut your kidneys, which is already the greatest tolerance I can show you. Hearing Zhou Shen say such shameless words, Yang Wanner's heart was like 1,000 horses galloping, and she almost exploded with anger. The first time, you deserved it. The second time, it taught you a lesson. Why does everything he says sound so reasonable, as if it was my own fault that he slept with me, and it had nothing to do with him? Zhou Shen, you are a complete and utter asshole, you are not a human being. Yang Wanner was almost mad at this time, and she quickly sent warm greetings to Zhou Shen's 18 generations of ancestors in her heart. At the same time, Zhou Shen's mind was filled with system notifications. Ding! The host's verbal harassment of a decent woman meets the villain's code of conduct. Villain value plus 9,999. Ding! The host receives a sweet greeting from the heroine Yang Wanner. Villain value plus 99,999. Zhou Shen ignored Yang Wanner's intimate greeting and said calmly, it's not the first day you've known me for being a jerk. You came to me so late at night, didn't you, just to scold me? If so, now that you've finished scolding me, can you please leave? After saying this, Zhou Shen subconsciously looked at his watch, appearing a little impatient. After all, I have been out for more than 20 minutes, and I must go back quickly, otherwise my mother will worry. Yang Wanner is really speechless now. This stinky hooligan is simply a dog in his home. He slept with a young girl like me, and not only did he not feel any guilt, but he also blamed me for everything. Moreover, he was not angry at all even though she scolded him, which made Yang Wanner feel like she had punched cotton and she was very unhappy. At this time, Yang Wanner really felt a little regretful. She had nothing better to do than to provoke such an evil star. Now, we have lost blood and soldiers, and we are so unlucky. Seeing that Yang Wanner was silent, Zhou Shen didn't bother to care about her anymore. He waved his hand and walked upstairs. Before he finished, he reminded her, remember to go home early. If you get drugged again, you won't be so lucky to run into me again. Zhou Shen, you bastard. Yang Wanner screamed hysterically, and in anger, she simply threw her cell phone at Zhou Shen. However, Zhou Shen seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Without even turning his body around, he just stretched out his hand and caught the phone flying in the air. Thank you for knowing I don't have a cell phone. You bastard. Yang Wanner was completely helpless against him and could only roar helplessly at Zhou Shen's back. Zhou Shun ignored Yang Waner behind him. He really had no interest in this spoiled rich lady. If this woman hadn't been having sex with him for the first time, he wouldn't have even been interested in looking at her. As for whether Yang Waner would retaliate against him again, Zhou Shun didn't care. Although the Yang family is quite powerful and ranks among the top 10 in Longcheng, it is indeed a terrifying family in the eyes of others. But Zhou Shun didn't even take the Yi family, which ranked first in comprehensive strength in Longcheng, seriously, so what was the Yang family? Although he has no funds and no resources now, he has a system and the experience and memories of his previous life in the business world, so it is very easy for him to make money. As long as he is given time, let alone surpassing the Yang family, even surpassing the Yi family will be a piece of cake. Of course, Zhou Shun also believed that after these 2 lessons, if this girl was smart, she would not bother him again. If she dared to cause trouble again, he wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. But to be honest, although this chick is a little cute and silly, she is really cute. Chapter 38, Super Big Order. When I got home, my mother hadn't rested yet. Seeing Zhou Shun push the door open, Zhou Yueling asked meaningfully, "Did that girl go back?" Zhou Shun nodded and said, "Well, we should go back now." "Should? Didn't you see him off?" Zhou Yueling asked. "No need, Mom, it's getting late. You're not in good health, so don't worry about it. Go to bed early." Zhou Shun didn't want Zhou Yueling to interfere in this matter, so he said immediately. Zhou Yueling also noticed that her son didn't want to continue this topic. Although she was also very curious about the relationship between her son and the little girl, she finally said, well, you young people should handle yourselves." Although the son didn't say much, judging from the girl's expression, the relationship between them was very unusual and they were probably a couple. But their current situation doesn't seem to be very good, and I don't know if they had a fight. At the same time, she was also a little worried. Looking at the clothes and jewelry on the little girl, she could tell that her family was well off and she was probably the daughter of a wealthy family. I just wonder if she will dislike her family's situation. Thinking of this, Zhou Yueling couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After all, she was the one who dragged her son down. With a hint of worry and a bit of self-blame, Zhou Yueling sighed and went back to her room. Watching his mother leave, Zhou Shun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The relationship between him and Yang Waner was somewhat complicated, even bloody. He really didn't want his mother to worry about his affairs, so it was better not to talk about it. Zhou Shun also felt that Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai played an increasingly important role in his heart. Perhaps this was the power of blood. Zhou Yueling's gentleness and Zhou Sihai's selfless dedication have planted the seeds of family affection in Zhou Shun's heart. For this reason, Zhou Shun secretly made a decision that he must make sure these 2 only relatives live a good life in the future. With this thought in mind, Zhou Shun returned to his room, completed some tasks, and then fell asleep. However, just after Zhou Shun fell asleep, the dark web exploded. The appearance of a newbie like Zhou Shun should not have attracted much attention. After all, there are so many people like him appearing every day. Some people overestimate their abilities and take on a large number of low-level tasks in an eye-catching way, hoping to improve their user level in a short period of time. However, except for a few powerful masters, most people failed. After all, the dark web has requirements for the progress of tasks. Once a task is accepted, it will be completed within 24 hours, or at most 72 hours. If the task is not completed within the time limit, it will be judged as a failure. Every time a mission fails, a portion of points will be deducted as punishment. So many people have been on the dark web for several years, but in the end their points are not as good as a newbie. However, after Zhou Shun swept through most of the low-level tasks on the website in one go at noon today, many people started paying attention to him. It's just that most people are waiting to see Zhou Shun make a fool of himself, and not many people are optimistic about him. But just a few minutes ago, everyone discovered that Zhou Shun had actually started submitting tasks, and he submitted more than a dozen tasks at once, and they were all judged to be excellent. In an instant, many people in the entire dark web were stunned. They seemed to have witnessed the rise of a great god. However, compared to the vast dark web, Zhou Shun's appearance is just a small wave in the ocean. What really caused a sensation on the entire internet was a super large order with a bounty of over 100 million yuan. As soon as this order appeared, it attracted the attention and discussion of everyone in the dark web. Design of autonomous systems for intelligent robots that mimic humans. Damn, this employer is crazy. Why would they put such a task on the dark web? Is this a task that one person can complete? That's right. This thing is a difficult problem that even the elites in the National Research Department are afraid they will find difficult to solve. Wouldn't it be difficult for us to put it online? Who knows, maybe the person who issued the task is from the National Research Department. Well, that's possible. After all, on the dark web, no one knows anyone's true identity. Maybe they encountered some difficulties. Otherwise, why would they post such a task? Alas, what a pity. If I could earn this 100 million yuan in commission, I wouldn't have to work so hard doing odd jobs in the future. What are you thinking? Is this something you, a novice, can do? The emergence of super large orders with commissions of over 100 million yuan completely detonated the dark web. You should know that the commissions for dark web settlement tasks are all settled in US dollars. 100 million US dollars is equivalent to 700 million yen country currency. Whoever can get this order will no longer have to worry about expenses for the rest of his life. After all, there is no need to pay taxes on the dark web, so you can earn as much as you want. Kyoto, Century Building. In the luxurious top-floor office, a middle-aged man with a heavy face stared at the computer, smoking the cigar in his hand with a serious expression. The whole office was filled with the smell of nicotine. This middle-aged man is none other than Gu Nien, the famous tycoon in Kyoto's business community and the president of Gu Group. Next to him sat a bearded man of unrecognizable age, who was typing away on the keyboard of his laptop. Neither of them said anything until the sloppy man finished writing the last line of code. Then he asked, "Brother Nien, do you think it's really okay for us to post the task we're working on with the National Research Department online? If the people at the National Research Department find out, it will be." "But what?" Then Gu Nien said coldly, "Those bastards, relying on the support of others behind them, ignored the actual situation and threw such a difficult task on us. Aren't they just trying to use our funds to solve their current problems? Do you think I should make the entire group work for them? Brother Nien, are you overestimating our people a little bit? Even if you let everyone in the entire group invest in this project, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to overcome this problem." The sloppy man slapped Gu Nien's face mercilessly. Gu Nien was used to this kid's bluntness, so he didn't feel uncomfortable. He immediately said, "Since you say that, you can see how much effort this project will take us. Damn it, this National Research Department is simply making fun of us." Hearing Gu Nien's complaint, the sloppy man just shook his head. However, he agreed more with Gu Nien's statement. To be honest, the Gu Group had indeed developed a bit too fast in the past 2 years and had already threatened some people. It was understandable that it was regarded as a thorn in the eyes. Although the Gu family had caused quite a bit of turmoil over the issue of heirs for many years, which had also had a significant impact on the Gu Group, after nearly 20 years of hard work, the Gu Group finally returned to its peak. However, as the Gu Group has become more and more powerful in recent years, some people finally couldn't sit still and began to use various means to suppress the Gu Group. It is said that it is easy to dodge a gun but difficult to guard against an arrow. Although the strength of the Gu Group cannot be underestimated, it is impossible for it to be all-encompassing. Therefore, from the company's president Gu Nien to the ordinary employees, everyone is on edge. This time, the cooperation with the National Research Department was originally centered on the National Research Department, but they never expected that the National Research Department would simply give up and make them the main force. This really put the Gu Group in a terrible situation. After all, if it is not handled properly, the consequences will be very serious. But everyone underestimated Gu Nien. Although his name sounded gentle like a girl, he was extremely ruthless when he took action. After receiving the notice from the National Research Department, Gu Nien directly posted the main difficulties of this cooperation plan on the dark web. Gu Nien had never thought of using the dark web to complete the task. After all, that was impossible. Because most of the people on the dark web are lone hunters, there are very few well-coordinated teams, and the tasks they post are not something that can be completed by one person. The reason why Gu Nien did this was, on the one hand, that he didn't want this project to tie up all the network elites of the Gu Group, and on the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to discuss those people with ulterior motives. Of course, it would be even better if you could really meet those super gods hidden among the people. Chapter 39, Ideas for Opening a Shop. Nothing happened that night. Joshin got up early the next morning, washed up simply, and went out to exercise. His current physical fitness is still a little poor, and he can't just rely on the system treasure chest for this thing. He can also improve his physical fitness through self-training. Starting from home, Joshin started running around the streets and alleys of the old city. Running is not only a physical activity, but also a technical activity. At the beginning, Joshin's breathing couldn't keep up with his pace, and he started panting after running less than 2 kilometers. Fortunately, he had learned some basic running techniques before, and then he started running according to what he remembered. Soon, Joshin mastered the rhythm. On the first day of running, Joshin didn't dare to run too far, only about 10 kilometers, and his speed was not very fast. When the sun was about to rise, Joshin returned home. When I got home, my mother had already prepared breakfast. After washing his hands, Joshin walked to the dining table and had breakfast with his mother. I have to say that my mother's cooking skills are really not exaggerated. Although the breakfast is simple, it tastes much better than those in restaurants outside. Joshin even felt that his mother's breakfast could rival the cooking of some Michelin 3-star chefs. Mom, it would be a waste if you didn't use your cooking skills to open a restaurant. Zhou Yueling's face turned red when she heard her son's praise. You have such a sweet mouth, kid. Seeing that Zhou Yueling thought he was flattering her, Joshin immediately said firmly, Really, Mom, I'm not lying to you. With your cooking skills, if you open a shop, the business will definitely be booming. Zhou Yueling was obviously pleased to hear her son's recognition of her craftsmanship. However, Zhou Yueling had thought about the idea of opening a store. But given our family's current financial situation, let alone much else, we can't even afford to rent a shop. Opening a store, just think about it. So Zhou Yueling just took Joshin's words as a joke. However, at this moment, Zhou Sihai, who had been out driving all night, also returned. It can be seen that Zhou Sihai is very tired. He drags his exhausted body like a walking corpse. After entering the room, he kept yawning, greeted Zhou Yueling briefly, and then sat at the dining table and mechanically ate breakfast. Zhou Yueling had long been accustomed to Zhou Sihai's appearance. Although she felt very distressed, there was nothing she could do. After hearing his mother talk about Zhou Sihai's past yesterday, Joshin's opinion of his uncle has changed a lot. Seeing Zhou Sihai so exhausted, Joshin said a caring word seriously, Thank you for your hard work. Zhou Yueling had wanted to say this to Zhou Sihai a long time ago, but every time the words came to her lips, Zhou Sihai evaded her. Now that it was said through Joshin's mouth, Zhou Yueling found it difficult to control her emotions again. In order to prevent the two from seeing the tears in her eyes, Zhou Yueling went straight into the house. Zhou Sihai's words had little effect on Joshin. A night's work had already caused his brain, which had a limited capacity to begin with, to crash. After hearing Joshin's words, Zhou Sihai just said him and continued to eat mechanically. Joshin looked at Zhou Sihai, who was dumbfounded, and said, Don't work so hard in the future, especially don't run the night shift. Hearing Joshin's words, Zhou Sihai yawned and said, If you don't drive, you're the one supporting the family. Now the only income for the family depends on me driving. If I don't work, do you want to starve? Joshin shook his head and said, You misunderstood me. I actually have an idea. Maybe I can make money without working so hard. What idea? Zhou Sihai knew that his eldest nephew was no ordinary person, so he asked curiously. I think my mother's craftsmanship is very good, and the level is completely up to the standard of opening a shop, so I think. You want to open a shop? Yes, you know my mother's situation. Even if she goes to work, she can only do some physical work, and her body obviously can't withstand that kind of high-intensity labor. It's just right for her to open a store. Joshin said. It's a good idea, but it has nothing to do with whether I drive or not, right? It does matter. Please help me persuade my mother. If possible, open a shop with her. Don't let her get tired. Your wishful thinking is quite loud. Ha, I don't think you would have the heart to make my mother exhausted. This. Zhou Sihai was a little tempted by Joshin's proposal. As for opening a store, Zhou Sihai had thought about it before. But it's not easy to run a small shop, it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, and now. By the way, it seems that this kid is not short of money now. He saw with his own eyes that Joshin got 1 million from Zhou, so he had no shortage of money to open a store. So, this idea is worth a try, just in case it works. Boy, do you want to use that money to open a shop? Zhou Sihai asked in a low voice. Joshin nodded and admitted it directly. After all, this matter could not be concealed. The origin of this money is not good. If my sister knew about it, we would. I'm sorry you're worried. I have my own way of keeping my mom from knowing the true source of the money. You just need to cooperate with me and get my mom to agree to open the store. Your mother won't refuse this, will she? Not necessarily. My mother has worked hard for half her life and has lost her ambition. If she knew I had such a large sum of money, she would definitely let me save it to get married and would definitely not let me spend it recklessly. After hearing what Zhou Shen said, Zhou Sihai thought it was very likely. After all, he knew Zhou Yueling better than Zhou Shen. Thinking of this, Zhou Sihai nodded and said, "Okay then. As long as you can convince my sister that the money comes from a legitimate source, I can persuade her to agree to open a shop." The nephew and uncle hit it off and immediately prepared to deceive Zhou Yueling. At this time, Zhou Yueling was crying silently in the house. However, when she heard her son and brother chattering outside, and could see that they were getting along pretty well, she wiped away her tears with relief. She couldn't let them worry about her. After calming down, Zhou Yueling walked out of the house. "What are you two talking about? You seem so happy." Seeing Zhou Yueling coming out, Zhou Shen smiled and replied, "Mom, I'm discussing with my uncle whether to open a store." "Opening a shop? Well, although your health is not good now, it's not good for you to stay at home all the time. Your cooking skills are so good, it's just right for you to open a small shop." "Yes. Sister, I also think that my eldest nephew has a good idea. Opening a store can not only make money but also give me something to do." "It's great," Zhou Sihai echoed. "You two are just talking nonsense. Opening a store is not as easy as you think, especially when it comes to money." "Mom, don't worry about the money. I have it." "You do? Where did you get the money?" Zhou Yueling knew that her son was kicked out of the Yi family and did not bring anything with him except the clothes on his body. Therefore, Zhou Yueling didn't believe that her son had any money on him. Besides, even if he had some, it probably wouldn't be enough to open a store. After all, he bought 3 mobile phones and assembled a computer yesterday, which would cost him tens of thousands of dollars. "Shen'er, opening a shop requires a lot of money. You are no longer in the Yi family. Save the money you have for emergencies." "Mom, it's not like that." At this moment, Zhou Shen's cell phone suddenly rang, followed by an electronic synthesized sound, ding. 100,000 yuan has arrived in your Zhibao account. Chapter 40, Timely Arrival Information. The sudden sound startled both Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai. Both of their eyes were fixed on Zhou Shen, full of doubts. However, this was just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Shen's phone kept ringing. Ding. 100,000 yuan has arrived in your Zafubo account. Please check it. Ding. 50,000 yuan has arrived in your Zafubo account. Please check it. 50,000 yuan has arrived in your Zafubo account, please check. Zhou Shen opened his phone and saw that the commission he received after completing the task had arrived. He thought to himself that the money came at the perfect time. Thinking of this, he immediately handed his phone to his mother and said, "Mom, look, I have the ability to make money myself." The continuous reminders of large sums of money arriving have made Zhou Yueling's heart jump to her throat. She is really worried that her son will go astray for money. "I was hesitating about how to ask about this tactfully, but I didn't expect my son to hand me the phone directly." Without caring about anything else, Zhou Yueling immediately took Zhou Shen's phone and started looking at it. "All I saw on my phone were messages of account arrival from the bank. The amounts received were not small, with the smallest amount being 10,000 yuan and the largest amount being 500,000 yuan. In less than 2 minutes, the amount of money deposited into his son's Alipay account reached a staggering 1.56 million yuan. With this much money, you can buy a small house in Longcheng, or pay a high down payment." Zhou Yueling was confused. What was going on? What did her son do? Why did so many people send him money? This money? Seeing his mother's puzzled and worried expression, Zhou Shen immediately explained, "Mom, all this money is earned by me. It's all legitimate income." After hearing Zhou Shen's words, Zhou Yueling frowned even more tightly. What legitimate business could be so profitable? "However, my son has been living in the Yi family before, so he may have his own way of making money." Zhou Sihai, who was standing by, was shocked for a moment, then took Zhou Shen's phone and started looking at it. When he saw the message on his phone, he was also shocked. Although Zhou Shen had already informed him before, saying that he would make the source of the money legitimate. But this is too fast, and I didn't even see how this guy did it. Besides, the amount of money doesn't seem right. He only got 1 million from Zhou Hu yesterday. After deducting the money he spent, he had more than 900,000 left at most. What the hell is this reminder of more than 1.5 million? Why are these people sending you money? What kind of business are you doing? Zhou Sihai asked in surprise. Zhou Shen had already thought of a plan to deal with this, and he immediately said, "Didn't I buy a computer yesterday? I took some time off to help others solve some problems online. This is just the commission they paid me. Is this true? Zhou Sihai asked in confusion. Of course it's true. Can I ask Alipay to cooperate with me in forging it? Zhou Shen said with a smile. But, you were busy all afternoon yesterday, and you were able to earn so much? Zhou Sihai's already broken brain was stunned by this series of incoming account information. More than 1 million in one afternoon was completely beyond his comprehension level. What does it mean to get rich overnight? This is it. Are all the people on the internet stupid? Is it so easy to make money? More than 1 million is not bad. I may earn more in the future. Zhou Shen said. Well enough. Zhou Sihai suddenly felt that the few $100s in his pocket were no longer worth it. He had worked hard all night last night and even took a long-distance bus to the next city, earning a total of 600 yuan. He had originally planned to buy some meat for lunch today to treat his sister and eldest nephew to a good meal. I didn't expect that my eldest nephew slept at home for one night, and when he came back, he had earned more than 1.5 million. This is too depressing. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Now Zhou Sihai finally understood the meaning of this sentence, and looked at Zhou Shen again as if he was looking at a monster. Zhou Shen felt a little helpless towards Zhou Sihai, his ally who didn't understand the situation, so he coughed twice to remind Zhou Sihai. Then, he said calmly, Mom, Uncle, you now know that I have the ability to make money. Don't worry about me. Let's discuss opening a store now. Yes, open a shop. What do you think, sister? After Zhou Shen's reminder, Zhou Sihai finally came to his senses. Now the most important thing was to get his elder sister's consent to open a store, and the rest could be discussed later. When the topic was brought back to opening a store, Zhou Yueling became conflicted again. It's a good thing that my son can make money. At least my younger brother won't have to work so hard, and I won't have to feel so guilty. But how could she accept using her son's hard-earned money to open a store if he ended up losing money? To be honest, Zhou Yueling is still a little unconfident about herself. So after thinking for a while, he said, let's not talk about this matter anymore. Shuner, it's not easy for you to make money. Save it first. As for opening a store. Sister, don't hesitate anymore, I want to participate in this matter too. What kind of shares? Zhou Yueling asked a little confusedly. Sister, the sports car business is becoming more and more difficult. I can't do it anymore. If you don't agree to open a store, your brother, may also be unemployed. Zhou Sihai said seriously. What Zhou Sihai said is true. Now, due to the influence of online ride-hailing services, the taxi business is becoming increasingly sluggish. The reason why he was so tired right now was because he had worked all night last night. After a tiring night, he only earned a few hundred yuan. Moreover, long-distance orders are hard to come by and there are only a few of them in a month. In Zhou Sihai's opinion, driving a taxi is just enough to make ends meet. Xiao Hai, do you also think opening a store is possible? Zhou Yueling asked. When her son mentioned this, Zhou Yueling thought it was just a child's ignorant and whimsical thinking. But his younger brother has been working in society for so many years, and his judgment is more accurate than his son's. That's right, sister, you believe in your own skills. As long as you take action, our restaurant will definitely be a big hit. Zhou Yueling hesitated, and seeing that her son and brother were still trying to persuade her, she finally gritted her teeth and nodded, all right, but let me make a deal first. If you have to lose money, then get rid of it as soon as possible to avoid losing it all later. Okay, the two responded in unison. Seeing her son and brother working so united, Zhou Yueling felt very relieved. Now she finally felt at home. This warm feeling made Zhou Yueling feel like she was in a dream. Zhou Yueling was also praying that if this was a dream, she hoped she would never wake up from it. Now that you have decided to open a store, you need to carefully plan when and where to open it. However, Zhou Sihai was tired after a whole night and had no energy left. When everything was finalized, Zhou Sihai began to feel sleepy. Seeing him yawning continuously, Zhou Shen didn't pull him to continue discussing the details of opening a store. Anyway, his mother had already nodded in agreement, so there was no need to rush. It wouldn't be too late to discuss the details after Zhou Sihai woke up. Chapter 41, One Man Makes an Army. After breakfast, Zhou Shen sat down at the computer again. Knowing that Zhou Shen was doing serious work, Zhou Yueling didn't say anything else. Instead, she poured him some water and brought him a piece of cut fruit. After doing this, Zhou Yueling left the room. After his mother left, Joshin skillfully turned on the computer, logged into the website, and continued to complete the tasks left over from yesterday. To be honest, these novice tasks are really not difficult for Joshin. If it weren't for the need to upgrade his user level as quickly as possible, Joshin would never have taken on such a simple task. Fortunately, although these tasks are not challenging and the commissions are not high, they are simple. There weren't many tasks left yesterday, so Joshin finished them in less than 3 hours. After handing over all the completed tasks, Joshin did not continue to take on new tasks, but instead browsed the dark web. However, just as Joshin was exploring the dark web, the internet section of the dark web exploded again. After Joshin handed over the task, the relevant forum became active again because of this newcomer. Damn it, that new guy is causing trouble again. Why is he acting like a demon? He has already submitted his tasks. I submitted it, but I don't know if it will be accepted. I took on 38 tasks in one day and submitted them all within 24 hours. Do you think it's possible? That guy couldn't be the reinforcements brought by the monkey. Is he here to make fun of me? Just when everyone on the forum was shocked by Joshin's amazing moves, Joshin was worried about the slowly growing points. He has completed dozens of primary tasks from yesterday afternoon until now, but has only obtained less than 400 points. It will take some time to upgrade to the required 1000 points. Although the setting of the dark web is a bit like killing monsters and leveling up in a game, it is not a game after all. You can pay with real money in games, but you can't do that on the dark web. You can only take it one step at a time and complete tasks. Joshin browsed the mission hall again and found that there were not many missions left for him to complete. Either the task has already been taken over by someone else, or the commission is pitifully low, and the employer also has a lot of strange requirements, making it obvious that they are difficult to deal with. Joshin was not very interested in such a task. He needs to upgrade quickly, but he doesn't need to be so desperate that he will eat anything. But just when Joshin was about to change to another section, his attention was suddenly attracted by a pinned task marked hot. Commissions exceeding 100 million, no level limit, anyone with the ability can take it, just to find the most powerful technical god. When Joshin saw the prompt for this task, he was excited. Afterwards, Joshin clicked on the task details and started browsing. After reading the introduction to this task, Joshin couldn't help but frown. It is indeed not an easy task to have a commission of over 100 million yuan. The main reason is that it is not a job that can be done by one person. After all, a person's ability is limited. A large-scale task often requires the cooperation of a strong team. For example, when making a large-scale online game, some people are responsible for deducing algorithms, some are responsible for building the game, and still others are responsible for network security. Only by cooperating with each other can a perfect game be developed reasonably. I have never seen a person who can make a large-scale game. It is not difficult, it is completely impossible. The current task is the same. Although it is an intelligent system development task on the surface, it actually involves multiple aspects. Without a mature team working together, I wouldn't even dare to try. However, Joshin felt that he could give it a try. After all, his ability was there. The world-class network technology awarded by the system is very comprehensive. Whether it is software engineering, network engineering, information security, Internet of Things engineering, or emerging digital media technology, intelligence science and technology, he knows them all, and they are all world-class. Theoretically, he alone is equivalent to a super awesome technical team. The saying "one man makes an army" refers to people like him. But this is only feasible in theory. In fact, this task with a commission of over 100 million yuan is mainly to make artificial intelligence robots, and they are the kind that simulate humanoids. It involves not only computer technology, but also a wide range of multidisciplinary knowledge such as mathematics, mechanics, mechanisms, material science, automatic control, optoelectronics, communications, sensing, and bionics. Therefore, we really need to think carefully about whether we can complete this task. Just as Joshin was about to deduce whether it was possible for one person to complete the task alone, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound in his stomach. At this moment, Joshin suddenly realized that it was almost noon. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Working on an empty stomach is not Joshin's style. He stretched, saved everything on his computer, and walked out of the room. There was no one in the living room, but there were several plates of cold food on the dining table. Obviously his mother had already prepared the meal, but he missed the mealtime. Joshin felt a warm feeling in his heart, and then he shouted to the other room, "Mom, I'm hungry." Zhou Yueling, who had been waiting in the inner room and did not dare to disturb Zhou Shun, heard her son calling her and quickly put down what she was doing and walked out. I'm hungry. Wait, Mom will heat it up for me. Zhou Shun felt warm in his heart as he watched his mother about to heat up food for him. Mom, stop busying yourself, let's go out for a good meal. Goodbye, the food outside is expensive and not clean. I'd better heat it up for you. Mom, you've worked hard all your life, it's time to enjoy some life. Besides, I've made a lot of money these past 2 days, so I'll let your son take you out for a good meal. Okay. I'll go wake your uncle up. Zhou Yueling knew that she couldn't persuade her son, and if she didn't go, it would inevitably make her son feel uncomfortable, so she agreed immediately. However, Zhou Yueling called for a long time, but Zhou Sihai, who was sleeping like a dead pig, did not respond at all. Zhou Sihai, who stayed up all night yesterday, is now on a date with Zhou Gong's daughter and has no energy to eat. Zhou Yueling sighed and said, "Your uncle works too hard. He stays up late every day. It's not a big deal when he's young, but it becomes a disease when he's old. Mom, if you really think my uncle's taxi business is not good, then you should open our small shop as soon as possible so that my uncle can have an easier time." Zhou Shun took the opportunity to say. Okay, let's discuss this carefully. Zhou Shun nodded and said, okay, I promise to find a suitable place for you. Since your uncle can't be woken up, let's go first and bring him something when we come back. Zhou Yueling said. Okay. Chapter 42, Rave Reviews. Long Chang. Longdue Building. In a luxurious office, a middle-aged man in a suit is sitting in front of a computer. The expression on his face was sometimes surprise, sometimes depression. This made the pretty secretary beside her feel very uneasy. What kind of illness had happened to this domineering president of theirs? Why did he act like a mental patient? This is excellent. Shaoli, go call in Lao Zhang from the marketing department. When the secretary heard what the general manager said, he hurried out to find someone. After walking out of the office, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her CEO's aura was too strong. Once he got angry, he was very scary, and it was even more difficult to deal with him when his mood was unpredictable. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing 2 glasses that looked like the bottoms of wine bottles ran in hurriedly. After entering the room, the middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Mr. Wang, are you looking for me?" "Yes, your market analysis report is excellent. With your level, it would be a waste of your talent to keep you in the marketing department. Why don't you go to the project department tomorrow?" "Huh? What market report?" Manager Zhang was confused and didn't know what was going on at the moment. This sudden promotion made him a little overwhelmed. "This is it. Your department manager just sent it to me. It's signed as compiled by you. Isn't that right?" As he spoke, General Manager Wang called Manager Zhang to his computer and showed him the market research report he had just looked at. As soon as he saw this beginning, the manager suddenly realized that he was indeed the one who submitted the report. But this was not done by himself, but by a gun hand he found on the internet. There are so many things going on at the company these days, and there are also some things happening at home. It just so happens that the boss wants this month's performance report, and I really don't have time to do it, so I put it on the internet and let some newbies do it for me. For this, Manager Zhang offered a high commission of 10,000 yuan. The other party handed the task to him last night. Manager Zhang took a look and felt that there was no problem, so he handed it directly to the company president. "But I never thought that my boss would actually give me a promotion and a raise because of this. This is really a pleasant surprise. Although I was transferred to the project department and am still a department manager, there are differences between managers. Basically, every person in the marketing department has a manager. After all, when you are negotiating business with external parties, if you say that you are just a small salesperson, who will pay attention to you? Therefore, in order to facilitate market development, basically everyone in the marketing department has a marketing manager. But the project department is different. Each project department has at most 2 managers, 1 chief and 1 deputy, and their levels are very high. If he is transferred to the project department, he will be a manager with real power, and both his power and salary will be greatly improved." This made Manager Zhang thank the gun hand who helped him to make the report yesterday. "This technology is so awesome, I have to give it a thumbs up." Returning to his workstation, Manager Zhang opened the website again and clicked on the column where he assigned tasks. After carefully looking at the ID of the technical expert who was doing the task for him, he immediately wrote a comment of thanks and added a reward for the task. this is not an isolated case. As employers gradually received the tasks handed over by Zhou, many people found that this newcomer was not simple. Not only is the speed fast, but the quality of the work is also first class. It is absolutely worth the money. After clicking on it, many people immediately gave a lot of rewards to Zhou, the newbie, and also left a lot of testimonial comments. For a time, Zhou gained a lot of fame. With the recognition of these employers, Zhou's popularity spread rapidly, and those who were originally waiting to see Zhou make a fool of himself were completely stunned. At the same time, they also realized that the one who caused quite a stir on the dark web in the past 2 days might not be some funny little loach, but a real super crocodile. At the same time, with the recognition of his employer, Zhou's points also rose rapidly, soaring to 2,600 points in less than half an hour. His personal level was also directly upgraded from Black Iron to Silver, a full 3 levels higher. Although the permissions of Silver level users are also very limited, being able to be promoted from Iron to Silver in less than 2 days has set multiple records on the dark web. However, Zhou, who was eating outside, was completely unaware of this. Besides, given his personality, he wouldn't care even if he knew. After going out for a seafood dinner with his mother, Zhou took his mother to buy 2 pieces of clothing before returning to the rental house. After returning home, Zhou felt a little sleepy, so he immediately went to bed and prepared to take a nap. Maybe because he was really tired these days, he slept until after 6 in the afternoon. If it weren't for the constant ringing of text messages about payment on his phone, Zhou would probably have slept until the evening. After getting up, Zhou simply washed up before picking up his phone. Zhou was in a good mood after seeing a lot of more payment reminders. In particular, he saw a lot of money with the reward directly behind it. This was completely unexpected money and really made him happy. In a good mood, Zhou immediately turned on his computer and logged into his account. However, when the account that picked up the leak logged into the website, the entire forum instantly boiled over. Fuck, I finally waited for it, that newbie is online. You still call him a newbie? Have you ever seen a newbie complete so many tasks at once? I don't think he's new. Could he be that tech guru's pseudonym? It's very likely that those people always like to play the pig and eat the tiger. We have to be careful. Since the forum's communication area is a public shared area, everyone can post messages there instantly, and there are no restrictions on speaking. You can say whatever you want without worrying about being censored. Zhou can also see what others post. When he saw people in the forum constantly mentioning his online name, Zhou immediately realized that he had become famous. At the same time, Zhou was reminded that he was popular by his backstage. The backstage that no one paid attention to originally now had 500 or 600 fans, and many people sent him private messages at him. Master, I'm the little white dragon of the waves, I'd like to make myself known. Master, why don't you say anything? Please turn over the card. Master, please add me as a friend. If I have any questions in the future, I can ask you for advice. After just a few glances, Zhou felt that the speed of private messages in the background was increasing rapidly, and soon the number of friend requests reached 99 plus. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Zhou was in a good mood and immediately typed a few words in the public area. Hello everyone. I'm Jianlu, thank you all for your support. If you have any tasks in the future, you can find me, and I promise to arrange them for you. However, although he greeted them, Zhou did not add these people as friends. The reason is simple. It is mainly because they are worried that these people will disturb them while they are working. Especially the dark web's friend system, there is something called a pop-up window. As long as the other party clicks on this function, the other party's entire screen will vibrate. Also, sometimes a chat box will pop up randomly, which is very annoying. Zhou didn't want to be suddenly startled by this thing when he was concentrating on his work, so he simply didn't add any. After taking a quick look at the messages in the background and not finding any important information, Zhou then carefully analyzed the billion yuan order. Chapter 43, Moving to a New Home. When Zhou came out of the room, Zhou Yueling was tidying up the living room. Upon hearing the commotion, she immediately said, "Shinner, are you hungry now that you're done?" "It's okay. By the way, Mom, do you know of any good residential areas nearby?" "Ah. Why are you asking this? Are you going to move out?" Zhou Yueling asked a little nervously. She knew that the family conditions were not good and was worried that her son would not be able to adapt and would move out, but she did not expect that this day would come so soon. To be honest, Zhou Yueling really wanted to spend more time with her son. "No, our whole family is moving out." Joshin said. Together? Aren't you moving out alone? I just met my mother, so naturally I want to stay with you for a while, but the environment here is really too bad, and the house is too small. It is really not suitable for our family to live in. Joshin said. But changing houses will cost a lot of money. Besides, you will be going back to school soon. By then, your uncle and I will barely have enough space to live in. Zhou Yueling said. Mom, there's still some time before school starts. Are you planning to just let my uncle and I get along like this? Speaking of this matter, Joshin also felt a little embarrassed. Before I came, Zhou Sihai had his own room. Although it was on the shady side, it was a normal room after all, just a little smaller. But as soon as he arrived, Zhou Sihai's room became his. For the past 2 days, Zhou Sihai was squeezed in a storage room as small as a matchbox. The storage room is less than 3 square meters at most, and can barely fit a bed. There are no windows, no ventilation, and it feels stuffy. Seeing his mother still hesitating, Joshin said again, Mom, you don't need to worry about the money. You know my ability. Thinking that her son earned more than 1 million yuan in a day, Zhou Yueling felt relieved. Her son was so capable, so there was nothing wrong with him wanting to move into a better house. Just then, the door of the utility room was pushed open, and Zhou Sihai walked out wearing a vest and bare-chested. He had heard what the mother and son had said just now, so Zhou Sihai said as soon as he left the house, Sister, it's time for us to move to another place. I'm really fed up with this shabby place. I'll pay for it. Seeing that Zhou Sihai also meant the same thing, Zhou Yueling knew that she could not defeat these two people. Okay then, but don't change it to something too expensive, just something close enough will do. Zhou Yueling still feels a little sorry for the money. Although her son earns money easily, she is used to being frugal and still thinks that she should save as much as possible. Seeing his mother nod in agreement, Joshin smiled and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhou Yueling smiled helplessly and said, This community is indeed a bit old. I think the Fushui community next door is quite good. How about I go with you to take a look? Hearing that Zhou Yueling was going to accompany Joshin, Zhou Sihai suddenly sobered up a bit and said quickly, Sister, you are not in good health, so I will go with my nephew. Having said that, without waiting for Zhou Yueling to reply, Zhou Sihai pulled Joshin out. After leaving the house, Joshin frowned and asked, Why didn't you let Mom and I go? Aren't you supposed to be relaxed after just waking up? Humph, if you want to live in a good house, you'd better not let your mother go with you. Why? Why do you say that? With my sister's stinginess, the most she can do is to replace our current old and small house with an old and big one. Can you bear it? Zhou Sihai said with the attitude of a person who has experienced it. Joshin immediately understood. With his mother's personality, she could really do such a thing. Driving Zhou Sihai's old taxi, the two began their house hunting journey. The two first came to the Fushui community that Zhou Yueling mentioned, but as soon as the car stopped, Joshin frowned. Just as Zhou Sihai worried, this Fushui community was only slightly better than where they live now, but still far worse than the good community Joshin had imagined. At the very least, the good community in Joshin's mind is not one that any car can enter, and the security guard of the community should not be an old man in his 60s. Looking at this old and dilapidated neighborhood, Joshin decisively gave up on it. Afterwards, at Zhou Sihai's suggestion, the two came to the Ziyu Lanting community in the city. This community is a famous high-end community in the northern district of Longcheng. Although it cannot be compared with the villas and small buildings in the wealthy area, it is much better than the slum where they live now. Moreover, the environment here is very good. There is a park with a lake as soon as you go out, and the air is very good. The houses in the community are not that old, less than 10 years old, and are still very new. In addition, the supporting facilities inside are also very good, especially the security guards at the door. They are all young men, and it is obvious from their posture that they have served in the army and should be veterans. Of course, a good environment and good security mean the price is also considerable. At first, Joshin planned to buy one, but when he learned that the average price was more than 25,000 yuan, he gave up the idea. Although he could scrape together enough to buy a 2-bedroom apartment of about 100 square meters, it would almost use up all his money. However, the small 2-bedroom apartment cannot solve their current housing problem. 3 people need at least 3 rooms, and such a house is at least 120 square meters, which is beyond Joshin's budget. In addition, he also needed to save money for his mother to open a shop, so after thinking it over again and again, Joshin finally decided to rent an apartment as an emergency measure. After some searching, they finally saw a house that met their requirements. The house is located on the 8th floor. It is a fully furnished house with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a small study. The house is over 140 square meters and is newly decorated. The owner planned to use it for his son's wedding. However, after his son got married, he was transferred to another place and the house became vacant. Joshin fell in love with the house at first sight, and then contacted the landlord and the two sides had a brief discussion. After a heated argument, Joshin finally rented the house for 50,000 yuan a year. After signing the contract and paying the rent and deposit, both parties completed a simple handover, and the matter finally came to an end. After finishing the work, Joshin and Jo Sihai hurried back to the dilapidated old house to prepare for moving. However, the two had already discussed it on the way and did not dare to tell Zhou Yueling the real price, but only said that it cost 30,000 yuan. Even though the two of them bargained down the price by 20,000 yuan, Zhou Yueling was still heartbroken because this was all her son's hard-earned money. But things had come to this point, there was no point in saying anything else, so everyone got together and started moving. Even though the small house they live in looks shabby and small, a rotten boat still has 3,000 nails. Zhou Yueling has purchased a lot of things over the years. Although they were all second-hand goods that others didn't want, Zhou Yueling, with her frugal attitude, still did not agree to Joshin's request to throw them all away and buy new ones. So the family worked hard for the whole morning and finally moved everything out of the house. Looking at this old house that has been with her for nearly 20 years, Zhou Yueling even felt a little emotional. But he is a human being. One must always yearn for a new life, so after being stunned for a while, he went downstairs and got into Jo Sihai's car. Chapter 44, Yi Fan's Anger. Far suburbs. Yi family manor. Yi Fan had just finished his piano lesson and finally had some free time. Although the life of this rich kid is rich and luxurious, it is far from as simple as ordinary people imagine. If you want to be an elite aristocrat, you can't spend your days in debauchery. There are countless things to learn every day. When Yishan was still alive, even though his family arranged these courses for him, Yishan ignored them. Relying on his status as the eldest son, he even forbade the teachers to tell his father about this matter. This allowed Yishan to hide the truth from Yi Longcheng while living a life of debauchery. But when Yi Fan came, Yi Longcheng intended to train his own son, so he arranged for Yi Fan to learn everything these nobles needed to learn. Yi Fan is also a smart man. He knows what kind of son his biological parents need, so he devotes all his energy to studying these heavy courses. Besides, he really wanted to get in touch with these things that could improve his cultivation and status. In his previous life, he really wanted to learn these things, but due to his own strength, it was completely unable to meet his requirements. This ultimately forced him to live out his life as an ordinary office worker. Now that he has this opportunity, he must not only rely on his advantages as a reborn person, but also gradually strengthen himself in order to welcome his bright future. Just when Yi Fan was about to pour a cup of scented tea and take a short rest, the housekeeper of the Yi mansion rushed in a hurry. "Master, the person you're watching is making a move." After hearing what the housekeeper said, Yi Fan sat up straight and asked, "What tricks has he done again?" "Master, the person we sent to monitor reported that he saw Yi Zhou and the others moving out of the slums today." "Oh, you can't stay here anymore?" A sneer appeared on Yi Fan's lips. He had long expected that Zhou would not be able to stay in that place for long. After all, it was not only dark and damp, but also cramped and narrow. It was definitely not something that someone like Zhou, who was used to the life of a young master, could accept. However, he lived in that environment for 18 years. And this was just in the past few years. The conditions where they lived were even worse a few days ago. Who knows how he got through all those years? Where did they move to? Yi Fan calmed down and asked in a deep voice. "Ziyu Lanting. You're right, is this the Ziyu Lanting I know?" "Yes, it's the Ziyu Lanting in North City. The monthly rent for the house they rent is more than 4,000 yuan. It is a house with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms, replied the housekeeper. "How is this possible? Where do they get the money?" Yi Fan said in surprise. "I don't know about this, but this is the result of the investigation." Seeing the housekeeper's timid look, Yi Fan frowned. "It seems I underestimated Zhou Yueling. She said before that she spent all the money on me, but she actually kept some of it secretly. And Jo Sihai even lied to me that the phone was made from selling blood. Ha, I really believed your lies." At this moment, Yi Fan had never thought that the money for renting the house was earned by Zhou. He thought it was the private money that Zhou Yueling had hidden from him. Humph, that woman is really good at acting. I thought she was sincere to me, but I didn't expect she had something else up her sleeve. Fine, if you guys are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Yi Fan said with a distorted expression, and the teacup in his hand made a creaking sound as if it would break at any moment. It was the first time for the butler to see the new young master like this, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He secretly thought that the man in front of him was no pushover and that he had to be more careful next time. I heard that the idiot from the Chun family has been under house arrest by his old man these days? Yi Fan said lightly. Well, he's under house arrest. It seems that young Master Chen accidentally offended Master Tiger, and then someone blocked the door. Also. What else? Just say what you want to say. Don't be so hesitant. The housekeeper hurriedly said, it seems that it's because of the last time young Master Chen vented his anger for the young master, and the Chen family seemed to have compensated Zhou 2 million for this. What do you mean by venting my anger? How come I don't know? While speaking, Yi Fan stared at the butler with sharp eyes, which made the butler's legs go weak. The housekeeper was also a smart man. Naturally, he understood what Yi Fan meant and hurriedly said, I heard it wrong. That matter was entirely young Master Chan's own decision. It has nothing to do with the young master. Well, call the Chen family and tell them that I want Chen Jicheng to take me out for a walk. Yi Fan said. Yes. Prepare another 2 million in cash for me. I need it. Yes. Then Yi Fan stared at the housekeeper again and said, Housekeeper Feng, there are some things I don't want my parents to know, you know. Please rest assured, young master, the master will not know about these things, said the butler flatteringly. Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction. He knew that what Ji Longqing needed was a good son who could carry on the family line, not an ambitious man. After all, he is still in good health and has no intention of giving up his position for the time being. If I dance too happily, it might cause Yi Longqing's disgust. After explaining all this, the butler retreated in a cold sweat, and soon Yi Fan was the only one left in the room. Thinking that Zhou Yueling's family is getting better and better now, Yi Fan feels a little depressed. Shouldn't they be getting worse and worse, and shouldn't Zhou Sihai, that jerk, and Zhou Shun, that bastard, be confronting each other and fighting each other? Why were they not only able to escape from the clouds of the time successfully, but also able to move into bigger houses? The more Yi Fan thought about it, the angrier he became. Soon, the sound of teacups breaking could be heard in the room. However, Zhou Shin and others didn't know about these things. Even if they knew, no one would care. After all, whether it was Zhou Yueling or Zhou Sihai, all Yi Fan left them was sadness and pain. The atmosphere in the Zhou family is very good today. Although moving is tiring, even Zhou Yueling, who has always been reluctant to spend money, is very happy to move into a spacious, bright, and comfortable house. Zhou Yueling felt very happy at the thought that one day she would be able to live in such a nice house thanks to her son. As soon as she entered the door, she diligently cleaned the house. Zhou Sihai and Zhou Shun were both happy and sad. Since Zhou Yueling was determined not to hire a moving company, they could only move the items from the old house to the new home one trip at a time. In addition, the old house not only had a staircase, but it was also the top floor. After all the trouble, the two of them were exhausted like dead dogs. When everything was done, both of them were exhausted. Zhou Sihai originally planned to celebrate moving into a new home in the evening, but because he was too tired, he could only eat a quick bite and then went back to the house to sleep. Chapter 45, The Test of the Dark Web. Zhou Shin was also very tired, but he did not fall asleep like Zhou Sihai. He first helped his mother sort out some messy items, then reinstalled the computer and started making money again. Turn on the computer and log into the account, everything is so familiar. Even though Zhou Shin disappeared for most of the day, many people were still talking about him in the public chat area. Everyone is on the dark web, and even the weakest rookie has some skills. Everyone has seen Zhou Shin's performance, and now no one really regards him as a rookie, because no rookie has such ability. Being able to complete so many elementary tasks in less than 2 days with 100% task satisfaction requires not only superb skills but also extraordinary wisdom. After all, no matter how good your skills are, if you don't have enough emotional intelligence, it's impossible to satisfy all your customers. It is necessary to truly put yourself in the customer's shoes and design a solution that will satisfy them. Therefore, these people on the dark web are speculating that this person named Picking Up a Leak should be a pseudonym for a technical expert. But who it was? There were many different opinions. So much so that all the technical experts of the dark web were at ed by enthusiastic netizens, which made the entire dark web a bit more lively than usual. However, Zhou Shin didn't care about these things. The happiness of funny netizens is unimaginable to ordinary people. If you take it seriously, you will lose. So he was too lazy to waste time on this. He went online just to take a look at the task that excited him on the top of the dark web. That's a big order with a commission of over 100 million. Don't let anyone else snatch it away. But the moment he logged into his account, a strange dialog box suddenly popped up on the screen. Dear Silver VIP, your strength has been officially recognized and you are allowed to participate in the King's Quest. Would you like to change the source of the quest? Zhou Xin was also a little confused when he saw the system prompt. Logically speaking, shouldn't people at the silver level only be able to participate in tasks below the silver level? How come a mere silver level novice like me actually has the opportunity to participate in more advanced tasks? Unable to figure it out, he simply decided not to bother with it. Anyway, he had initially only set his sights on the mission with a high bounty. Now that he could participate in the king-level mission, it was a pleasant surprise. Afterwards, Zhou Xin decisively clicked the confirmation option. With Zhou Xin's operation, the page instantly became different from before. Including the task library mentioned above, they have all been converted into a series of codes. So this is the true face of the dark web. Zhou Xin saw everything on the screen and suddenly realized. He finally understood why this website had levels of authority such as iron, bronze, and silver. If a newbie were to come in, let alone complete the task, it would be a problem whether he could understand the codes. So rather than saying that the website is designed to protect people who send out tasks from being harassed by newbies, it is better to say that the website is taking protective measures to prevent these newbies from being too hard hit. Moreover, Zhou Xin suddenly had a guess that his invitation to the king's mission might be a test of him by the dark web. To be more precise, it should be a test to see if his strength is up to par. After all, his previous performance was so dazzling that the people or forces behind the dark web could not ignore his existence. So they are going to give him a chance. If Zhou Xin can complete the difficult tasks at the king level, it means that he is a capable collaborator and they will definitely support him in the future. On the contrary, if Zhou Xin fails to complete the assessment, he will have to take his time to move forward. After figuring this out, Zhou Xin decided to let loose for once. In Zhou Xin's eyes, the codes created by the dark web were too simple. With his ability, he quickly discovered some special things contained in the codes. So Zhou Xin quickly tapped a few times on the keyboard, and soon a real task page appeared on the computer screen. After browsing carefully, Zhou Xin soon noticed several tasks of moderate difficulty. ASP plus Access Technology Development, accepted. TOPS Source Code Development? Got it. Penguin Group's Cybersecurity System Vulnerability Check. 1 bug, 1 million. Isn't that just free money? Take it. Although these tasks were quite difficult, and some were even high-difficulty tasks that required teamwork, Zhou Xin felt that he could complete them with his own abilities, so he took on a large number of tasks in a short while. However, the tasks he accepted were those with no time limit. He did not accept those with a time limit of 24 hours or 48 hours. We are all making money, so why rush? Feeling that it was enough for him to do for a few days, Zhou Xin stopped accepting tasks. However, his actions once again shocked the users of the dark web. It was too cruel. This was an advanced task, but that person just swept through a group of people in a simple and rough manner, just like a basic task. Could he do it? At this time, some people couldn't help but speculate that the person who picked up the bargain might not be one person, but a technical team with skilled cooperation. This speculation has been recognized by most people. After all, they don't believe that a person's skills can be strong enough to master all professions. This is like a soldier. Even if he is a strong special forces soldier, it is impossible for him to be able to skillfully operate various equipment of the army and also be able to operate naval ships and large and small aircraft of the Air Force. Unless it is a movie, it is impossible for such a Superman to exist in reality. After receiving the task, Zhou Xin was about to start working. After all, these tasks were somewhat difficult. More importantly, the commissions are quite substantial, with the worst being over 1 million. Zhou Xin is short of money now. How could he waste such a good opportunity to make money? However, just as he was about to work, a dialog box suddenly popped up on the computer screen again. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a request to add a friend, and the other party's identity verification column only had one name E. Anyone who can add friends in this way is obviously not an ordinary person. Zhou Xin did not hesitate and directly clicked OK. After confirming to add the friend, the other party quickly sent a few words to Zhou Xin. Chapter 46, Experience Baby Yang Wanner. Hello? Seeing the greeting from the other party, Joshin didn't hesitate and typed a few words on the keyboard and replied, "Hello." The first conversation between two strangers consisted of just a few words. If other people saw it, they would think it was two social anxiety patients discussing their illnesses. However, the man called Yi was not surprised by Joshin's answer. He then sent out a few more words. "When can you finish it?" When Joshin heard the other person's words, he immediately knew that this person must be someone's employer, and immediately asked, "Which task?" "Development of ASP plus access technology." The other party answered directly and clearly. 1 day at the fastest, 3 days at the slowest. The person on the other end saw Joshin's reply and was silent for a long time before replying, "Okay, I'll wait for your news." Then, the avatar went dark. There were less than 3 sentences in total, and less than 100 words in the whole process. This kind of communication where words are used sparingly is really interesting. Joshin couldn't help but feel a little curious about who was on the other side. But he was just thinking about it and didn't try to find out the other party's identity. The dark web is different from other places. Curiosity may lead to a deadly enemy. Curiosity kills the cat is not just in saying here. Joshin is not stupid, so he naturally won't make low-level mistakes. Anyway, he is just here to make money. As long as someone is willing to pay the commission, why should he take the risk? It's like having eggs to eat. Why do you have to know which chicken laid the eggs? After accepting the task, Joshin did not rush to complete it immediately. He was indeed a little tired today and completely overloaded. He planned to take a good rest first and then complete these tasks one by one. But before going to bed, he opened the system panel to see if there were any changes in the data over the past few days. Host, Joshin. Identity, fake prince of a wealthy family. Faction, villain. Physical fitness, 46 below the healthy level of 80, the average person's peak is 100, overall assessment level poor. Combat power, 81 skill blessing 35. Skills, elementary Chinese, elementary driving, grandmaster fighting, advanced gambling, top tier networking. Villain value, 86111. Luck value, 45. System backpack, advanced lucky charm X1 after use, it can increase the host's luck by 100%. After seeing the personal attributes displayed by the system, Joshin was speechless. It was so miserable. Especially his physique, he can't even reach a healthy level, he's really a loser. This situation must be changed, otherwise, if we encounter a situation like Sherdai Yunjin again, we will be in such a mess. Last time in Time's Cloud, although I finally escaped unscathed, I almost crashed. It was too close. The way to improve physical fitness in a short period of time is to open the treasure chest, but when his eyes fixed on the villain value of just over 80,000, Joshin could only sigh. He had opened iron-level treasure chests before, and most of them contained useless daily necessities. Moreover, the chance of getting "thank you for your patronage" was very high, which was a complete waste of villain points, so he had no interest in it. At the same time, Joshin also realized that staying at home every day was not a big deal, and he had to go somewhere to get some villain value. With this thought in mind, Joshin fell asleep. Nothing happened that night, and when I woke up the next day it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Breakfast was in the microwave in the kitchen and only needed to be heated up, but my mother was not at home. Joshin called around but didn't see anyone. He thought she had gone out to find a job and make money, so he called her immediately. After the call was connected, I found out that my mother had gone to visit the neighbors. After all, we will be neighbors in the future, so we should get to know each other better. A close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. Joshin felt relieved when he knew his mother was not going to work. Thinking that his physical condition was really poor, Joshin decided to find a gym to get a membership and exercise whenever he had the chance. Over time, there will definitely be results. As for those tasks, there is no rush. Anyway, he never took those tasks with time limits. Ziyu Lanting is an upscale residential area, so there is no shortage of gyms. There are 3 in the community alone. Joshin was not picky and just found one with decent decoration and walked in. When the fitness consultant saw a customer coming, she hurriedly greeted him with a smile. After all, as long as the customer signed up for a membership card here, they would get a commission. Joshin was not polite and directly said that he wanted to open a membership card here and needed to know more about their gym. The fitness consultants immediately introduced the basic situation of their own gym. Of course, as consultants, they only talked about the good things and would not tell you a word about the bad things. Zhou Shen listened briefly and finally had a certain understanding of this gym. This gym is pretty good. Not only can you do simple exercises to build muscle and lose weight, but it also offers boxing training, swimming lessons and other sports-related programs. It is very comprehensive. Zhou Shen was also very satisfied with this place and immediately prepared to apply for an annual pass. But at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Yi. Zhou Shen, why are you here? Hearing this voice, Zhou Shen turned around and found that it was that stupid girl Yang Wanner. Since Yang Wanner was angered and left that day, the two have not met each other again. Zhou Shen didn't expect to run into her here. Haha, is this what it means when enemies meet on a narrow road? Zhou Shen said with a half smile. After seeing Zhou Shen's disgusting face, Yang Wanner felt bad all over. Last time, she was almost pissed off by this guy and even lost a new phone. It was really infuriating. I didn't check the almanac before going out today. It's unlucky. Yang Wanner immediately retorted. Well, it seems that you are indeed unlucky. You should be careful, otherwise you might accidentally end up in bed again. Zhou Shen said calmly, not affected at all. You bastard, bullying girls is nothing, God will punish people like you sooner or later. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Shen heard the system prompt. Ding. The host receives a sweet greeting from the heroine Yang Wanner. Villain value plus 99,999. Hearing the familiar prompt tone, Zhou Shen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. This girl is really an experienced baby. With just a little stimulation, she can get a lot of villain value. For a moment, Zhou Shen looked at Yang Wanner with a hint of excitement in his eyes. However, Yang Wanner felt uneasy when Zhou Shen looked at her, and thought to herself that this man's thinking was really different from others. I was scolding him so harshly, but he was not angry. Instead, he laughed. What a pervert! I don't know whether God will take care of me or not, but I know that I will take care of you. Zhou Shen said again in a shocking tone. Yang Wanner naturally knew what Zhou Shen meant by clean up. Her face suddenly flushed, but she couldn't show it, and she almost got internal injuries from holding it in. However, when Yang Wanner saw the fitness consultant beside her, her eyes rolled and she immediately sneered, What are you doing here? A poor guy like you, can you come to a place like this? That's none of your concern. Even though I've left the Yi family, I can still afford a gym membership. Ha, an annual pass here costs 100,000 yuan. Do you have that much money? It's none of your business whether you have money or not. If you have the energy, you should go in and get some exercise. Don't get knocked out in bed after just a few minutes next time. It's embarrassing. Zhou Shen emphasized the word fuck, which immediately reminded Yang Wanner of what happened in the hotel that night. She was indeed knocked unconscious by this bastard while she was in a daze. Zhou Shen, you shameless bastard. Yang Wanner felt like she was going crazy. If she couldn't beat him, she really wanted to blow his head off. Ding. The host is molesting a decent woman, which qualifies as villain behavior. Villain value plus 99,999. Of course, when Zhou Shen heard the swarm of villain values, an excited expression appeared on his face again. Chapter 47, Licking Dog Su Chang. Yang Wanner didn't know what was going on with Zhou Shen. She just didn't like him and wanted to cause trouble for him and scold him. But what made Yang Wanner speechless was that no matter how she scolded him, this guy was not angry, but looked like he was enjoying it very much. This made Yang Wanner even angrier, and at the same time she couldn't help but complain in her heart, how could there be such shameless people in the world? It was really eye-opening. Just when Yang Wanner was so angry at Zhou Shen that she was trembling with fear, a muscular man came out of the gym. Wanner, you're here. I heard you were coming to exercise, so I've been waiting for you since early morning. Seeing the muscular man in front of her, Yang Wanner felt indescribable disgust in her heart. Although the degree of disgust was not as great as Zhou Shen's, Yang Wanner also didn't want to talk much with this muscular man. This muscular man is named Su Dong. His family works in the high-tech industry. His elder brother is a staff member of a research institute and his position seems to be quite high. As a result, the Su family has occupied a good market share in the high-tech industry. However, Su Chang is an outlier. He is not interested in scientific research, nor is he a top student. Instead, he prefers sports. Since he was a child, he has had a special liking for exercise and has persisted in it. Although he did not become a professional athlete, he developed a strong body of tendon muscles. It was such a muscular man who fell in love with Yang Wanner after seeing her on the playground. Afterwards, this guy began to pursue Yang Wanner fiercely. In order to pursue Yang Wanner, this guy really tried his best. Sending flowers to school was no big deal. After finally getting a vacation, this guy hired someone to follow Yang Wanner and found out her whereabouts in detail. Even when Yang Wanner came out for some exercise, this guy was able to get the news in advance, just like a dogskin plaster. Yang Wanner rolled her eyes at the guy and said nothing. She had no good feelings towards Su Cheng at all, not only because Su Cheng hired someone to follow her, but also because she simply didn't like these stinky men. I especially don't like people like Su Cheng, who has nothing but some brute force. Wanner, let me take you in. Su Cheng had long been accustomed to Yang Wanner's reaction. At the beginning, he was still wondering if he had done something wrong and made Goddess Wanner angry. But later he discovered that Yang Wanner was not only cold towards him, but also disdainful towards all male creatures. This made Su Cheng realize that his goddess was just cold-tempered and did not hate him. This is also the reason why Su Cheng has been pestering Yang Wanner. He believed that as long as he persisted, he would be able to impress Goddess Wanner one day. Su Cheng, how did you know I was coming to the gym? Yang Wanner asked. That's not important. Wanner, let me train with you today. I'm more professional than any of the coaches here. But right now, Yang Wanner really wasn't in the mood to exercise. Her mind had already been disturbed by Zhou Shun standing beside her. When Zhou Shun saw that Yang Wanner had a friend coming to see her, he stopped talking to her any further. Although he could gain experience from Yang Wanner, he couldn't embarrass her in front of others. Thinking of this, Zhou Shun immediately asked his fitness consultant to get him an annual card, and then went into the gym on his own. During the entire process, Zhou Shun didn't even look at Su Cheng, and didn't even say hello to Yang Wanner when he left. I watched Zhou Shun go into the gym alone without even saying hello, completely disregarding my feelings. Zhou Shun's behavior really made Yang Wanner feel uncomfortable. Feeling wronged, Yang Wanner immediately vented her anger on Su Cheng in front of her. Don't follow me, I just want to be alone. Su Cheng didn't know why Yang Wanner was so angry today. Although she was usually cold towards him, she was still polite. How come I feel like I've made her angry before I even said a few words today? Just when he was about to explain further, Yang Wanner pushed Su Cheng away and went in alone, leaving Su Cheng with a confused look on his face. The fitness consultant beside him recognized the famous Mr. Su. Seeing his dejected look, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Hello, Mr. Su. Do we know each other?" Su Cheng asked with an embarrassed look. "Mr. Su, don't be angry. I just want to remind you that the reason why Miss Yang is angry has nothing to do with you. It's all because of that person just now," said the fitness consultant. Immediately, the fitness consultant recounted the conflict between Yang Wanner and Zhou Shun, adding fuel to the fire. After listening to the fitness consultant's words, Su Cheng suddenly realized. It turns out that my goddess is not angry with me, but is being bullied by others. How can this be tolerated? It is true that people with strong limbs but simple minds are like this. Once someone tells you so, you will believe it. That brat actually dared to make my darling Wanner angry. Isn't this a slap in the face of Su Cheng? At that moment, Su Cheng walked into the gym angrily. At the same time, Su Cheng was thinking, if he vented his anger on Goddess Wanner, would she look at him differently? It would be even better if Goddess Wanner could agree to have dinner or a date with me. However, he had no idea what kind of terrifying existence he was about to provoke. In the gym, Zhou Shun was wandering around. This was not his first time to come to such a place. Although the original owner did not like fitness, he was a fitness expert in his previous life. Therefore, after Zhou Shun arrived here, he walked easily to the equipment that was most suitable for improving his physical fitness. After doing a few simple warm-up exercises, Zhou Shun started to get started. After just a few sets of stretching, Zhou Shun felt a little out of breath. I have to say, my current body is really weak. Back then, when I did this pull-up exercise, it wasn't even considered an appetizer. However, after just less than 2 minutes, he felt obviously tired, which made Zhou Shun shake his head. While Zhou Shun was exercising, Yang Wanner was watching him from the side. Looking at Zhou Shun's fair skin under his sports vest, Yang Wanner felt a strange feeling in her heart, but she didn't feel disgusted at all. Yang Wanner was also shocked by her own idea. Why did she have such an idea? She didn't like men, and she knew this when she was 8 years old. Any male creature other than her father would cause her severe discomfort if they came within 1 meter of her. But that shameless guy was able to make her have such strange thoughts, and before that he had held her hand, touched her head, and even had sex with her. Is it because I gave my first time to this man that I am really attracted to him? Yang Wanner was also shocked by her own guess. How could it be possible that she would be interested in men? Besides, it was obvious that the shameless guy was not a good match for me. Not only did he force himself on me twice, but he also treated me harshly every time we met, showing no mercy to me at all. If you associate with such a person, you will be so angry that you will die. Suddenly, Yang Wanner realized that she was overthinking. She hadn't even figured out her own situation yet, so why was she thinking about dating? For a moment, her heart was completely confused. Chapter 48, $1 Million Appearance Fee. The unrealistic thoughts that suddenly popped up in her mind made Yang Wanner panic. She had never been in love, she had never been in love with a man. So, she didn't understand why she should pay so much attention to such an annoying man. Although she knew that this mentality and idea was wrong, Yang Wanner couldn't help but secretly glance at Zhou Shun beside her. This scene happened to be seen by Su Cheng, who came in from behind. He originally came to cause trouble for Zhou Shun, so he looked around for Zhou Shun as soon as he entered the door. It was soon discovered that Zhou Shun was doing stretching exercises there, while his goddess Yang Wanner was peeking at him from the other side. This scene instantly made Su Cheng feel a surge of nameless anger in his heart, as if he had been cuckolded, and he almost lost his mind. Just now, Yang Wanner rejected him without hesitation, but now she was looking at Zhou Shun silently, and everyone could see the affectionate look in her eyes. Su Cheng, who was filled with jealousy, now completely believed what the fitness consultant said. He believed that the goddess Yang Wanner definitely had an ulterior motive with that pretty boy. In anger, Su Cheng decided to teach that pretty boy a lesson and let him know what would happen if he competed with him for a woman. Thinking of this, Su Cheng strode up to Zhou Shun and said with fire in his eyes, "Boy, you're a grown man, what's the point of doing these sissy things?" Zhou Shun glanced at him and said calmly, "Does it have anything to do with you? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? I'm not interested in knowing which mental hospital you were released from, but please don't try to show off in front of me. Get lost." Zhou Shun is not a good-tempered person. Seeing this guy's bitter and resentful expression, he couldn't help but speak back directly. He will not be polite to such people. You are so brave, However, before Su Cheng could finish his words, he heard a slap sound and a white slap hit him directly in the face. Because the speed was too fast, Su Cheng had no time to react at all. I felt a pain, and then 5 finger marks appeared on my face. Although it is not particularly painful, it is extremely insulting. After realizing what was happening, Su Cheng roared angrily, "You dare to hit me, you bastard? You're tired of living. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save you today." However, Zhou Shun stared at him with a fierce gaze, and said in a cold tone, "If you dare to spew shit again, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Don't think that everyone is your father and no one will spoil you forever." At this time, the conflict here also attracted the attention of others, and soon security guards and other members gathered around. Su Cheng wanted to take action, but was stopped by the security guard. This is a high-end gym that costs 100,000 yuan a year. They cannot allow people to fight here. It has a very bad impact. At this time, the gym manager also came over and said with a smile, "I am the manager of the gym. No matter what misunderstanding you two have, please don't fight here, otherwise I will have someone call the police immediately. Of course, if you two really want to compete, we have a boxing ring here where you can have a sparring match." Although Su Cheng was well built, he knew that fighting was forbidden, especially in such a high-end place. He immediately said to Zhou Shun, "Boy, if you have the guts, come to the boxing ring with me and practice your skills." When Zhou Shun heard Su Cheng's provocation, he said directly, "Not interested." Being rejected so decisively by Zhou Shun, Su Cheng was furious and immediately shouted, "Are you still a man?" Zhou Shun said without thinking, "Whether I am a man or not, you can find out by asking Yang Wanner." Su Cheng was so angry that he almost vomited blood, and cursed Zhou Shun's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. On the other side, Yang Wanner, who originally wanted to watch the show, was also a little confused. "Why did you two involve me in your conflict? Also, what does that dog man mean? What does it mean to ask me if he is a man? Isn't this obviously telling others that I am having an affair with you? The one with the surname Su may not be a human, but the one with the surname Zhou is really a dog man's dog." Suddenly, Yang Wanner greeted Zhou Shun 1,000 times in her heart. At this time, Zhou Shun was not angry because he was greeted with language that contained a lot of mom. Instead, there was a hint of pride in his eyes. There's no way around it, the system's voice is just too comfortable. Ding! The host's words irritated the supporting character Su Cheng, villain value plus 999. Ding! The host is verbally attacked by supporting character Su Chang, villain value plus 9,999. Ding! The host receives a sweet greeting from the heroine Yang Wanner. Villain value plus 99,999. In just less than a minute, Joshin obtained more than 100,000 villain points, enough to open a bronze treasure chest. Therefore, the look he gave these two people was less disdainful and more interested. What a great experience, baby. It would be a shame to give it up like this. Boy, you have successfully angered me. Before Su Chang could finish his harsh words, Joshin suddenly said, "It's okay if you want to fight me in the ring, but I have a condition." What conditions? Su Chang asked subconsciously. 1 million. What 1 million? Of course the appearance fee is 1 million. Otherwise, who the hell would be willing to be your human punching bag? The 1 million appearance fee, why don't you go and grab it? Su Chang said subconsciously. However, Joshin glanced at him as if he were a fool and said, "Robbery is illegal." There was one thing Joshin hadn't said in his mind, which was that robbery couldn't be this fun. Not only did he get the money, but he also had free sandbags to punch. That's right, in Joshin's eyes, the big guy in front of him was a human sandbag, and one that was delivered to his door for free. Although this guy is estimated to be over 1.9 meters tall and weighs about 200 kilograms, his muscles are bulging and you can tell at a glance that he exercises regularly. However, in Joshin's opinion, this guy is no different from those chubby bodybuilders in the gym. They are all just fancy guys who look intimidating but are actually paper tigers. You have to know that fighting is not all about the physical fitness of both parties. Technology is also extremely important. The guy in front of him with well-developed limbs may have learned a few simple fighting techniques, but it is obvious that he has not been tempered by much actual combat. In terms of actual combat power, I am afraid he is not even as good as those minions in the underground fighting arena in Time's Cloud last time. After all, his skills were honed through blood and injuries in actual combat, and are definitely not comparable to those of a dull-witted guy like Su Chang. The biggest advantage of this idiot in front of me is probably his good physical fitness and strong ability to withstand blows. He can barely be considered a not-so-qualified human sandbag, that's all. Chapter 49, Don't Act Cool If You Don't Have Money. Su Chang was dumbfounded, and so were the other people in the gym. Shouldn't the script be that after the two people have a verbal conflict, they go straight to the ring to compete, and then one side wins or both lose? Why is there an appearance fee, and it's 1 million? I think you are crazy because of poverty. I can hire a professional boxer with 1 million. Who do you think you are? Are you worth 1 million? Su Chang said angrily. However, Joshin said calmly, "You provoked me for no reason and even wanted to beat me up in the boxing ring. Why should I have to stick my face in front of you just because you want to hit me? Isn't that a jerk? Besides, given the size difference between you and me, I'm worried you might injure or cripple me. I'd have to ask for some medical expenses in advance. Isn't that unreasonable?" When everyone first heard Joshin ask for a 1 million yuan appearance fee, they all thought it was unbelievable, but after hearing him say it, they felt it was quite reasonable. Just as Su Chang was hesitating, Joshin suddenly said again, "You are not poor, are you? You have no money but you want to act like a rich young man and act cool. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning when you go out?" Su Chang was so angry. Although his Su family was not as powerful as the Yi family and the Yang family, it was still a well-known second-tier family in Longcheng. As the most favored child in the family, I am a rich young master. What does it mean to pretend to be rich even though I have no money? Furious, Su Chang immediately shouted, "How dare you look down on me? It's only 1 million, I can afford it." As he spoke, Su Chang immediately took out a check, wrote a string of numbers on it, and signed his name. Afterwards, Su Chang waved a check in front of Joshin and said loudly, "Look, this is a check for 1 million. Consider it your living expenses for the rest of your life." However, before he could finish pretending, Joshin said calmly, "What is that piece of paper showing off here? I don't recognize it." Joshin opened the payment code and said, "If you want to pay, scan 1 million first." Su Chang said sarcastically, "Country bumpkin, this is a cash check. It can be exchanged for money at any time. You don't even know this, do you?" At this moment, Su Chang seemed to have thought of something, and then he stared at Joshin and said again, "Are you scared, kid?" However, Joshin looked at him like he was an idiot and said, "Do you think everyone else is as clueless as you? Everyone knows that this cash check can be cancelled at any time. I just went to exchange cash, and you can cancel this check with just one phone call." Joshin had used this kind of trick countless times in his previous life. This bastard wanted to use this childish trick to trick him. Isn't this just waving a sword in front of Guangdong? Under the gaze of Zhou Shen and others, Su Cheng felt as if he had been stripped naked and felt uncomfortable all over. At this point, he was in a dilemma and had been put under fire by Zhou Shen. If he paid, he would feel bad, but if he didn't, he would be labeled as a pretentious person even though he had no money. He would no longer be able to hang out in the circle of the second and third generations of Longcheng. The Su family itself is a newly emerged nouveau riche family and has no roots in Longcheng, otherwise he would not even know Zhou Shun, the former eldest son of the Yi family. If his reputation is ruined, who in Longcheng will respect him in the future? Thinking of this, Su Cheng gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, a bumpkin is a bumpkin. It's not shameful to not be able to play checks. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, pay the money quickly. If you don't want to fight, get out of here." Zhou Shen said coldly. "Okay, I'll take the 1 million, but we have to agree on some things in advance. In a fight in the ring, there will inevitably be times when you can't control your strength. No matter who hurts whom, you are not allowed to pursue responsibility, and you are not allowed to blame the other party." Su Chengdao. "Of course. With this 1 million, I can afford medical treatment even if I get injured," Zhou Shen said. "Okay, everyone, please bear witness for us, so that no one can cheat on us later." After saying that, Su Cheng took out his mobile phone and sent 1 million to Zhou Shen. Looking at the almost zero balance on his phone, Su Cheng's heart was bleeding. The Su family is indeed rich, with billions of assets that are enough to crush most families, but the Su family has many children, so they can only get 200,000 yuan in pocket money every month. He had saved up this 1 million by living frugally for several months, and it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel bad to give it to Zhou Shen all at once. However, thinking about how he spent millions to stand up for the goddess and would beat up this poor boy in the boxing ring later, Yang Wanner would definitely look at him with admiration. By then, the other party will be grateful and may really agree to your pursuit. Thinking of this, Su Cheng's mood finally improved a little. Little did he know that in Yang Wanner's eyes, he was just a fool who was being led by the nose. Yang Wanner now has a deep understanding of what kind of person Zhou Shen is. When this bastard was called Yishan, he looked stupid and foolish, and was often fooled by others. But after changing his name, his personality changed all of a sudden. Not only did he become sharp-tongued, but his skills also became extremely powerful. In the past 2 days, Yang Wanner has been secretly thinking about what is going on. Finally, she came to a shocking conclusion: hiding one's incompetence. That's right, that bastard has been hiding his abilities all along. To put it bluntly, he is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why he has changed so much. As for the reason, it is also very simple. That bastard must have known for a long time that he was not a child of the Yi family, so he hit his edge and made people mistakenly think that he was just a harmless rich second-generation dude. Now that his identity was revealed, there was no need for him to hide anymore. If things go as expected, Mr. Su will fall today. If it had happened before, Yang Wanner might have tried to stop it. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that these two men were jealous of her. But now, she was too lazy to pay attention to them and just stood there quietly, watching the show. In Yang Wanner's opinion, neither of these two bastards is a good person, and it would be best if they were beaten to a bloody pulp. When Zhou Shen saw that the money had arrived, he stopped pretending. He just stared at Su Cheng and smiled, revealing a row of white teeth, and then said, "Since the appearance fee has been paid, let's get started. Boy, I'm going to make sure you leave lying down today. I hope you don't howl too miserably later." Zhou Shen ignored him and walked straight to the boxing gym on the second floor. Zhou Shen didn't want to waste his breath on this chattering fool. After all, never argue with a fool, because he will bring your IQ down to his level and then defeat you with his vast experience. To deal with someone like Su Cheng, it is far more effective to beat him with fists than to persuade him with words. Boxing gym. Octagon cage. Zhou Shen and Su Cheng, who had changed into their competition uniforms, stood on their respective sides, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. But the people outside the venue looked at the two of them and couldn't help shaking their heads. The gap is too big, they are not opponents of the same level at all. Su Cheng stood there like a mad black bear, and his fighting power was amazing. Zhou Shen is a head shorter than the other, and their weight difference is at least 50 kilograms, especially the clearly visible ribs. The two of them standing together look like a sissy and a beast. The game hasn't even started yet, but the outcome seems to be a foregone conclusion. Su Cheng looked at Zhou Shen opposite him. Although his face was full of disdain, he was worried in his heart. Where does this kid get his confidence from? It's hard to say whether a weak person like him can withstand a punch from me, so how can he have the courage to fight me in the ring? Is this guy really crazy because of poverty, taking such a risk just for $1 million appearance fee? Thinking that no matter whether he could win the battle or not, the $1 million would not be recovered, Su Cheng felt extremely angry. He secretly made up his mind to teach this bastard a lesson and make him stay in bed for at least a week, no, at least a month. Boy, today I'm going to beat you so hard that your mother won't even recognize you. Just accept my wrath. Before Zhou finished speaking and could react, he heard a system notification sound in his mind. Ding! The host is provoked by the supporting character Su Chang, and passively receives the quest, defeat Su Chang. Quest requirements: the host defeats the opponent within 5 minutes, and beats him so hard that even his mother can't recognize him. Quest completion reward: Constitution +5. No penalty for quest failure. Chapter 50, Beating Su Chang. When Zhou heard the system prompt, he was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help laughing out loud. Damn, this damn system can even automatically accept tasks. Zhou originally thought that his only reward this time would be the 1 million in cash, but he didn't expect there would be this extra reward. Even though Constitution +5 is not as practical as various skills, it is a basic attribute that improves your own constitution. According to his experience, if one relies solely on one's own training to achieve this physical fitness +5, it will take at least half a year to achieve such an effect. However, Zhou good mood seemed to Su Chang like an undisguised mockery. He couldn't stand this, and immediately revealed a cruel smile, pretending to be arrogant and said, "Boy, I won't hide it from you, I am the runner-up of the National Sanda. Enjoy the special treatment that comes with being the runner-up. An idiot like you can get the runner-up. It seems that this competition is not very valuable," Zhou said coldly. Su Chang was immediately furious. This national runner-up was his proudest achievement, and he would not allow others to question it. Boy, you're done for with just that. At this time, the referee also came on stage, briefly explained the rules of the game, and then blew the whistle. Su Chang wanted to say a few more words, but just as he opened his mouth, he saw Zhou kicking him. This caught Su Chang, who was busy showing off guard and was kicked directly in the waist by Zhou, causing his body to fall backwards. With just one blow, Su Chang felt his ribs cracked and his eyes began to bloodshot. Enduring the pain, Su Chang stood up and said angrily, "You have no moral principles and you actually launched a sneak attack." "I haven't even finished what I'm saying." Facing Su Chang's roar, Zhou acted as if nothing had happened and just sneered. Zhou was still very satisfied with his previous attack. With this kick, Su Chang's combat effectiveness was reduced by at least 1/3. Otherwise, with this big guy's super strong ability to withstand blows, it would be a bit difficult for me to beat him so hard that his mother couldn't help but come. But now, it's easier. "You little fucking trash, you can't afford to lose." Su Chang yelled again. Did they say before that sneak attacks are not allowed? No, since they didn't say that, then we can fight. Who can't afford to lose? You. Su Chang was speechless. Isn't this the tacit rule for athletes? Why does it need to be stated explicitly? What do you mean? Haven't you heard that villains die because they talk too much? Zhou sneered. You are looking for death. As he spoke, Su Chang waved his fists and rushed towards Zhou like crazy. Outside the octagonal cage, everyone was also stunned by Zhou's amazing performance. I've seen despicable people, but I've never seen someone so shameless. It was a sneak attack, but he was so confident and righteous that it really pushed everyone's limits. They all spoke out in support of Su Chang. Where did this unwanted billion thing come from? Did he leave his face at home? Su Chengdu hasn't even bothered with his sneak attack yet, so how dare this guy bring up his request? But then again, Su Chang is still very strong. He was able to fight back even after being kicked so hard. I admire him. Listening to the discussions outside the octagonal cage, some people were cursing Zhou for his shamelessness, while others sympathized with Su Chang. Only Yan Wanner, who was a little worried about Zhou's safety, calmed down at this moment. What's the point of these people saying this? That bastard is shameless to begin with. The more they curse, the more excited he'll probably get. As this thought flashed through Yan Wanner's mind, she couldn't help but look at Zhou twice more. Sure enough, she saw that there was no anger in Zhou's eyes. Instead, they were sparkling, as if he was happy to receive praise from others. Yang Wanner had no idea that the contempt these passersby expressed to Joshin wasn't just dirty talk, but a series of system notifications. Ding! The host's shameless behavior has angered the supporting character passerby A, and the villain value is plus 999. Ding! The host's shameless behavior has angered the supporting character, passerby B, villain value plus 999. Ding! The host's shameless behavior has angered the supporting character Su Chang, villain value plus 9,999. Ding! The host's behavior was despised by the heroine Yang Wanner, villain value plus 99,999. This wave of operations directly harvested hundreds of thousands of villain points, enough to open half a silver treasure chest. What reason does Joshin have to be angry? As for those unpleasant words, don't you know that the customer is God? God can curse a few times, but at one tea make him lose half a pound of flesh, so what is there to be afraid of? What's more, Joshin didn't have time to deal with these people now. Su Chang's sandbag-sized fist had already hit his head. Joshin quickly dodged Su Chang's attack by shaking his body, and took the opportunity to punch Su Chang where he had just been hit hard. Bang! The moment the fists collided with each other, Su Chang's face twisted and his body couldn't help but step back. With Su Chang's defensive ability, he was not afraid of Joshin's strength, but the kick Joshin had just given him had fractured the bone. After this punch, the fractured bone turned into a broken bone, and Su Chang's combat effectiveness dropped to about half. But Joshin was not willing to give in and his fists fell on Su Chang like a violent storm. Soon, Su Chang received more than a dozen punches on his body and face. At the beginning, Su Chang wanted to fight back, and he responded to Joshin a few times, but Joshin dodged them all. Moreover, as long as Su Chang throws a punch, the opening will be exposed, and Joshin will punch him hard at the injured part. After a few attempts, Su Chang simply gave up counterattacking, intending to use his super strong ability to withstand blows to exhaust Joshin's strength. When he is exhausted, he will fight back and will surely defeat his opponent. So, what happened next was Joshin unilaterally beating Su Chang. 10 minutes later, Joshin was not exhausted, but Su Chang himself could not hold on any longer. Joshin's punches were really tricky, and his force-generating technique was also shocking. He specifically targeted Su Chang's face and wounds. After a while, Su Chang was beaten into a pig's head. It was really sad to hear about it and made people cry. The audience watching the performance below were not shocked by this scene. Everyone watched Zhou Yang's solo performance on stage quietly. No one cheered or said anything to stop him. It was as if everything was paused. No one expected that in this battle between the sissy and the beast, the powerful beast actually lost and was beaten into a pig's head. It was really a loss of both the wife and the army. On the other hand, the pretty boy who no one had any confidence in before won the game easily. More importantly, this pretty boy received 1,000,000 yuan in appearance fee. This is equivalent to paying to beat up your opponent. This deal is really a good deal. Chapter 51, A Rich Harvest. After easily knocking out Su Chang, Joshin instantly heard the system's beautiful notification tone in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first system task and receiving the reward, Constitution +5. Ding! Considering that the host has completed the mission perfectly, he has received a special reward, Advanced Medical Skills. When Joshin heard the system prompt, before he could react, a lot of strange knowledge instantly rushed into his brain like a torrent. Joshin is quite experienced in this situation. He just closed his eyes and quietly accepted the system's enlightenment. However, outside the octagonal cage, the onlookers were not calm. They reluctantly accepted the fact that Su Chang was beaten into a pig's head, but when they saw Joshin standing in the middle of the field with a pretentious look on his face and Su Chang lying at his feet like a dead dog, everyone became dissatisfied. Killing people is not enough. Is there any need to insult people like this? In the eyes of everyone, the winning party can certainly declare its sovereignty and show off its strength, but there is no need to ignore the lives of the injured. For a moment, there was a buzzing sound outside the field. Who the hell is this guy? I really want to beat him up. That guy is indeed annoying, but his fighting ability is indeed not weak. Even someone like Su Xiao was beaten into a pig's head. Who would dare to go up to him? Who said it wasn't? It makes me angry just seeing that guy pretending to be awesome. What a pity. Unlike the others who were filled with indignation, Yang Wanner, who was standing by, was shocked, but also felt a different kind of throbbing in her heart. She really didn't expect that Zhou Shun was so powerful. When he beat Su Chang violently, he looked like the hero who walked out of a novel, radiating a dazzling light all over his body. Yang Wanner and Zhou Shun have known each other for more than 10 years. Although they don't have much interaction, they met when they were very young. Think about Zhou Shun at that time. His brain was sometimes sharp and sometimes not. When his brain was not sharp, he had a bad temper and no one could stop him when he got angry. If he is instigated by a few bad friends, he can do anything. For example, this guy dared to break into the girls' restroom when he was in junior high school, and even raped his girlfriend before she disappeared. It can be said that this guy was an out-and-out villain at that time, the kind of pure evil, not bad. But now Zhou Shun not only has a sharper mind, but also has amazing skills. Although Su Cheng's strength is still a little bit inferior to that of a professional boxer, it is not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Yang Wanner had personally witnessed Su Cheng knock down more than a dozen thugs by himself. But such a powerful guy couldn't even last 15 minutes against Zhou Shun. In fact, Yang Wanner didn't know that if Zhou Shun went all out, Su Cheng wouldn't be able to hold on for even 2 minutes. Just to avoid attracting other people's attention and to complete the system's abnormal task, Zhou Shun deliberately avoided the vital points when he attacked, which is why it took 15 minutes to end the battle. Otherwise, Su Cheng would have fallen to the ground as soon as the killing technique was used. But in that case, the referee would definitely intervene to stop the fight, and Zhou Shun would miss the opportunity to beat him into a pig's head. After standing quietly for nearly 3 minutes, Zhou Yang absorbed most of the knowledge that the system had just put into his brain, and then he opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in Zhou Shun's eyes. This advanced medical skill is surprisingly so profound, and it integrates both Chinese and Western medicine, and is proficient in clinical practice and nursing. This fight was worth it. I earned $1 million in appearance fee and also got a skill for free. In one word, awesome. Looking back at Su Cheng, who looked like a dead dog, Zhou Shun was about to leave, but when he thought of the new skills he had just acquired, he decided to try out his skills on this kid. Then Zhou Shun walked towards Su Cheng and began to examine this guy. Broken nose, bruised facial bones, mild concussion causing dizziness. Professional terms popped up in Zhou Shun's mind one after another without Zhou Shun having to think about them carefully. To be honest, Zhou Shun felt a little soft-hearted. If it weren't for the temptation of the dog system, he really wouldn't have been willing to beat such a good experienced baby into this state. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Zhou Shun heard the system's beautiful notification tone. Ding! The host's shameless face when he was shirking responsibility is just like a villain. Villain value plus 99,999. Beautiful, this will plucking is unexpected, but also reasonable. System, is it really okay for you to slander your own host like this? Be careful or I will sue you for defamation. Zhou Shun secretly complained in his heart. Ding! The host's specious behavior has crossed the bottom line of this system, showing the villain's despicableness to the fullest. Villain value plus 99,999. Zhou Shun, who had once again taken advantage of the system, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, like a little fox who had tricked the crow into giving him meat. The game is over. Although Su Cheng's injuries were serious, they were not fatal. As he walked out of the octagonal cage, Zhou Shun said to the gym staff, "Call an ambulance." Zhou Shun originally planned to leave, but after seeing Yang Wanner, he felt it necessary to tease that silly girl. After all, this fight was caused by her, and it would be unfair to her if he didn't collect some interest. What's more, it would be a waste not to gain some experience from such a good baby. Afterwards, Zhou Shun walked directly towards Yang Wanner. Yang Wanner was originally wondering why Zhou Shun had become different, but when she looked up again, she saw Zhou Shun walking towards her. She suddenly panicked. In Yang Wanner's mind, Zhou Shun was absolutely poisonous. Nothing good would happen whenever she met him. Thinking of this, Yang Wanner turned around and ran without thinking. In the blink of an eye, Yang Wanner's figure disappeared from the second floor, so fast that it seemed as if there was a wolf chasing her from behind. Yang Wanner's performance made Zhou Shun speechless. This silly girl actually learned to be smart and knew how to retreat strategically. Zhou Shun still felt a little regretful. Although he didn't understand whether this regret was because he missed the opportunity to make money or because he missed the fun of amusing people, it made him feel unhappy anyway. He went downstairs with a dull mood and played with the equipment for a while. Finally, Zhou Shun hastily ended the workout. Although he felt a little regretful, Zhou Yan was still very happy in his heart. After all, he gained a lot from this trip. Not only did he receive $1 million appearance fee, but he also got a high-level skill for free. The most important thing is that his villain value is soared to 990,000 plus, and only a little is enough to open the silver treasure chest. In addition, Zhou Shun also figured out one thing: this dog system actually issues tasks, giving him another opportunity to make some money. Chapter 52: Zhou Sihai resigns. When he returned home, Zhou Shun found that his house had changed a lot. All the messy items were put in order, the room was clean and tidy, and even the glass was wiped clean. This made Zhou Shun, who has a slight obsession with misophobia, feel extremely comfortable as soon as he entered the door. Zhou Yueling, who heard the noise, came out of the kitchen, and upon seeing Zhou Shun, she immediately said, "Shinner is back." After a few days of quiet recuperation, Zhou Yueling's health improved significantly. Not only has his complexion recovered to a certain extent, but his body is also much better than before. However, she was used to being busy and could never sit still. While Zhou Shun and Zhou Sihai were not at home, she cleaned the house spotlessly. And knowing that her son was busy these days and often missed meals, she also made a lot of delicious desserts. "Yeah, Mom, I'm back," Zhou Shun replied. But when he looked up and saw his mother, the medical knowledge in his brain began to run automatically without his control. Weak body, insufficient qi and blood, overwork. With just one glance, Zhou Shun could tell his mother's physical condition. This skill is really a bit perverted. Zhou Shun couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Yueling saw that her son had been staring at her stupidly after coming back, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. "Is it because I am staying at home without makeup and I look so ugly?" Zhou Yueling touched her cheek and asked in a low voice, "Shinner, what's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "No, Mom, let me feel your pulse." Zhou Yueling was surprised by Zhou Shun's request and asked, "Shinner, do you know medicine?" "Well, I learned a little bit before, but I don't usually treat patients," Zhou Shun said casually. "Really? Why haven't I heard you mention it before?" I forgot." Zhou Yueling still found it a little unbelievable that her son actually knew medicine. But thinking that her son might need a subject for an experiment, she nodded and said, "Then show it to Mom." Zhou Yueling sat down and put her hands on the sofa. Like an old scholar, Zhou Shun placed his hand on Zhou Yueling's wrist, then closed his eyes and began to feel the experience brought by his medical skills. This advanced medical skill is really not to be underestimated. As Zhou Shun felt Zhou Yueling's pulse, he soon understood Zhou Yueling's current physical condition clearly. Because Zhou Yueling did not go out to work during this period, her body functions were gradually recovering, and some of her physical discomforts were also improving. However, as Zhou Shun got to know her more deeply, he discovered that Zhou Yueling's body was not as simple as it seemed. This was all because Zhou Yueling had been working part-time in order to reduce the financial pressure on her family, and had not taken care of her health, which resulted in her often overdrawing her body and accumulating many hidden illnesses. Although it is not obvious at ordinary times, it is because in Zhou Yueling's heart, she always regards her son as her spiritual support. And just as Yi Fan left her without saying a word, this fuse completely broke Zhou Yueling. Many of her previous illnesses could no longer be suppressed, which was why Zhou Yueling was bedridden as soon as she fell ill. The reason why she is getting better now is that Zhou Yueling has had a good rest recently. Secondly, Zhou Shun's arrival gave Zhou Yueling hope again. With a new spiritual support, she once again suppressed those hidden illnesses. If it were the previous Zhou Shun, he would only think that Zhou Yueling has recovered from her illness now. But now, after taking his mother's pulse, Zhou Shun finally understood that his mother's illness was only suppressed by herself, not disappeared. Once stimulated, it will relapse, and each relapse will be more severe than the previous one. To be honest, my mother's health is very bad. Mom, your body. What's wrong? Are you feeling better? I just said I've been feeling a lot lighter lately. That's not the case, Mom. Your illness is caused by overwork. It won't be completely cured overnight. No, last time at the hospital, the doctor said just rest for 2 or 3 days would be enough. When Zhou Shun heard Zhou Yueling talking about the doctors in the hospital, he seemed a little helpless. Although most of the doctors in the hospital are trained in professional schools and have a certain degree of authority, and the various instruments they use are relatively advanced, their medical treatment level is still a bit poor. At least in Zhou Shun's eyes, their level is really not good. They can only read a report. Without the instruments and reports, they really can't do anything. But in order to prevent his mother from thinking he was bragging, Zhou Shun explained, "The doctor was just trying to comfort you." After all, what doctor would tell the truth to a patient? Zhou Yueling's heart instantly jumped at Zhou Shun's explanation. Could it be that my health condition is really that serious? Seeing his mother's worried face, Zhou Shun immediately said, "Mom, don't worry. I will slowly help you recover from your illness. Well, then I'll have to troubleshoot her, Zhou Yueling said with relief. By the way, Mom, where is my uncle? Zhou Shen asked. Zhou Yueling was about to answer when she heard the sound of a key turning at the door, and then she saw Zhou Sihai push the door open and walk in. It's true that when you speak of Chow Chow, he appears. Seeing Zhou Sihai's cheerful face, Zhou Shen smiled and asked, Uncle, you look so happy. Did something good happen to you? Well, I'm free, Zhou Sihai said excitedly. What do you mean? Zhou Yueling and Zhou Shen asked in surprise. I quit my job. Now I don't have to drive a taxi day and night anymore. It feels so good, Zhou Sihai explained. Obviously, Zhou Yueling was a little surprised by Zhou Sihai's decision. She knew her younger brother's situation. He only graduated from high school and had little education. Although he came from a wealthy family, he could not endure hardship. In recent years, he had been able to save some money by driving a taxi. What will you do after you resign? Zhou Yueling asked with some concern. Sister, how could you forget? Didn't our family agree to open a restaurant? Of course I quit my job to help you take care of the business wholeheartedly. After hearing Zhou Sihai's explanation, Zhou Yueling was obviously confused. After all, the restaurant project hadn't even started yet my brother had so rashly quit his job. What if the restaurant fails to open? Will the whole family really have to starve? Zhou Shen wasn't too surprised by this. Instead, he smiled and said to Zhou Sihai, it's better to quit. You can't do two things at once. If I want to open a restaurant, I really can't run a taxi at the same time. Zhou Shen's opinion of his uncle Zhou Sihai has changed a lot now. Although Zhou Sihai is indeed not very reliable in some things, at least this person is really good to his mother. Besides, he has worked so hard in the past few years, so it would be a good idea for him to change jobs and have a good rest. Yeah, that's what I think too, Zhou Sihai said with a smile. Hearing her son and brother say this, Zhou Yueling could only sigh. Although she always felt that it was too reckless for her brother to resign so quickly. But the two men in the family thought there was nothing wrong, and Zhou Yueling didn't want to blame them too much, so she could only smile bitterly and then went into the kitchen with a worried look on her face. Chapter 53, Finding a Shop. Looking at Zhou Yueling's expression, Zhou Sihai belatedly asked, Shinner, what's wrong with my sister? Is she unhappy with me resigning? Zhou Shen smiled and said, it's okay, my mom probably just isn't used to it. When Zhou Sihai heard this, he felt the same way. After experiencing an absurd girlhood, my sister has been taking steady steps ever since, without any courage to struggle. In her opinion, it was very unreliable to resign rashly, so it was understandable that she felt uneasy. However, Zhou Sihai is different. He is now in his prime and it is time for him to give it a try. If I can really succeed in opening a restaurant this time, I can become a small boss in the future. Then, those so-called family members in Haicheng who laughed at them would see that they could live well too. Therefore, Zhou Sihai made up his mind to work hard this time. Shinner, since you have nothing to do today, let's go check out the shop now. Zhou Shen also had this idea. If he could finalize the restaurant opening sooner, his mother wouldn't be so worried. Don't you want to take a rest before going? Why take a rest? The car hasn't been returned today. If we go tomorrow, we'll have to pay for a taxi. Zhou Sihai said with a smile. Why don't you take my mom with you? We can go out and relax together. Don't worry, don't you know what your mother's temper is like? If you bring her with you, I guarantee that your shop will definitely be small and remote, and of course the rent will be cheap. Then Zhou Sihai said again, besides, after you see the store, you have to take your uncle out to play. After all, you are a millionaire now, so let your uncle take advantage of you. As he spoke, Zhou Sihai looked at Zhou Shen with a look that said, you know what I mean. Zhou Shen understood that it seemed that his uncle's alcoholism was starting to take effect again. I think after looking at the store today, this guy will probably drag him to the bar in Sherdai Yinjian to have a drink. If that's the case, it really wouldn't be appropriate to bring my own mother alone. After the two of them discussed it, they said hello to Zhou Yueling and went out. Finding a shop is a technical job. You have to choose a shop with a large flow of people and a high rent but not too expensive. Because they are in the catering industry, and the breakfast industry has the lowest profit margins among all catering industries. If the rent is too expensive, they really cannot afford it, which is equivalent to working for the landlord. If you want to find a suitable shop, vision, experience, and luck are all essential. Fortunately, Zhou Shen was a real business tycoon in his previous life, so he has some experience in this area. Besides, they have plenty of time, so they are not in a hurry. The two of them wandered around the street for a long time but still couldn't find a suitable one. There are quite a few shops for rent on the main street, but there are very few restaurants for subletting. Even if there are some, they are not suitable due to factors such as location and rent. It wasn't until they turned into a relatively quiet street that they finally saw a restaurant with a sublease sign hanging above it. Joshin took a quick look at the shop. From the outside, it looked pretty good. However, the street seems a bit deserted, with few pedestrians passing by. Obviously, the sublease of this restaurant has a big factor in this. But Joshin looked at the bus stop sign and the residential building next to it, and he had an idea in his mind. Seeing Joshin walking straight over, Josihai frowned and said, "Shiner, you're not interested in this place, are you?" "Why, no." Josihai immediately said, "Look, it's deserted here, not many people around. Is it feasible to open a restaurant here?" However, Joshin smiled and said, "Although what you said makes sense, I have a different opinion." "What's the different opinion?" "Although this place is remote and has low passenger flow, it is close to the bus stop. Across from it is a residential area, and this community is a medium-sized one, mostly inhabited by ordinary residents who like to eat in small restaurants like this." Before he finished speaking, Josihai said, "If this place is really as good as you say, this store wouldn't be closed." However, Joshin pointed to the sign above the door and said, "Look at this sign. Do you notice anything different? Sichuan Girl Stir Fry. It's just an ordinary Sichuan restaurant, what's the difference?" Sichuan restaurants usually focus on stir-frying, and such restaurants have certain requirements for their customers. Josihai said in surprise, "This is the first time I've heard of a Sichuan restaurant having requirements for its customers." Joshin smiled and said, "Let me put it this way, would people who don't eat spicy food come here to eat? Why would someone who doesn't eat spicy food go to a Sichuan restaurant? Are you sick? Will people with average income come here?" Josihai thought for a moment and said, "Probably not. Sichuan cuisine is delicious, but it's also relatively expensive." Joshin nodded and said, "That's it. This place is remote, the food is expensive, and the people living around here are just ordinary residents. Do you think he can stick with it?" At this time, Joshin continued, "But we are different. We serve breakfast, and usually a whole meal only costs 7 or 8 yuan, which is affordable for everyone. Besides, there is a bus stop right next to it. Many office workers don't have time to eat breakfast, so when they get off the bus and see our store, they might choose to come in." Josihai thought about it carefully and felt that what Joshin said made sense. He immediately said, "That makes sense, but I don't know if the rent is expensive." "You'll know whether it's expensive or not, just go in and ask," Joshin said. As they spoke, the two of them walked into the Sichuan restaurant. It was already past lunchtime, and the store was deserted, with not even a waiter around. The boss is a middle-aged man with a distinctive Mediterranean-style hair. Seeing a customer coming into the store, the boss quickly put down his phone and came over to say, "Please take a seat, would you like something to eat?" Then, without waiting for Joshin and Josihai to speak, the boss began to introduce the restaurant's dishes. "Our restaurant's main dish is Sichuan cuisine, the taste is really unique, you." Joshin immediately said, "Stop talking, we're not here to eat." "Don't want to eat?" The smile on the boss's face suddenly disappeared when he heard Josihai's words. "Boss, I saw a sign outside your store saying it's for sublease, so I came in to ask," Joshin said. "Do you want to rent a shop?" The boss looked at the two of them suspiciously. "Yeah, how are you planning to sublet this restaurant?" Joshin asked. Hearing Joshin's direct question, the restaurant owner was instantly delighted. Xiao Bai. When subletting a shop, you should first ask who the owner of the shop is, and then discuss the rest. Asking about the price right away is obviously inexperienced, and it is easy to fool such people. If I can trick this store out of my business, I'll be free. When the bald boss thought of this store, he burst into tears. I spent a lot of effort to open the store and thought it would be very prosperous, but the business was terrible and I lost more than 100,000 yuan in less than half a year. It's bad enough that I lost money opening the store, but it's also not easy to sublet it. The sublease notice has been posted for almost a month, but there are many people looking at it, few asking about it, and no one is willing to take it over. After seeing this restaurant, everyone either complained that the street was too deserted and there was not much business, or that there was something wrong with the restaurant. Finally, two newbies who don't know anything about this have come. I have to trick them today no matter what. At that moment, the bald boss began his performance. Chapter 54, Renting a Shop. The bald boss coughed lightly and said, "Since you two are interested in subletting my store, let me tell you about the basic situation of the store. My shop has a usable area of 186 square meters, divided into 2 floors. My business usually relies on regular customers, and my daily turnover is at least 5,000 yuan. If it weren't for something happening at home, I wouldn't want to sublet it." Seeing the boss speaking seriously, Zhou did not expose his lies. Life is not easy for anyone these days, so he just listened. After the bald boss had almost finished speaking, Zhou asked, "Boss, just tell me straight, how much are you planning to rent this shop for?" The boss was obviously a little surprised when he heard this. After all, there were 2 people in front of him, one big and one small, and the more mature middle-aged man should be the one to make the decision. Why did the young man ask the price first? Then, the bald boss looked at Zhou suspiciously. Zhou saw the boss looking at him and said, "Why are you looking at me? Just talk to him." After saying that, he found a chair and sat down to drink tea. Seeing that the person making the decision was actually a child, the boss smiled and said, "Okay, 200,000 a year, utilities not included, and everything in the store will be yours. As long as you pay in full, you can take over the business today." When Zhou heard that the boss actually asked for 200,000, he almost spit out the water he had just drunk. Why don't you go and rob it?" Zhou said angrily. There must be a reason why the boss offered such a high price. After all, bargaining is all about asking for a high price and paying the price when it comes down to it. There is nothing wrong with asking for a high price. Anyway, it's not like there is no room for negotiation. "Boss, you are not sincere," Zhou said lightly. Although Zhou doesn't care about this little money, he doesn't want to be taken advantage of. He had inquired with several stores before, and even in the busiest place in the city, the annual rent was only about 200,000 yuan, and they also provided heating and property management. Not only is this place remote, but it also doesn't include property heating, yet the price is almost the same as in the downtown area. Isn't this ridiculous? "Young man, I am sincere." Then the bald boss said again, "Look at my shop. The upstairs and downstairs are spacious enough, and the shop is newly renovated. I spent over 100,000 yuan on renovations. The tables, chairs, benches, and other items are all 90% new. You can open it right away after you buy it. 200,000 yuan is really not expensive." Although Zhou has never worked in the catering industry, he knows that decoration is not calculated in this way. No matter how much you spent on the installation, it doesn't make sense for the next tenant to bear all the expenses when you sublet the house. As for tables, chairs, and benches, you can't calculate it this way. The depreciation cost of these things is very high, just like buying a car. Even if it has just been driven out of the 4S store, as long as you go through the formalities, you will get a discount when you sell it. If the tables, chairs, and benches in the restaurant can be sold on the second-hand market for half the price, it would be a blessing. Zhou didn't want to waste time on him, so he said directly, "Tell me a fair price, otherwise there's no point in continuing the discussion." "This 180,000. As soon as the price of the bald head was mentioned, Zhou said to Zhou, "Uncle, let's go and look at the next one." "Okay," Zhou responded. Hearing the 2 of them leaving, the boss hurriedly said, "Wait, 150,000, at least 150,000. Zhou immediately said, "Is the 150,000 yuan rent or transfer fee? Tell me clearly." After hearing Zhou words, the bald boss knew that this young man was not easy to fool, so he immediately said, "To be honest with you, this shop is my own. If you are sincere about renting it, the rent can be calculated at 120,000 yuan per year, and the items in the shop will be 30,000 yuan for you." However, Zhou directly said, "The annual rent is 100,000, and the transfer fee is 20,000. If you think it's okay, we can sign the contract now." "A total of 120,000? Too little, add a little more." "Boss, you know the actual business situation of this store. We have been outside your store for more than 3 hours, and no more than 20 customers have come in. At most, the daily turnover is no more than 1,000 yuan. Zhou then continued, "The profit margin of a Sichuan restaurant is generally around 40%, which means that if you don't count your own wages, you only make around 10,000 yuan a month. After deducting your labor costs, your store's net profit per month will not exceed 6,000 yuan. When hearing Zhou various statistics casually, not only the bald boss was stunned, but even Zhou eyes widened. They only observed outside the store for less than 20 minutes, so how did the 3 hours come from, and how did 20 people come into the store? But looking at the bald boss's expression as if he had seen a ghost, it was obvious that what he said came true. For a moment, Josihai didn't know what to say, and his expression when he looked at Joshin kept changing. The bald boss was also extremely shocked. Although what Joshin said was not much different from the actual situation, he knew that the labor invested in this store was not only his own, but also his wife's. He is a Sichuan cuisine chef with pretty good skills. If he works outside, he can earn at least 10,000 yuan a month. My wife works in finance. If she finds a job in a reputable company, she can easily earn 6,000 to 7,000 yuan a month. And now both of them are stuck in this store, working themselves to death and only earning more than 10,000 yuan. It's really not worth it. 120,000 is 120,000. Wait a minute, boss, don't agree so quickly. We have some conditions. Joshin said again. Do you have any other conditions? Yes, your store is a bit remote after all, and it's still uncertain whether we can make it big. So I hope the rent won't be raised within 3 years, and if it is raised after 3 years, it can't exceed 10%, and we have the right to renew the contract first. Joshin said. It's okay not to raise the rent, but you have to sign a 3-year contract at once, said the bald boss. That's no problem. Joshin said decisively. Okay, the other conditions will be as you say. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Seeing Joshin rent the store that would have cost an additional 200,000 yuan so smoothly for 120,000 yuan, Josihai was completely stunned. If it were him, he would never dare to bargain like this. He was afraid of being beaten, and even more afraid of being laughed at. But his eldest nephew didn't care about these things at all. He deceived people, and soon fooled the bald boss. Apart from anything else, his eloquence and mentality alone are enough to crush most people. However, thinking that his eldest nephew was still young and some things might be difficult to consider thoroughly, Josihai immediately stepped forward to inquire about the ownership of the store. After checking the store's property registration and the bald boss's ID card, Josihai checked the store's water, electricity, heating, property, etc. After confirming that there were no problems, Joshin was allowed to sign the contract. The bald boss obviously wanted to get out of it as soon as possible, and he cooperated very well throughout the process. Therefore, in just less than an hour, Joshin bought the 3-year operating rights of this store for 320,000 yuan. Chapter 55, Return to Yunjin. They rented the shop as they wished, and both Joshin and Josihai were very happy. Especially Josihai, now that he has a shop, he no longer needs to go out to make a living, and he has realized his dream of starting his own business. In a cheerful mood, Josihai said with a smile, "The restaurant is closed, shouldn't we celebrate properly?" Joshin naturally knew what his cheap uncle was up to, and immediately joked, "Uncle, how do you want to celebrate? Do you want me to call my mom?" "No, if you bring your mother here, we will just go to a ramen restaurant to eat a bowl of ramen today," Josihai said with a bitter face. "Uncle, where should we go?" "Of course it's Times Cloud. We've been tired for so many days, we should go and relax." Hearing Josihai's words, Joshin smiled and said, "Okay, you have the final say today." Josihai was not polite and immediately said with a smile, "Then I'm going to make a killing again today. I heard that the princesses in Shidayunjian are all very beautiful. Since I have the final say, I have to go and see them for myself." After hearing Josihai's words, Joshin couldn't help but shook his head. But when I think about how hard he has suffered over the years, and how he has remained unmarried even though they are orphans and a widow, it is only natural that he has some of these needs now. As they spoke, the two of them walked towards the clouds of the Times. After arriving at the place, Josihai instantly became energetic. As soon as I entered the door, I said to the waiter, "Let me have a private room." Hearing this, the waiter hurried over to greet them. There is a minimum consumption for the private rooms in Times Hotel. Even for the worst room, the minimum consumption cannot be less than 10,000 yuan. The largest and most luxurious private room has a minimum consumption of 88,888, which is not affordable for everyone. "Hello, how many of you are there? What kind of box do you need?" "A small packet will do." Although Josihai knew that today's expenses were paid for by his eldest nephew, he also knew that his eldest nephew was quite capable of making money. He could earn tens of millions a day just by tinkering on the internet, so he should not be short of money. However, there were only 2 of us, so it would be a bit of a waste to book a large private room, so we only asked for a small one. "Okay. Dear VIPs, Box 19 has been prepared for you. Please come in. Joe Sihai immediately walked inside excitedly. He had never been so generous before. In the past, when we came here to drink, we would just sit in the card room, but that would cost several thousand yuan. Zhou Shan did not stop him. After all, he had promised Zhou Sihai, so it didn't matter if he spent some money. And he just saw that although Zhou Sihai said he wanted to rip him off, he didn't really ask for a huge sum of money. He just asked for such a small private room, which didn't cost much at all. After arriving at the private room, a foreman walked in and said with a smile, "Excuse me, do you need a drinking companion?" The foreman spoke in a more tactful way. After all, most of the customers who come here are people of status. Therefore, the foreman was relatively reserved in his remarks on this matter. After all, anyone who understands this kind of thing will understand. Zhou Sihai was somewhat tempted, but after all, he came with his eldest nephew, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. If this nephew goes back and says a few words in front of his sister, he will definitely be in big trouble. For a moment, he was silent. The foreman was also a smart guy. He could tell at a glance that the young man should be the one in charge of the two people. As for the older man, both his clothing and temperament give off a strong country bumpkin vibe. On the contrary, that young man seemed particularly elegant in his words and deeds. Although he is not very conspicuous, he is obviously a big shot at first glance. He must be a tiger that eats pigs. The foreman has worked in Times Cloud for so many years and has seen all kinds of people, so he has long been used to it. Zhou Shin is accustomed to such services. No matter in his past life or this life, no entertainment venue can be without them. He immediately looked at Zhou Sihai, who wanted one but was too embarrassed to ask, nodded and said, "Yes, give him a few more, young and beautiful ones." Upon hearing Shin's words, the foreman immediately said, "Don't worry about the quality of our hostesses, but the prices are quite high, so we need to explain this to you in advance." Zhou Shin immediately threw his bank card in the foreman's face and said, "I want the best. Money is not a problem. The password is 61. The foreman was obviously used to this kind of thing, so he immediately said, "Okay, how many do you want?" "Give me 10, don't waste time." Zhou Shin said immediately, not wanting to waste time with him. Seeing Zhou Shin so generous, the foreman was stunned at first, then smiled flatteringly and said, right away, please wait a moment." After the foreman left, Zhou Sihai looked at Zhou Shin with some concern and asked, "If you just give him your bank card like this, he won't swipe it carelessly, right?" Zhou Shin laughed and said, "He doesn't dare. Uncle, just have fun later." Seeing that Zhou Shin was not worried, Zhou Sihai gave up the idea. It is said that the foreman is very efficient because he gets paid. In just a few minutes, 10 pretty little girls pushed the door open and came in. Seeing these young and beautiful girls, Zhou Sihai's saliva was almost falling to the ground. He had only heard of it before, but now that he saw it, he realized it was indeed extraordinary. However, these princesses who accompanied the guests for drinks were also very familiar with this business. As soon as they came in, they immediately stuck close to the two of them with playful smiles on their faces, looking extremely comfortable. When the foreman saw that the person had been brought in, he said to Zhou Shin, "Sir, the person has been brought to you. I wish you have a good time." Zhou Shin nodded and said, "Go out." The foreman was quite tactful and knew that staying here would be an eyesore, so he immediately turned around and left the box, closing the door very professionally. However, what Zhou Shin didn't know was that just as they were preparing to party, an acquaintance also came to Times Cloud. The person who came was none other than Chen Jiqiang, the young master Chen, who had had a conflict with them before. This guy is also an unlucky guy. Because he helped Yi Fan before, he ended up offending Zhou Hu. After Zhou Hu, Xin Bao, and Zhou Shin suffered losses, they naturally would not swallow their anger and soon went to find Chen Jiqiang's father. Chen Jiqiang's father is also a big shot in Longchen. Naturally, he knows Zhou Hu's reputation for being a vicious person, and he also knows that the Chen family is not big enough to fight against Zhou Hu. So after understanding what happened, he readily compensated Zhou Hu 5 million yuan, and the matter ended there. The matter was resolved, but Mr. Chen did not vent his anger. He immediately went home, beat Chen Jiqiang severely, and then put him under house arrest for a month. But Chen Jiqiang was a person who could stay at home. He took advantage of his father's business trip and sneaked out without telling the servants. He had been feeling depressed at home for so many days, and he planned to have a good party tonight to release the depression in his heart. Chapter 56, Experience Baby Chen Jiqiang. When the foreman of Shi Dai Yunjian saw this man coming, he hurried forward to greet him. He knew that this man was not easy to deal with, and if he neglected him, it would definitely cause trouble again. Mr. Chen, you're here? Yeah. Chen Jiqiang responded casually. Are you planning on singing karaoke today, or having a few drinks? Stop talking nonsense and keep going as usual. You will get the money. The foreman felt relieved when he heard Chen Jiqiang's words. This gentleman was very generous when he came to Times Yunjian and never cared about expenses. The generosity of his money was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. In the past, the supervisor would have been very happy to open a private room for Chen Jiqiang. But today, the last private room was taken by 2 people. Therefore, the foreman could only say apologetically, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, there are no private rooms. Could you please make do with the booth for now? Are you kidding me? No, how dare I? Have you ever heard of me, Chen Jiqiang, making do in a booth? But. Don't say but, I want a private room today. If you can't get one, I'll throw your membership card in Shinbao's face. Hearing Chen Jiqiang's tough tone, the foreman didn't dare to offend him. He knew that this Mr. Chen was a mid-level VIP here. According to his membership rights, he was eligible to use the private rooms, guest rooms, and other entertainment facilities here first, and they had to give him discounts. Of course, this membership card is not cheap. The basic requirement is to spend 5 million per year. Now they just want a private room, which is indeed not a high request. If I can't even meet this requirement, it is reasonable for them to complain to Brother Leopard. Suddenly, the foreman saw the bank card in his hand and immediately had an idea. Mr. Chen, don't worry. The last private room has just been reserved by 2 country bumpkins. I'll ask them to make room for you now. Please wait. After saying that, the foreman walked towards the box area again, and the direction he was heading was box number 19 where Zhou Shen was. In the private room, some princesses were singing, some were pouring wine, and Zhou Sihai was being surrounded by beautiful girls and being forced to drink. As for Zhou Shen, he watched all this indifferently, with no one around him. When the foreman came in, he was not surprised to see this situation. After all, some people who came here didn't like this kind of food. Arriving in front of Zhou Shen, the head waiter politely said, "Excuse me, sir. I forgot that this private room was reserved. Now that a guest has arrived, could you please move us somewhere else?" Hearing the foreman's words, Zhou Shen laughed and said, "Why, are you kicking us out because we have a distinguished guest and you don't dare to offend us?" Zhou Shen had seen everything, so he knew what was going on as soon as he heard this. "That's not what I meant. We were wrong." Before he could finish, Zhou Shen said coldly, "If you know clearly, let me ask you, is this how you, times Cloud, do business?" Zhou Shen will never give face to such a person, he will confront him when necessary. Seeing Zhou Shen's ruthless exposure, the foreman's face turned ugly, and his face turned pale and blue. People who didn't know him would think he was performing a face-changing performance. No, the guest has already booked it. There's nothing I can do about it. Then, the foreman continued, "How about this? On behalf of Times Cloud, I'll waive your bill for the booth outside and even give you a bottle of red wine as an apology. What do you think? Not so good. You mean to let us take all these princesses to the booths outside to play? How can you say that?" Zhou Sihai couldn't stand it any longer and said immediately, "Who are you looking down on? I can afford to play with girls but can't afford to drink a bottle of wine. Do I need you to give me something for free? Who are you trying to embarrass? We're not going to change this box today. Find someone else." "Sir, you misunderstood. It was indeed our mistake," the foreman said hurriedly. Zhou Sihai had just had quite a few drinks, and he immediately shouted angrily, "If you know you're in the wrong, then take the responsibility. Why should we pay for your mistakes? It's a joke." The foreman didn't expect that the 2 people in front of him were so rude. Despite his kind words of advice, they were so indifferent. Just when he was thinking about whether to use some special means to make them submit, Chen Jiqiang suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. After entering the room, Chen Jiqiang said impatiently, "I want this private room, name your price." After seeing Chen Jiqiang come in, Zhou Shen quickly found the identity of this familiar figure from the previous host's memory. Chen Jiqiang, the youngest son of the Chen family, was also his lackey before. It was this bastard who framed Zhou Sihai that day. "I was just worrying about not being able to find this bastard, but I didn't expect him to come to my doorstep on his own initiative." Zhou Shen immediately sneered and said, "What kind of a scoundrel are you? Do you think others have to give you what you want? Do you think your Chen family is paper money that everyone likes?" Because of the dim light in the private room, Chen Jiqiang didn't see Zhou Shen. After hearing Zhou Shen's words, he looked at him with a sarcastic look on his face. I was wondering who was calling me. It turns out it's the stray dog that was kicked out by the Yi family. Zhou Shen paid no attention to Chen Jiqiang's ridicule. Instead, he laughed and said, "A dog? When you wagged your tail beside me, I thought you looked a lot like that creature." Damn it! You said I'm a dog? Chen Jiqiang said angrily. Why am I wrong? I remember you once imitated a dog's bark. It was so vivid and lively. Speaking of this matter, Chen Jiqiang also remembered that he paid a heavy price in order to be able to be Yi Shen's younger brother. He even learned to bark like a dog in public, a pain that Chen Jiqiang never wanted to mention. Now that Zhou Shen mentioned it, Chen Jiqiang's hatred towards Zhou Shen instantly rose. Ding, your words have angered the little follower Chen Jiqiang, gaining villain value plus 999. When Zhou Shen heard the system prompt, his eyes lit up instantly. I didn't expect that this guy in front of me is not completely useless. At least he is still an experienced baby now. Therefore, Zhou Shen continued to stimulate with great interest. Also, it seems that you did more than just imitate a dog's barking at that time, you also peed next to the tree. Shut up, you stray dog kicked out by the Yi family. What qualifications do you have to talk to me now? Ding. Your actions have further provoked the little follower Chen Jiqiang. Villain value plus 9,999. Seeing that this method was really effective, Zhou Shen simply continued to talk about Chen Jiqiang's past, which made the princesses who were listening feel a little amused and helpless. However, the system's prompts kept reporting to Zhou Shen, and his villain value was growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This shows how much hatred Chen Jiqiang has for Zhou Shen at this moment. Seeing Zhou Shen constantly exposing his scars, he got angry and picked up the wine bottle on the table and smashed it at Zhou Shen. But Zhou Shen is a master of martial arts after all, and he easily avoided the sneak attack from Chen Jiqiang, a good-for-nothing. Chen Jiqiang missed the target and lost his balance for a moment, and fell flat on his face. Zhou Shen saw this and laughed. Look, this is a return to nature. Hearing Zhou Shen's ridicule again, Chen Jiqiang's only remaining rationality disappeared. Damn it, Yi Shen, I'm going to kill you today. As he spoke, Chen Jiqiang winked at the foreman. The foreman immediately understood what he meant and took out his intercom and said, "There's a disturbance in room 19. Bring some people over." The people from Sherdai Yunjian also acted quickly. Just as the foreman finished speaking, a large group of people rushed in. Chapter 57, Tanka's Flattery. When Chen Jiqiang saw the helper coming, he glared at Zhou Shen fiercely and said, "Yi Shen, I'm going to destroy you today." Zhou Shen glanced at him with disdain and said calmly, "What can you do to me?" Your mouth? Chen Jiqiang roared angrily, "How dare you look down on me? Do you still think you're the eldest son of the Yi family? Now you're just a stray dog. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant?" Quack. As he spoke, Zhou Shen suddenly stood up and threw the wine glass in his hand away. Bang! Chen Jiqiang's face was instantly covered in blood from the wine glass, and he couldn't help but fall backwards. When he got up screaming, everyone at the scene was stunned. His face, which was once handsome, was now covered in blood, and he looked like a demon that had escaped from the Avicii hell. Ding! The host violently assaulted the supporting actor Chen Jiqiang, behaving like a villain. Villain value plus 99,999. Chen Jiqiang was stunned by Zhou Shen's punch and it took him a while to react. Chen Jiqiang immediately became furious. He pointed at Zhou Shen and shouted, "Whoever kills this guy today will be rewarded with 100,000. Chen Jiqiang felt a little proud. As the saying goes, where there is a lot of money, there are always brave men. He believed that since he offered such high conditions, some of these people would definitely be unable to resist taking action, and he just needed to watch the show quietly. However, what he didn't expect was that none of the people in front of him took action, which made Chen Jiqiang really embarrassed. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you hear what I said? Chen Jiqiang shouted at the top of his lungs. However, the leader of the group took one look at Zhou Shen and said awkwardly, "Brother Zhou, it's you." Zhou Shen looked at the leader and laughed out loud. "Isn't this guy the Tanka whom I beat up in the underground fighting arena of Times Cloud before? He is an old acquaintance." Tanka felt a little helpless. Why was his luck so bad that he actually met this killer god? After losing last time, Shinbao got angry and dismissed him from his job and assigned him to work as a pub supervisor. After seeing that the troublemaker was Zhou Shen, Tanka didn't dare to act rashly. The last time Zhou Shen shined in the fighting arena, it really shocked me. Not only that, he also knew that the big boss behind Times Yunjian seemed to be interested in this kid, and such a person was definitely not someone he could afford to provoke. Brother Zhou, is there any misunderstanding? How could you be the troublemaker? Tan Ke asked tremblingly. Zhou looked at the big, stupid guy and then laughed. It's me. What's wrong? Do you want to fight me again? When Tan Ke heard Zhou words, he felt a chill down his spine. Although I was the one who gave up on my own initiative when I fought with Zhou last time. But later on, Zhou became a super strong man who could even defeat a master like Wang Ba, so he was no match for him. Brother Zhou, this is not a joke. Tan Ke said with a wry smile. Who's kidding you? But if you're talking about causing trouble, the foreman isn't telling the truth. You might as well ask him first. Zhou said lightly. After hearing Zhou words, Tan Ke immediately knew that there must be something behind this matter, and his eyes turned sharp as he looked at the foreman. Although Tan Ke was afraid of Zhou, he was not so nice to the foreman. What the hell is going on? Brother Tan, it's like this. Before the foreman could finish his words, Tan Ke said in a deep voice, don't try to fool me with your nonsense. You know the consequences. The foreman was really afraid of Tan Ke's threat. After all, he was a popular figure around Shenbao before, and he was a gangster with blood on his hands. Under the intimidation of Tan Ke, the foreman repeated everything that had just happened in detail. Tan Ke immediately understood what was going on, and then smiled apologetically at Zhou. Brother Zhou, I'm sorry, it was our mistake. After saying that, he picked up Chen Jiqiang and threw him into the hands of the group of younger brothers behind him like trash. Throw this troublemaker out of time's cloud. As he said that, the younger brothers pulled the confused Chen Jiqiang as if he were a dead pig. Chen Jiqiang never expected that the helpers he had called for were actually helping that bastard Yishen. But before he could think anymore, he was thrown out of the clouds of the times. As Chen Jiqiang was taken away, the sound of the system rewarding villain points also ended. Zhou couldn't help feeling a little regretful as he watched his precious baby being taken away. Although Chen Jiqiang didn't take action just now, he never stopped cursing himself in his heart, which really increased his villain value. After Chen Jiqiang was thrown out, Tan Ke said again, Brother Zhou, I'm sorry to have let a jerk ruin your fun. Please continue playing. I, Tan Ke, will pay for today's game. After hearing what Tan Ke said, Zhou did not refuse. However, he also knew that for a small matter like this, it was already a great courtesy to just kick the person out, and there was no need to give him a free meal. So, this guy in front of me must have something to ask for. If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Although my play was disturbed, the person who should take the blame should be the manager of Sherdai Yunjian, so why should Tan Ke pay for it? Zhou then smiled and said, Do you have something to ask of me? Tan Ke saw that Zhou had seen through his little thoughts, so he laughed and said, Hey, Brother Zhou, if you ever see Tiger Lord again in the future, you must say a few good words for me. Brother, I'm really not cut out to be a housekeeper. When Zhou heard what Tan Ke said, many questions popped up in his mind. But to be honest, Tan Ke is a fool and is really not cut out for this job. There was a person who was watching the scene. He would physically assault the person who was called in to settle the matter and even throw him out. Even if the other side is right, are they the kind of people who can convince others with reason? But it seemed a little strange that Tan Ke came to him for help in this matter. He and Zhou had only met once, and it seemed that their relationship was not that good. But he was too lazy to ask, and just casually responded, Okay, I get it, if you're okay, go ahead. Seeing that Zhou agreed to his request, Tan Ke said happily, Thank you very much, Brother Zhou. If anyone here is so foolish as to provoke you, just say my name is Tan Ke. I still have some authority here, brother. After that, Tan Ke said to the girls, Play with Brother Zhou well, otherwise, you know what will happen. The princesses nodded tremblingly at Tan Ke's words. All of these princesses who hang out in the Sherdai Yunjian bar all know the identity of this person who is looking after the place. Especially when he gets angry, it's really scary. After Tan Ke had settled these things, he left the private room. However, the princesses were also quiet, knowing that these two were the real hidden tycoons, and immediately tried even harder to please Zhou. Hi, master, have a drink with me. Yes, sister will sing a song for you. However, Zhou has no interest in these women at all. In his opinion, instead of wasting time with these women, it would be better to tease that stupid woman Yang Waner. So, Zhou only stayed here for a short while before leaving the box. Chapter 58, Drugged Again. After Zhou came out of the private room, he came to the lobby of the bar. The hall was as lively as ever. On the scattered small stages, sexy beauties in revealing clothes were twisting their bodies and leading the dance for the crowd. The crowd in the audience seemed to be energized, shaking their bodies desperately to the explosive beat of the music. This intense rock music is filled with a decadent atmosphere. Zhou Shen couldn't stand this energy a bit. Recalling Yishin's previous preference for this kind of environment, Zhou Shen felt a little disgusted. Then, Zhou Shen slowly walked to the bar and ordered a glass of mint water from the waiter. I drank quite a bit just now, and now I feel a little thirsty. Just as the front desk staff at the bar were preparing for Zhou Shen with strange looks, Zhou Shen saw a familiar figure opposite him. Isn't that stupid woman Yang Wanner? Why is she here again? Zhou Shen asked in surprise. Yang Wanner seemed even more irritable after running in the gym. Every time I thought about teaching Zhou Shen a lesson, I would get slapped in the face by this guy. She felt that the idea of taking revenge on Zhou Shen, the big bastard, was becoming increasingly slim. Feeling depressed, she could only go to Sherdai Yunjian bar to get drunk again, hoping that after getting drunk, she would no longer think about these troubles. However, in this chaotic place where all kinds of people are present, a pretty girl like Yang Wanner who acts alone is naturally the best prey for those horny men. So when Yang Wanner was a little tipsy, a burly man with tattoos walked up to her with a lustful look in his eyes. Little sister, what's the point of drinking alone? Come on, brother will drink with you. Yang Wanner, who was already in a bad mood, was very annoyed by these stinky men, so she said coldly to the tattooed burly man, "Get lost." But how could the tattooed man let go of his chosen prey so easily? He then said with a smile on his face, "Little sister, you have a pretty bad temper. I like that about you. Hey, is that your friend?" As he spoke, the big man with tattoos looked behind Yang Wanner, and Yang Wanner immediately turned around to look. At this moment, the big man with tattoos threw a strange object into Yang Wanner's wineglass. The movements were so fast, as if they had been practiced. However, as soon as the thing entered the wine, it melted immediately, leaving no trace. Yang Wanner looked back and didn't see anyone familiar. Then she realized that she had been deceived by the tattooed man, so she said to him, "Get out of here. I don't want to see you anymore." The big man with tattoos on his arms didn't say anything, but he didn't leave either. Yang Wanner couldn't do anything about him, so she picked up her wineglass and was about to drink it. Just as the tattooed man saw that his evil plan was about to succeed, he saw that the wineglass that Yang Wanner was about to bring to her lips was stopped by a strange young man. "Don't drink!" Zhou Shen had seen everything and didn't want to care about it, but after all, this silly girl had slept with him several times and was considered his closest stranger. No matter how hard-hearted I am, I can't just watch her get ambushed. When Yang Wanner felt a hand holding her, for some reason, she did not feel the same resistance to men as before. Then I looked up and found that it was that bastard Zhou Shen. Yang Wanner suddenly asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" Without waiting for Zhou Shen to answer, the tattooed man said to Zhou Shen coldly, "Stinky boy, stop meddling in other people's business." Zhou Shen snorted coldly, completely ignoring the big man's words. He snatched the wineglass from Yang Wanner's hand and said to the tattooed man, "Drink it." Seeing the wine he had just drugged brought to him, the big man with tattoos felt a little scared. It's not like I'm crazy to drink this stuff on my own initiative. Just based on the effect of the medicine just now, even a big man like him would have to sleep for a whole day and night. It is precisely because of the good efficacy of the medicine that it is his best means of finding prey. Now Zhou Shen brought the wine to him, and the tattooed man retorted, "Why should I drink it? This is that little girl's wine. I say, drink it." Zhou Shen ignored the big man and repeated his words again. Seeing that the young man in front of him didn't look like someone who could fight, the big man said stubbornly, "Why, I won't drink, and you still want to beat me up?" As soon as the big man finished speaking, Zhou Shen kicked him. Don't be fooled by the big and strong appearance of this tattooed man, he is actually very weak. Even the veterans in the fighting arena would tremble with one kick from Zhou Shen, let alone this tattooed man. He was kicked aside directly, and then Zhou Shen didn't intend to let him go, so he flew over and rode on the big man. Then he poured the wine in his hand into the big man's mouth. However, the big man with tattoos was no match for Zhou Shen. Moreover, Zhou Shen's kick completely destroyed his fighting ability, so he could only watch Zhou Shen do whatever he wanted. After Zhou Shen finished drinking, he threw the glass away, spat at the big man and said, "You really don't want to drink the wine, but you insist on asking me to do it." Seeing Zhou Shen's incomprehensible behavior, Yang Wanner angrily said, "Asshole, you're causing trouble again. I'm saving you. Save me. I don't believe your lies. My kindness was taken for granted. It seems you didn't remember the lesson I taught you last time. last time? Yang Wanner, who had already drunk a lot, didn't have time to think so much. When Zhou Shen mentioned the lesson he taught her last time, she only thought about what Zhou Shen had done to her. As for the reason, she couldn't remember it. Then Yang Wanner said angrily, "How dare you mention it? You are so shameless." Seeing that Yang Wanner only cared about food and not about beatings, Zhou Shen was speechless about this naive girl. Then he pointed at the big man and said, "Look at him, don't you have any impression of him?" Yang Wanner calmed herself down and squinted her eyes at the big man on the ground. The medicine that the tattooed man took was really good. Not long after it was taken, the man's eyes became blurry and one could even hear him snoring. Only then did Yang Wanner realize that she had been drugged for the second time. It's just that this time, Zhou Shen came earlier than last time, so he didn't let himself drink that stuff. Then Yang Wanner also felt a sense of fear. The alcohol in her body rushed to her head in an instant. She felt a little dizzy and almost fell off the chair. Zhou Shen was also quick-witted and held her in his arms. It may also be that after the 2 previous times of being intimate, Yang Wanner's brain actually developed a strange sense of trust in Zhou Shen's body. Just as Yang Wanner was gradually losing consciousness due to the alcohol, she actually fell asleep peacefully in Zhou Shen's arms. Zhou Shen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart when he smelled the faint fragrance on Yang Wanner's body. "Damn, this little devil." After saying that, Zhou Shen immediately picked up Yang Wanner and walked towards the hotel. As for the big man just now, Zhou Shen was too lazy to pay attention to him. The bar would naturally deal with him. Anyway, such things happened every day in Sherdai Yunjian, at least 8 out of 10, and everyone was used to it. Chapter 59, Gunyan's Shock. This time, Zhou Shen did not take advantage of others' misfortune, but instead booked a room to rest. The next morning, Zhou Shen returned to Times Cloud, woke up the sleepy Zhou Sihai, and went home together. However, when the 2 people who had not returned home all night returned home, they saw Zhou Yueling sitting at the door with a broom. "It's over." Zhou Shen and Zhou Sihai both had an ominous premonition at the same time. Knowing that something was wrong, Zhou Sihai immediately whispered to Zhou Shen, "My dear nephew, I'm sorry I can't protect you anymore. Let's just be safe." Then, with Zhou Shen staring in amazement, Zhou Sihai said to Zhou Yueling with a flattering smile, "Sister, we're back. You still remember to come back?" Zhou Yueling said lightly. "Well, actually." Looking at Zhou Sihai's hesitant behavior, Zhou Shen knew without a doubt that this guy was about to confess. "I have long known that my uncle is a useless coward, and now when he sees my mother, he is like a cat seeing a mouse. Thinking that I have just arrived in this family not long ago, I must not leave a bad impression on my mother." Before Zhou Sihai could explain, Zhou Shen quickly said, "Mom, we already booked the restaurant location yesterday and even signed the contract." After saying that, Zhou Shen glanced at Zhou Sihai, who was unreliable, meaning to ask him to cooperate with him. Afterwards, Zhou Shen handed the contract in his handbag to Zhou Yueling. After hearing Zhou Shen's words, Zhou Yueling put down the broom she had just raised, took the contract and said, "So fast, yesterday you?" "Yes, we signed the contract yesterday and were busy in the restaurant all night. We only finished cleaning up just now," Zhou Shen explained. Zhou Sihai stared at Zhou Shen with a confused look on his face. "My eldest nephew is such a talent. He doesn't even need to write down his lies." Ding! The host was ridiculed by the extra Zhou Sihai, and gained villain value plus 9,999. Is that really the case? Zhou Yueling looked at Zhou Sihai suspiciously again. Zhou Shen glared at Zhou Sihai, who was already complaining, and immediately reminded him, "Uncle, my mom is asking you a question, why are you just standing there in a daze?" Seeing that both of them were staring at him, Zhou Sihai quickly explained, yes, we are both exhausted." Seeing Zhou Sihai also say this, Zhou Yueling said with a hint of apology, "I thought you took Shinner out to drink with your group of friends." After hearing Zhou Yueling's words, Zhou Sihai broke out in a cold sweat. "Fortunately, my eldest nephew is smart, otherwise he would really be scolded by my sister. Although I didn't take my nephew to drink with his friends this time, I did go to Sherdai Yunjian to play. The most important thing is that my nephew spent the money. If my elder sister knew about this, the consequences would be even more serious. After all, if I take my junior to that kind of place to play, I'm afraid I'll skin him alive." Zhou Yueling believed Zhou Sihai's words without a doubt. She had raised her younger brother since he was a child, and he generally would not lie to her. Thinking that the 2 of them secretly went to clean up the shop, it must have been the idea of his beloved son. "I was worried that my body hadn't recovered yet and I would be exhausted by then." Thinking of this, Zhou Yueling changed her previous stern attitude and her expression became gentle. Okay, but you two heroes are exhausted. Have you had breakfast? Do you want to? No need, Mom. We've eaten and now we want to sleep, Joshin said while deliberately yawning. Seeing Joshin's appearance, Zhou Yueling felt distressed and uncomfortable. Then go to bed. When you get up in the afternoon, you can take me to see the restaurant. Good. After dealing with Zhou Yueling, the two returned to their respective rooms. The first thing Joshin did when he entered the bedroom was not to fall asleep immediately. Instead, he turned on the computer directly. After all, the tasks he took on had time limits, and he needed to hand in the completed ones first to avoid worrying his employer. After spending about 2 hours in completing the task of developing ASP plus access technology, Joshin immediately clicked to deliver the task. After encrypting the finished software and sending it to the sponsor, Joshin turned off the computer and lay down to sleep. Kyoto Century Building. Fuck. Did you really make it? It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, but suddenly there was a scream from the top floor of the Century Building. However, Gu Nian, who was closest to the scream, was startled by the sudden shout. Jiang Yeming, what are you screaming about? Gu Nian asked with a little anger. Brother Nian, you don't know, I discovered a genius. Jiang Yeming was dancing and shouting, as excited as a child who had found his favorite toy. Genius? Gu Nian attaches great importance to these two words. The reason why the Gu Group has been able to grow bigger and stronger is precisely because Gu Nian has a very strict grasp of talent. As long as you have talent, no matter you are from the elite or a poor family, Gu Nian will accept you and use you for his own benefit. Just like Jiang Yeming in front of him, this guy is not only as childish as a kid, but also extremely sloppy. But Gu Nian did not despise him like the others did. Not only did he give him a high salary, but he also let him work with him. This alone made Jiang Yeming completely devoted to him. What do you mean by genius? He knew Jiang Yeming. This guy was very arrogant. To be recognized by Jiang Yeming, he must have some outstanding qualities. Hearing Gu Nian's words, Jiang Yeming quickly took his high-end laptop to Gu Nian. Brother Nian, look, I was bored a few days ago and posted one of the company's more difficult projects, the ASP plus access technology front-end development, on the dark web. I didn't expect someone to actually take it, and it was completed in less than 2 days. After hearing Jiang Yeming's words, Gu Nian pondered for a moment. Gu Nian knew about this project, and because of the complexity of the project content, their company's technical team studied it for a long time but still had no clue. In desperation, he had to ask someone to package the project and put it on the dark web to see if there were any experts to take it over. Gu Nian was surprised that someone had actually completed it. At that moment, Gu Nian took the computer and looked at it carefully. The more Gu Nian looked at it, the more shocked he became. The system they needed was actually made, and it was so perfect. After a long pause, Gu Nian said in a deep voice, "Masters truly exist among the common people. Although this task isn't particularly difficult, it's truly commendable that it was accomplished so quickly. Yes, Brother Nian, although our technical department can develop this system if they concentrate their efforts, it won't be so fast. It will take at least half a year. And the other party only took 2 days. He is a technical genius." Hearing this, Gu Nian couldn't help but nodded. The other party did the work of their entire technical team in half a year in 1 day. If they could recruit him to the company, it would definitely be a very cost-effective deal. Do you know who's on the other side? Hearing Gu Nian's words, Jiang Yeming sighed and said, I don't know. What's the meaning? Brother Nian, the other party is very vigilant and has a strong tracking ability. I have chatted with him several times, but he changed his IP every time, so I can't determine his actual location, nor can I find out his identity. Jiang Yeming said dejectedly. Hearing that even Jiang Yeming couldn't be found, Gu Nian immediately became interested in this guy called Picking Up the Leak. Check, I want to see who this guy is. Gu Nian said in a deep voice. I'll try my best, Brother Nian, don't hold on to too high hopes. Gu Nian frowned, then said, I believe you. But I don't believe in myself. That guy is too powerful. If it doesn't work, we can ask the Ministry of State Security for help. They should be able to do it. Jiang Yeming said. Forget it. If we trouble the people from the Ministry of State Security, we will owe them a favor. Let's do it ourselves. Gu Nian said. Well, let's try it first. Chapter 60, Yi Fan's Jealousy. After a good morning's sleep, Joshin finally got a good rest. Rubbing my sleepy eyes, I walked out of my bedroom and saw Zhou Sihai sitting next to the TV, watching a cliched palace fighting drama with Zhou Yueling. After seeing Zhou Shen coming out of the bedroom, Zhou Yueling asked with concern, "Did you sleep well?" Before Zhou Shen could reply, Zhou Sihai cracked some melon seeds and grumbled, "How could it not smell good? I slept till almost dark." Zhou Shen ignored Zhou Sihai and said to Zhou Yueling, "Mom, I'm going to go wash up first, and then I'll take you to the store." "Okay." Zhou Yueling nodded with a smile. Zhou Shen simply washed his face, changed his clothes, and went out with his mother and uncle. Soon, the three of them arrived at the restaurant. Seeing the shop covering nearly 200 square meters, Zhou Yueling felt both happy and under great pressure. When it comes to opening a restaurant, Zhou Yueling is happy from the bottom of her heart. After all, she doesn't have to serve others, which is something Zhou Yueling has always dreamed of. But opening such a large shop all of a sudden was not something she had planned. Even if her son didn't say it, she knew that the rent of this shop was not cheap. Adding the transfer fee, it would probably cost at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. Think about it, she only made 6,000 to 7,000 yuan a month before, so more than 100,000 yuan would be enough for her to work for 2 years without eating or drinking. This was all her son's hard-earned money, and she was really worried about losing it. Zhou Shen took Zhou Yueling on a tour of the shop, then said to her, "Mom, our business is just getting started, so please bear with it for now. We'll move to a bigger and better shop when business picks up." After hearing Zhou Shen's words, Zhou Yueling couldn't help but shake her head and said, "That's good enough. Mom is already very satisfied to have a restaurant like this." Seeing that his mother was very satisfied with the shop, Zhou Shen was also very happy. Zhou Sihai asked from the side, "Nephew, now that everything is ready, can we start the trial operation?" Zhou Shen shook his head and said, "Opening a shop isn't as easy as you think. Even though we're taking over a second-hand restaurant with all the kitchenware and tableware, I saw yesterday that this street has very little traffic. If we want to do business well, we still need to prepare well." When it comes to doing business, Zhou Shen, who was once a big shot in the business world, is obviously more adept at it. "So, nephew, what are you going to do?" "Well, you don't have to worry about this." Zhou Shen then continued, "Everyone, get familiar with the environment today. Once I come up with a plan, it won't be too late to open the business later." Zhou Yueling did not comment on Zhou Shen's arrangement, and she also felt that her son's idea was more reliable. But Zhou Sihai was a little depressed. He really couldn't understand why the restaurant still needed to prepare something when it had everything it needed. Zhou Shen didn't explain to him. The three of them rechecked the hygiene of the store, threw away some tableware that no longer met the hygiene standards, and then locked the door and left. Suburban area. Yi family manor. Two young men were talking in the luxurious living room. Sitting in the main seat was Yi Fan, the eldest son of the Yi family, and the person next to him was Chen Jiqiang, the young master of the Chen family. "Mr. Yi, I am so grateful to you for this time. If it weren't for your intercession, I would probably still be in solitary confinement by my father," Chen Jiqiang said with gratitude. Originally, after Chen Jiqiang was thrown out by the security guard of Shi Daiyin that day, his father discovered that he had sneaked out. In anger, his father directly extended the house arrest period for 1 month. In other words, it is impossible for him to go out and have fun before school starts. But at this moment, Yifan called Chen Jiqiang's father and said that he was not familiar with many places in Longcheng, so he asked Chen Jiqiang to take him out for a walk first. When Chen Jiqiang's father saw that it was the eldest son of the Yi family calling, he dared not refuse and agreed immediately. You have to know that they have no way to curry favor with a wealthy family like the Yi family. If his son could become good friends with the eldest son of the Yi family, it would be beneficial to the future development of the Chen family. After all, the Yi family is in real estate, and the Chen family is in construction. As long as the Yi family's project can make some money, it will be enough for the Chen family to make a fortune. So, Chen Jiqiang was released. Yifan smiled and said, "Strictly speaking, I am also responsible for what happened last time. If you didn't want to vent your anger on me, you wouldn't be blackmailed. I heard that your family was forced to pay 2 million to someone else after the incident. I paid for it. I'll have my housekeeper transfer the money to you later." Chen Jiqiang didn't dare to take the money, and immediately said, "Mr. Yi, it's too polite to say that. Besides, what happened that day has nothing to do with you. I just didn't like that peasant." Seeing that Chen Jiqiang was so sensible, Yifan nodded with satisfaction. "I appreciate your kindness, but you have to be conscientious in what you do. If you treat me well, I won't let you suffer any loss." Then Yifan said to the housekeeper beside him, "Uncle Feng, When Butler Fong heard Yifan's voice, he hurried forward and said, "Master, you are looking for me. Transfer 2 million to Mr. Chen's card." Yifan ordered. "Yes, master." Chen Jiqiang hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi." "Okay, take it. How can I, Yifan, let my brothers suffer losses? Otherwise, how can I survive in this circle in the future?" Yifan said lightly. "Young Master Yi, from now on, I, Chen Jiqiang, will be the sword in your hand. I will chop down whoever you ask me to chop down, without hesitation." Seeing that he had subdued Chen Jiqiang so easily, Yifan did not feel much excitement. In his eyes, kids like Chen Jiqiang are not worthy of being on the stage. They are too naive and will be grateful for any little benefit. They are so easy to deceive. "I heard that you made Uncle Chen angry again a few days ago. Why?" Yifan asked again. "No reason, I was just thrown out from the cloud of time, and someone told my dad about it." Chen Jiqiang said depressedly. "Oh, who is so bold as to throw you out?" Yifan said curiously. "Who else could it be?" "It's Yi Shen." Chen Jiqiang said angrily. "Yi Shen? Have you seen him?" Yifan asked hurriedly. "Well, I went to Shi Daiyan Jian that day, but he and that peasant from that day snatched the private room, so a conflict broke out." Before Chen Jiqiang could finish, Yifan frowned and said, "Wait, you mean you had a conflict with Yi Shen and Zhou Xihai, then why were you the one thrown out instead of them?" "That's not right, right?" Chen Jiqiang immediately said, "That bastard knew the people who were watching the scene at Times Cloud. They sided with them, so I was thrown out." Yifan frowned even tighter. He never thought that Zhou Xihai would actually take that fake guy to a den of brothel like Shi Daiyan Jian. You have to know that he had called him uncle for 18 years, but he had never taken him there once. Thinking of this, Yifan's heart was filled with resentment, and his face became a little ferocious. But after all, he was reborn from decades later, and he was about 50 or 60 years old in his past and present lives combined, so he still had the ability to control his emotions. At that moment, Yifan restrained his emotions and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry for wronging you. If you hadn't vented your anger on me, you wouldn't have provoked them, and there wouldn't be any of the things that happened later. I will personally handle this matter and give you an explanation." Upon hearing this, Chen Jiqiang was so grateful that he almost cried. He felt that Ji Xiao was the best person to him in the world and the one who understood him the best. He decided that he must follow Master Yi well and never betray him. At this moment, Butler Fong transferred the money to Chen Jiqiang and returned to the living room again. He strode up to Yifan's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing this, Yifan's face flashed with surprise. Just now he heard the housekeeper report that the woman had actually opened a shop and invested more than 100,000 yuan in it. Thinking about how she wanted a new mobile phone some time ago, she kept putting it off, but she didn't expect that the guy would move house and open a store as soon as he came back, and suddenly he had money. Yifan, who felt deeply deceived, was once again filled with anger. "Don't you want to turn your life around? Well, I won't let you do that." Thinking of this, Yifan glanced at Chen Jiqiang beside him and immediately had an idea. Chapter 61, New Store Opening. Ziyu Lanting. Zhou family. After returning from the store, Zhou Xihai felt a little depressed. According to his idea, the business should have opened today. He had to take it for a walk to see whether it was a mule or a horse. As a result, his eldest nephew had no intention of opening the business at all, which made him feel anxious. After returning, Zhou Xihai always asked Zhou Shen intentionally or unintentionally how long he had been working on the plan and when the business would officially open. Seeing his uncle so anxious, Zhou Shen just smiled knowingly but did not reveal any specific information. The main thing is that Zhou Shen has not yet fully completed some of his ideas about the store. Opening a store is no joke, nor is it something you can try casually. Whether it is site selection or opening, you must be well prepared. Otherwise, it is likely to fail due to lack of careful consideration. After a simple dinner, Zhou Shen returned to his room, turned on his computer, and began his own planning. First of all, it is clear that the store is short of staff. Now the main staff in the store, besides myself, are my mother and uncle. There are 3 of us, and it's barely enough to open a breakfast shop. As long as you prepare all the ingredients in advance, you will still have time to make it now. However, running a breakfast shop is not Zhou Shen's ultimate goal after all, and he doesn't want his mother to work too hard, so he has to hire 2 waiters to help. Secondly, some of the tableware in the store needs to be replaced with new ones. Some of the existing dishes and chopsticks in the store are not unusable, but they are a bit incompatible. After all, if you use the big red bowl and chopsticks for Sichuan cuisine to drink soy milk and eat fried dough sticks, you will probably feel the inexplicable spiciness before you even put the food into your mouth. Therefore, Joshin decided to replace all the tableware in the store with new ones, which would be in line with the positioning of the breakfast shop. Joshin searched online and found a business in the same city that delivered goods directly to his door. He then picked out a batch of new tableware that looked warm in appearance and placed an order. In addition, Joshin also ordered some disposable lunchboxes, which are also for takeout for those who cannot dine in the store. Joshin asked them to put their own design store logo on these tableware. In addition, the interior design of the store also needs to be changed. Joshin did some design on the software and finally came up with a renovation plan after drawing on the design styles of many franchise chains in later generations. According to Joshin's renovation plan, the restaurant was completely transformed on the original basis. This is because the shop was rented, and Joshin did not carry out deeper renovations, otherwise he would have wanted to redecorate the interior of the house. After the renovation plan came out, Joshin explained his ideas in detail to Josihai and his mother. After getting their approval, he began to prepare. Early the next morning, Josihai found a company that made store signs according to Joshin's request and remade the store sign. Compared to the previous small doorhead, the new sign is very large, almost blocking half of the windows on the second floor. Joshin also changed the name of the store. The new name is A Ray of Sunshine Breakfast Restaurant. Joshin suddenly thought of this name. After all, a breakfast shop should bring warmth to people in the morning. Then Josihai found a friend who specialized in decoration and pasted new wallpaper on all the walls of the store. After all the hard work, the old store instantly had a new look. At the same time, the waiters in the store were also in place, but there was only one of them, a middle-aged woman from a nearby community, who came in after seeing the recruitment notice posted outside the store. In order to reduce the burden on his mother, Joshin directly offered a monthly salary of 4,500 yuan and asked the elder sister to sign the contract on the spot. After all, in Longcheng, a second-tier city, the monthly salary of an ordinary waiter is only 3,500 or 3,000 yuan, and the monthly salary in a larger restaurant is less than 4,000 yuan. Few people can offer such high wages in a fly-in-the-wall restaurant hidden in an alley like this one. All in all, I am very satisfied. In addition to the hardware modifications, Joshin also logged into the community website, re-registered his own store, and promoted the upcoming store. In order to achieve the desired effect, Joshin also hung up the breakfast shop logo he had just designed and filled in some advertising copy. The first ray of sunshine in the morning is the delicious buns I bring you. Add a cup of thick soy milk and your day will be full of energy and vitality. Meet at 8:30 in the morning, all meals are half price. After doing all this, Joshin used hacking technology to boost the reviews of his own store. Now everything is ready, all that's left is the opening. On the opening day, the whole family came to the store early. Then they started chopping stuffing for steamed buns, making porridge, grinding soy milk, and frying dough sticks. Although the store is not big, it sells a wide variety of food, most of which need to be prepared in advance. But what made Josihai and Zhou Yueling uneasy was that until 7:30, no customers came to the store. Nephew, is our shop really going to work? Why don't we have a single customer? Joshin checked his watch and said calmly, "Don't worry, wait a little longer." Still waiting? We sell early. It will be hard to sell if we wait too long. Josihai said. Just be patient and let the bullets fly for a while. Joshin was as calm as ever. The current situation was within Joshin's expectations. It was the first day of opening, so it was reasonable that there weren't many people. What's more, it's only a little after 7 o'clock, and there is still more than an hour before normal working hours. Josihai saw that Joshin still looked indifferent, so he said to his elder sister helplessly, "Sister, your son is really careless." "Okay, since Shenner said to wait, let's just wait." "Sister, I'm really anxious. I even quit my job for this store. If I can't do it well." Before Josihai could finish his words, the shop's curtains were lifted, and then several young people dressed as office workers rushed in. As soon as I walked in, a young man smiled and said, "A ray of sunshine, yes, this is the store." Another young man echoed, "It's really hard to find. I hope the taste lives up to the Dianping recommendation." Joshin immediately said, "You guys came from Dianping, right?" "Yes, your store suddenly topped the list of Dianping.com, and I came here after seeing it," the young man replied. "To thank you all for your patronage, all dishes are 20% off today." "Ha ha ha, this is a good thing, thank you boss." Afterwards, a few young people took a look at the price list on the wall and started ordering food. Zhou Yueling's cooking skills are naturally impeccable. After eating, the customers all said that it was good value for money and they would come again in the future. Zhou Yueling was particularly happy to hear the guests' praise, and she became more motivated. These few customers were just the beginning. Customers continued to come in, and the Zhou family's breakfast shop gradually became busy. Chapter 62, A Good Start. The morning opening was very successful. Thanks to Zhoushan's promotion, by 9 o'clock, more than 100 customers had entered the store. Although it is still a little worse than those old stores, compared with other newly opened stores, this data is already very impressive. More importantly, every customer who comes into the store praises Zhou Yueling's cooking after tasting it. After all, Zhou Yueling's cooking skills are there, and the ingredients in the store are also strictly controlled. They are all genuine and good. Good skills plus good ingredients, the effect is definitely 1 + 1 greater than 2. Zhou Yueling was naturally very happy to receive the guests' praise. After all, this is the praise from others besides her son and younger brother, which is a great encouragement for a housewife like her. As more and more customers came into the store, Zhou Sihai and Zhou Shun were very busy. Although these two grown men had no talent in cooking, they were still able to help out with simple tasks. The whole family was busy and fulfilled throughout the morning. After the morning rush hour, the flow of people in the store slowed down a bit, and everyone was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Sihai didn't expect that running a store would be so tiring, more than twice as tiring as driving a taxi. From running back and forth, he was already exhausted and limp. After seeing off the last guest, Zhou Sihai curled up on a stool like a shrimp. At the same time, he panted and said to Zhoushan, "Nephew, I never thought that running a restaurant would be so tiring." Zhoushan glanced at Zhou Sihai, who was still shouting about the opening yesterday, and said with a smile, "That's right." Then Zhoushan looked at his mother. After all, her body had not fully recovered yet, and he didn't know if she would feel uncomfortable after such high-intensity work today. However, Zhoushan discovered that he had completely overthought it, and his mother's condition was surprisingly good. What he didn't know was that although today's work seemed like a lot, it was nothing compared to the harder work she had done before. Zhou Yueling had already gotten used to it. Seeing that the guests had left, Zhou Yueling immediately began to count today's income with great interest. "Sister, you've been calculating for a long time. How much did you earn today?" Zhou Sihai asked. Hearing Zhou Sihai's words, Zhou Yueling, who was calculating accounts on the computer, looked up and said, "After deducting the cost of materials and other miscellaneous expenses, the net profit this morning should be over 1,000. Zhou Sihai was shocked to hear Zhou Yueling's words. "We just sell breakfast, and each customer spends only a few dollars, yet we can make so much money." It was really shocking. He thought that today's turnover could reach 1,000 yuan, which was good enough. He never expected that the net profit would be so much. "Sister, by this calculation, they can earn tens of thousands a month at least?" Zhou Sihai said. Zhou Yueling was also stunned. Her idea was relatively simple. She didn't think about how much money she could make in the early stage. She just wanted to break even. After all, neither she nor her son or brother had ever worked in this line of work, so it was inevitable that they would take some detours at the beginning, which was also inevitable. "But I never thought that I would make a profit on the first day, or even in less than a day, and the income was so considerable. If business was this good every day, she would indeed earn tens of thousands of dollars a month, which she would never have dared to imagine before." Thinking of this, Zhou Yueling said sincerely, "Shinner, your idea is really great. If we continue like this, won't our lives be able to enter a well-off life?" Zhou Sihai was also in a very good mood at this time. He echoed, "Nephew, your uncle, will not support you without a wall." Hearing about the profit, he immediately felt happy. Even his exhausted limbs seemed to be charged with electricity, and he was full of energy. However, Zhoushan smiled and said, "This profit is actually average. After all, we still have rent, utilities, and other expenses. More importantly, there are 3 of us here, and the labor cost alone is quite high. But this is just the beginning. As our store's reputation spreads, more and more people will know about it, and our sales and net profits will continue to increase. By then, you might not even consider this 1,000 yuan worth of ours worth." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Sihai smiled and said, 1,000 yuan is not a small amount. I drive a taxi all day and work myself to death, but I only make 300 to 500 yuan. Zhou Shun glanced at Zhou Sihai without saying anything. For a small shop of 200 square meters, even if it only sold breakfast every day, a profit of 1,000 yuan was nothing. Zhou Shun also believes that once the customers who come to the store today spread their personal experiences, the store's reputation will be established. By then, there will definitely be more and more customers coming to the restaurant to eat. By then, it won't be just a matter of 1,000 or so. The net profit for a day may exceed 10,000. However, Zhou Shun did not tell Zhou Sihai about his thoughts, so he just left it as a little surprise for him later. However, when several people were resting in the store, they did not notice that there was a man outside the store. He was holding breakfast brought out from a ray of sunshine in his hand, standing in the corner of the street, and was reluctant to leave. The morning business was a good start for a ray of sunshine, but what no one expected was that the situation in the store was even better at noon than in the morning. Starting from 11 o'clock, there was a constant stream of customers entering the store. It turned out that many people, after eating the delicious food at Zhou's breakfast shop in the morning, took the initiative to leave messages on apps such as Dianping and express their own intuitive feelings. Since the post was written from the customer's first-person perspective, it attracted a lot of attention, so many people who were not very busy came to visit the store at noon. The influx of a large number of customers really surprised and delighted Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai. More customers means increased sales and higher profits. More importantly, with so many customers coming into the store, it means they won't have to worry about customer flow anymore. As long as this problem is solved, this store will be fine. Of course, having so many guests kept them busy for a while, and they even made a lot of mistakes. For example, many of the ingredients prepared in the store were not enough. Another example was that there was only one waiter to clean the tables and wash the dishes, and he could not keep up with the consumption. The main reason was that they didn't expect so many people on the first day of opening and were caught off guard. Fortunately, these are just minor mistakes and do not affect the core experience of customers. Overall, the first day of opening was a great success. Chapter 63, Invitation from the Program Team. With the successful start on the first day, the business in the store was very good in the following days. Especially as word of mouth spread, more and more people learned that there was a small restaurant called A Ray of Sunshine in this alley, and they came here one after another. When business is good, people will naturally be busy. Worried that his mother and unreliable uncle wouldn't be able to handle it, Zhou Shun has been helping out in the store these days, so much so that he has no time to do the tasks posted on the dark web. Zhou Shun also had a headache because of this. My time is so precious now, but I have to waste it in this small restaurant. Besides, I am a mental worker after all. What is the point of doing hard labor every day? In desperation, Zhou Shun immediately proposed to his mother the idea of recruiting a few more people. According to Zhou Shun's idea, at least 2 more waiters should be hired, in addition to a cashier and a kitchen helper. In this way, my mother won't be too tired, and I can free up my hands to do my own things. However, this proposal was ruthlessly rejected by his mother and Zhou Sihai. His mother's idea was simple: hiring people would mean increased expenses, and without being able to recover the costs, she would rather be a little tired herself. Zhou Sihai's idea was also rather bizarre. He was worried that the current popularity was just a flash in the pan. If by then he found someone but the business was no longer booming, then it would be all over. So according to Zhou Sihai's idea, people can hire a waiter first, and the others can wait. Zhou Shun understood their thoughts, but he really couldn't agree with them. With him here to protect it, the small shop will only get better and better. There is no way it will not have business. But he couldn't directly refute his mother, so he could only accept it. Fortunately, helping out in the store these few days has been beneficial. At least his physical fitness has improved slightly. After all, a lot of work in the store is physical labor, such as mixing and kneading dough. This stuff can also be done by machines, but Zhou Yueling thinks that manual work is more satisfying, so she insists on doing these things manually. Zhou Shun felt sorry for her poor health, so he had to do it himself. In just a few days, Zhou Shun felt some changes in his physical condition. The most direct reaction was the increase in the values on the system's personal attribute panel. This may be an unexpected surprise from opening this small restaurant. Another day of work ended perfectly. Just when Zhou Shun and others were preparing to close and clean up, the last table of guests took the initiative to find Zhou Shun and said that they had something to discuss with him. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Zhou Shun was secretly wary. Out of professional habit, Zhou Shun could tell at a glance that the person in front of him was not an ordinary person. He had a sharp vision and the confidence that a successful person possessed. Logically speaking, people like this shouldn't appear in his restaurant, let alone get to know them. Seeing Joshin's alertness, the middle-aged man immediately said, "Hello, my name is Li Changqing, and I'm the director of Longqing TV station." After hearing Li Changqing's self-introduction, Joshin asked expressionlessly, "What's the matter?" Li Changqing couldn't help but frown when he saw that Joshin didn't react at all after hearing his name and position. The director of a TV station is not just an insignificant extra, but one of the real powerful figures in the program. Although Longqing TV station is not as good as CCTV and the super local TV stations in the first-tier provinces, it is still one of the top 10 TV stations in the country. Therefore, ordinary people dare not neglect Li Changqing when they see him. Although there doesn't have to be a big reaction, the lack of any reaction at all really made Li Changqing doubt himself. Could it be that this young man in front of me doesn't know himself? That should be the case. After all, he looks like he is only in his teens, so it is normal that he doesn't know. "Excuse me, is this shop owned by your mother?" Before Li Changqing could finish, Joshin said calmly, "If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. I can make the decision." I've been observing your store for the whole afternoon and I found that your store is very unique. Thank you for the compliment." Li Changqing's words were interrupted by Joshin again, which made him speechless. How could he be interrupted several times in front of a child? This made him feel passive. In fact, Li Changqing is currently working on a food program, which is to find those small food shops hidden in the alleys. Today he came out to inspect the breakfast shops. Before coming out, he logged into food apps such as Dianping.com and found that this breakfast shop called A Ray of Sunshine was very popular, so he came over. Before coming here, he really didn't expect that this small shop would be so popular. It was busy almost from morning to night. It's really unique to run a breakfast shop like this. I think your breakfast is very good and the price is quite affordable. I wonder if you are interested in participating in a food show?" Li Changqing said. "Is it on TV?" Zhou Sihai, who heard the noise, walked over and asked. "Yes, our program is about exploring the unique delicacies in the streets and alleys of Longqing. I think your breakfast shop is qualified to participate in our program." "Us?" Joshin wanted to refuse, but before he could finish his words, Zhou Sihai interrupted him, saying, "Of course. My sister's cooking skills are unparalleled in the world." Zhou Sihai then added, "Nephew, this is a great opportunity to be on TV, you must seize it." As an ordinary citizen, Zhou Sihai attaches great importance to appearing on TV. Joshin felt helpless when he saw his cheap uncle so excited. Given how popular their store is, do they really need to advertise on TV? Besides, there are only a few male people in the store now. If we don't increase the staff, will they be exhausted to death? So, Joshin really has no interest. Seeing Joshin's lack of interest, Li Changqing immediately said, "Don't worry, we won't let you participate in vain. Afterwards, our TV station will give you a fee as compensation or appearance fee." Zhou Sihai was even more excited when he heard about this good news. He said to Joshin, "My nephew, I feel really good." At this time, Zhou Yueling, who had heard the general idea, came over and said, "Son, I think we can give it a try." Seeing that his mother and uncle both wanted to participate, Joshin knew that he couldn't refuse. After thinking for a moment, he said directly, "Okay, you can participate in the show, but first, let me make it clear that it cannot affect the normal operation of our store." When Li Changqing heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Shooting a program is inherently a troublesome task. Sometimes it takes a whole day to shoot, and sometimes we may have to work overtime at night. If we follow what Joshin said and do not affect their business, this seems a bit difficult to do. Little brother, sometimes filming requires going to our TV station, which will inevitably affect business. But we will give you an appearance fee as compensation for the impact on business. Forget it, our shop is just starting out and can't afford any more trouble. Joshin, who had no interest in this, simply rejected Li Changqing's invitation. However, Zhou Sihai, who was standing by, was a little unhappy and immediately interrupted. "I see on TV that there are always outdoor shoots. You can just come to our store and shoot the whole thing." Zhou Sihai's words immediately made Li Changqing's eyes light up. To be honest, their show has always been lukewarm and the ratings are average. Although it is not the last one, it is still dispensable in the entire TV station. Because of this, director Li Changqing was criticized by his superiors many times. It was for this reason that he was forced to look for new material. Now, seeing that the breakfast shop opened by the Zhou family is not big, it is always full of customers. It would be a good idea to film the whole process directly in the store. After all, this not only seems real, but also down to earth. Thinking of this, Li Changqing felt it necessary to have a good talk with the young man in front of him. Chapter 64, Live Broadcast. In a ray of sunshine breakfast restaurant, Zhou Shun and Li Changqing sat opposite each other, looking like a duel between masters. "Little brother, do you think it's really okay to shoot in your store?" Li Changqing asked in a deep voice. Zhou Shun naturally knew that this shooting method was feasible. After all, it had been verified by the market in his time and space. However, Zhou Shun had no interest in this matter, so he said calmly, "I'm not a professional director, let alone a market observer, so I can't give you the answer you want." Li Changqing wasn't angry either. Instead, he looked at Zhou Shun and smiled, "Little brother, you don't seem to be very welcoming to our production team." Before Zhou Shun could say anything, Zhou Sihai hurriedly said, "Director Li, you misunderstood. My nephew is just afraid of trouble, and he doesn't mean to unwelcome you." Zhou Yueling also wanted to increase the store's popularity, so she chimed in, "My son is a warm-hearted person, how could he not welcome you?" Zhou Shen was speechless. What did he mean by afraid of trouble and kind-hearted person? Was he talking about him? Li Changqing smiled and said, "Actually, cooperating with our program team is a win-win for everyone. We gain ratings, and you gain popularity." Yes, Director Li is absolutely right," Zhou Sihai said flatteringly. However, Li Changqing knew that although there were two adults in this store, the young man seemed to be the one in charge. He looked at Zhou Shun and said, "Little brother, it seems your elders want to cooperate with us. Do you think we can cooperate?" Zhou Shun smiled and said, "Director Li is very clever. I still say the same thing. If you want to cooperate, you can, but just don't disturb our business." "So, as long as it doesn't affect your opening, you will agree to be on the show?" Li Changqing asked. "Yes." "Okay, then let's do as you say." Then Li Changqing said again, "I will bring people and contracts over in the next 2 days. We will then shoot inside your shop. It will not affect your normal business. Just do what you normally do during the shoot. It's that simple." Seeing Li Changqing so persistent, Zhou Shun sighed and said, "Okay, but as long as you affect our business, we have the right to terminate the cooperation immediately." "Okay." After getting the answer he wanted, Li Changqing left his contact information and then left in a hurry. After all, changing from indoor shooting to outdoor shooting will be an unprecedented challenge for the program team, and he must report to his leader in advance. Time is urgent now and we can't afford to delay. After Li Changqing left, Zhou Sihai and his mother were extremely excited, as if they had won the lottery. "Nephew, I didn't expect that our restaurant would be recognized by the TV station after only being open for a few days." "It's great," Zhou Sihai said excitedly. Zhou Shen was speechless when he saw his cheap uncle's ignorant look. "It's just a TV station, what's the big deal? If they really do it well, the store will be turned into a franchise chain in the future. If the effect is good, it can be turned into a catering group and it may even be listed. The other party is just a director of an unimportant program group under launching TV station. Is there any need to be so excited? Anyway, for Zhou Shen, as long as they don't affect the normal business of the store, he will let them take pictures. If it affects the business of the store, tell them to leave immediately." The next morning, Li Changqing led the TV station's convoy to the Yilu Yangguang store. It has to be said that this man's efficiency is truly extraordinary. In just one night, Li Changqing convinced all the leaders in the station with his eloquence. Not only did he agree to give Li Changqing a try of shooting outdoors, but he also further refined the idea. However, Li Changqing did not start shooting immediately today, but started adjusting the shooting equipment early. By the time Zhou Shang and others arrived at a ray of sunshine, all the members of the program crew had already arrived. At the same time, Li Changqing also brought Zhou Shen and others a piece of news that caught them off guard. "What, you guys are going to do a live broadcast?" When Zhou Yueling heard that the TV station changed the recording to live broadcast, she found it a little hard to accept for a while. Compared to Zhou Yueling's worry, Zhou Sihai was extremely happy. He asked Li Changqing with a hint of smugness, "So, I can be on camera too?" "Yes. After all, it's a live broadcast, all of you should appear on the show," Li Changqing said with a smile. Zhou Sihai was so happy when he heard that he could appear on a TV show. In his opinion, anyone who can appear on TV is no ordinary person. In comparison, Zhou Yueling seemed a little flustered. After all, it was a live broadcast, and she really had no confidence. You know, if it was a recorded broadcast, if she did something wrong, she could cut the scene out or re-record it, but if it was a live broadcast, Seeing his mother's worry, Joshin immediately comforted her. Mom, don't worry, there's really no difference between live streaming and recording. You kid, I'm not a kid anymore. How could I not know the difference between a live broadcast and a recorded one? Although her son's ability to comfort people was really not that good, Zhou Yueling felt much better and less nervous. Compared to her adopted son who only knows how to ask for things, Zhou Yueling is more satisfied with her biological son. She could see that her son was truly kind to her. He wants to be happy, but doesn't want to be too tired. He is a truly filial and good child. Joshin smiled and said, just do your work as usual, and don't worry about anything else. After all, live streaming is all about authenticity. Is it really possible? Joshin is very open-minded about the live broadcast format and doesn't think it's anything strange at all. In his original time and space, live streaming had already become popular. Even ordinary people can start live streaming and become public figures with just a mobile phone. Therefore, for Joshin, live streaming is just an extra shot, nothing more. After hearing Joshin's explanation, Li Changqing smiled and said to Zhou Yueling, Sister, your son is truly a genius. He sees things very clearly. Li Changqing continued, you may not know this, but what your son said just now is exactly the same as what our director said. Putting aside everything else, this insight alone is admirable. Is my Shiner really that powerful? Zhou Yueling said in surprise. Sister, just ask your son and you'll know whether he's powerful or not. Li Changqing said with a smile, and there was a hint of teasing in her eyes when she looked at Joshin. Chapter 65, Chen Jiqiang wants to cling to someone powerful. Joshin saw the smile in Li Changqing's eyes, but he didn't care at all. Director Li, stop fooling my mom. Since you've decided to film in our store, sign the contract as soon as possible. We're open for business. Hearing Joshin's words, Li Changqing immediately said, okay. Li Changqing then took out the TV station contract and the upcoming script from his briefcase and handed it to Zhou Yueling. Zhou Yueling was naturally undecided, so she let Joshin take full responsibility. Joshin was an expert at reading contracts, so he just flipped through a few pages and basically understood the general content. After finding that there were no traps or unreasonable terms, I immediately picked up a pen and signed my name. After seeing the contract signed, Li Changqing immediately extended his hand and said, happy cooperation. Joshin also cooperated and shook hands and said, happy cooperation. After the contract was signed, Li Changqing immediately said loudly to the staff he brought with him, okay, the filming is about to begin, the personnel and equipment will enter immediately. Following Li Changqing's order, the staff of the program team began to get busy. At this time, the program team's huge lineup and various filming equipment also attracted the attention of many early risers. When they realized that the TV station seemed to be filming this breakfast restaurant, many people became interested in this small shop and came to check it out. As more and more cameras were brought into the store, more and more people gathered to watch. Li Changqing was not surprised by this. When the TV station people went out to do outdoor interviews and recordings before, they also attracted many curious people to come and watch. He was already accustomed to this kind of scene. However, Zhou Yueling seemed a little nervous because this was her first time on screen. This made her always worry that she might do something wrong and embarrass herself in front of so many audiences. Therefore, Zhou Yueling was a little absent-minded today, and would ask Joshin from time to time when doing things to see if there was anything wrong. Joshin's behavior when he saw his mother was a bit like that of a newbie in the novice village, always worried about gains and losses. He couldn't help but smile knowingly, comforting his mother while watching everything in front of him. The people from the TV station were very efficient and soon, cameras were installed throughout the restaurant. Basically, he captured the entire panoramic view of his own restaurant, without leaving out any blind spots. It can be seen that Li Changqing is a very capable and meticulous person. But in Joshin's opinion, it's just a small shop and there is no need for so many cameras. A few cameras will be enough. However, Li Changqing didn't think so. This was the first time for them to use this live broadcast method to shoot a small shop. He didn't dare to be careless and it was necessary to put more cameras. Moreover, this time is also an attempt for him. If he does well, he might be able to get a promotion and a raise based on this achievement. If he doesn't do well, he just wants to avoid making mistakes. Therefore, Li Changqing dare not be negligent. After everything was arranged, Li Changqing gestured to Joshin, indicating that it was okay. Zhou Yueling asked nervously, Director Li, what should I do now? Hearing Zhou Yueling's question, Li Changqing immediately said, just be like you normally are. Big sister, our production team wants authenticity, and during the filming phase, our TV station staff will not be in the store. Everyone will be in the live broadcast car until the end. After hearing what Li Changqing said, Zhou understood that this must be the concession Li Changqing made in order not to affect normal business. Then, Zhou smiled at Li Changqing and expressed his gratitude. Zhou then said to his mother, "Mom, look, the people at the TV station have said this, so you should just carry on as usual." "Okay, I'm going back to the kitchen then." Zhou opened the store door and started business for the day. At the same time, more than 10 cameras installed in the store started working and the shooting officially began. However, just as the people from the TV station left, a sports car arrived outside the store. The sudden appearance of an expensive sports car on this quiet street really attracted attention. In the sports car, Chen Jiqian looked at the street outside with some disgust. He really couldn't understand why that bastard Yishan wanted to open a restaurant in this place. Everyone knows that restaurants should either not open or be opened in busy and prosperous places. There will be no business in small alleys. But when he thought of the bastard's previous amazing train of thought, he felt relieved. It's a brainless thing, and it's understandable that it has such strange ideas. What he has to do now is to ruin his family's business in order to please Master Yi. The young Master Yi that Chen Jiqian was referring to was naturally not Yi Shen, but Yi Fan, the new eldest son of the Yi family. He didn't know much about the feud between the two eldest sons of the Yi family, the old and the new, but he knew that Yi Fan hated the original one very much, and the hint he had given in Time's Cloud was evidence of that. Therefore, in Chen Jiqian's opinion, whether he can get close to Master Yi depends on his performance in this matter. It is precisely because of this that Chen Jiqian has always been concerned about Yi Shen's movements. That day at the Yi family's villa, Chen Jiqian originally wanted to completely surrender to Yi Fan. Yi Fan had originally agreed, but after the housekeeper reported some things to him, things changed. After that, Yi Fan never mentioned that incident again. Chen Jiqian was also a smart man. He knew that something must have happened, so he made a private appointment to meet with Feng, the housekeeper of the Yi family, that day. After some indirect hints and a lot of money, Butler Feng finally told the truth. It turned out that the bastard Yi Shen actually encouraged Yi Xiao's adoptive mother to go out in public and open a restaurant. Isn't this a slap in Yi Xiao's face? After knowing what young Master Yi was worried about, Chen Jiqiang became more active. Since Mr. Yi is a filial man and doesn't want his mother to be exposed in public, all he has to do is ruin his family's store. This will not only deal a blow to that bastard Yi Shen, but also mean that Yi Xiao's adoptive mother won't have to work. It's a two-pronged approach. Therefore, he got up early today and drove his beloved sports car to a ray of sunshine. Chapter 66, Conflict. A ray of sunshine. Breakfast restaurant. Everything was normal in the store at that time. In order to avoid the presence of staff affecting the customer's dining experience and in order not to affect the normal business of the store, the staff of the program team evacuated after installing the camera. In order not to attract the attention of customers, these cameras are installed extremely covertly and cannot be detected unless you look carefully. Therefore, the customers who came later had no idea that a live broadcast was going on here. Of course, Zhou Sihai is definitely not among these people. This guy knew that he was going to be on TV, so he not only changed into new clothes that he usually didn't want to wear, but even his old problem of hunching over for years seemed to have suddenly healed. He even straightened his back and looked quite handsome. Seeing Zhou Sihai's showy look, Zhou Shen couldn't help but complain, "Uncle, we are participating in a food show, not a blind date show." Zhou Sihai didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he said proudly, "My dear nephew, this is your uncle's first time on TV, so of course I have to look glamorous and pretty. Then I can tell people I'm a star." Hearing Zhou Sihai's unreliable words, Zhou Shen couldn't help but laugh, wondering if his cheap uncle had any misunderstanding about celebrities. However, Zhou Shen was too lazy to explain this. Anyway, Zhou Sihai's condition will not affect the store's business. Besides, the store has started to attract a large number of people now, and he has no time to deal with him. As the first rays of sunlight in the early morning spread across the ground, the office workers who had rested for a night began their busy day. A day's plan begins in the morning, and the most important thing in the morning is to eat breakfast. Many people have tasted the taste of a ray of sunshine in the past few days, and many repeat customers flocked to the store, and soon a long queue formed outside the store. There are not many staff in the store, but the division of labor is clear. Zhou Shen helps in the kitchen, while Zhou Sihai is responsible for checkout. The cooperation between them was pretty good, and there was no chaos due to the large number of customers. However, Li Changqing didn't mind it. He was now completely focused on the shooting effect. This change of TV stations to live broadcasts is a first. Previously, they could only do outdoor live interviews at most. A live broadcast program like this has never been tried before. However, this time the Taiwan leader gave him an important task, so Li Changqing had to be extremely alert to avoid any mistakes. As the live broadcast began, the screen of the program team's official media live broadcast room also lit up, and some fans and viewers also paid attention to this little-known shop. Hey, what is the production team doing today? Isn't it supposed to be a food show? Why is there an extra live broadcast room? Live streaming? This format is quite unique. But why would you want to live stream such a small shop? What's so special about it? Am I the only one who noticed so many people in this little shop? Are they hired by the production team? Is this store in our Longcheng? Is there anyone who wants to go shopping with me? After the live broadcast began, the audience in front of the TV, computer and mobile phone were also piqued by the interest of this program. Li Changqing, who was concentrating on playing the video at the moment, smiled instantly when he saw the viewing data rising rapidly. Li Changqing was also unsure about live streaming a breakfast restaurant so early in the morning. But now it seems that the effect is still good. If he continued like this, his show might really become a big hit. By then, your position may also be promoted. Just when Li Changqing was happily thinking about getting a promotion and a raise, Chen Jiqiang also arrived at the door of the A Ray of Sunshine store. Looking at the long queue in front of him, Chen Jiqiang was very dissatisfied. As a young master of a wealthy family who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had everything he wanted from childhood to adulthood and never had to wait in line. Therefore, it is simply impossible to ask him to wait here obediently. Fortunately, Ilu Yangwang is a breakfast shop, and most of the customers are in a hurry to go to work, so they eat very quickly, and often a table is turned over within a few minutes. So, Chen Jiqiang waited for a while with dissatisfaction in his heart, and then it was his turn. Chen Jiqiang hadn't expected that such a small shop would become so popular. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were huge crowds of people. He was secretly shocked. In fact, it was not only Chen Jiqiang who was shocked. Even Zhou Sihai and Zhou Shin did not expect that today's business was so good that they really couldn't cope with it. Fortunately, most of the food in the breakfast restaurant is prepared in advance, such as porridge, soy milk, tea, eggs, etc., and there is no need to make it on the spot. Even the buns are prepared with stuffing mixed and wrapped in advance, and steamed when people are almost ready. It's very quick. The only thing you can do is deep fry the fried dough sticks, which is quite troublesome. But even so, the people in the store were busy like tops, without a moment to spare. Since there is not enough staff in the store now, many customers cannot be taken care of in time. That's exactly what happened. When Chen Jiqiang entered the store and saw no one greeted him, he shouted loudly, "Hey, is this how you run a store? Why are there no one to pay attention to customers when they come in?" Zhou Sihai was originally in charge of takeout. When he heard someone shouting in the store, he couldn't help but frown. I apologized to the customer in front of me and came over to see what was going on in the store. As for other customers, if they see that the restaurant is too busy, they will either choose to wait or leave directly. Who would start complaining so early in the morning? Isn't this just looking for trouble? When Zhou Sihai came over, he saw this scumbag, who was the one who wanted to snatch the private room from his nephew in Times Cloud last time and was then kicked out. His face immediately turned cold. Didn't you see that the other customers in the restaurant found their own seats? After hearing Zhou Sihai's words, Chen Jiqiang asked loudly, "Why, is this how you greet guests?" Anyway, he was here to cause trouble, so he had no scruples and spoke in a very bad tone. "This is how I treat people like you. If you want to eat, eat. If you don't want to eat, get out," Zhou Sihai said stubbornly. Chen Jiqiang didn't expect that this idiot who had been tricked by him last time would be so tough. Then he shouted, "Your store is not big, but you are really good at bullying customers." Although Chen Jiqiang doesn't have much social experience, the ability to manipulate people's hearts is a skill that rich kids like him are born with. Based on this sentence alone, Zhou Sihai's behavior was judged as an act of bullying customers due to his size. Hearing the hidden meaning in Chen Jiqiang's words, Zhou Sihai's first reaction was to beat the bastard to death, but then he thought that it was not a good idea to fight in his own store, so he was stunned for a moment. Chapter 67, Please don't take it personally. Zhou Sihai's words were all presented to the audience through the camera. Everyone felt that his way of handling the matter was problematic and left messages on the public screen to express their opinions. "Oh, this little shop is quite interesting. The attitude towards customers is so bad. What's wrong with this guy? can't he just talk nicely? With his attitude, who would want to eat at his restaurant? I don't know what this TV station was thinking. How could such a low-class little shop be on TV? Is that so? The store is not big, but you have such a bad temper. The audience, who were unaware of the truth, were obviously distracted by the conversation between Zhou Sihai and Chen Jiqiang, and all expressed their dissatisfaction with Zhou Sihai and Liu Yangguang. Li Changqing, who had been staring at the screen, frowned when he saw Zhou Sihai's attitude towards the customers. After all, it's a live broadcast now, and all the audiences in Dragon City are watching it. How could Zhou Hai talk like that this week? Isn't this causing trouble for their store? The staff around Li Changqing also reminded him, "Director Li, why don't you go in and remind that person? This attitude is probably not good." "No need, this will actually make this little shop more interesting. Let's continue the live broadcast." Li Changqing gritted his teeth and didn't intend to stop the broadcast. When the conflict broke out, Zhou Shen was helping out in the kitchen. Hearing some commotion in the front hall, he immediately came out to check. Seeing Zhou Sihai's face filled with anger and arguing with someone, Zhou Shen immediately walked up and asked, "Uncle, what happened?" "Nephew, this guy is here to cause trouble." Zhou Sihai pointed at Chen Jiqiang and said, his tone full of anger. Zhou Shen also recognized Chen Jiqiang, the lackey, at this time. It was not that Zhou Shen was blind, but the way this bastard was dressed was really eye-catching. Not to mention what he is wearing, just his colorfully dyed hair makes people want to beat him up. Thinking that this bastard has already defected to Yifan, it goes without saying that this guy must have had no good intentions by coming here today. "Uncle, go take care of your business first. I'll take care of this." "Nephew, can you handle this?" Zhou Sihai then said again, "This guy suffered such a big loss last time, this time he will definitely cause trouble for us." "Okay, uncle, stop talking, just believe me." As he spoke, Zhou Shen glanced at the location where the camera was installed, intentionally or unintentionally. "Then be careful." However, he said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, he can rely on his wealth to hurt us once or twice, can he still hurt us a third time?" Although Zhou Shen and Zhou Sihai spoke softly, their voices were clearly heard by the audience in front of the TV. Everyone then realized that the person who started the trouble seemed to have had a conflict with the store owner before, and the other party seemed to have bullied others by relying on his wealth and power. No wonder the store owner was so rude, it turned out there was something else going on. For a moment, the audience started a discussion on the public screen again. Leather pants over cotton pants, there must be a reason. I was saying, why would a shop owner target a customer for no reason? Even if there was a conflict before, you can't treat the guests who come in like this. I think it's inappropriate. Don't try to persuade others to be kind if you don't know they're suffering. Who knows what kind of infuriating things that guy did to them? I see that guy has yellow and green hair all over his head. I can tell at a glance that he's not a good guy. I feel like giving him a beating." While the audience was making noises across the screen, Zhou Shen had already come up to Chen Jiqiang and said calmly, "What are you, the eldest son of the Chen group, doing in my little shop? If you want to eat, please take a seat. If you want to cause trouble, I'll excuse you." When Chen Jiqiang saw that it was Zhou Shen who was serving him and called him young Master Chen, he felt so happy. In the past, he would always bow his head when he saw him, but now hearing Zhou Shen call him young master makes Chen Jiqiang feel as if he were electrocuted. Chen Jiqiang was so happy about this that he forgot to reply and instead showed a silly smile. However, when Zhou Shen saw Chen Jiqiang, he looked like an idiot. Fortunately, he wasn't drooling at the moment, otherwise, no one would know which family this idiot came from. Ha ha ha, they say a phoenix falls to the ground and is no better than a chicken. I never thought that there would be such a day for you, young Master Yi. It's really a changing world. Chen Jiqiang laughed loudly, his attitude was a little arrogant, and there was also some arrogance after revenge. "First of all, let me correct you. My last name is Zhou, not Yi." Zhou Shen then continued, "What I want to say is, do you know what the next line of a phoenix landing on the ground is worse than a chicken is? A tiger in plain land is bullied by a dog." Hearing Zhou Shen actually call him a dog, Chen Jiqiang immediately became angry and shouted loudly, "Yi Shen! How dare you call me a dog, you?" "Okay, I didn't say that to you, please don't take it personally." Without waiting for Chen Jiqiang to refute, Zhou Shen continued, "Also, I want to remind you that this is a public place. If you dare to make loud noises or cause trouble here, that would be provoking trouble. I have the right to call the police and have you arrested." "Call the police? Ah, that's really strange, you, Master Yi." Hearing Chen Jiqiang mention Master Yi again, Zhou Shen immediately frowned and said, I told you long ago that there is no such thing as Master Yi here. If you want to eat, just order quickly. If you don't have anything else to do, don't waste other people's time. Don't you see other customers are still waiting? What's the rush? Am I not considered a guest? Just stay here quietly. Under normal circumstances, if Chen Jiqiang dared to speak to Zhou Shen like this, Zhou Shen would have kicked it to let it feel the pain. But now, because it involves live streaming, which is related to the image of his own store, Zhou Shen did not react too strongly to Chen Jiqiang's unreasonable behavior. But he had already secretly made a note of it in his mind and would settle the score with this guy after the recording was over. I give you two choices, either order food or get out. Seeing Zhou Shen chase him out, Chen Jiqiang thought of his plan and said, I'm here to eat, why don't I order? Afterwards, Chen Jiqiang sat down at a seat by the window and said to the food on the price list hanging in front of the open counter, this, and this, give me one of each. Hurry up. After ordering food for Chen Jiqiang, Zhou Shen didn't bother to care about this silly guy and immediately went back to the kitchen to prepare food for him. But just as Zhou Shen walked away, the smile on Chen Jiqiang's face disappeared. He didn't come here to have a quiet meal today, but to cause trouble. Therefore, when the other guests were not paying attention to him, he quietly and carefully took out a small white paper box from his arms. Chapter 68, Frame Up. The live broadcast continues. The handsome young man Zhou Shen suddenly appeared in the camera and quickly attracted the attention of the audience. Especially after he easily resolved Chen Jiqiang's provocation, netizens' favorability towards him soared. In the eyes of the audience, Zhou Shen's attitude in handling the matter and his handsome appearance made everyone feel extremely comfortable. As a result, the audience left messages on the public screen to express their support for this handsome guy. This young man handled things with dignity and reasoning. Not bad. This is the attitude that the service industry should have. Thumbs up to this guy. This little brother is so handsome. I guess the food in his restaurant must be delicious too. Appearance is justice. I unconditionally support the restaurant boy. Now I declare that he is my husband. Please stop your YY upstairs, the little brother belongs to me. But just as the audience was bragging and chatting, someone suddenly noticed that the Zamao who had previously clashed with the store owner was behaving in a strange manner. I saw him quietly take out a box, and I didn't know what he was going to do with it. However, the next scene shocked everyone. The guy quietly lifted the lid of the box and took a look. Through the camera lens, the audience was shocked to find that the small box contained a half-dead cockroach. Instantly, the public screen exploded. Oh my god, what is this guy going to do? How disgusting. Does this person have any weird habits? Oh my god, he's not going to learn from Bear Grylls and take protein supplements early in the morning. Just when everyone didn't know what this guy with a colorful head was going to do, the experienced Li Changqing noticed something unusual. Zoom in, give a close-up, and make the shot more realistic. I feel like this is where the hot topic of the day lies. As a TV director, he keenly sensed the explosive point of the program. Following his order, all the camera lenses began to converge towards this side, and Chen Jiqiang, who was secretly proud of himself, had no idea that all his actions were recorded by multiple cameras in 360 degrees without any blind spots. Just as the audience in front of the TV were guessing what Chen Jiqiang was going to do, they saw this guy actually hold the cockroach in his hand and then walk towards the self-service bar not far away. There are free side dishes and tea prepared by the store for customers at the self-service bar, and non-disposable tableware is also placed there. A ray of sunshine is really grand. The store has a complete variety of side dishes, as many as 5 or 6 kinds. In addition to pickled vegetables, there are also kimchi, smashed cucumbers, and other fresh vegetables. And these are all free in the store. Because of this, customers who have been here think that the owner of this store is really generous. Chen Jiqiang also pretended to come to the self-service bar, and then took a plastic plate, looking like he was going to get some free side dishes. But what was unexpected was that this guy took advantage of the fact that no one else was paying attention and stuffed the cockroach into a pot of kimchi. This scene was projected directly in front of the audience in front of the TV through the camera lens. Everyone was stunned by Chen Jiqiang's despicable means. Chen Jiqiang's shameless behavior quickly aroused the disgust and anger of the audience in front of the TV, and many people spoke ill of him. Fuck, how could this guy do this? That's too mean. I was just standing up for him because of the waiter's rude attitude towards him. Whose is this thing? Isn't it harming people if it's released? Call 110. Hurry up and arrest this guy. He's really ruining the city's appearance. However, Chen Jiqiang was completely unaware of this. At this moment, he thought his plan had succeeded and was secretly proud of himself. Seeing that his behavior did not attract the attention of other customers in the hall, this guy immediately started the next performance. Chen Jiqiang suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, what's in this kimchi?" Hearing Chen Jiqiang's exclamation, the guests around him also looked over. When everyone saw the little things floating in the kimchi bowl, their faces suddenly changed. "Oh my god, isn't this a cockroach? How could there be something like this in kimchi? No way. I just ate a big plate of kimchi. I'm so disgusted. Oh my god. I'm completely broken." When the customers saw the dead cockroach in the kimchi bowl, they were all angry and started complaining. In an instant, the front hall was in chaos. Hearing some commotion in the hall, Joshin hurried out of the kitchen. Seeing Joshin come out, Chen Jiqiang said with a smug look on his face, "Master Yi, your breakfast is not clean. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you know what you are saying?" Joshin snorted coldly. "Look for yourself what this is." As Chen Jiqiang spoke, he used his chopsticks to fiddle with the unknown object in the kimchi bowl. In an instant, Xiao Qiang, who had half of his body soaked in the pool, turned over and revealed his face. Seeing this scene, many people started to vomit on the spot. "Cockroach? Seems to be still alive." Joshin's face suddenly darkened. He simply didn't believe that such things would appear in the dishes of the restaurant. The reason was simple: when the new restaurant was being renovated, the focus was on pest control. With all the pesticides, what kind of cockroach could have such strong vitality? Secondly, every piece of tableware in the house must be sterilized at high temperature to kill all the bacteria. Let alone such a big cockroach, how can you not see it? Let us talk about Xiaoqiang's dish. This thing is kimchi. Everyone knows that when making kimchi, chili peppers, white vinegar, salt and various seasonings are all necessary. When these things are mixed together, the taste is very stimulating. Not to mention Xiaoqiang, even if you put a person in there, your skin will be beaten to a pulp. How can you move? So, there is no doubt that this thing was also brought in by Chen Jiqiang. The purpose is very obvious, which is to frame their small shop. Thinking of this, Joshin immediately had an idea in his mind. "Are you sure this has always been in my kimchi?" Joshin said in a cold tone. Chen Jiqiang said jokingly, "What else could it be? With so many eyes watching, could it be that I put it in there?" Seeing Chen Jiqiang confessing, Joshin smiled and said, "Are you confessing yourself or are you taking the blame?" "What do you mean? Do you suspect that I was the one who put this thing in here?" Chen Jiqiang said angrily. Joshin said calmly, "I never doubted it. I firmly believed it must have been you who put it there. There's no other possibility." While speaking, Joshin stared at Chen Jiqiang. His powerful aura not only frightened this uneducated second-generation rich kid, but also scared everyone present. In an instant, the noisy breakfast restaurant gradually became quiet. Chapter 69, The Tough Joshin. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in Joshin's mind. Ding! The host's powerful aura intimidates the supporting character Chen Jiqiang, showing his true heroic qualities. Villain value plus 9,999. Ding! The host's powerful aura intimidates the supporting character Li Changqing, showing his heroic qualities. Villain value plus 9,999. Ding! The host's powerful aura intimidates the supporting character Zhou Sihai, revealing his true heroic qualities. Villain value plus 9,999. Chen Jiqiang felt uncomfortable being stared at by Joshin's wolf-like eyes, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. He knew how cruel this bastard in front of him was. He had seen with his own eyes that guy severely injured a classmate who had provoked him. 5 of his fingers were broken. It was such a tragic scene. In his eyes, this guy is a lunatic. Once this guy gets angry, he might attack immediately, so he has to be careful. After taking a few steps back, Chen Jiqiang also broke free from Joshin's aura suppression. After regaining his composure, Chen Jiqiang angrily shouted, "What right do you have to say that I brought this filth in? Now that your food is unclean, shouldn't you give us consumers an explanation? Do you want me to call the Food and Drug Administration and have them take care of it?" Seeing that Chen Jiqiang was actually going to make the situation worse, Joshin was not afraid at all. Joshin knows the hygiene of his store best. Given my mother's cautious and restless nature, she would have wanted to take the waiters to clean the tables, chairs, and benches 800 times a day, so there might be hygiene problems. What's more, because they were going to be on the show, their mother took a few of them to clean the shop inside and out 3 times overnight. Not to mention a cockroach of this size, even a strand of hair would be impossible to appear. Okay, then go ahead and fight, no one's stopping you. Zhou Shen's tone was cold. He really wanted to see what tricks this clown had. Seeing Zhou Shen being so stubborn, Chen Jiqiang got angry and shouted loudly, with such poor hygiene and bad attitude, how can you still be doing business? Just close it down. Why are we closing the store? Is it because your brother is dead? Zhou Shen said coldly. Your brother is dead, and I don't have a brother. Chen Jiqiang said angrily. Zhou Shen pointed at the Xiaochang in the kimchi bowl and said, if it's not your brother, then it's your father. Otherwise, why did you bring it in? Ding. The host is excited about the little follower Chen Jiqiang, villain value plus 9,999. I told you long ago that I didn't bring this thing in. It's the hygiene in your store that's the problem. Chen Jiqiang argued. I don't know if there's a problem with the hygiene in my store, but I can be sure that this stuff won't appear in my dishes. Zhou Shen said lightly. You said there wouldn't be any, so who do you think you are? Zhou Shen pointed to the kimchi in the basin and said to the customers around him, everyone, our kimchi is made a week ago. After the vegetables and various seasonings are prepared, they are sealed and stored to wait for fermentation. During this period, they will not be opened. And the next time I open the seal is when I serve everyone the food. If there's this thing in my food, how could it be alive? Are cockroaches really so tenacious that they can soak in chili and white vinegar soup for a week? After hearing Zhou Shen's words, the customers around him immediately felt that it made sense. No matter how tenacious a cockroach is, it is impossible for it to survive in a kimchi jar for such a long time. Maybe it just ran in. Chen Jiqiang said again. It's easy to tell whether it ran in by itself or someone put it in on purpose. Zhou Shen said. How to tell? Chen Jiqiang's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had an unpleasant premonition. Do you want to know? Zhou Shen said with a smile. Seeing Zhou Shen's confident look, Chen Jiqiang said with a guilty conscience, don't frame me. I didn't bring this thing in. It's not up to you to decide whether it's true or not, and I won't frame you. I, Zhou Yang, am not like someone who likes to frame others. Zhou Shen continued to curse. Don't be so indirect and accusatory. If you have the guts, come up with some evidence like I did. Do you think I'm going to just say it with my bare mouth and say it's my fault? If you want evidence, I'll give it to you. As he spoke, Zhou Shen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sneer. While the farce in the store was in full swing, the scene on the live broadcast vehicle outside was quite different. Director Li, look at the online viewing data, it's increased exponentially. Director Li, the radio station's hotline is about to explode with calls. Everyone is protesting this incident and demanding the perpetrators be punished. Director Li. Okay, stop shouting, I know. Li Changqing was almost going crazy at this moment. At this moment, he was really surprised, happy and angry. He was happy that the popularity of his show had skyrocketed. But because of this incident, he was really angry. There are really all kinds of birds in the forest. If they weren't broadcasting live now, I wouldn't have known that there were such shameless people in the world. Seeing that the situation in the county was in danger of getting out of control, Li Changqing knew that he had to step in, otherwise it would likely affect the subsequent filming. At that moment, Li Changqing said to the other staff members, I'm going to go in now, and the filming will continue as usual. No one is allowed to stop. Director Li, why are you going in? Wouldn't it be better to let them make a fuss? This is a rare explosive moment, said a staff member. Madness. Li Changqing then continued, now all the viewers know that we are broadcasting live here. If we don't show up, people will say that we are just sitting on the mountain watching the tigers fight, not caring about the store owner's life for the sake of ratings. Some people even think that this is a script made up by our production team to fool the audience. So I have to come forward and express our TV station's position, otherwise the audience's anger will probably burn down the TV station. The staff suddenly realized that although this matter was a hot topic, it was also a pitfall. If it is not handled properly, it may bring serious negative impact to their TV station. Director Li is right. We can't lose our moral integrity just for the sake of ratings. Director Li, please go in quickly. That little brother looks so pitiful. That's right, go quickly. Li Changqing didn't hesitate, jumped off the live broadcast car immediately, and rushed into Zhou Shen's shop. Chapter 70, Beating Someone. A ray of sunshine in the store. At this moment, Chen Jiqiang was still yelling at Zhou Shen without knowing anything, asking him to produce some evidence. Just when I thought Zhou Shen was just trying to trick me with empty talk, I heard a voice outside the door. I saw everything just now. I can testify that you put the cockroaches in there yourself. As soon as Li Changqing entered the restaurant, he immediately expressed his attitude. After saying that, he didn't forget to look at the camera in a way that he thought was very cool. Chen Jiqiang naturally did not approve of Li Changqing, who suddenly appeared. Why would you testify for him? I think you're just their accomplice, helping the restaurant staff to discredit me. Seeing that Chen Jiqiang didn't cry even after seeing the coffin, Li Changqing immediately revealed his identity and said, I'm a TV director. We're currently filming a food show. The director and editor of a TV station thinks they are so great. What's so great about that? Chen Jiqiang said disdainfully. The director is indeed nothing special, but everything you just did has been recorded by our cameras. Now the audience in Dragon City is watching your performance. What do you mean? Li Changqing pointed to the hidden camera on the wall and said, Look there. When Chen Jiqiang saw a flashing camera hanging in an inconspicuous corner of the wall, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. I forgot to tell you that our show is being broadcast live. Li Changqing said jokingly. What, live broadcast? Chen Jiqiang was confused. The other customers were also shocked. They didn't expect that they would come to such a remote little restaurant to eat and be on TV. One customer didn't even notice that the fried dough stick in his hand fell to the ground. After the initial panic, Chen Jiqiang quickly calmed down. He didn't believe that such a small shop that had just opened was qualified to be on TV. This kid must be fooling him. You said you were from the TV station, who are you kidding? Seeing Chen Jiqiang still being stubborn, Li Changqing immediately took out his work ID and flashed it in front of everyone. Then, he deliberately posed his ID in front of the camera. Although Li Changqing is not a famous director, he is at least a director and producer of independent programs and has a certain degree of fame in the industry. In addition, he has been a guest on other programs and has appeared on TV several times. Therefore, he can be considered a familiar public figure on TV. When he revealed his identity, someone quickly confirmed his identity. Even on the public screen of the live broadcast room, some audience fans posted his personal information. Inside the store, a customer recognized Li Changqing and said, I think I've seen this guy on TV. Yes, I know. He's a director and he appeared on a variety show. I remember it was the director. On the variety show, MC Li teased me all kinds of things. One after another, people recognized Li Changqing, and the customers' eyes changed when they looked at Chen Jiqiang. In the eyes of the public, as a big director, there is no need for him to slander you, an ordinary person. After seeing Li Changqing's identity confirmed again and again, Chen Jiqiang suddenly felt a little panicked. He didn't expect that the person in front of him was actually from the TV station. So is the live broadcast he just mentioned true? If it's true, then it's barbecue. The thought of doing something like this to frame a small restaurant in front of thousands of spectators in public was too degrading. I am the young master of a magnificent building, a true upper-class person. He panicked, but Zhou Shen and Li Changqing would not let him go. Zhou Shen stared at him coldly and said, Young Master Chen, since you entered the store until now, your every word, every action, and every move has been recorded by the camera hidden in the dark. Now, not only do we have video evidence, but hundreds of thousands of viewers across the city can also serve as my witnesses. With all the evidence, do you still want to deny it? Chen Jiqiang was really panicked at this time. He didn't expect that his perfect plan would turn out like this. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute it. Li Changqing also said, Yes, our program team can provide witnesses and relevant evidence for Mr. Zhou. Humph, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Having said that, Chen Jiqiang immediately stood up and was about to leave. However, Zhou Shen would not let him go like this, and immediately grabbed Chen Jiqiang's arm and pulled him back. The position Zhou Shen grabbed was very tricky, which happened to be the most vulnerable part of the human joint. In addition, Zhou Shen's physical condition had improved a lot during this period, and his strength was much greater than before. This made Chen Jiqiang feel weak all over and he staggered back. Feeling uncomfortable, after being pulled back, Chen Jiqiang immediately became angry and slapped Zhou Shen in the face with his hand. A hint of sneer flashed across Zhou Shen's face, and the moment Chen Jiqiang's palm touched Zhou Yang, Zhou Shen's body suddenly fell backwards. In the eyes of others, Zhou Shen was slapped away by Chen Jiqiang. In an instant, there was an uproar in the store, and the audience in the live broadcast room was also excited. Framing others and even resorting to violence, this behavior completely touched the bottom line of the audience. Soon, Chen Jiqian's identity was dug out by the resourceful netizens. It can be said that there are so many talented people on the internet. In fact, when Chen Jiqian framed Yilu Yangguang, someone started to investigate his identity. I didn't know until I investigated, and I was really shocked. I didn't expect this guy to be such a big shot. Soon, Chen Jiqiang's relevant information was placed on the public screen of the live broadcast room. When everyone saw that this person's true identity was the young master of a large group, they were furious. The public sympathizes with the weak. A young master from a wealthy family actually used such despicable means to deal with an ordinary person. This is bullying the weak and being rich and unkind. In an instant, the public screen of the live broadcast room was flooded with messages for Zhou Shen and others who were speaking up for him. Is this guy just bored out of his mind? He's from a wealthy family, yet he comes to this breakfast shop to cause trouble. Isn't this insane? My lord, is there still law and justice? I know this magnificent building. The owner's surname is Chen, and he's a complete jerk. The unfinished Shitai Jiayuan building in the west of the city was developed by his family. It's really true that the top beam is crooked and the bottom beam is crooked. Brothers, let's report it. Report +1. Report +2, +10086. Gradually, the style of the live broadcast room changed. The initial attack on Chen Jiqiang gradually spread to his father Chen Bin and the entire brilliant building. At this moment, Chen Bin, who was completely unaware of the situation, was on his way to the meeting room. He never expected that his treacherous son had prepared such a huge gift for him. Chapter 71, Stock Limit Down. Brilliant Construction Company. Headquarters Building. Chen Bin walked towards the conference room surrounded by the crowd, looking aloof and confident, with a bit of the demeanor of a domineering CEO. Yesterday, their company successfully won the material supply contract for Yi Group's project in the suburbs. If the cooperation goes smoothly, this project alone can bring Huihuan Construction a profit of 280 million yuan. So, he came here today to demonstrate to those shareholders. He wanted to tell all the shareholders, big and small, on the board of directors that although Huihuan Construction was a listed company, it was Chen Bin who had the final say. Also let those guys keep their mouths shut and stop causing trouble for him every day. However, just as he was about to step into the meeting room, his assistant suddenly stopped him after receiving a call. It turned out that the securities department had just called him and told him some bad news, so he had to stop Chen Bin. In the chairman's office, Chen Bin said in a deep voice, "What on earth happened that must be dealt with now?" Chen Bin did not blame his assistant Song Xinyu. He knew that Song Xinyu was a cautious person and would never take the risk to stop him unless there was an emergency that had to be dealt with. Song Xinyu immediately said, "Mr. Chen, I just received a call from the securities department saying that our company's stock price is fluctuating greatly." Humph, what a fuss. Stock price fluctuations are normal. Chen Bin said calmly that for someone like him, he didn't care whether the company's stock price rose or fell. It is often said on the internet that a certain CEO's net worth has evaporated by billions or even more exaggeratedly, hundreds of billions, but in fact it has no impact on the person concerned, because unless the stocks are cashed out immediately, there is actually no difference between a stock price of 100 yuan and a stock price of 10 yuan. In addition, stocks are commodities that can be bought and sold freely in the stock market, and they must follow the rules of the market economy. Fluctuations up and down are completely reasonable. Mr. Chen, today's fluctuation is too big. It's almost hitting the limit down. Assistant Song said in a deep voice. What, limit down, how is this possible? Chen Bin was also surprised. The limit down is no joke. It usually only happens when the company makes a major investment mistake or encounters an adverse event. But this situation obviously does not exist for their brilliant construction. More importantly, they signed a large order yesterday. Logically, the stock price should have increased slightly. To this end, he asked his wife to spend money to buy a small portion of the company's outstanding shares yesterday, hoping to make a small profit. Shocked, Chen Bin quickly opened the stock trading system on his mobile phone. I saw that my own stock was rising when the market opened today, but just a moment later, it suddenly hit the limit down. This speed is simply unprecedented, even more serious than the Wall Street crisis that year. While Chen Bin was surprised, he was also wondering how this could happen. He immediately called various departments to ask what had gone wrong in the company. Could it be that the company was being targeted by competitors? However, as he continued to make calls, no problems occurred in any department of the company. Even the securities company said that they had not received any negative news. This made Chen Bin a little confused. Why did his own stock hit the limit down in just 1 hour? And looking at the situation, there is no improvement at all. Just when Chen Bin was puzzled, he happened to see a live broadcast being played in an office next door. Although it was just a quick glance, Chen Bin still vaguely saw a close-up of his son on the TV screen. An ominous premonition arose from the bottom of his heart, and he immediately ran to the staff office next door. When I walked in, I saw that it was indeed that rebellious son. Looking at the headlines in the livestream, my blood pressure spiked. A vicious rich kid frames a common restaurant, while a righteous young man fights evil forces. Chen Bin didn't understand that he was being cheated by that rebellious son. Furious, Chen Bin yelled at Song Sin-yu, who had arrived shortly afterwards, "Call that rebellious son right now and tell him to get back here." At the same time, Chen Bin secretly made up his mind that when that unfilial son came back this time, he would give him a good beating to prevent him from ruining the company one day. However, what happened next was even more unexpected for him. The assistant told him that the young master's phone call was unreachable. Chen Bin originally planned to ask his assistant to call the person back, but when he saw the live TV camera, he suddenly changed his mind and decided that it would be better for him to take care of his son himself. Otherwise, this matter will not be resolved in a short time. Afterwards, Chen Bin took a look at the location marked on TV, hurriedly took the elevator downstairs, and drove his Cullinan towards a ray of sunshine. Speaking of a ray of sunshine, Chen Jiqiang felt his body shake, and Zhou Shen actually fell backwards. He was completely dazed. I clearly didn't touch him, so why did that guy fly away? His action also aroused dissatisfaction and anger among everyone present, and many people pointed at him directly. After hearing so many people speaking up for Zhou Shen, Chen Jiqiang, whose brain was not very bright to begin with, finally realized something: he was framed. How could someone dare to frame him, young Master Chen? Chen Jiqiang was immediately furious and pointed his finger at Zhou Shen and shouted, "You dare to frame me? You're looking for death." As he said that, Chen Jiqiang grabbed a plate on the table and rushed towards Zhou Shen, looking so ferocious as if he wanted to eat Zhou Shen. What he didn't know was that his brainless behavior completely angered the customers present and even the audience in front of the TV. It is really hard for people to imagine why a rich and powerful young man could be so vicious and shameless. It was obvious that he was framing others and even beating them up. Not only did he not apologize, he also showed no sign of repentance. Instead, he accused others of framing him. What the hell is his train of thought? For a moment, netizens who were full of justice were angry. Once netizens get angry, their fighting power is like Mars hitting the Earth, which is amazing. Everyone was no longer satisfied with digging out Chen Jiqiang's personal information. Soon, detailed information about his father and his company also appeared on the internet, as well as the stock code of Huihuang Construction, etc. In just a few minutes, all kinds of negative news about the magnificent building were flying all over the place. This is not all. Under the enthusiasm of the majority of netizens, various departments such as industry and commerce, taxation, and fire protection have also received a large number of anonymous or real-name reports, demanding an investigation into Huihuang Construction Company. Faced with the crazy it from netizens, these administrative departments had to respond and said they would immediately go to the brilliant building to investigate the situation. Although the responses from various departments were very tactful and did not involve launching an investigation or other more serious terms, this attitude alone almost made the top management of Brilliant Building piss themselves. They are a construction company. How many companies like them can withstand investigation? For a moment, the magnificent building was in chaos. Chapter 72, Zhou Shen vs. Chen Bin. A ray of sunshine breakfast shop. When Zhou Shen saw Chen Jiqiang rushing towards him with a tray in his hand, he immediately looked extremely scared and even took 2 steps back. To the customers in the store and the viewers in front of the TV, it seemed that he was scared of being beaten, or he was deliberately avoiding to avoid a bigger conflict. However, in Chen Jiqiang's eyes, this bastard was just acting. No one knew better than Chen Jiqiang what kind of bastard he was before. When it comes to being more vicious and evil, no one can compare to Yishen. He must have done this on purpose for those untouchables to see. The more Chen Jiqiang thought about it, the angrier he became, and the stronger his desire to beat Zhou Shen became. But the more violent he acted, the more annoying he became. Just when he was about to get close to Zhou Shen, the hero suddenly kicked Chen Jiqiang with a powerful kick, and his body fell directly to the ground, leaving him flat on his face. Chen Jiqiang awkwardly climbed up from the ground, glaring at all the customers around him and shouting, "Who tripped me? Who? Seeing that the drama was almost over, Joshin immediately stepped forward and said, "Mr. Chen, what do you want? You failed to frame someone and now you're beating him up. Do you think your Chen group can cover up everything? I can't cover the sky with one hand, but killing a stink bug like you is no problem." Chen Jiqiang was now completely desperate. He laughed heartily and said, "So what? Even if I put that thing there, so what? I am happy to do it. I am just having fun. What can you do to me?" Seeing Chen Jiqiang's extremely shameless look, not to mention what was happening on the scene, even the audience outside the screen couldn't stand it anymore. How can this person be so shameless? He deserves a beating. If anyone has the address, I'm going to take a cab over right now and beat him up. Take your time upstairs, count me in. Seeing this idiot actually challenging the audience's bottom line so recklessly, Joshin was secretly delighted. Seeing the anger in everyone's eyes, Joshin felt it necessary to help the enthusiastic customers and the audience in front of the TV to vent their anger. After all, it's a show, so there should always be something exciting. As Joshin said this, he put his phone on the counter and took off his apron. It would be a shame not to beat up this human punching bag who was delivered to the door. Then, before Chen Jiqiang could react, he went up and kicked the guy. Then he flew over and rode on Chen Jiqiang, punching him in the head again and again. Chen Jiqiang was stunned by the sudden attack. He knew Joshin's fighting ability, which was not very good before. But now he couldn't break free, and he immediately endured the severe pain and shouted angrily, "Joe, you dare to hit me, aren't you afraid that my dad will find someone to retaliate against you? With what you said, if anything happens to our store, it's your Chen family's fault. Everyone can testify for me." Although Joshin's voice was not loud, it was soon heard clearly by the customers around him, and even the recording equipment of the program recorded his voice. "We can testify. Count me in." The customers at the scene had already been angered by Chen Jiqiang and spoke out in support of Joshin. When Chen Jiqiang saw that his threats were useless, he couldn't stand it anymore. After all, Joshin's fists were getting heavier each time, and his small body couldn't withstand such torture. Just when he could hardly bear it anymore and was about to bow his head and beg for mercy. At this time, Chen Bin finally arrived. Seeing his son being beaten in public again, he immediately shouted, "Stop!" Hearing this shout, Joshin stopped beating and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Chen Bin from Brilliant Architecture." After hearing this person's introduction, Joshin quickly found out the person's identity from the previous host's memory. "Isn't this Chen Jiqiang as father? I beat the younger one, and now the older one comes out. What? Is this father really here to stand up for this prodigal son?" Zhou Shun gave Chen Bin face and stopped hitting him. In fact, he felt that the boy might get a concussion if he continued to hit him, so he stopped to avoid trouble. "So it's Mr. Chen. Your young master mentioned your name quite a bit just now." Chen Jiqiang, who had been beaten to the point of being deformed, saw his father coming and hurriedly crawled towards Chen Bin. "Dad, you have to avenge me, Bang!" Before Chen Jiqiang could finish his words, Chen Bin, who he thought was his savior, slapped him hard in the face. "Dad, why did you hit me?" Chen Jiqiang was also stunned by Chen Bin's slap and said in shock, "You prodigal son, you're more trouble than good, get out of here." Chen Bin looked at Chen Jiqiang, who had been beaten into a pig's head by Joshin, and was too lazy to scold him anymore. He already knew before coming here that it was being broadcast live, and his original plan was to teach his son a lesson after arriving here, the more severe the beating the better, using a torture trick. But after coming here, I saw that my son had been beaten so badly that I couldn't bear to let him go. Now I just want to solve this matter quickly and take my son to the hospital for treatment to avoid any sequelae. Thinking of this, Chen Bin walked towards Joshin and said, "My son was wrong about what happened today. I apologize to you on his behalf." Then, Chen Bin turned around and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Joshin said coldly, "As expected of your son's father, he truly is like his son. Do you think you can write off today's incident with just a few insincere words? What do you mean? It's nothing, it's just that your face isn't that big. Your apology is bullshit to me. I won't accept it? You. Stop the Yumi thing. Your son not only framed me, he also beat me up, messing up the store and severely impacting our business. This is a serious case of provoking disturbances. He deserves detention and must pay compensation." Chen Bin suddenly became angry. It was obvious that his son was the one who was most seriously injured. "My son was also beaten by you, how do you deal with this? Your son deserves to be beaten. If you're not satisfied, we can ask the police to judge the case. You. Mr. Chen may not be very clear about the crime of provoking disturbances. According to my country's criminal law, the statutory penalty for provoking disturbances is imprisonment of not more than 5 years. If minor injuries are caused to others, they will be directly prosecuted as provoking disturbances. Then Zhou Shang said again, even though your Chen family is wealthy and powerful, in the face of overwhelming public opinion, I want to see who dares to protect your son. After hearing Zhou Shen's clear words, Chen Bin's expression suddenly changed. Yes, this matter has attracted so many people's attention now. Even if I have connections, not everyone will dare to help me at this time. Thinking about the company's current situation, which is very bad, if competitors seize the opportunity to deal with them, the losses will be more than these small losses. Therefore, he couldn't waste time here with this little bastard, and Chen Bin immediately had a plan in mind. Chapter 73, The Lion Opens His Mouth. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Although Chen Bin is a proud man, he has no way to deal with the situation since someone has evidence against his son, unless he can bear to see his son being arrested and sentenced. Even if he wanted to sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice, the tigress at home would not agree. Thinking of this, Chen Bin gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want in order to let my son go?" Mr. Chen is much more sensible. I'm not a greedy person. Your son's fuss wasted a lot of food. He ate all the kimchi he had already eaten. While speaking, Zhou Shen pointed his finger at the pickle bowl beside him. The cockroach that Chen Jiqian had put in there just now was still floating up and down. Looking at it made people want to vomit. Chen Bin's face changed, and he immediately said, "How can we finish all this kimchi? I'll buy it, you name the price. It's shameful to waste food. Since Mr. Chen said so, I will accept it reluctantly. 100 yuan for a vegetable leaf," Zhou Shen said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the pleasant prompt tone of the system rang in Zhou Shen's mind. Ding! The host is extorting money in the name of compensation. This is in line with the villain code of conduct. Villain value plus 99,999. What? Chen Bin was stunned by Zhou Shen's outrageous behavior. Pickles were sold by leaves, and each piece cost 100 yuan. It was robbery. You might as well go rob. Chen Jiqiang shouted loudly. Robbery is not that comfortable. This is called a reasonable claim. Of course, you don't have to give it to me. I won't force you, Zhou Shen said with a smile. Okay, no need to count. 100,000 yuan for this bowl of kimchi, is that enough? Chen Bin said coldly. That's enough, but Mr. Chen, remember to sign an agreement when you pay. What agreement? Voluntary compensation agreement. I'm afraid you'll sue me for extortion. Good. Very good. After seeing his idea being exposed, Chen Bin gritted his teeth and said, I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you would become smarter after leaving the Yi family. Ha, it's not that I become smarter, but you all always thought I was stupid. After that, Zhou Shen said again, in addition to the compensation for the wasted food, Mr. Chen has to pay a sum of money. Boy, are you going a little too far? Is that too much? We signed a contract with the TV station. Your son's disturbance has ruined the original food program. Later on, they're going to ask me for compensation, and I'm. Tell me, how much is it? Chen Bin was too lazy to argue with Zhou Shen anymore. He just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Not much, just 1 million. Zhou Yang said lightly. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. This was exactly the effect he wanted. As expected, as soon as he said this, the system prompts in Zhou Shen's mind kept ringing. Ding! The host's behavior shocked the villain Chen Bin, villain value plus 99,999. Ding! The host's behavior shocked the supporting character Li Changqing, villain value plus 99,999. Ding! The host's behavior shocked the supporting character Zhou Sihai, villain value plus 99,999. As the live camera broadcast this scene, the audience in front of the TV was also stunned by Zhou Shen's operation, and gave Zhou Shen a lot of villain value. Compared to Zhou Shen's good mood, Chen Bin felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart, making him feel extremely disgusted. 1 million? Are you crazy? Such a huge sum of money? Although Chen Bin usually didn't think much of the 1.8 million, he was very upset that Zhou Shen wanted to leave for no apparent reason. Zhou Shen, don't go too far. Chen Jiqiang also shouted loudly. What's wrong, Master Chen, do you think what I want is not enough? Zhou Shen then said jokingly, alas, I'm just not greedy. 1 million isn't even enough for one wheel of your sports car. I'm really sorry for letting you underestimate me. While speaking, Zhou Shen glanced at the sports car outside the door intentionally or unintentionally. 2 luxury cars suddenly appeared on their street. Needless to say, they must belong to the Chen family father and son. Zhou Shen didn't even feel itchy after seeing it. After all, as a normal man, how could he not be interested in this thing? Seeing that Zhou Shen offered a price of 1 million, this was not a problem at all for Qin Bin, who wanted to resolve the matter quickly. Shut up, you unfilial son. Okay, I'll give you the money now. As he said that, he was about to take out a check and write it to Zhou Shen. Seeing Qin Bin handing him the check so decisively, Zhou Shen asked suspiciously, is this check a bad check? Are you trying to trick me? Zhou Shen, don't go too far. How could my family's check not be cashed? Don't make trouble. Chen Jiqiang, who was already furious, vented his anger at Zhou Shen. Shut up, you rebellious son. You'll know if I can keep my promise if you try. Chen Bin said calmly. It's just 1 million. With Chen Bin's wealth and status, he wouldn't cheat a young boy. However, Zhou Shen persisted and said, that won't do. If I can't fulfill it, I will lose money. In order to avoid disgusting the audience in the live broadcast room, Zhou Shen said again, it's not that I don't trust you, but your Chen family's reputation is really worrying. I really don't trust people who even use such despicable tactics as crying wolf and framing others. After hearing what Zhou Shen said, the onlookers at the scene and the audience in the live broadcast room all agreed with it. Chen Jiqiang's despicable means really shattered everyone's 3 views, causing them to have a crisis of confidence in the reputation of the Chen family and even brilliant architecture. Chen Bin was so angry. He just couldn't believe that this guy had been in the Yi family for so many years, so he couldn't tell whether the check was real or not. This is impossible. This is clearly disgusting to him. But he had no choice. He wanted to throw millions of cash in his face, but unfortunately he didn't. Nowadays, who would carry 1 million in cash when going out? He is not a country bumpkin or a nouveau riche. Seeing Zhou Shen's relentless attitude, Qin Bin had no choice but to ask, so what do you want? Your son's sports car is pretty good. Leave it with me as collateral. This way, I'll feel more at ease when he goes to withdraw money. Zhou Shen said with a harmless smile. Ding! The host's shameless behavior was despised by Qin Bin, villain value plus 99,999. Ding! The host's shameless behavior was despised by Chen Jiqiang, villain value plus 99,999. Ding! The villain Chen Bin was injured by the host's anger, and his villain value is plus 999,999. Listening to the pleasant voice of the system, the smile on Zhou Shen's face became even more intense. Chen Bin was so angry that he suffered internal injuries after hearing the system prompt. Zhou Shen subconsciously glanced at Chen Bin opposite him and found that his face was unusually flushed. This gave Zhou Shen a new understanding of his own fighting ability. It turns out that making people angry can really make people angry to death. However, Zhou Shen was not merciful. If he didn't grab the experienced baby that was delivered to his door, it would be a waste if he didn't grab it. It would be a waste if he did. Zhou Shen, don't even think about my sports car. Before Chen Jiqiang could finish his words, Qin Bin glared at his son and said in a deep voice, car keys. Dad. This is my favorite sports car. Don't make me say it again, car keys. Seeing that Chen Bin was a little angry, Chen Jiqiang didn't dare to argue with him anymore and handed the key to Chen Bin reluctantly. Chen Bin took the key, threw it directly to Zhou Shen, and said, now it's okay. Yeah, don't worry, just go and get the money and I'll return the sports car. After hearing Zhou Shen's promise, Chen Bin was too lazy to care about it anymore. Since the matter had been settled and the compensation had been paid, he immediately wanted to take Chen Jiqiang away from this place of trouble. Because of Chen Jiqiang's disturbance today, it is unclear when the company's stock will return to normal. The 1 million compensation to Zhou Shen is nothing. In order to revive the stock, Chen Bin will have to spend millions more on public relations. For this reason, he really wanted to crush the rebellious son in front of him to death. Why didn't he shoot this guy against the wall back then? However, Chen Jiqiang had no idea that his father's anger towards him had almost reached its peak, and he was still thinking about his beloved sports car. Chapter 74, Yi Fan personally took the scene. After the Chen family father and son hurriedly left, Joshin could only sigh and start to clean up the remaining mess. Although today's accident was caused by Chen Jiqian, it did have a bad impact on the customers in the store, and some customers were even injured. For example, many customers' clothes were soiled, and some people's feet were stepped on by the chaotic crowd. Although you don't need to go to the hospital for treatment, it's still very annoying. At that moment, Joshin shouted, "I just gave everyone a bad dining experience. All meals this morning are free. Those who have already paid can go to the front desk to get a refund or receive a 50 yuan voucher." As soon as these words were spoken, all the onlookers at the scene burst into cheers. Considering that some of you may be late, you can also choose to take away. After doing all this, Joshin walked up to Li Changqing and said, "Director Li, I hope you can help me contact a suitable channel to donate all of this 1 million yuan in compensation." All donated? When these words were spoken, not only Li Changqing, but everyone present was stunned. The audience in front of the TV were also stunned. They didn't expect that after Joshin made such a big request, he would actually choose to donate the money. Even though Chen Jiqian was indeed too much of an idiot today, many people still disagreed with Joshin's request for 1 million yuan in compensation. After all, 1 million yuan could buy several small shops like this. So, there have been critical voices on the internet just now. However, after Joshin did this, everyone felt that they had wrongly blamed him, and for a while the public screen was flooded with messages of support and apology. "This little brother is kind and has a beautiful heart. I love him so much. Please allow me to apologize. I misunderstood you, little brother. I was narrow-minded. Count me in, sorry, little brother." And this was just the beginning. As time went on, things fermented rapidly and soon became a hot topic. Although many people's anger towards Huihuang Building has eased a little after Chen Bin's arrival and the large amount of compensation he made, many people still feel extremely disgusted with the Chen family and Huihuang Building. There were constant criticisms of the magnificent building online and in real life, and all kinds of negative information were flying around, making the Chen family extremely anxious. On the other hand, as for a ray of sunshine, Joshin donated all the $1 million compensation with a wave of his hand. Everyone's good impression of him reached its peak, and a ray of sunshine's fame also increased a lot. At the same time, everyone was curious about this small shop. They all wanted to know what kind of shop it was that would be framed by a rich kid. It can be said that Chen Jiqian's action was actually a disguised advertisement for a ray of sunshine. This has cast an even more mysterious veil over the already famous ray of sunshine. Therefore, many people come here specifically to check in and find out what is going on. But unfortunately, when they arrived at the store, they only saw a sign saying it was temporarily closed. That's right, a ray of sunshine has suspended its business. After seeing off the morning customers, Joshin and Li Changqing discussed it and finally decided to suspend the business. On the one hand, the store was in such a mess after being messed up by Chen Jiqian that it was really not suitable to continue operating. Secondly, Joshin also felt that the store was now quite famous, and it was indeed a bit too much for just a few of them to handle it. Joshin also believes that after what happened this morning, the fame of his own shop will soar again. There was no telling how many people would come to eat there, and it would definitely be busier than before, so he planned to take his mother and uncle to the job market immediately to quickly recruit a group of suitable people. In the suburbs, Yi family manor. Yi Fan, who had just finished watching the live broadcast, walked back and forth in the living room in a bad mood with a frown on his face. The last time Yi Fan learned that the Zhou family opened a restaurant and invested more than 100,000 yuan in it, he felt very uncomfortable. He felt that he had been deceived and mocked, so he always wanted to take revenge on his mother who always said she loved him, his useless uncle who had accomplished nothing, and Joshin who had stolen 18 years of his beautiful life and caused him to suffer for 18 years. Therefore, he deliberately asked the housekeeper to reveal the news to Chen Jiqian, wanting to use Chen Jiqian to teach the Zhou family a lesson. Just as he expected, this fool Chen Jiqian attacked Zhou's small restaurant directly after learning about this. After Yi Fan learned about the situation, he immediately sent someone to follow and report the news at any time. He wanted to be the first to know about the Zhou family's misfortune. "I originally thought that a dandy young man like Chen Jiqian would be able to turn a restaurant run by ordinary people like the Zhou family upside down. Who knew things would turn out like this?" Not only did Chen Jiqian fail to do anything to the Zhou family, he also alarmed Chen Bin, which made Yi Fan look very embarrassed. Chen Bin is not as easy to fool as Chen Jiqian. He must have realized that this was his instigation. If he were to say something to his biological parents, his image as a studious, motivated and helpful person would be affected. This loser can't even handle such a small matter, and he even lost his car. What else can he accomplish? Yi Fan was angrily scolding Chen Jiqiang, while the housekeeper didn't dare to say a word. Forget it, it's better to rely on myself than on others. It's better to do it myself than to rely on these losers to help me do things. Then Yi Fan said in a deep voice, "Butler phone, go by the breakfast shop opposite Joe's for me." "Master, what do you mean? I want to open a restaurant." When the butler heard Yi Fan's words, he immediately became nervous. "Master, you want to open a restaurant? This is not an easy task." Speaking of the Yi family's housekeeper, although he usually flatters his master and looks useless. But since he works in the home of the richest man, he is naturally not a fool. As for doing business, the housekeeper often learned a lot from Yi Longqing's casual conversations. Especially in the catering industry, the water here is extremely deep. The most important thing is that the Yi family originally focused on real estate. If they rashly involve themselves in other industries, it will inevitably arouse suspicion from other families. After all, the upper class of Longqing has already divided up all industries. The catering industry is generally controlled by the Yang family and several other major families. If the Yi family wants to intervene, it will inevitably arouse the vigilance of the other major families. So in order to prevent Yi Fan from stepping on the landmine, the housekeeper tried to persuade him in a kind way. However, Yi Fan didn't want to enter the high-end catering industry at all. He just wanted to bankrupt the Zhou family's small shop. "It's just a small restaurant, don't think too much about it." Then Yi Fan's voice turned cold and he said again, "Besides, I am the young master of the Yi family, right? Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" Seeing the anger on Yi Fan's face, the housekeeper hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, young master, I will arrange someone to deal with this matter right away." Yi Fan suddenly remembered that he had met a person at home 2 days ago. This person seemed to have deep conflicts with the original Yi Shen. "Let Yi Xiao do this. I heard he's quite capable." When the butler heard that the person Yi Fan wanted to use was Yi Xiao, his face looked a little unhappy. Although this guy is indeed capable, he does have some serious flaws, otherwise he would not have remained so unknown in the Yi family. However, since Yi Fan valued him, the housekeeper had nothing to say, and nodded and said, "Okay, master, I will go tell Yi Xiao and ask him to prepare." "Yes. Remember to tell him that this matter must succeed and must not fail. I want to see the Zhou family's shop completely bankrupt and all their investment go down the drain." After hearing Yi Fan's instructions, the butler nodded and left the room. Chapter 75, Mother Fainted. After coming out of the job market, the whole family was in a good mood. Just now, they recruited a total of 8 people from noodle makers to waiters. Including the existing 4 people, a breakfast restaurant of less than 200 square meters should be enough. After dealing with the manpower issue, Zhou Sihai suggested going out for a ride. "After all, now that I have such a nice sports car as my car, it would be a waste not to go out for a ride." Zhou Shen didn't have any objection to this. He hadn't touched a sports car for a while and was a little itchy. Zhou Yueling saw that the sports car only had 1 seat, so she naturally didn't want to join the young people. In addition, she was really tired these days, so she went home early in the name of rest. After Zhou Yueling left, Zhou Sihai couldn't wait to go to the driver's seat and got in. Sitting in a sports car worth more than 2 million yuan, Zhou Sihai looked very happy. To be honest, he had always dreamed of having the opportunity to try driving a sports car like this. Now that his wish has been fulfilled, he can hardly suppress the joy in his heart. So after the car started, he kept explaining to Zhou Shen the performance and maneuverability of the sports car, and was quite professional. Although Zhou Shen seemed to be listening to Zhou Sihai on the surface, he was actually thinking about other issues deep down in his heart. Zhou Shen did not think that Chen Jiqiang's sudden arrival was this guy's personal behavior. Based on Zhou Shen's understanding of Chen Jiqiang, although this guy is a fence-sitter, there is absolutely no need for him to target him again and again. The reason why he targeted the Zhou family so much, first targeting Zhou Sihai, and then using such despicable means to deal with their shop, was most likely related to the ungrateful Yi Fan. Although Zhou Shen didn't know why that bastard did this, he knew that this was definitely not the end. Although Zhou Shen understood this, he had no good way to deal with Yi Fan now. After all, as the only heir of the Yi family, the resources that Yi Fan controls are too powerful, and he is definitely not able to compete with them now. Fortunately, Yi Fan has not yet established a firm foothold in the Yi family, so we will not make a big fuss about dealing with the Zhou family. Instead, we will give ourselves time to develop. But Zhou Shen was still very unhappy and secretly decided that if he had the chance to see that bastard next time, he would make him taste the bad luck talisman. Zhou Sihai was very excited to have a new car. He drove Josihai around most of Longchang and even drove on the highway outside the city for a while. The maximum speed even reached 200 kilometers per hour at one point. The feeling of driving on the street to the extreme was really cool. As for whether he would be photographed for speeding, this was not something Josihai needed to consider. After all, the car would be returned soon, so what would it have to do with them then? Even if the traffic police really took the photo, they would find Shin Jiqiang in the end, and that bastard would be the one who would have a headache. At around 5 in the afternoon, just as the two got off the highway and were about to go home, Zhou Shin's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID above, it was from my mother Zhou Yueling. Zhou Shin immediately pressed the answer button, but the voice coming from the other end of the phone was not Zhou Yueling's. Hello, are you asking about Zhou Yueling's family? Yes, I am, and you are? I'm from West China Hospital. Ms. Zhou Yueling suddenly collapsed on the street and was brought to us by passers-by. Can you come over now? Zhou Shin was also stunned when he heard this sudden news. Why did his mother suddenly faint? So he quickly responded, okay, we'll go over now. After hanging up the phone, he said to Josihai, go to West China Hospital. What's the matter? My mother fainted and was taken to the hospital. Ah? How could this happen? I don't know either. Okay, turn around quickly. We need to speed up. After Josihai learned that Zhou Yueling had fallen ill, he became anxious. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped up rapidly, rushing to West China Hospital. When she arrived at the hospital, Zhou Yueling had already received simple treatment. As family members, Zhou Shen and Josihai also went to ask questions to the attending physician who had just treated Zhou Yueling. Doctor, what happened to my mother? When the doctor saw Zhou Shen and Josihai, he said expressionlessly, you family members are really something. Don't you know the patient's physical condition? You're still making her do hard work. Aren't you trying to kill her? After hearing the doctor's explanation, Zhou Shen was also confused. Although the breakfast shop opened this morning, there were more customers. But because many ingredients were prepared in advance, and it was Zhou Shen and Josihai who were the ones running back and forth, Zhou Yueling simply did some simple cooking in the kitchen. How could you be so tired? Although he didn't know the exact reason, Zhou Shen thanked the doctor and returned to Zhou Yueling's ward. After the doctor's treatment, Zhou Yueling gradually regained consciousness. When she saw Zhou Shen, Zhou Yueling smiled with a guilty look. Josihai saw that his sister had woken up and asked with concern, Sister, how are you feeling? Zhou Yueling nodded slightly, then said to Zhou Shen, I'm sorry for making you worry. Mom, what are you talking about? It's me, your son, who has neglected your health. Zhou Shen then said again, looking at it now, it's indeed a little early to open this breakfast shop. Your body hasn't recovered yet, and I'm asking you to do such hard work now. This is really a bit inappropriate. Shener, no, actually, this morning's work wasn't too much of a burden for me. Then you. Well, actually, I felt that everyone had worked hard today, so I wanted to prepare everything you needed for tomorrow while you were out relaxing. Who knew that when I was lifting something heavy, I exerted a little too much strength and ended up fainting? I heard that Zhou Yueling was overworking because she wanted to help them reduce their burden. Zhou Shen immediately said, Mom, what can I say to you? We are two grown men, why do we need you to help us lighten the burden? That's right, sister, what you did is completely unnecessary. Look, your illness scared Shener and me half to death. Josihai also echoed. Seeing Josihai and Zhou Shen's worried faces, Zhou Yueling looked even more apologetic. Zhou Shen also continued, Mom, don't do this again in the future. In our hearts, your health is the most important. I understand. I will do what I can in the future. Seeing that his mother agreed to his request, Zhou Shen nodded and started peeling oranges for her. But he was thinking in his heart that it was not a good idea for his mother to remain sick all the time, and he should get rid of the root cause of his illness as soon as possible. However, it is probably not that easy to cure my mother's long-standing chronic illness. Especially nowadays, many of the doctors are half-baked and can only treat minor illnesses and disasters. For an old disease like Zhou Yueling's, the best she could do was to recuperate and take care of herself, but that wasn't going to work at all. It seemed she had to rely on herself. Originally, after Zhou Shen took his mother's pulse last time, he planned to completely cure her stubborn illness. However, due to the serious health condition of my mother, strong medicine could not be used, and so many things happened suddenly at home, so this matter was delayed. Therefore, Zhou Shen decided that after being discharged from the hospital, he must resolve this matter as soon as possible. Chapter 76, Conditioning the Body. After Zhou Yueling finished the 4 drip in the hospital, Zhou Sihai drove his mother home, and Zhou Shun had to take a taxi home. For the first time, Zhou Shun felt that this sports car was just a piece of shit. It looked romantic, but it was actually useless. It's okay to have fun when you are young, but if you have a family to support, you'd better give up on it. It's too impractical. Zhou Sihai was also very worried about Zhou Yueling's matter along the way, so the atmosphere in the car was very depressing. Even after returning home, the weird atmosphere had not improved at all until Zhou Shun came back. As soon as he entered the house, Zhou Shun felt that the atmosphere at home was not right, and immediately looked at Zhou Sihai with a frown. Zhou Sihai immediately said, "Don't look at me, ask your mother." Zhou Yueling said a little embarrassedly, "I wanted to clean up just now, but your uncle wouldn't let me and got angry." After the 4 drip, Zhou Yueling regained a lot of strength, so as soon as she got home, she prepared to clean the house. Zhou Sihai naturally disagreed with her doing this, so he said a few words. Zhou Shun frowned and said seriously, "Mom, didn't you hear what the doctor said just now? Didn't you faint due to overwork?" "No. I know you don't know how to take a break, so why are you busy again? You're really making us worried." Seeing her son's concerned look, Zhou Yueling smiled and said, "It's just some housework. It's okay. I will know when to stop." "Sister, that's all you can say." Zhou Sihai then said again, "If you had a little sense, you wouldn't have fainted on the street and been sent to the hospital today. You have no idea. My nephew and I were so scared when we received the call. We ran through so many red lights along the way." "Yes. Mom, just stay on the sofa and have a good rest. If there's any chores around the house, you can ask Uncle to do it." As he said that, Zhou Shun pressed Zhou Yueling onto the sofa. Seeing Zhou Shun's firm attitude, Zhou Yueling could only smile and say, okay, Mom will listen to you." Seeing Zhou Yueling obediently watching TV on the sofa, Zhou Sihai on the side was a little unhappy with Zhou Shun's arrangement. Zhou Sihai complained, "Nephew, I don't allow you to play like this. Why are you throwing the work you snatched from your mother to me? Uncle, please be understanding. I have other things to do. Can you help me clean up?" Zhou Shun said with a smile. Zhou Sihai said reluctantly, "My nephew, you can't be partial to one and only care about your mother and not your uncle. Otherwise, I will make you faint." As he spoke, Zhou Sihai also pretended to be frail and sickly. When Zhou Shun saw his disrespectful uncle, he felt that there was really no hope for him. "How about this, as long as you help my mom do all her work, that sports car outside will belong to you from now on." After hearing this, Zhou Sihai seemed to have eaten some kind of muscle bar and immediately became energetic. "Nephew, what are you talking about? Your uncle is the kind of person who would ask for conditions even for doing housework. This home belongs to all of us. Housework is everyone's responsibility, especially a pillar of the family like me." Looking at Zhou Sihai's righteous look, Zhou Shun was speechless. Could it be that his villain system has a contagious effect? How come his uncle has become so shameless? Then he gave Zhou Sihai a few instructions, asking him to keep an eye on Zhou Yueling and not let her do any work, and to have a good rest. Zhou Sihai also patted his chest and made a promise. After all, it was related to Zhou Yueling's health sports car, so he was very concerned. However, after leaving all the housework to Zhou Sihai, Zhou Shun returned to his room. Then, he immediately used the advanced medical skills he had acquired before. As for this skill, Zhou Shun has rarely used it except for the last time he tried it when he just got it. Of course, this is also because he has been too busy opening the store recently and he almost forgot about it. Now his mother's illness has suddenly worsened, which makes Zhou Shun worried. "Fortunately, a kind passerby took my mother to the hospital this time, otherwise my mother would have been in serious trouble." Therefore, Zhou Shun felt that it would be safest to cure his mother's illness first, and opening a store could be postponed. Afterwards, Zhou Shun carefully recalled his mother's physical condition, and then began to analyze which prescription should be used. At this moment, Zhou Shun's brain was like a supercomputer, rapidly screening and improving hundreds of prescriptions in his mind. After some effort, a perfect prescription was finally found. Zhou Shun carefully checked again and confirmed that the prescription would not irritate his mother's spleen and stomach too much and had no side effects. Then he nodded and planned to go out to prepare medicine for his mother. However, just as he was about to get up, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Come in." Then the door opened, and Zhou Sihai leaned halfway in and said, "Nephew, let's eat." Only then did Zhou Shun realize that it was already late. "Oh, I'll be right out." Zhou Yueling originally arranged dinner at home, but because of Zhou Shen's insistence, Zhou Sihai did not let Zhou Yueling prepare it today, but ordered takeout directly. The meal cost nearly 200 yuan, which really distressed his mother. When Zhou Shen came out, he could still hear her nagging Zhou Sihai. But Zhou Sihai has gotten used to it. He just lets it go in one ear and out the other and doesn't feel any pain at all. While eating, Zhou Shen suddenly thought of something and said, "Mom, I thought about it. The breakfast shop will only be open for 2 hours tomorrow and will close at that time." 2 hours? Why? Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai looked at Zhou Shen in shock. They just hired so many people today. If they don't open for a while longer, how are they going to earn back the employees' salaries and ensure the store's profitability? In fact, while Zhou Shen was working in the house, the brother and sister had already made a plan to announce the change in business hours as soon as the employees came to work tomorrow. In the future, Yilui Angguan will not only sell breakfast, but will also be open at noon and in the evening to make the best use of the store and employees. Now Zhou Shen said right from the start that the business would be open for 2 hours straight. How could they accept this? However, Zhou Shen's attitude was firm. He immediately said, "There's no end to making money. We have to take care of Mom's health." Zhou Shen then said again, "Mom, I have already thought of how to take care of your body, you have to cooperate with me." "Mom, cooperate. But can we?" Before his mother could finish, Zhou Shen said firmly, "No, at least not until your body is fully recovered." Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. There was no way around it. Since when did the son become the one calling the shots in this family? The two elders had to listen to him. Although it seemed a little unbelievable, Zhou Yueling felt that this was pretty good. Chapter 77, Prescriptions at the Clinic. The next morning, Zhou Shen finished work at the breakfast shop with Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai. Zhou Shen asked his uncle to send his mother back, while he took a taxi to find a Chinese medicine clinic. He prepared to get medicine for Zhou Yueling according to the prescription he wrote down yesterday. Zhou Shen searched for several streets and finally found a pharmacy at the end of an alley. Huachentang. You can tell from the sign that this is a Chinese medicine clinic, but I don't know if they have the medicinal herbs I want. However, when he entered the store, he found that the interior design was similar to that of an ordinary Chinese medicine clinic, but there was not a single patient. Not only that, he didn't even see Zhou Shen, the doctor who was selling the medicine. If you didn't know, you would think you had come to an empty store. However, Zhou Shen can understand this. The effectiveness of traditional Chinese medicine is not as fast as that of Western medicine, which leads to the fact that in today's fast-paced life, traditional Chinese medicine appears far less frequently than Western medicine. At the same time, many things left by our ancestors have gradually been forgotten by the world. But even if traditional Chinese medicine is in decline, this Chinese medicine shop shouldn't give up on itself. Why can't I even see a doctor in the store? Just as Zhou Shen was about to leave in disappointment, a childish voice suddenly came from behind him. "Do you want to see a doctor or get an acupuncture treatment?" Zhou Shen was shocked when he heard this. Looking back, I found a short, handsome young man standing behind the medicine cabinet at the door. Maybe the boy was bending down to pick up something just now, otherwise how could I not notice him when he was so grown up? After calming down a bit, Zhou Shen replied calmly, "I don't treat illnesses, nor do I give acupuncture." After hearing Zhou Shen's reply, the boy asked in surprise, "Then why are you here?" "I'll prepare the medicine," Zhou Shen said. When the boy heard Zhou Shen's words, he was stunned at first. It was also the first time he saw someone of Zhou Shen's age coming here to get medicine. After all, in order to keep up with the pace of modernization, young people today would rather take Western medicine with faster effects. Therefore, when the young man heard Zhou Shen talking about preparing medicine, he was stunned for a moment. "Oh. It's about dispensing medicine. Do you have a doctor's order?" "No. But I have a prescription," Zhou Shen replied. "Prescription?" The medicine boy glanced at Zhou Shen and, seeing he wasn't too old, he kindly advised, "Let me tell you, if you're sick, you should go to a hospital or pharmacy to see a reputable doctor. Bringing a doctor's prescription with you is much more effective than a sloppy prescription written by a street liar." When the boy heard that Zhou Shen only got the prescription, he mistakenly thought that this guy must have been cheated by those so-called quack doctors under an overpass. Seeing the young man's kind reminder, Zhou Shen smiled and said, "It's okay, I wrote this prescription myself, there won't be any problems." "You wrote it?" The young man was even more shocked by Zhou Shen's words. He originally thought that this person had been cheated, but now it seems that he was too young. This person was even bolder than he thought. He actually wrote a prescription for himself. Are you also studying Chinese medicine? I guess so. How many years have you studied? The boy asked again. It didn't take long. Hearing this, Lin Xingyu was speechless. How dare he prescribe a prescription in such a short time? Is this person crazy? Everyone knows that traditional Chinese medicine is a very time-consuming branch of medicine. Take Lin Xingyu for example. She is a genius in traditional Chinese medicine and has studied medicine for more than 10 years, but she has never dared to write a prescription. On weekdays, I just treat patients according to old prescriptions. Now the guy in front of her actually used the prescription she wrote to get the medicine, which she really couldn't understand. Where's the prescription? Let me see it. Zhou Shen didn't hesitate and handed her the written prescription directly. Lin Xingyu took the prescription and looked at it carefully for a while. He found that the prescription was very simple. Not only was the medicine simple to use, but the medicinal properties were also extremely mild. It was obviously a prescription for regulating health. Even she herself could write such a recipe. However, it was quite good that the person in front of him could prescribe such a tonic prescription. Lin Xingyu couldn't help but look at Zhou Shen twice more. There's nothing wrong with this prescription. Since you want to get the medicine according to it, I'll get it for you. After saying that, he started busying himself in front of the medicine cabinet. Because the medicinal materials were relatively common, Lin Xingyu prepared the medicine Zhou Shen wanted in a short while. Then he packed up the medicine and placed it in front of Zhou Shen, saying, 800. Zhou Shen thought it was not expensive. Although these herbs are very common, Chinese herbal medicines themselves are not cheap, so the price is naturally not low. Zhou Shen paid the money, picked up his medicine and prepared to leave. However, shortly after Zhou Shen left, Lin Xingyu saw the prescription on the table while tidying up the counter. It was obviously forgotten by the person just now. I couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of Zhou Shen's careless behavior. He even forgot something as important as the prescription. Just when she was about to put away this seemingly ordinary recipe, an old man walked out from the back hall. Xingyu, what are you doing? Was there anyone here just now? The old man asked. Well, there is a kid who prepares medicine. He's fine. Lin Xingyu said. Prescribing medicine? Oh, it's rare to find someone making medicine these days. While speaking, the old man saw the prescription in Lin Xingyu's hand and immediately asked, What are you holding in your hand? It's the prescription for the medicine. I think I forgot to take it away. Ah, come show me what's included. As he spoke, the old man walked forward, took the prescription from Lin Xingyu's hand and began to look at it. This is. When the old man saw the prescription, he was stunned. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Even if Lin Xingyu is a medical genius, even if she has studied medicine for more than 10 years, there are some things that she simply cannot see at her level. Although the ingredients in this prescription seemed somewhat ordinary, as a medical expert, the old man could see the hidden pharmacology in it at a glance. This prescription, this medicine, this. Old. As the doctor looked at the prescription, he began to stutter and even speak incoherently. This made Lin Xingyu feel a little strange. Isn't it just an ordinary prescription for conditioning the body? After all, my grandfather is a man who has seen the world, so how could he become like this just because of a prescription? Is there something wrong with this prescription? Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Lin Xingyu asked. Great. Wonderful. This prescription is so insightful, it can be said to have transformed something mundane into something magical. This person's medical attainments are probably not inferior to mine. The old man gave a very high evaluation based only on a prescription. It was also the first time that Lin Xingyu saw his grandfather praise someone like this, especially praising this person's medical skills. This made the always arrogant Lin Xingyu feel a little unconvinced, and he immediately said, Grandpa, that man is only a little older than me. How could his medical skills be as good as yours? What? You said this prescription was written by a young man a little older than you? Yes, that's what he told me. He wrote the prescription himself. No, it's not. The old man then continued, based on the understanding and knowledge of the medicine in this prescription, it's clear that it's the work of someone who has been immersed in pharmacology for over half a century. Not only that, looking at the changes in the prescription, there are more than a dozen ancient recipes involved. How could the owner of such a prescription be a young man? Seeing that the old man didn't believe what he said, Lin Xingyu seemed a little unconvinced and said, Really, Grandpa, I didn't lie to you. Although he knew that his own children would never lie, the old man still found it hard to accept that the prescription came from a young man. Xingyu, that man has been gone for a long time now, see if you can still catch him back. Although Zhou Shen and the old man met only a few hours apart, they wasted too much time discussing the prescription, and Zhou Shen had already disappeared without a trace. Lin Xingyu could only shake his head. The old man seemed a little regretful and said, "What a pity. Otherwise, I could have discussed with this person the ancient recipe I recently obtained and see if it could be used." After hearing what the old man said, Lin Xingyu became even more dissatisfied. "I wanted to see my grandfather's new prescription, but I was not allowed to do so. How could a stranger be so highly regarded by Grandpa with just a useless recipe?" This made Lin Xingyu suddenly feel a little jealous. Chapter 78, Uncle and Aunt. After coming out of the pharmacy, Zhou Shen did not wander around anywhere else, but went straight home. On the other hand, Zhou Sihai was supposed to take Zhou Yueling home, but the breakfast shop closed early today. Zhou Yueling was bored in the middle of the trip and suddenly remembered that her son had no other change of clothes since he came home except the one he wore when he left his house. So Zhou Yueling decided to go shopping and pick out a few pieces for her son. Zhou Zhouhai had no objection to this, and the two of them went straight to the mall. But while strolling in the mall, they happened to run into a few men and women. When they saw two familiar faces in the crowd, Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai were stunned. They never thought that they would see the second and third brothers here. There are 4 children in the Zhou family. The eldest is Zhou Yueling, the second is a boy named Zhou Sijong, the third is a girl named Zhou Yueqin, and Zhou Sihai is the 4th child. However, the Zhou family's roots are in Yunqing, hundreds of kilometers away from Longcheng. Zhou Yueling never expected to see her 2 younger brothers and sisters here. Although she knew that her 2 younger siblings disliked her, Zhou Yueling still took the initiative to step forward and greet them. "Sijong, Yueqin, long time no see." The moment they saw Zhou Yueling, Zhou Sijong and Zhou Yueqin frowned. They had not expected to see the eldest sister who had severed ties with the family here. Thinking that because of her misconduct, the Zhou family had become the laughingstock of the entire Yunqing, making it impossible for them to raise their heads, the two of them had no good feelings towards the eldest sister Zhou Yueling. The two of them thought they would never contact her again in this life, but they didn't expect to meet her by chance. What's more important is when they are accompanying important clients. Zhou Sijong was quite polite. He apologized to the customers around him first, and then said to Zhou Yueling, "Well, long time no see." Seeing that Zhou Sijong seemed extremely perfunctory in responding to Zhou Yueling's greetings, Zhou Sihai also looked unhappy. As far as Zhou Sihai is concerned, he has no good feelings towards these so-called brothers and sisters. Not to mention that when they were young, these 2 guys often teamed up to bully me. Even when I grew up and my eldest sister got into such a big trouble, these 2 ungrateful people never cared about her at all. Instead, they kept saying nasty things to her. Therefore, Zhou Sihai was quite resentful towards the 2 of them. However, Zhou Yueling, who was gentle in character, did not think too much about it. She knew why her second brother and third sister treated her like this, and it was mainly because of herself. Seeing his second brother talking to him, he said with a look of joy on his face, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming to Dragon City? I could have treated you well." "You, and you're entertaining us?" Then Zhou Yueqin said again, "It's better not to tease us. With your current condition, the most important thing is that you don't drag us down." While speaking, Zhou Yueqin kept looking up and down at Zhou Yueling's clothes. She found that although this unruly elder sister still had her charm, the clothes she wore were very cheap, and it was obvious that she had not had an easy life in recent years. "Yueqin, how can you talk like that?" Zhou Sijong scolded in a low voice. Then he glanced at the important guest who was not far from them. He was afraid that Zhou Yueqin's attitude just now would be heard by the other party. When Zhou Yueling heard Zhou Yueqin's words, she also seemed a little inferior. "To be honest, I haven't been doing very well in the past few years. If it weren't for the recent arrival of her biological son, which had brought about significant changes in the family, Zhou Yueling probably wouldn't have had the courage to ask to entertain her 2 younger brothers and sisters." Zhou Sihai saw that the 2 of them had no regard for brotherly love at all, and immediately said to Zhou Yueling, "Sister, don't try to please them. Look at how these 2 guys don't accept your kindness." When Zhou Yueling heard Zhou Sihai's words, she lowered her head slightly. "Sihai, how can you talk like that? It's as if we are bullying you too." Zhou Yueqin said unyieldingly. "Okay, stop talking." Zhou Sijong glanced at the guests waiting over there again. "We have things to do right now, so we really don't have time to catch up." Zhou Sijong then continued, "How about this, Lao Si, give me your address and we'll find time to visit you. In Zhou Sijang's opinion, the most important thing now is to accompany the client well. As for these two poor relatives, they can be dismissed with words and there is no need to dwell on them. Zhou Yueling naturally saw Zhou Sijang busy, and quickly said, "Okay, we are now living in Ziyu Lanting Unit 2, Room 802. Remember to come when you are done." Zhou Sijang responded casually, "Okay. Then we'll go first." Then he threw the two of them aside like a dogskin plaster and walked towards the customer. Zhou Yueling didn't say anything about this. After all, her younger brothers and sisters had their own things to do and she couldn't delay them. She just hoped that they could take some time to come to her house after finishing their work at noon, and she also wanted to ask them about their parents' recent situation. Because Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai went shopping, Zhou Shen returned home and saw that no one was there, and he seemed a little bored. After putting Zhou Yueling's medicine in the refrigerator, I suddenly felt a little sleepy. Maybe it was because he got up too early these 2 days and was not used to it, so Zhou Shen went back to his room to take a nap. However, Zhou Shen was sleeping soundly when he was woken up by the noise coming from the living room. Zhou Shen walked out of the bedroom with sleepy eyes and shouted outside, "Mom, where did you and my uncle go? Why are you back just now?" However, Zhou Shen's inquiry received no response. When he walked into the living room, he found that there were two strangers sitting in his house. This man and woman look about the same age as my mother. But judging from his clothes, he is dressed quite well, wearing all branded clothes, and you can tell at first glance that he is a rich man. Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai sat opposite them, seeming a little out of place. The atmosphere in the living room seemed a bit awkward at the moment. Zhou Shen didn't know what was going on, so he asked Zhou Yueling, "Mom, who are they?" When Zhou Yueling saw that Zhou Shen had woken up, she was about to introduce him to the identities of these two people. The female stranger said with a hint of disdain, "Zhou Yueling, is this your bastard son?" Hearing this woman's rude words, Zhou Shen looked at her fiercely and said, "Who are you calling a bastard?" "Of course I'm talking about you, bastard," the woman said proudly. Zhou Shen couldn't help but laugh at the fact that this woman could be fooled by such an old trick. When the woman saw Zhou Shen's malicious smile, she knew that he had no good intentions. Then I thought carefully about the conversation just now and realized the problem. The woman shouted angrily, "How dare you curse me in a roundabout way, you little bastard? Really? Didn't you say that yourself? How funny. Mom, who is this rude person?" Seeing that Zhou Shen started arguing with these people as soon as they met, Zhou Yueling suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "Shen'er, they are. Sister, let me tell my nephew." Zhou Sihai was obviously much calmer than Zhou Yueling. He then said, "Nephew, these two are your mother's younger brother and sister, and also your uncle and aunt." After hearing Zhou Sihai's introduction, Zhou Shen's brain, which was still a little sleepy, instantly became much more awake. To be honest, these two people look a bit like my uncle Zhou Sihai, but there is a huge gap between them and my mother. Especially that rude woman, she is not on the same level as Zhou Yueling at all. Even with makeup, it's hard to hide her sarcastic expression. What's more, she didn't leave a good first impression on Zhou Shen, which greatly reduced her appearance in Zhou Shen's mind. Chapter 79, Domineering Protection of Mother. After learning that these two people were actually his mother's biological brother and sister, Zhou Shen couldn't help but frown. He had no idea about the purpose of these so-called relatives, but just by listening to the sarcastic woman's words, he knew that they were not here to visit relatives. Therefore, he looked at these two so-called relatives without any friendly intentions. Zhou Shen's appearance made the atmosphere in the living room a little weird. Zhou Sijang saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so he coughed twice, cleared his throat, and continued the topic he had been discussing before Zhou Shen came out. "Sister, you're not a child anymore. I suggest you think about what we just said." After hearing Zhou Sijang's words, Zhou Yueling's face became more worried. This matter. "Sister, what are you hesitating about? They clearly want to sell you out. Why do you have to think about it? Just refuse directly." Zhou Sihai said first. "Sihai, what are you talking about? Why are we selling her? Explain yourself clearly." Zhou Yuqin was dissatisfied and immediately fought back. "Isn't it?" Then Zhou Sihai angrily said, "You said you were going to find a home for my sister, but the guy you introduced to me is just a shabby old man, and he's from Guangmingding. How can you treat people like this?" "What old man? Sihai, don't talk nonsense. He is just over 50 years old now." Zhou Yuqin explained somewhat embarrassedly. Zhou Shen listened to their argument and asked Zhou Sihai, "Uncle, what's going on?" Zhou Sihai saw Joshin asking about it, and then she said, "My nephew, you don't know, they came today and actually wanted me to marry a 50-year-old Guangmingding who was remarried." As he spoke, Zhou Sihai briefly explained to Joshin the purpose of the two men's visit. It turned out that they met in the mall that morning, and there was a bald boss among Zhou Sijiang's clients who fell in love with Zhou Yueling at first sight. Therefore, Zhou Sijiang was specially asked to act as a matchmaker for him. Joshin understood immediately after hearing this. These so-called relatives came today to discuss marriage for his mother. However, when Joshin heard the word remarriage, his expression looked a little unhappy. In that case, this is the person they introduced to their mother. Joshin did not object to his mother's remarriage. He even felt that his mother was still young and should not live out her life alone. Joshin thinks it would be nice if there was someone who truly cared for her and loved her, and stayed with her for the rest of her life. But the prerequisite is that the man cannot be too bad. Now, what kind of stepfather have these two found for themselves? Not only is he an old man, but he is also bald. Isn't this a scam? No wonder Zhou Sihai was so angry. Given his temper, it was good enough that he didn't use a kitchen knife to chase people away. Zhou Sijiang saw that Zhou Yuqin was getting more and more confused, so he continued to explain, "Sihai, don't say such harsh words. Why am I so unpleasant? If you don't want to listen, you can leave now. No one will stop you." Zhou Sijiang said with a bit of an unpleasant look, "Although Mr. Huang is a bit older, he has hundreds of millions of assets. It's not a shame for my elder sister to marry him." That's right. She has such good conditions. She even got pregnant before marriage. It's her honor to be liked by someone. Why do you look down on her? Zhou Yuqin continued. Zhou Yueling listened to them and didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, what Zhou Yuqin said was true, and I really had no reason to say it myself. Although I am very reluctant about this matter in my heart, but thinking about my current situation, it is simply wishful thinking to find someone I like. Moreover, looking at his son, he has not had a good day with him since he came back. Not only does he have to be busy until late at night every day, but he also has to accompany them to work in the breakfast shop every day. It was supposed to be a good vacation, but I didn't have a single day of rest. Although Zhou Yueling didn't say it on weekdays, she had already felt a little guilty in her heart. If she marries this man, will it make her son's life easier? Thinking of this, Zhou Yueling was somewhat persuaded by the two of them. Just when Zhou Yueling was about to be convinced by her own heart, Joshin said coldly, "Don't say anything more, my mother will never marry such a man, go back to where you came from." When are we adults talking? Since when do you, a child, have the right to interrupt? Zhou Yuqin said loudly. Child? Joshin sneered, "Open your dog eyes and see that I am an adult now, and outsiders like you don't need to worry about our family affairs. Your name is Shinner, right? We are also thinking about your mother's future." Although Zhou Sijiang was a little unhappy with Joshin's rudeness, as an elder, he was more polite than Zhou Yuqin. That's unnecessary. You don't deserve to think about my mother's future. Joshin then said with great authority, "Besides, my mother doesn't need to rely on the kind of men you talk about. Having me as her son is enough for her." As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded in Joshin's mind. Ding! The host domineeringly protects his mother and intimidates his extreme relatives. Villain value plus 9,999. Ding! The villain Zhou Sijiang is speaking sweet words to you, villain value plus 9,999. Ding! The villain Zhou Yuqin is speaking sweet words to you, villain value plus 9,999. Zhou Yuqin was really unhappy about being repeatedly confronted by a junior. Just when she wanted to argue with Joshin further, Zhou Sijiang suddenly helped her. Okay, Yuqin, stop talking. Now that they've said so, let's not force it. How can this be possible? We have to. Okay, stop talking. Seeing that Zhou Yuqin was about to let the cat out of the bag, Zhou Sijiang interrupted. Sister, you should make your own decisions about your own affairs. You can't really let a child make decisions for you. That's too unreasonable. Zhou Sijiang said. After hearing Zhou Sijiang say this, Zhou Yueling's heart trembled again. Yes. Is this matter going to drag down my son again? Seeing that Zhou Sijiang couldn't win the argument with him, Joshin set his sights on his mother. He said directly, "I am the flesh and blood of my mother, so I naturally have the right to make decisions for her. You'd better stop having any crooked thoughts." Seeing that Joshin had discovered his intention, Zhou Sijiang didn't say anything more. Okay, big sister, you really gave birth to a good son. Let's go. After Zhou Zijiang finished speaking, he took Zhou Yuqin and walked out. Zhou Yueling was thinking about what to say, but Zhou Zihai said angrily, "Sister, what are you doing? Do you have to make me and my nephew angry to be happy?" But, Mom, don't worry about this. You are no longer the same person you were before. There is no need to act according to other people's wishes. Hearing Zhou Shen's words, Zhou Yueling nodded slightly and smiled bitterly. Chapter 80, Li Changqing's Reminder. Zhou Zijiang and Zhou Yuqin came out of Zhou Shen's house, and Zhou Yuqin couldn't hold back any longer. "Second brother, why are you leaving? Didn't we agree to help Zhou Yueling get married today? Now that things are like this, how are we going to explain this to Mr. Huan when we get back? What do you want to explain? Considering Yuling's son's attitude just now, do you think we can continue the conversation today? So what do you think we should do?" After hearing what Zhou Zijiang said, Zhou Yuqin was a little lost. What can we do? Just wait. I don't believe that Zhou Yueling is not interested in Mr. Huang's family background at all. But then again, they can actually live in such a nice community now. Do you think they have become rich? Zhou Yuqin said worriedly. Developed, what a joke. Zhou Zijiang then continued, "I heard from some business partners that she and the Yi family had the wrong child. In my opinion, the money should have been given by the Yi family. Otherwise, how could Sihai and her make so much money?" After hearing Zhou Zijiang's words, Zhou Yuqin finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's what I said. Otherwise, if that bitch Zhou Yueling really gets rich, I guess everything we want to do will be ruined." "No," Zhou Zijiang said confidently. "That's good. Then I want to see how long this bitch Zhou Yueling can hold on." Zhou Yuqin sneered. "Watch your words, she is our sister after all," Zhou Zijiang said with a frown. "I see. If she gets together with Boss Huang, we might even have to try to please her in the future," Zhou Yuqin said coldly, her face full of sarcasm. Compared to the Zhou family's pair of top-notch brother and sister, Zi Yulinting's side has a completely different atmosphere. After these two extremely bad relatives left home, Zhou Shen felt a little depressed. He finally understood why his mother and uncle had never taken the initiative to talk about things in the past. Even when Zhou Yueling talked about Zhou Sihai's past last time, she only mentioned some of it casually, but did not mention anything else. Now Zhou Shen finally understood everything, and it made sense not to mention them. After all, such a bad relative is really rare, especially the one who starts to criticize his own nephew as soon as he comes to the door and even wants to cheat his own sister. He is really a bastard. Zhou Shen also noticed that from the beginning to the end, these two people did not treat Zhou Yueling as a sister at all. Whenever they talked, they would mention Zhou Yueling's name directly, which showed that they had no respect for their mother at all. Zhou Shen was very angry about this. Zhou Shen really doesn't care about relatives like this. Seeing his mother's worried face, Zhou Shen sighed. "Mom, our life is not bad now, why bother about what they said just now?" "But..." "Don't say but, Mom, I went out today to get some medicine for you." Zhou Shen changed the subject. "What medicine?" "Chinese medicine, used to regulate the body." Zhou Shen then explained, "Originally, after I examined you last time, I was planning to treat your body, but I kept putting it off until today. I'm going to boil some medicine for you now." After saying that, Zhou Shen hurried to the kitchen to boil medicine for his mother. However, Zhou Sihai heard Zhou Shen making medicine for Zhou Yueling, and Zhou Shen himself made the medicine for Zhou Yueling. He immediately asked with some doubt, "Nephew, is your medicine reliable? Will it make my sister sick?" Zhou Shen smiled and said, "No, after my mother finishes taking the medicine I prepared, her body will definitely recover faster than before." "Is this true?" Zhou Sihai was still a little bit unconvinced. Medical skills were not a simple matter. How could his nephew know even this? But Zhou Shen did not explain to him. In this kind of thing, words will never be able to beat actual actions. Once my mother recovers from her illness, it will be more effective than explaining a lot to her. In the kitchen, Zhou Shen personally watched the casserole to prevent the medicinal ingredients from getting burnt. If this thing gets messy, it's poisonous. Fortunately, although he has never decocted medicine, the system is so unscientific that as long as you have the corresponding skills, everything you know and don't know will be arranged for you, as if it were innate. After a while, a bowl of thick medicinal soup was ready. After filtering out the medicine residue, Zhou Shen brought the medicine to his mother. Zhou Yueling did not have as many doubts as Zhou Sihai, especially since the medicine was made by her son himself. Even if it was poison, she was willing to take a bite. So Zhou Yueling picked it up and drank it. Afterwards, she said, "It's so bitter." Zhou Shen then took out the candied fruit and handed it to his mother, saying, "Mom, just have some of this." Zhou Yueling smiled and put a piece in her mouth. A trace of warmth flashed through her heart, and she said happily, "Well, Shen'er, thank you for your concern." As she spoke, Zhou Yueling felt a little sad in her heart. Thinking of his adopted son Yifan, whom he had raised with all his heart for more than 20 years, it could be said that he had given everything he had. But what did we get in the end? On the contrary, her own son treated her so well even though he had not eaten a grain of her rice or enjoyed any maternal love in the past 20 years. It is clear at a glance which is higher and which is lower. Therefore, Zhou Yueling looked at her son with eyes full of love, and the more she looked, the more she felt that her son was so good. Zhou Shen also felt the love in his mother's eyes, and immediately smiled and said, "Mom, this is what I should do." However, at this moment, Zhou Shen's cell phone rang. Zhou Shen checked the caller ID and saw it was an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone and asked, "Who is this?" "Brother Zhou, it's Li Changqing." Li Changqing's voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhou Shen smiled and said, "Director Li, what's going on?" "Brother Xiao Zhou, why are you still so calm?" "Something happened." "What happened?" "A new store opened across from your house today. It looks like it's also a breakfast shop." "So what?" "No way, Brother Zhou, opening a shop across from yours is clearly an attempt to compete with yours. How can you not be anxious?" When Zhou Shen heard Li Changqing's anxious voice, he felt that Li Changqing was making a big fuss out of nothing. It's just a breakfast business, why would anyone engage in such commercial competition? This person must be really bored. "Director Li, you have nothing to do every day, so why are you concerned about my family's business?" Seeing that Zhou Shen still didn't realize the seriousness of the problem, Li Changqing said, "Brother Zhou, I've warned you, don't take it lightly." Okay, I get it. If that's the only reason you called me, then hang up. I'm busy." After saying that, Zhou Shen hung up the phone. Zhou Yueling noticed that Zhou Shen's voice on the other end of the phone was rather urgent, so she asked, "Shen'er, what happened?" Zhou Shen smiled and shook his head, "It's okay, Director Li ate too much." Seeing Zhou Shen's nonchalant look, Zhou Yueling shook her head and laughed, "You're just talking nonsense. He's a TV station director. He'll call you if he eats too much." "Who knows, Mom? You just took the medicine. I suggest you get some sleep so that the medicine can be absorbed faster." "Okay. Mom will listen to you." After saying that, Zhou Shen sent his mother back to the bedroom and covered her with a blanket. After doing all this, he returned to his room, turned on the computer and started working. Chapter 81, Has the price of dog meat increased? Nothing happened that night until the next morning. Zhou Shan brought Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai to the breakfast shop and opened it as usual. However, Li Changqing was already waiting in front of the shop early. After seeing Zhou Shen and the others get off the car, Li Changqing rushed over and said, "Brother Zhou, you guys are so late today." "It's okay. It's not time yet anyway. Why come so early?" Zhou Shen said. Seeing that Zhou Shen didn't seem anxious at all, Li Changqing immediately said, "Have you forgotten what I reminded you about on the phone yesterday? Remember, that's the store you're talking about." As he spoke, Zhou Shen pointed to a newly opened shop opposite his restaurant. "Yeah. Look, they're right across from your house. I think they have some bad intentions." Zhou Shen didn't think too much about it. He thought Li Changqing's sensitivity was because he had been in the TV station for too long and always felt that people were deceitful. To put it bluntly, it is paranoia. It doesn't matter. It's business. You can do whatever you want. I don't care. But the way they do it. Okay, Director Li, stop worrying about it. Just do your job well. As for other things, don't worry about them. Zhou Shen's words really made Li Changqing feel helpless. No matter what, this kind reminder of mine is for his own good. How come this kid doesn't appreciate it at all? He is so ungrateful. In fact, Zhou Shen did not fail to notice something was wrong. After all, the store opposite was indeed a bit weird. Judging from the way it was done, it was clearly going against him. Anyone with a discerning eye can see this. Especially since they do business next door to each other, isn't it obvious that they are competing with each other? But even if he knew about this, there was nothing he could do. After all, the other person opened the store legally and in compliance with regulations. What could he do? Besides, Zhou Xin is the person who is least afraid of causing trouble openly, especially when doing business. In this case, whether customers are willing to go to a restaurant depends on the food quality and service attitude. In this regard, Zhou Xin is still quite confident. He wanted to see who on the other side had the courage to compete with the ray of sunshine in his home. Through live TV broadcasts over the past 2 days, this street has gradually gained a lot of popularity. Many people decided to visit this store after watching it on TV. Everyone wants to try it. What kind of taste does the ray of sunshine shown on live TV have that attracts so many customers? But when people came to the street where a ray of sunshine was located and saw the newly opened Chengwang breakfast restaurant opposite a ray of sunshine, this disrupted the pace of these customers. Putting aside other things, just in terms of the degree of attracting customers, the Chengwang breakfast shop across the street is much better than a ray of sunshine. Whether it is the interior decoration design of the store or the uniform specifications of the staff, it makes people feel very high-end. Even before going in to eat, I was conquered by the environment. Not only that, because of the big discount on the first day of opening, the Chengwang breakfast restaurant even launched a free tasting event to attract business. This attracted the attention of customers even more. Therefore, many guests were immediately attracted by the morning light and for a moment forgot their original purpose of coming here. Zhou Sihai was extremely troubled by this. Seeing the long queue that originally lined up at his house and now becoming someone else's customer, Zhou Sihai really couldn't accept it in his heart. Seeing that the number of customers was dwindling, Zhou Sihai couldn't help but complain, "Nephew, it's not going to work if this continues. Look at the business we're seeing now. It feels like our family is going bankrupt." Zhou Shan looked up and around, and saw that not only were there fewer takeout customers, but even the number of dine-in customers had decreased significantly. Although Zhou Shan felt a little uncomfortable about this, he still comforted her, "Don't worry too much. After all, it's a new store. It's normal for customers to apply some new products. It will be fine in 2 days." Before Zhou Shan finished speaking, a strange mocking voice suddenly rang out from behind him, "Are you sure? I have a feeling that your little shop will go bankrupt in 2 days." After seeing the person coming, Zhou Shan frowned and said in a cold voice, "Is it you?" Zhou Shan had seen this person in the original owner's memory. His name seemed to be Yi Xiao. He was a branch of the Yi family and did not get along with the original owner. From the original owner's memory, it was learned that Yi Xiao seemed to want to join the original owner before, but because of his ordinary appearance and hesitant when speaking, he was fooled by the original owner in front of everyone, so Yi Xiao held a grudge against him. In the past, because of the identity of the previous host, Yi Xiao did not dare to show his anger even if he was angry. Today, Yi Shan is no longer the eldest son of the Yi family. Yi Xiao will naturally not miss this God-given opportunity to take revenge. Seeing Zhou Shan staring at him for a long time without saying anything, Yi Xiao sneered, "Didn't expect that, Master Shan, we would meet again." After Zhou Shan recalled the past between Yi Xiao and the original owner, he still felt some sympathy for him. But when I saw that this guy was wearing the work clothes of the restaurant across the street, I suddenly felt that my sympathy could be thrown to dogs. This guy was clearly here to cause trouble. "Are you the waiter from the restaurant across the street?" Zhou Shan asked. Yi Xiao sneered and said, "Master Shan, you are really looking down on me. I'm not a waiter, I'm the boss." After hearing what Yi Xiao said, Zhou Shan suddenly felt a little strange. Wasn't this guy a restaurant supervisor in the Yi family? How come he has become a restaurant owner after not seeing him for a month? Have you become more capable? Just as Zhou Shan was looking at Yi Xiao looked like a superior and carefully examined the ray of sunlight. "Master Shan, with just a few kittens like these, you're being too lonely." Seeing this guy asking knowingly, Zhou Sihai said angrily, "We're a breakfast shop. It's already past dinner time, so naturally there aren't many people here." What Zhou Sihai said was true, although the voice of a ray of sunshine was affected by the competition from the opposite side. However, the popularity accumulated before was still considerable, and it still kept them very busy just now. It's just that the popularity of breakfast shops usually decreases after 8:30, which is normal. "Oh, you have quite a temper. I didn't see you being very good at business, but you are quite tough in talking," Yi Xiao said lightly. "Yi Xiao, don't go too far with your words." "Too much? Compared to you, young master, I am nothing." Hearing Yi Xiao mention the incident, Zhou Shan snorted coldly and said, "Dog meat is not suitable for banquets, so how can someone like you be accepted into such a refined place?" Then Zhou Shan ignored him. He was just a small ant and not worth his anger. Oomph, what's wrong with someone like me? Don't you feel ashamed of what you did before? Yi Xiao roared angrily. Why should I be ashamed? I just teased a dog. Would you feel ashamed and guilty for teasing your own pet dog? Zhou Shen said lightly. Let us not talk about who is right or wrong in that matter. He is Zhou Shen now, not the mentally retarded Yi Shen. You are looking for Lu Sun. What does it have to do with me, Zhou Shuren? What's more, Zhou Shen didn't think the original owner had gone too far in treating such a petty person. On the contrary, if he had kept such a person by his side, it wouldn't have been a good thing. Ding! The host's behavior angered Yi Xiao, villain value plus 999. After hearing the system's prompt and seeing that this loser even provided so little villain value, Zhou Shen completely lost interest in him. Are you calling me a dog? If not you, then who is it? Are you qualified to say that about me now? Why? Could it be that the price of dog meat has gone up recently? Well, Master Shinner, I didn't expect that even after leaving the Yi family, your mouth is still so powerful. Thanks for the compliment. Don't be complacent. I came here today to tell you that in 3 days, just 3 days, I will make your restaurant go bankrupt. Are you daydreaming? When it comes to talking, I may not be as good as you, but when it comes to catering, you are far behind me. Then Yi Xiao walked over to Zhou Shen and said with a sinister smile, Master Shen, do you really think your breakfast is delicious? Ha ha ha. After saying that, Yi Xiao left the ray of sunshine with a sneer. Chapter 82, Customized Skills. Looking at Yi Xiao's departing back, Zhou Shen suddenly fell into deep thought. Although he didn't take Yi Xiao's words to heart just now, his business was indeed greatly affected today. Many old customers go to the new restaurant across the street to eat, probably not just because of the promotions offered across the street. It is also possible that the breakfast made by my mother was indeed missing something. There is no doubt about the mother's cooking skills. Even Zhou Shen, who is a picky eater, thinks the taste is good, so most people will definitely think it's fine too. But the breakfast made by my mother lacked some visual impact. To put it bluntly, it had no characteristics. Let me put it this way, braised pork is delicious, but the same thing may be sold for 40 yuan by some people, but for 100 yuan by others. What's the difference? Feature. After all, my mother has never learned professional cooking skills, so if she really competes with professional high-level chefs, she really has no advantage. If he fails to make improvements immediately, his restaurant will really be like what Yi Xiao said, and it is very likely to close down under the pressure of the other party. After thinking about these questions, Zhou Shen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In order to win back customers from the other side, that ray of sunshine must have a chef who is equal to or stronger than the other side. Otherwise, with Zhou Yueling's skills alone, this would definitely be a losing battle. Thinking of this, Zhou Shen immediately shifted his attention to the system mall. This was the fastest and best way for him to break through at the moment, no doubt about it. Zhou Sihai was also worried. He could see that the guy had bad intentions. Nephew, what should we do? We've just had a few good days, how come we have to encounter something like this? Zhou Shen patted his shoulder and said, it's okay. As long as our breakfast tastes better than theirs, we won't have to worry about not having customers. You're talking about light and delicate. Although my sister's cooking skills are good, it's not so delicious that you can't stop eating. Zhou Shen laughed and said, who said we have to rely on my mom's cooking skills to compete with them? We can definitely replace a chef. Nephew, have you hired a better chef? Zhou Sihai asked hurriedly. No. No, then what do you mean by that? Okay, just leave this matter alone. Zhou Shen then said again, it's almost 9 o'clock, it's time to close, let's gather our strength and fight the other side tomorrow. Zhou Sihai didn't know what his eldest nephew was up to, but he knew that Zhou Shun was a very opinionated person. Since he said that, there must be a reason. So he stopped worrying about it. After seeing off the last table of customers, Zhou Sihai prepared to close the store. However, just as Zhou Sihai had just closed the shop door, Li Changqing walked in hurriedly. Brother Zhou, I told you to be more careful before, but you didn't listen to me. Look, now things are bad. However, Zhou Shen said calmly, Director Li, don't panic. How can I not be panicked? You are a good store that our program team strongly recommends. If you are surpassed by others, wouldn't it seem that we have no vision? Li Changqing said. Don't worry, you can't beat me. Zhou Shen then said again, besides, even if I pay attention to the other side, it's useless. Can we really stop them from opening a store? So how are you going to deal with this? The hermit has his own clever plan, Zhou Shen said calmly. Seeing Zhou Yang's confidence, Li Changqing immediately said, "Okay, I won't get involved in this matter." After seeing Li Changqing off, Zhou Shen sat quietly in the hall and began to immerse himself in the system. Zhou Shen's villain system not only allows you to open treasure chests, but also redeem items and customize skills from the system mall. However, compared to opening a treasure chest, the price of customization is much higher. If you think about it, you can understand that opening a treasure chest is like buying a lottery ticket. Whether you win or what you win is all random. Many times, after investing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of villain points, you either lose everything or end up with something useless. But customization is different. No matter what it is, once it involves private customization, it will be extremely expensive. Zhou Shen took a look around the system mall and actually found a solution to his current dilemma: advanced cooking skills. Zhou Shen had seen this skill before, but had never thought about buying it, mainly because it was too expensive, requiring 5 million villain points. Think about it, opening a silver-level treasure chest only costs 1 million villain points. There is also a chance to unlock various skills from it, but now it takes 5 million villain points to customize an advanced skill, which is really not cost-effective. But now, in order to solve the current trouble, Zhou Shen has to acquire this skill. After all, my mother's cooking skills are hard to compete with the other side. So Zhou Shen gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Fuck it, I want it. Following Zhou Shen's instructions, the villain value that was hard-earned from others was lost in large quantities, and in a blink of an eye, only a small amount was left. Although Zhou Shen felt a little sad about this, he also knew that there was nothing he could do about it. Fortunately, he was open-minded and thought that it was just the villain value. If it was gone, he could just brush it off later. Anyway, there were experienced babies everywhere. After digesting the relevant knowledge of advanced cooking, Zhou Shen then plunged into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Zhou Yueling was cleaning up, but her face didn't look very good either. Since there were fewer customers today than usual, there were still a lot of ingredients left, so she was in a bad mood. After seeing her son enter the kitchen, Zhou Yueling immediately concealed the sadness on her face so that her son would not notice it. "Shen'er, what should we do with all the ingredients left over today? It will all be wasted." Zhou Shen smiled and said, "That's nothing we can do. Just let it go." Seeing Zhou Shen's indifferent look, Zhou Yueling felt even more uncomfortable. "Shen'er, are you talking about mother?" However, before Zhou Yueling could finish her words, Zhou Shen interrupted her and said, "Mom, since so many ingredients are useless, why don't I let you see your son's cooking skills today?" "Ah? Shen'er, you can cook?" Zhou Sihai was surprised at first and asked quickly. "Of course. But I've never seen you do it." Zhou Sihai continued. "That's because I haven't had the chance. Now that I have so many ingredients, I can show you my cooking skills." Afterwards, Zhou Shen put on an apron and prepared to try out this advanced cooking skill. Chapter 83, Showing Off His Skills. A Ray of Sunshine. Kitchen. Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai were both amazed when they saw Zhou Shen fiddling with various kitchen utensils and ingredients in the kitchen. This was the first time for both of them to hear that Zhou Shen could cook. However, it was obvious that the two did not have much confidence in Zhou Shen's cooking skills. After all, Zhou Shen was a young master in the Yi family who had everything provided for him. How could he cook? The 8th floor was just a spur of the moment, so the two of them didn't take it seriously and just watched quietly from the side. Zhou Shen didn't say anything and continued with the work at hand. Zhou Shen put on an apron and picked up a kitchen knife. To be honest, although the food at this Sichuan restaurant was not very good before, the utensils in the kitchen were really good. The moment Zhou Shen held the kitchen knife in his hand, Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai were surprised to find that his entire temperament had changed. They had only seen this feeling in top chefs. Seeing it from Zhou Shen now, it's really a bit unbelievable. Just when Zhou Yueling was about to ask, Zhou Shen suddenly moved. I saw him spread a few cucumbers flat on the chopping board and then quickly swung the kitchen knife. In an instant, the kitchen knife in his hand seemed to have a spirit and kept flying in his hand. In just a few seconds, a large plate of cucumber shreds was cut out. Each cucumber shred was of uniform thickness and crystal clear, as if it had been processed by a machine. Zhou Yueling was stunned, and Zhou Sihai was completely bewildered. They both looked at Zhou Shen like fools. Apart from anything else, the skillful knife skills alone are enough to put the average professional chef to shame. Joshin looked at his mother and uncle's faces in disbelief and said with a smile, "Your knife skills are okay, right? Nephew, you're more than capable, you're absolutely amazing. When did you learn this?" "Just these few days." "These few days?" "Yes, I have been learning cooking online these days. I wanted to relieve my mother's burden, but I never had the chance." When Zhou Yueling heard that her son was learning cooking just for her, she was deeply moved and her eyes became moist. "Shinner, there's no need to waste your time on this. This store." Joshin knew what his mother meant, but he smiled and said, "It's okay, Mom. It's good to have another skill." Although Josihai always felt that something was wrong, he didn't say anything. "My nephew is right about one thing. It is always good to have an extra skill. It will at least help you survive." Josihai was about to say something when he suddenly thought of something. He snapped back to his senses and said, "Nephew, the chef you mentioned before, could it be you?" "Uncle, you have become smarter. I give you a thumbs up." Joshin joked with a smile. "Nephew, please don't scare me. You should think carefully about being a chef yourself." While Josihai was chattering away, Joshin's hands did not stop moving. He sliced tomatoes, shredded carrots, and chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic for later use. Afterwards, Joshin started to mix and knead the dough while boiling water, and then he actually started to make fancy ramen in front of Zhou Yueling and Josihai. When the water boils, pull the noodles and put them into the pot. After they are cooked, take them out, rinse them with cold water twice, and drizzle with a little cooking oil and mix them. Put the chopped side dishes into a bowl, then put the chili oil and chopped green onion, ginger, and garlic into the bowl and pour hot oil on it. Soon, a bowl of delicious cold noodles was freshly prepared. During the entire process, Joshin did not pause at all. His smooth and flowing movements made everything seem like art, which completely shocked Zhou Yueling and Josihai. When the cold noodles were ready, Joshin immediately said, "Mom, Uncle, come and try my cooking skills." Josihai didn't wait for Zhou Yueling to pick up her chopsticks, and immediately picked up a piece of noodles and put it in her mouth. As soon as he took a bite, his eyes suddenly lit up. Nephew, your taste and texture are simply amazing." Zhou Yueling was much calmer. After all, she was also a cook, and her tongue might be more picky. But when she put the cold noodles made by Joshin to her lips and took a bite, she was instantly shocked. Zhou Yueling didn't know how to describe this bowl of cold noodles, it was so delicious. After a while, the two of them finished a big bowl of cold noodles. Then, Josihai said with a hint of lingering regret, "Nephew, with your level of skill, why didn't you show off your cooking skills earlier? With your cooking skills, no one can resist your temptation." Hearing Josihai's high evaluation of his craftsmanship, Joshin touched his nose and smiled, "I was just learning it for fun, I didn't expect it to be so good." Ding! The host's pretentious behavior shocked the supporting actor Josihai, and his villain value is plus 9,999. Ding! The host's pretentious behavior shocked the important supporting character Zhou Yueling, and the villain value is plus 99,999. "Shinner, if you call this just for fun, then wasn't Mom completely embarrassing herself before?" Zhou Yueling said with a smile. "No, Mom, you're actually doing very well, it's just that no one taught you well before." What Joshin said is true. After all, Zhou Yueling learned a lot of her cooking skills by herself. "Then Shinner, can you spare some time to teach me how to cook?" When Zhou Yueling heard her son point out the key problem with his cooking, she asked Joshin for advice. "Okay. But Mom, you should take care of your health first. I'll teach you everything I know when I have time." After getting Joshin's promise, Zhou Yueling also smiled. Josihai was not interested in what the two of them were talking about. What he wanted at this moment was to ask his nephew to make him something else to eat. The half bowl of noodles he just had was not enough to fill his stomach. "Nephew, besides cold noodles, what else can you make?" Joshin smiled and said, "I know a lot." "Then show us your skills again. By the way, your mother and I are still not full." Joshin smiled and said, "No problem, Uncle, I'll make whatever you want to eat. How's Sichuan food?" "No problem." Soon, Joshin found a bunch of ingredients from the kitchen and started busying himself in front of the stove. In less than 20 minutes, 4 classic Sichuan dishes were ready. Looking at the twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, mapo tofu and boiled pork slices on the table, Josihai and Zhou Yueling were shocked again. Every dish on the table was delicious and attractive in appearance. Before they even started eating, they were conquered by the tempting aroma. At the same time, they also gained a new understanding of Joshin's cooking skills. With Joshin's cooking skills, let alone in such a small restaurant, he would definitely be a master chef even if he went to those star-rated hotels. With such a master in charge, the provocation from the opposite side is nothing. Thinking of this, in an instant, the haze that had shrouded everyone's heads dissipated inadvertently. Chapter 84, Yi Fan's Ambition. On the outskirts of the city, the Yi family villa. In front of the luxurious floor-to-ceiling window, Yi Fan held a crystal glass in his hand and slowly shook the light red liquid in the glass. Feeling the faint aroma of wine, Yi Fan was in a good mood. Just now, he received a call from his lackey Yi Xiao, reporting on the progress of the tasks in the past few days. I heard from that guy that he has the situation under control. If things go as expected, that woman's small restaurant will be closed down in a month at most. In fact, after handing over the restaurant affairs to Yi Xiao, Yi Fan never interfered in this matter again. After all, he is just a piece of trash, there is no need to waste too much time on him. Now I am destined to reach the top of the pyramid, so there is no need to care too much about a stink bug. The most important thing for him right now is to gain a foothold in the Yi family as soon as possible, improve his status in his father's mind, and at the same time increase his popularity in the circle. For ordinary people, it is not easy to stand out among the wealthy families. After all, there are too many geniuses in the elite circle. Even if you are a famous academic master at Longqing University, it is still useless. But now Yi Fan is confident that he can do this. After all, he is a reborn person and the only protagonist of this world. However, all things are difficult at the beginning. If you want to soar to success, startup capital is essential. Although when he just returned to the Yi family, his richest father generously gave him a card with several million in it. But for the upper class, several million is just pocket money. This amount of money is really too little to do anything. It would take an unknown amount of time to rise to prominence with just this little money. Just as Yi Fan was thinking about his next plan, the housekeeper came in and called Yi Fan to eat. Yi Fan asked the housekeeper, "Is father coming back for dinner today?" Since Yi Longqing is very busy on weekdays and rarely eats at home, Yi Fan asked this question. "Yes, master." Not only will the master have dinner at home today, but he also has no plans for the entire afternoon and will probably stay at home. Hearing the housekeeper's words, Yi Fan nodded slightly. "Okay, I understand." Zhou Xin was then led by the housekeeper to the restaurant downstairs. The dishes on the table had already been placed. Not long after Yi Fan sat down, Yi Longqing arrived. Seeing Yi Fan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Yi Longqing asked lovingly, "Fanner, how have you been recently?" "Everything is fine, thank you for your concern, father." Yi Fan replied sensibly. "That's good. Is the pocket money I gave you last time enough?" Yi Longqing continued to ask as he sat on the dining chair. "That's enough, I don't even need to buy anything." Yi Longqing lightly tapped the wineglass, and the butler immediately understood what he meant and hurried forward to pour him a glass of red wine. "Really? No need to save money. You're in a different position now. Buy whatever you want. If you don't have enough money, just ask Dad." Yi Longqing seemed to be in a good mood today and was even having a drink while eating. Yi Fan asked tentatively, "Dad, there is something I hope to get your support and help with." "What's going on?" "I've been wanting to learn how to work in real estate lately. Dad, could you support me?" "Oh? Why do you suddenly want to learn how to do business?" Yi Longqing looked at his son with interest, his eyes full of love. "I just want to familiarize myself with the industry rules so that I can help you share your worries as soon as possible. I see you leaving home early and coming back late every day. It's really too hard for you." Seeing Yi Fan so sensible, Yi Longqing felt warm in his heart and smiled with relief. "My dear son, I appreciate your kindness, but the real estate industry is too complicated. I'm afraid you can't accept it." Yi Longqing did this for Yi Fan's own good. The business world is like a battlefield, full of vicious wolves who will eat people without leaving any bones. How could he bear to let Yi Fan, a child, come into contact with these things? But Yi Fan didn't understand Yi Longqing's fatherly love at all. How could he, who was determined to reach the top of the celebrity world, know the darkness of the business world? Instead, he said to Yi Longqing with confidence, "No, Dad, I am confident that I can gain a foothold in the real estate industry. I just hope that you can give me a chance." "Are you sure?" Yi Longqing asked again. 10 points, right? After all, I'm your son, Yi Longqing, and I have a talent for business in my bones. However, this sentence really touched Yi Longqing's heart. Yes. He, Yi Fan, is his own child. As a big boss in the real estate industry, how could he not trust his son? Besides, with me watching over him, how could anything happen to Yi Fan? Yi Longqing nodded, looked at Yi Fan with a smile and said, "Okay. Well said, this is my good son, Yi Longqing." Yi Longqing put down the knife and fork in his hand, and looked at Yi Fan in a daze. It's like seeing myself when I was younger. Seeing that Yi Longqing seemed to take this matter seriously, Yi Fan asked tentatively, "Dad, do you agree to let me give it a try?" Yi Longqing pondered for a moment, pushed the plate in front of him forward, and said to Yi Fan, "Since you want to try it, then go ahead and try it." Yi Longqing then said to the housekeeper behind him, "Go call Secretary Wang over." After a while, a man in a suit came up quickly, bowed and asked, "Mr. Yi, what do you want to talk to me about?" "I'll transfer 10 million from my personal account to Fanner later." "I understand, Mr. Yi." Seeing that Yi Longqing gave him 10 million as soon as he opened his mouth, Yi Fan expressed that he was not very satisfied. "Dad, this 10 million. But before Yi Fan could finish his words, Yi Longqing interrupted him and said, "This money is your father's personal support for you. Go ahead and do it. It doesn't matter if you lose money. Just think of it as spending money to buy knowledge." Yi Longqing had good intentions, but his words completely changed in Yi Fan's heart. How can this be considered as financial support from my own father? Isn't this just a disguised joke on yourself? 10 million, these 10 million are nothing. Even the sports cars in Yi Fan's garage are worth tens of millions. Yi Longqing only gave me 10 million now, which clearly shows that he doesn't trust me. In order to get Yi Longqing to give more, Yi Fan stood up and patted his chest and promised, "Dad, don't worry, as long as you give me enough funds, I promise that within 3 days, I can make them multiply several times." However, in response to Yi Fan's words, Yi Longqing just smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll wait and see." After saying this, he stood up with a hint of amusement and walked upstairs. It seems that there is no intention to make additional investments. As for Yi Fan, after Secretary Wang brought him a check for 10 million, his eyes were full of disdain. Chapter 85, Jedi Counterattack. A Ray of Sunshine, Breakfast Shop. On the morning of the second day, the battle for people in front of the breakfast shop started again. Yesterday's tasting event at the Chengwon breakfast shop was very successful, so many customers were attracted there today. From the beginning, a Ray of Sunshine fell into a passive position. Just as Zhou Shen thought, in order to destroy their Ray of Sunshine, Yi Xiao hired a number of chefs with superb cooking skills to take charge of the store. In comparison, a Ray of Sunshine is much more shabby. Judging from what happened yesterday, the cooking skills of the two restaurants are very different. The direct result of this was that a Ray of Sunshine was completely defeated. The opposite side only had a trial operation for 1 day, and the customers they had worked so hard to attract all ran to the opposite side. Even with the support of the TV program, the Ray of Sunshine store is still exceptionally deserted today, which makes people feel a little sad. But Zhou Shen was not panicked, as all this was within his expectations. Li Changqing was not in a hurry to start the broadcast today. Thinking of the big show that Zhou Shen talked about with him yesterday, he also wanted to see the situation first. After all, if something unexpected happens, it will ruin the show that has just started to take off. Today, Zhou Shen did not plan to do business as usual. Instead, as soon as he arrived at the restaurant, he asked Zhou Sihai to move out all the breakfast utensils. Then I prepared to start cooking breakfast in public. Seeing this scene, Li Changqing's eyes lit up. He knew that Zhou Shen was going to fight back. Seeing Zhou Shen and his team busy setting up a small stall in front of the store, the customers waiting in a long line opposite also felt a little curious. "Hey, what the hell is going on over there? I don't know. Why are they suddenly setting up stalls on the roadside? But it seems very interesting." Due to Zhou Shen's strange behavior, many people were attracted to the Ray of Sunshine. But everyone was just curious and had no intention of stopping to go to the restaurant across the street to eat. Zhou Shen was not in a hurry. After Zhou Sihai took out all the tableware that needed to be taken out, he first stretched his wrists and twisted his neck, then prepared to get started. He slammed the table hard, and a ball of dough on the chopping board flew into the air. Zhou Shen quickly kneaded the dough and divided it into several small doughs of the same size. Before they landed on the chopping board, he used his other hand to grab a basket and let them fall neatly into it one by one. Zhou Shen's acrobatic performance made the customers queuing opposite him cheer involuntarily. "Okay, this is absolutely gorgeous. Isn't there a breakfast shop across the street? Why are they doing acrobatics so early in the morning? What kind of acrobatics? Do you know anything about this Kung Fu breakfast?" "Kung Fu breakfast?" "That's right. You haven't seen Mr. Zhou's God of Cookery. However, while Zhou Shen was making breakfast in various ways, Yi Xiao was also preparing to officially open the store. Yesterday's trial run was very successful, and he felt that today would definitely be even more popular. When he saw Zhou Shen actually showing off across from him, Yi Xiao showed a hint of disdain and said lightly, "What's the point of doing these flashy things?" In his opinion, Zhou Shen was just trying to attract attention. People came to have breakfast, not to watch a performance. Therefore, Yi Xiao didn't bother to care about Zhou Shen's fooling around. But Zhou Shen was not performing here as they thought. With Zhou Shen's smooth operation just now, the steamer outside was filled with a series of staple foods such as steamed buns, and flour rolls. As the fire on the stove slowly heated up, steam began to rise from the steamer. That strange fragrance slowly spread around. "Oh my god, what smells so good?" "Yeah. Where does that smell come from? It seems like a ray of sunshine." As the guests smelled the fragrance, they all turned their heads to look in the direction where the smell came from. Seeing everyone's expressions, Zhou Shen knew the time had come and quickly shouted, "A ray of sunshine is launching a special offer, the best steamed buns in the world. The taste is unique and there's only one of its kind in the world. Everyone is welcome to come and try it." Hearing Zhou Shen shouting, many guests opposite laughed. "It's just a steamed bun, and you say it's the only one in the world? You're just bragging. Who says it's not true? No matter how unique the steamed buns are, how delicious can they be? That's right, I don't believe it. It's just false advertising." Although everyone now indeed smelled the fragrance coming from a ray of sunlight, when they heard Zhou Shen exaggerate his own food, everyone still felt that his words were a bit too much. The best in the world? Who dares to say that they are the best in this business? They are not a century-old store. Even if they are, they don't have the courage to do so. The store across the street is just a newly opened store that was only on TV once, and it dares to claim to be the best in the world? Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang? Therefore, people still do not agree with Zhou Shen's self-promoting behavior. There are many people watching, but not many people actually enter the store. But some people couldn't help it, such as Zhou Sihai. Thinking about the delicious food Zhou Shen made yesterday, his taste buds had already been conquered. He immediately opened the steamer, picked up a bun, and prepared to take it to the store to have a bite. However, the moment the steamer was opened, steam rose and the aroma became stronger than before. In an instant, the whole street was filled with tempting fragrance. The guests who were hesitant before could no longer resist after smelling this smell. "Damn, this smells so good. Yeah, I have to go see what this ray of sunshine is doing. Count me in, brother, you help me line up first, I'll come over later." "Bullshit, why don't you help me line up and let me go take a look?" As they spoke, the people who had been queuing in the morning light began to straggle towards the ray of sunlight. When Yi Xiao saw this scene, his eyes suddenly widened, even though he hadn't cared much about it. Since he had been staying in the store the whole time, he naturally didn't understand why these customers left suddenly. Watching the scattered customers gradually leaving the long queue outside his store, Yi Xiao was in a very bad mood. His original intention was to snatch away all the customers from Zhou's restaurant. Now, a part of it has been lost, which he absolutely cannot tolerate. For this reason, Yi Xiao vented his anger on his own shop assistants. "Look, because you're so lazy, the customers can't wait any longer." After hearing Yi Xiao's words, the clerk dared not say anything and could only speed up his actions. While Yi Xiao was getting angry, a ray of sunshine was making a comeback and its business was booming. Chapter 86, The Mysterious Old Man. As the guests were constantly snatched away by a ray of sunlight, Yi Xiao became very anxious. He couldn't understand why the situation that was originally very favorable to them was suddenly reversed. Is it just because Zhou Shen did some juggling outside? This is too unbelievable. In order to find out the reason for the loss of customer flow, Yi Xiao decided to go across in person. He wanted to see what Yi Shen was doing over there. But at this moment, an old man wearing a big vest, big shorts and flip-flops appeared on the street. Because his outfit seems rather casual, he gives people the impression of a homeless person on the street. Just after Yi Xiao rushed towards the opposite side with great momentum, the old man entered the store. "Hey, take 2 of your breakfasts and try them." The old man spoke very casually, as if he was at home. But the waiter in the store felt uncomfortable when he heard this, especially since he had just been scolded by Yi Xiao. They were already furious when they saw a beggar-looking man asking them for food so confidently. This made a few bad-tempered waiters grab the old man and throw him out. "Put me down, what are you doing?" the sloppy old man shouted while struggling. However, the waiters completely ignored him and showed disgusted expressions after throwing him out. At the same time, a waiter who looked like a foreman wiped his hands and said disdainfully, "Don't you even consider your status? You just barge in here headfirst. Do you think you deserve to eat my breakfast?" When the old man heard this, he immediately became angry. "Why, the food you cook is for the emperor, why can't I eat it?" The waiter snorted coldly, "If you want to know whether you are worthy or not, why don't you just take a piss and look at the photo yourself? You are asking me with such a shameless face." The old man didn't expect the waiter to be so rude. He couldn't help but complain, "Humph. I told you that the online store rumored online is totally unreliable. It's simply bringing shame to the catering industry." The waiter didn't realize the hidden meaning in the old man's words. When he heard about the online store, he chuckled and said, "You must have come to the wrong place, old man. The online store you're looking for is across the street. What are you doing here? On the opposite side?" The old man also looked back. Seeing that there were indeed many customers in the ray of sunshine, the old man realized that he had entered the wrong store. Then he spat at the door and said, "No wonder you don't have any customers. With this kind of service attitude, you don't deserve it at all. Hey, you dead beggar, what are you talking about?" The waiter rubbed his hands and was ready to beat the old man. However, the old man turned around and nimbly rushed to the other side. After seeing this, the waiter did not pursue the matter any further, but a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Zhou, you're amazing. You actually came up with such a crooked way to attract customers. Do you have any respect for martial ethics?" Yi Xiao rushed out of his own store, pointing at Zhou Shin and cursing without hesitation. This immediately aroused the interest of the onlookers who came to the sunshine, as it seemed that there was another good show to watch. "Why do you speak so harshly? It's a business, customers can go wherever they want. How can you say it's robbery?" Zhou Sihai retorted unconvinced. "Stop your bullshit. You must have used some shady tricks behind our backs, otherwise why would all the good customers come to your place?" Seeing Yi Xiao's exasperated look, Zhou Shin sneered, "What's wrong? I just used a dirty trick. What can you do to me?" Yi Xiao never expected that Zhou Shin would admit it on his own initiative. Yi Xiao, who had originally prepared a lot to say, was stunned by Zhou Shin's words. Ding! The host shamelessly shocked the lackey Yi Xiao, and the villain value is plus 999. Seeing that he didn't have much villain value, Zhou Shen looked disgusted. This lackey was really not good and had too little villain value. It's time to deal with that bastard Yi Fan. As the son of luck, he should be able to get a lot of benefits. Yi Xiao, stunned by Zhou Shen's words, calmed down a bit and immediately asked, "Then tell me the truth. What devious tricks did you use to attract these guests?" Yi Xiao was also so angry that he could ask such a stupid question. Zhou Shen immediately smiled and said, "Why should I tell you this? So that you can go back and imitate me?" Seeing Zhou Shen's words expose his thoughts, Yi Xiao immediately said, "Who wants to learn your dirty tricks?" "I, Yi Xiao, would never do anything shameless like you do." "Really? If I tell you secretly now, will you listen or not?" "This." "Ha ha ha. Yi Xiao, I really don't know what's in your head," Zhou Shen said sarcastically. "Are you kidding me? What else? You've caused me so much trouble, Daodu, what's wrong with you? Zhou Shen, you and I cannot coexist." Yi Xiao roared angrily. Ding! The host completely angered Yi Xiao, villain value plus 9,999. Just when Zhou Shenjing was waiting for Yi Xiao to run away and overturn the stall, suddenly something seemed to stick to Yi Xiao's back and he couldn't move at all. This made Yi Xiao, who wanted to beat someone up, at a loss for a moment. Who's grabbing me from behind? Little boy, you're in the way. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao was thrown out and fell flat on his face. Seeing this, the people watching the show around burst into laughter. However, Zhou Shen did not look at Yi Xiao. His eyes were always on the old man who had just thrown Yi Xiao out. Don't be fooled by the old man's unprepossessing appearance, but the move he just made is rare at this age. I think he is also a martial artist. Looking at his attire, could he be an elder of the beggars sect? Zhou Shen quickly shook his head and threw the martial arts book out of his mind. The old man threw Yi Xiao, who was in the way, aside and walked over. He smiled at Zhou Shen and said, "Hey, boy, shouldn't I get a free breakfast today? What the hell do you want, old man?" Why should I give you a free meal? Zhou Shen retorted. I just helped you deal with a troublemaker. Shouldn't you thank me? Hey! Old man, didn't I tell you I need your help? Don't be so self-indulgent. You're so self-indulgent. Good boy, you have a bit of a temper. Fine, if you don't want to treat me then I won't treat you. Then give me 2 buns, okay? The buns are sold out. Where are the buns? Sold out. Where are the fried dough sticks? Sold out too. The old man listed 7 or 8 kinds of staple food in a row, and Zhou Shen responded with sold out every time. This made the old man very angry. What else do you have? The old man asked impatiently. What? Nothing left. You're late. Today's breakfast is sold out. Hearing the news, the old man looked incredulous. He once heard that breakfast was sold out. Therefore, despite Zhou Sihai's obstruction, he turned the steamer over. But the result was exactly as it was. All the steamed buns, dumplings, and fried dough sticks were gone, which made the old man very angry. Chapter 87, Tsundere Teenager vs. Tsundere Old Man. Stinky boy, since it's sold out, why didn't you tell me earlier? Hey, old man, you didn't ask earlier. Zhou Shen did not dare to neglect this mysterious old man and spoke immediately. Moreover, when he saw that the old man was pretending to be a peerless master, he was happy to play along with him and spoke more and more impolitely. The old man felt like he was about to explode with anger at Zhou Shen. He really didn't understand why this guy was speaking so rudely, and it seemed like he was intentionally targeting him. Little did he know that the reason Zhou Shen targeted this old man everywhere was because he was being a little too pretentious. A vest and shorts, paired with flip-flops handed down from generation to generation, this is definitely the outfit of a peerless master. Zhou Shen knew that for such a person, the more you respect him, the more he will act. On the contrary, the worse you treat him, the more he will care about you. This kind of people are collectively called tsundere. The only way to deal with an old man like this is to be more arrogant than him, and in this regard, Zhou Shen has never lost to anyone. So, the arrogant boy Zhou Shen is online. However, after being inexplicably angered by Zhou Shen for a long time, the old man finally came to his senses. After all, he is so old and has eaten more salt than Zhou Shen has eaten rice, so he can't see Zhou Shen's tricks. Boy, you did that on purpose. What did I do on purpose? Humph. You want to piss me off and win my favor? That's a nice thought. Seeing that the old man saw through his plan so quickly, Zhou Shen remained calm and said, Who is it? Do I need your favor? When the old man heard Zhou Shen's words, he burst into laughter. Good boy, you are trying to provoke me, right? If you want to trick me, you are too early. Don't talk nonsense. I don't believe that your restaurant really doesn't have any breakfast. I've been hungry all morning. Seeing that the old man was still obsessed with breakfast, Zhou Shen suddenly said, There's no fresh food left, but there might be some left from yesterday. You. Bring it here quickly, old man, I'm hungry. Before Zhou Shen finished speaking, the old man spoke. Zhou Shen felt a little helpless towards the old man, as he had already done that. The old man's identity is still not revealed. It seems that this old man is really not simple. Zhou Shen could only say to Zhou Sihai, Uncle, go get some of the snacks I made for you yesterday. It turned out that after cooking those Sichuan dishes for Zhou Sihai and the others yesterday, Zhou Shen also made some small pastries at Zhou Sihai's strong request, and all these things were saved by Zhou Sihai. Since the old man was indeed hungry and there was nothing else for him to eat in the store, Zhou Shen could only ask Zhou Sihai to take out the stock. However, what Zhou Shen did not expect was that when Zhou Sihai heard that he was going to use those pastries, he immediately became like a frightened cat. No, that's mine. Oh, it's okay. Give it to this old man to try, and I'll make it for you again. I didn't expect that my uncle, a supporting actor, would actually protect his food. Zhou Shen added a new label to Zhou Sihai in his mind. Seeing that Zhou Shen was determined to let the old man try it, Zhou Sihai had no choice. After all, those pastries were made by his eldest nephew. If I don't take it out myself, I probably won't have any snacks to eat in the future. Just wait, I'll get it. After groping for a few minutes, Zhou Sihai came out with a small box. After opening it, there were a few pieces of snacks that looked like osmanthus cakes inside. Zhou Sihai looked at the snacks and his mouth started watering involuntarily. He had originally planned to enjoy it slowly after the store closed, but he didn't expect that Zhou Shen would give it away at this moment, and gave it to this old man who looked like a beggar. Seeing Zhou Sihai become like this for a few pieces of osmanthus cakes, the old man couldn't help but feel a little contempt in his heart. this little guy is too naive. But when he saw the appearance of the pastry, he nodded and said, "Not bad, it looks pretty good." "Old man, you've gone too far." Snort. The old man snorted lightly and picked up the osmanthus cake and put it into his mouth. However, the moment the old man put the osmanthus cake in his mouth, his eyes suddenly became blurred. What kind of delicacy is this? How can it be so delicious? The old man forgot his arrogance for a moment. He was completely conquered by the osmanthus cake. This osmanthus cake is only 12 pieces in total. I'll give it all to you. Let's go. Hearing Joshin's words, the old man frowned and said, "Why don't you ask me for money?" "Do you have money?" "I don't have any money." "Then I won't pay it off. I'll just keep the debt for now. I'll calculate the interest at 5%. You're stealing money. What's wrong with robbing you?" Watching Joshin competing with him, the old man actually felt several years younger. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his originally serious face. "Boy, do you want a wife? If so, I will bring her to you." "Old man, you are not a street pimp." "Bah! You're a piece of shit, but you can't even spit out ivory." "Forget it, my granddaughter will be at a loss if she marries you." "You talk as if no one would want to marry her." Seeing the two of them fighting again without saying a word, Josihai couldn't stand it anymore. "Old man, since my nephew asked you to leave, just go. Why are you still wasting time?" "None of your business." "Ah, you old man. Boy, I'm very optimistic about you. I'll accept your snacks. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you for this favor." "Forget it. Don't try to force your beautiful granddaughter on me again. I don't want her. You little bastard." The old man spat lightly, then left happily with the box of pastries. Looking at the two people confronting each other, Josihai really didn't understand why the relationship between his eldest nephew and this old man was so weird. In his opinion, this old man was obviously just a street urchin. "I don't know what my nephew likes about him. He actually talks and laughs with him. It's really weird." He knew that his eldest nephew was very arrogant and would ignore most people. Joshin didn't care too much about this strange old man. Even if he was a peerless master, it was just a chance acquaintance. Now that the old man is gone, he has let the matter go. Although he always felt as if he had forgotten something, he couldn't remember it for the moment. "It seems like there was someone I missed before?" "Forget it, since I can't remember it, then don't think about it. Why bother thinking about it?" Since all the ingredients for today were sold out, Joshin immediately asked the store staff to clean up and then closed the store for a break. He is not the kind of black-hearted boss who would tie his employees up in the store even though there is nothing wrong. Besides, he has his own things to do, so he might as well get off work early and do his own things. Chapter 88, Yi-fan's Business Opportunity. Suburban Area. Yi Family Villa. After receiving 10 million from Yi Longcheng, Yi-fan returned to his study and began to plan his own money-making business. He spread out the map of Dragon City and began to think carefully. As a reborn person, he remembers many opportunities to make money. But Yi-fan was not interested in petty fights. After all, he is the son of the richest man in Longcheng. If he still tries to grab some petty profits like the common people, it would be really unmannerly. After much thought, the only piece of land that can meet my current financial needs and produce results the fastest is the residential area where I lived before. According to Yi-fan's memory, in about a week at most, the government will receive news of demolition in the residential area where he lives. Since it is a government demolition, many procedures are very official. Although the money is not as much as the developer offered, the price is still acceptable. The most important thing is that the government is very reliable in doing things, especially when it comes to such large-scale livelihood projects. It will never default on paying money to the people. If you invest in advance, you can get returns quickly, which is very consistent with Yi-fan's current needs. Thinking of this, Yi-fan considered it over and immediately decided to let the housekeeper use his name to buy the property in the slum where he had lived before with 10 million. He did not hide this from anyone, including Yi Longcheng. He just wanted to let his father see his ability. In fact, this is also a part of his overall plan. As he expected, the housekeeper's actions naturally attracted a lot of attention, including his own father Yi Longcheng. Yi Longcheng, a real estate tycoon, was surprised to see his son throwing 10 million yuan to a poor man. After all, he is very familiar with that area. Many developers are not optimistic about this land, but who would have thought that this guy would actually touch it? Isn't this a business that is willing to lose money? Therefore, Yi Longcheng felt that Yi Fan was still too young, and in terms of strategic vision, he still did not look far enough and did not consider things thoroughly enough. However, as Yi Longcheng conducted further investigation, he discovered that this land was where his son once lived. This finally made him feel relieved. It seems that my children are still nostalgic. Even if you have left your hometown, you still miss this place. This rare friendship is something that most people do not have. Yi Longcheng felt that Yi Fan was right about this. It's just 10 million, it's nice to buy a memory. Therefore, Yi Longcheng did not stop Yi Fan. He planned to let his son go out on his own. But who would have thought that just after Yi Fan acquired all the land? On the same afternoon, Yi Longcheng received a call from his good friend Liang Qixing. The identity of his good friend is extremely special. Even the richest man like Yi Longcheng has to be courteous to him. After all, for those engaged in real estate, this gentleman holds their economic lifeline. This gentleman played an indispensable role in Yi Longcheng's growth from a small real estate developer to the real estate tycoon he is today. Therefore, when Yi Longcheng received a call from this person, an extremely respectful expression appeared on his face. Director Liang, why do you have time to call my old friend today? Old Yi. It's like pie in the sky. What does Director Liang mean by this? What's the point? The god of wealth is spreading wealth, giving you real estate guys another chance to make a fortune. Really? What's going on, Director Liang? Just tell me straight away. Nothing much, I just received an order from above saying that Longcheng will be undergoing its third urban reconstruction, which will inevitably require large-scale groundbreaking. I'm bound to trouble you again when the time comes. Don't be stingy and even treat me to a meal. What are you saying? Director Liang, don't worry. As long as you do me the honor, this meal will definitely satisfy you. Okay, I just like talking to an old friend like you. It's so refreshing. You have to give me more to drink. That's inevitable, don't worry. By the way, Director Liang, could you briefly explain which areas need to be renovated so I can prepare in advance? However, just as Director Liang simply pointed at a few places, Yi Longcheng was instantly stunned. There is a community among them, which is where my son bought a lot of goods this morning. Just now, I was complaining about this area. You can't go wrong. After the person on the other end of the phone exchanged a few polite words and hung up, Yi Longcheng immediately called Yi Fan. As soon as the call was connected, Yi Longcheng asked directly, Fanner, how did you know about the reconstruction of Longcheng? As someone who has been in business for many years, Yi Longcheng certainly wouldn't believe that Yi Fan would acquire so much land in that slum without knowing anything about it. So after hanging up the phone, he wanted to know where his son got the news from, and how he could know it earlier than him, who had an insider connection. Yi Fan had already thought of a countermeasure for Yi Longcheng's question. After all, he didn't think that such a large-scale action of his could be concealed from Yi Longcheng. Moreover, he wanted the housekeeper to reveal this news to his father. Dad, actually, if you just read more news online about this matter, you can probably figure it out. Is this in the news? Yi Longcheng asked. Yes. Yi Fan then continued, Dad, the term of the mayor of Longcheng is about to end. If he wants to be re-elected, he must show corresponding political achievements. But you are also aware of the situation in Longcheng in recent years. There is nothing to show for it, so the mayor must take action. However, achieving immediate success is no easy task. The best approach right now is to improve people's livelihoods, and urban reconstruction is one of the key breakthroughs. As far as the entire Dragon City is concerned, I'm afraid there's no slum worse than the one I used to live in. If the mayor were to take action here, it would not only significantly improve people's happiness but also improve the city's appearance. It's a win-win situation. So I assume the government will definitely take action on that slum. Yi Longcheng nodded on the other end of the phone. What Yi Fan said did make some sense. In recent years, the city's annual transformation has been basically just as Yi Fan said. It's just the behavior of the person in office to accumulate merits. From this, it can be seen that his son is not a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. This made Yi Longcheng look at Yi Fan with admiration. His own son was indeed outstanding and could not be compared with that Western guy. Not bad, not bad. At your age, you can think of these things. You are worthy of being my son, Yi Longcheng. Hearing Yi Longcheng's words, Yi Fan said with a hint of regret, It's a pity that the money you gave me, Dad, was too little. I only bought a few tube-shaped buildings. At most, I made about 30 or 40 million. It's really not worth it. Seeing his son being so modest, Yi Longqing smiled and said, "The news hasn't spread yet. So, I'll give you another 100 million. You can take as much as you want. When the time comes, all the profits will be yours." Seeing that Yi Longqing generously allocated another 100 million to him, Yi Fan was immediately overjoyed. Especially when he heard that all the profits would be his ambition swelled instantly. However, what he didn't know was that the reason Yi Longqing did this was not only because he was his biological son, but more importantly, he needed a qualified heir for the Yi family. After all, a qualified heir is extremely important to a family group company, and it even affects the success or failure of the company. The fake son before was really terrible and never brought honor to me. Now, his own son was able to discover such a huge business opportunity just by relying on his keen intuition. Yi Longqing naturally wanted to help him, train him well, and give himself a good reputation. Chapter 89, Fame. As the leader of the real estate industry, Yi Longqing's status and vision are far superior to ordinary people. Therefore, his every move was closely watched. As long as there was any movement in the Yi Group, the news would spread quickly in the industry. It can be said that Yi Longqing and the Yi Group behind him are the weather vane of the entire Longqing real estate industry. In fact, this kind of thing is common in any big city. Some people don't have good investment vision and just rely on following the big guys to get a piece of the pie. The Yi Group is undoubtedly the most powerful boss in the entire Longqing real estate industry, no doubt about it. Yi Fan's business operation is not a large-scale project in the entire Yi Group, and it cannot even be considered a project of the Yi Group. But after all, 100 million yuan of funds were involved, so it naturally attracted considerable attention. But when they heard that the planner and operator of this project was not Yi Longqing, but his newly adopted son Yi Fan, many people couldn't help but start to hesitate. After all, he is just a kid who was still wet behind the ears. What could he know? Real estate is not a game. If you are not careful, it could even cost lives. Many people commit suicide by jumping off buildings due to bankruptcy. They just want to make money. Who would want to get involved in a business that loses money? Therefore, they repeatedly investigated the place where Yi Fan acquired the property. When they found out that it was just a slum that had been ignored for many years, many people gave up the idea of following the trend. Everyone chose to wait and see. No one wanted to take risks and invest money in a project that had no hope at all. After all, not everyone has a huge fortune like Yi Longqing, and can give tens of millions or even hundreds of millions to his son to play with. In their eyes, money is life. However, it was their hesitation that made them miss the best opportunity to enter the market. Because there was no competitive pressure, Yi Fan's acquisition process of old houses was very smooth, and the prices were all at market prices or even lower. Although he quickly spent the 100 million yuan given by Yi Longqing, he still bought more than 30 tube-shaped buildings on the land in the slums. After the funds were used up, the housekeeper came to Yi Fan to report immediately. "Master, the funds are now used up, but the land in the slums has not been completely acquired. Should we apply to the master for more money?" Yi Fan, sitting at the desk, looked at the acquisition contract and said calmly, "No need." "Why, young master? Aren't there still many buildings that have not been taken over?" The housekeeper was puzzled. "Idiot, my dad is Yi Longqing. With his experience, how could he not know how much money is needed to acquire the slums? But the money now is definitely not enough. Could it be that the master has made a mistake? Bullshit. This is my dad teaching me how to do things?" Yi Fan said helplessly. "What do you mean, young master?" The butler was still confused. "You still don't understand what my dad means. What he means is, running a business is like eating. Never eat too much. Always leave some soup for others." "You mean? The rest are left for colleagues. If you eat them alone, you will be envied." Yi Fan said lightly. "Oh. I see. From this perspective, master's approach is indeed brilliant." Seeing the butler praising Yi Longqing, Yi Fan fell into deep thought. Some things may seem obvious to you, but may be difficult to implement in practice. Yi Fan discovered that his father was actually teaching him how to do business in this way. Doesn't this mean that his father has gradually begun to accept him? This is definitely great news for Yi Fan, which makes him happier than earning hundreds of millions. As long as he gets his father's approval, then inheriting the Yi Group and reaching the pinnacle of life will no longer be a dream. Thinking of this, Yi Fan showed a meaningful smile on his face. In the next few days, Yi Fan was busy with business matters and waiting for news from the government. Sure enough, just a few days later, the city government finally issued a plan to renovate the slums in the old city. When the real estate companies learned the news, they were instantly shocked. They finally understood why Yifan bought a large amount of real estate in the slums. It turned out that he had known the news a long time ago. They had thought they would be a little late, but after a little inquiry, they found out that the Yi family had only acquired less than 30 buildings, and at least half of the shares were still not touched. Other companies immediately began to enter the market, but it was obvious that they entered a little late, as the price had increased by at least 30% compared to when Yifan entered. I have to say that although the eldest son of the Yi family did not make a big move this time, the effect was indeed shocking. With only 100 million yuan in capital, he made hundreds of millions. Not only that, many companies also expressed their gratitude to the Yi family for leaving them a sip of soup. Not only did they greet people from the Yi group very politely when they met them, but some of them also tried to ask about Yifan. They also want to see what this awesome young master of the Yi family looks like. What's more, some people even want to marry their daughters there. It's a pity that we are not from the same social class as each other. But no matter what, after this battle, Yifan became famous in the elite circle of Longcheng. Many people privately call him Mr. Xiao Yi, which is considered to be a preliminary recognition of Yifan's status in the circle. Unlike the original Yishan, the current Yifan is a popular figure among the second generation of Longcheng, and is also the young man most talked about by the top leaders of major families. After hearing about Yifan's investment level, many people became enthusiastic and wanted to form an alliance with the Yi family. For a while, the threshold of the Yi family was almost broken down. This made Yifan's biological mother smile every day. After all, hearing about her outstanding son from others was what she had always dreamed of. Now the dream has come true, all thanks to Yifan. As for Yi Longcheng, he also received congratulations from many friends, although this incident did not bring much honor and income to the Yi group. But it indirectly proved that Yi Longcheng was not a fool, and that was enough. However, Yi Longcheng is still considering whether to let his son get married so soon. When they reach their position, their children's marriages have nothing to do with love in most cases, and arranged marriages are the first choice. Since our son is so outstanding, we must find a daughter-in-law who is of equal status. We can't just marry her off to someone from a small family. This is not in the interests of the Yi family. Until he received a call from Yang Guofu, the head of the Yang family. The Yang family is considered a top-tier family in Longcheng. Although their assets are indeed not as good as the Yi family, in terms of foundation, the Yi family is much worse. So when he saw Yang Guofu's phone call, Yi Longcheng picked it up without hesitation. "Hello, this is Yi Longcheng. Old Yi, your son is really good. If he doesn't make a name for himself, he will definitely make a big splash, right?" Yang Guofu said with a smile on the other end of the phone. No, I'm just lucky. A small profit of a few hundred million is no big deal. Forget it. Old Yi, why are you pretending to be so nice in front of me? But to be honest, your son is indeed a talent. Otherwise, after all, he is my Yi Longcheng's child. Don't talk nonsense. By the way, I think we can give that thing you suggested to me last time a try. Okay. Now that you've agreed, everything will be easy. Don't say that. I always respect one's own judgment. There was a pause on the other end of the phone, but then he continued, "Besides, Warner still has more say with my old man. I don't intend to force her." How can this be called forced? Our two families marrying together is a powerful alliance. Don't you want to leave Dragon City and visit that place? After hearing Yi Longcheng's words, Yang Guofu was silent for a while. Then, he said in a deep voice, "All right. Let's have an engagement ceremony first." "Okay, then it's settled," Yi Longcheng said. "Okay." After Yang Guofu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. After Yi Longcheng put down the phone, his eyes gradually narrowed. Chapter 90, Golden Needle Sealing Acupuncture Points. A Ray of Sunshine. Breakfast Restaurant. After a few days of operation, more and more people were impressed by Zhou Shen's cooking skills, which made the popularity of Chen Guang across the street decline significantly. Not only that, as its popularity declined, the store's reputation was also questioned. The sudden reversal made Yi Xiao almost crazy. In the past few days, Yi Xiao has tried almost every method. There were discounts on dishes, giveaways, and even free tastings all going on for another day. But it was still useless. In front of Zhou Shen's advanced cooking skills, everything was nothing but rubbish and completely vulnerable. After all, it's just a breakfast. Even if it's free, you can still save some money. Why don't you eat something that tastes better? This was also the main reason why Yi Xiao was able to snatch away a ray of sunshine business at that time. It was really the case that success or failure depends on Xiaohe. As for the taste of the dishes, Yi Xiao really had no idea what to do. The chef in the restaurant now was hired by him from the largest 5-star restaurant in Longcheng at a high price. Now, it can't even compete with an unknown roadside shop, which makes Yi Xiao confused. For several days in a row, not only did they fail to get a ray of sunshine, but their own business became worse and worse, which made Yi Xiao not know how to solve the problem for a while. Then at this moment, he received a strange phone call. Yi Xiao was already quite angry when he answered the phone. Who are you? Yi Longcheng. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi? Well, I'm ordering you to close this store immediately. All the paperwork and records must be cleaned up. Don't leave any clues. Okay? Close the shop, Mr. Yi. This shop was given to me by the young master. Shut up, aren't my words effective? It works, but master. Don't worry about this. You are not allowed to mention this matter again, especially the relationship between the store and Fanner. Do you understand? I understand. I'll do as you say and close the store immediately. Well, you are a smart guy, Dududu. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Yi Xiao was confused. The people in charge of the Yi family are really confusing. The younger one lets him open a shop, but the older one lets him close it. This father and son are really hard to please. But the business is already like this now. Even if he doesn't close the store, he is powerless to turn things around. It's just right to close it. But even so, Yi Xiao was still very unconvinced. He stood in his shop and spat at the opposite side. You're lucky, Zhou Shen. I'll let you go this time. After finishing speaking, Yi Xiao asked everyone to prepare to close the door. The next day, the restaurant across the street posted a notice with 2 big words clearly written on it, sublease. Seeing these 2 words, Zhou Shen's mouth corners slightly raised. It seems that this war without gunpowder ended with these 2 words. A ray of sunshine starts today and everything returns to normal. Zhou Shen was too lazy to think about why the door on the other side was closed. What he wanted to think about now was how to get out. In order to compete with the opponent these days, the kitchen has now become Zhou Shen's workshop. Now that the business opposite is closed, Zhou Shen naturally has to think about getting out. I can't just spend my whole life in this kitchen, that would be too fucked up. Zhou Yueling was quite foresight about this. She had been learning cooking from Zhou Shen's side from the very beginning. Seeing that his mother wanted to learn, Zhou Shen naturally did not hide anything and taught her everything he knew. Although the time was not long, Zhou Yueling had a solid foundation and was very talented. So, now Zhou Yueling has basically learned all the main breakfast dishes in the store. Even if she makes it herself, the taste may be slightly worse than Zhou Shen's, but the difference is not very obvious. Besides, most of the guests are not professional gourmets, so they naturally cannot taste the difference. So after trying it once and feeling that the effect was good, Zhou Shen began to let go gradually and slowly returned the kitchen to his mother. Zhou Shen calculated the days and found that his mother's medicine was almost finished. Thinking that his mother would need some time to recuperate, Zhou Shen decided to go to the clinic again. Mom, you guys go ahead and do your thing. I'll go get you some more medicine. Yeah. Your medicine is really effective. Not only do I no longer feel tired, but when I look in the mirror, I even feel like I'm a few years younger. Zhou Shen smiled and said, good that it works. Remember to call me if you have any questions. After saying that, Zhou Shen walked out of the store and headed towards the clinic where he had been last time. However, when Zhou Yang came to the clinic again, he found that something seemed wrong inside the store. The last time I came here, there was no one here except that little boy. But today there were actually quite a few people in the store, but these people didn't look like they were here to see a doctor. Instead, they looked more like street thugs. Zhou Shen came to the door of the store and listened for a while, then he understood that this store had encountered the legendary medical dispute. A middle-aged man with tattoos on his arms yelled at the young man who had prescribed medicine for him that day, "What kind of medicine did you prescribe for me last time? It didn't work, and it gave me diarrhea all day long. I almost collapsed from it." However, the young man explained calmly, being weak and short of breath requires detoxification and purging heat. This is a normal reaction. You don't understand. Nonsense, what detoxification is it that almost made me die in the toilet? Are you dead? You're standing right here. What are you talking about? Why are you cursing me to death? Who cursed you? You said it yourself. You. What are you talking about? You have too many toxins accumulated in your body, so it will take a long time to detoxify. What are you yelling about? Bullshit, that's nonsense. In my opinion, there's something wrong with your medicine. I must have an explanation today. As the man with the tattooed arms spoke, he became a little angry and wanted to fight since he couldn't win the argument. However, don't be fooled by the young man's small stature and weak body. But his skills were extraordinary. Just when the man was about to grab him with his big hand, the young man dodged his attack easily. Then he pulled out a few silver needles from somewhere and inserted them into the man. The man didn't even shout, his limbs went limp and he fell to the ground. The young man then chased after the man and gave him 2 more injections. He stopped only when he saw that the man was indeed no longer moving. The young man's move scared the man. He lost control of his body and shouted nervously, You, what did you do to me? It's nothing. I see that the poison in your body has not been completely eliminated, and the poison fire has attacked your heart. I'll give you 2 injections to calm you down. The young man said calmly. Zhou Shen frowned when he saw the young man's display of skill. Zhou Shen had only seen this method of using golden needles to subdue others in martial arts dramas. It looks simple, but it is actually quite challenging. It is obvious that this young man is no ordinary person. His skills alone are impressive. However, just after the young man subdued the man, he looked up and saw Zhou Shen at the door. Chapter 91, Medical Genius Lin Qingyu. Is it you? After recognizing Zhou Shen, Lin Qingyu immediately frowned and said. She was deeply impressed by Zhou Shen. Last time, because of Zhou Shen's prescription, my grandfather was so happy that he studied the prescription for a whole day and night. He still couldn't figure out what was so good about the prescription that was obviously just for conditioning. What Lin Qingyu didn't expect was that after studying for a whole day, her old man hurriedly threw the business of the store to her. He bought a plane ticket for the next day and hurried to Kyoto. As soon as the old man left, all the big and small matters in the clinic fell on Lin Qingyu's head, which made her almost annoyed. Now seeing Zhou Shen, the culprit, Lin Qingyu's dissatisfied expression was written directly on her face. Zhou Shen could sense the disgust of this young man, and suddenly felt a little strange. It seemed that he had only met him once, and it seemed that he had not provoked him. Why is this guy so unwelcoming to me, as if he has eaten gunpowder? Could it be that I am being dragged down by that flowery arm? But Zhou Shen didn't care. After all, he just came to buy medicine. It didn't matter whether he liked him or not. Get the medicine. Is it the same prescription as last time? Lin Qingyu asked casually without even looking at Zhou Shen. Hearing Lin Qingyu say this, Zhou Shen nodded without saying much. After all, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make, and he was too lazy to cause unnecessary trouble. Seeing that Zhou Shen was silent, Lin Qingyu became even angrier looking at this taciturn guy. Sorry, I threw away the prescription. Lin Qingyu said. I wrote another one, just follow it and you'll be fine. As he spoke, Zhou Shen handed over the prescription he had already written. The last time he went back, he found that he had forgotten to bring the prescription back, but he didn't care, so he wrote another one when he came. Lin Qingyu took the prescription and took a look at it, and found that it was exactly the same as the previous prescription. Sit there and wait, I'll make you some medicine. After saying that, Lin Qingyu turned around and gave Zhou Shen the medicine according to the prescription. Zhou Shen didn't disturb him, but sat down on a chair nearby and waited quietly. Bored, Zhou Shen's gaze finally settled on the elaborate arm with sealed acupoints. Seeing this guy standing there like a sculpture, Zhou Shen immediately approached him out of curiosity. He wanted to see how many needles the man had received and which acupuncture points they had hit. Out of curiosity, Zhou Shen even reached out to pick up one of the silver needles. But just when Zhou Shen's hand was about to touch the silver needle, Lin Qingyu had just prepared the medicine and walked over. Do you also want to try this silver needle? Lin Qingyu said coldly. Zhou Shen heard a hint of threat in her words. But he didn't care. After all, there was nothing to argue with a young boy. Besides, it was his fault. Why did he have to touch other people's needles for no reason? No, I'm just curious. Why can your silver needles make people lose their ability to move? Although Zhou Shen looked at it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what it meant, so he just asked directly. When Lin Qingyu heard Zhou Shen asking about this, she couldn't help but feel a little proud. This is a unique technique I developed myself. Even the old man doesn't know why. Why should I tell you? However, Joshin sneered, is it magical? It's just a trick. What do you mean? Lin Qingyu asked unconvinced. From my cursory glance just now, I already know your acupuncture technique. You're kidding. Even my grandfather took months to figure this out, and you understood it at a glance? Lin Qingyu is still very confident about what he has researched. Moreover, she has been recognized as a medical genius since she was a child. She doesn't want to think that there are people who are better than her in medical talent, especially a man. What else can I do? It will take several months just to do this? I'm so bored. Ding. Host successfully pretends to be awesome, villain value plus 999. What are you bragging about? If you have the guts, tell me what you are talking about. I want to see if you really know the truth or if you are just pretending to know it. Tisk, why should I prove it to you? Who are you? Joshin had been feeling unhappy for a long time because this guy had been treating him badly the moment he entered the door. Now Lin Qingyu is still aggressive, and Joshin is too lazy to endure it any longer. Then how can you say it? Lin Qingyu asked. It's okay for me to say it, but I have to get some compensation. Reward? Okay, if you're right, today's medicine is free. Is that okay? A mere 800, do you think I'm interested in that? So what do you want? If I'm right, this set of silver needles will be mine. What do you think? Hearing that Joshin actually asked for this set of silver needles, Lin Qingyu was embarrassed, because this set of needles was a priceless family heirloom. And for Lin Qingyu, this set of needles has another meaning. This is her wedding. But Lin Qingyu was a proud person. She really didn't think Joshin had such ability. Moreover, she was really irritated by Joshin, so she immediately said, okay, if you're right, the needle is yours, but what if you're wrong? Just kidding, how could I be wrong? Seeing that Lin Qingyu agreed, Joshin quickly said, the needle goes along the meridians, pressing the acupoint 3 inches, stopping at the meridians without hurting the internal organs, controlling the mind and stopping at the movement. Seeing that Joshin could actually recite the outline of the acupoint sealing method that he had researched, Lin Qingyu was stunned. This thing was researched by myself, and in today's medical field, only my grandfather knows something about it. There is no third person. Who knew that this guy could actually recite the acupuncture point sealing method that he had figured out just by taking a look at it? Lin Qingyu was completely shocked. Ding. The host's behavior shocked the medical genius Lin Qingyu, villain value plus 9,999. Ah, this guy is a genius. Looking at his current state, he is clearly a fool. Joshin looked at Lin Qingyu and said, well, I was right, wasn't I? Although Lin Qingyu felt a little sorry for her set of needles, she was a trustworthy person and would not cheat. She nodded and said to Joshin, you're awesome. This set of needles is yours. Take it. Joshin was not polite and took off the silver needles on Hua's arm one by one. Without the restraint of the silver needles, Hua Bisho immediately became furious and shouted at Lin Qingyu, you little bastard, you dare to plot against me, you are looking for death. As he said that, Hua Beizi suddenly stood up and called his younger brothers who were afraid to take action. However, just as he was about to move, he suddenly felt like he was going to poop, and the feeling of poop and urine bursting out almost made him explode on the spot. Toilet, toilet. As he said this, he covered his butt and ran out. When the minions brought by Flowery Arms saw their boss running away, no one dared to stay and they all ran out. In an instant, the clinic, which was originally bustling, became quiet again. Chapter 92, Understanding New Skills. Joshin originally thought there would be something interesting to watch, but he didn't expect the result to be so dramatic. Now that everything was fine, he took the medicine that Lin Qingyu had just prepared. He left without even saying hello. In response to this, Lin Qingyu expressed her anger, very angry. Today, not only did he lose to this guy in medical skills, but he also let him take away the silver needles he had used for many years. This was a huge blow to Lin Qingyu, and she felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't until Joshin's figure disappeared again that Lin Qingyu suddenly realized something. I forgot to ask this bastard's name again. Joshin was in a very happy mood after taking the medicine home. Not only did he win a box of silver needles from the young man named Lin Qingyu in the clinic, but he also taught him a lesson. Thinking of the other person's melancholy and tearful look just now, like a woman, Joshin couldn't help but want to laugh. After returning home, Joshin immediately put the medicine in the refrigerator, and then went back to the house to play with the spoils he won from the clinic. Recalling Lin Xingyu's every move of subduing the man with silver needles, he began to deduce the acupuncture technique of sealing the acupuncture points with silver needles. As Zhou Shen kept trying in his mind, the system prompt sound in his head suddenly rang. Ding! The host has acquired a new skill from the outside world. Do you want to perform the system read function and add it to the talent column? Zhou Shen never expected that the system could be used in this way. Therefore, Zhou Shen confirmed, agree to read the skills. Ding! Congratulations to the dormitory for obtaining a new skill, elementary acupuncture, with 30% functional development. It is incomplete and can only be used for medical purposes. Zhou Shen was excited when he saw the new skills in his attribute column. It seems that skills do not necessarily have to be acquired through the system, but can also be learned from the outside world. This opened the door to a new world for him. But after calming down, I found that my new skills were incomplete and their functions were limited. This made Zhou Shen a little unhappy, and he couldn't help but ask, System, how do I improve this skill level? Ding! The host can choose to frequently use this skill to brush up on his proficiency, or upgrade by consuming villain points. Brushing up proficiency, this is too stupid, just this acupuncture, I wonder how many people will be harmed before I can improve to the next level. Zhou Shen doesn't have that much time and energy to spend on practicing his skills. Therefore, Zhou Shen was actually attracted by the latter's idea of using villain value to improve skills. Okay, then I'll improve this skill to a high level first. Ding! Host, are you sure you want to spend 1 million villain points to upgrade your basic acupuncture skills to an advanced level? Sure. Ding! Villain value is being deducted. As the villain value was deducted, Zhou Shen's mind quickly gained a lot of knowledge about acupuncture, and in a blink of an eye, his skill level was upgraded to advanced by the system. Although the effect is good, the price is also high. 1 million villain points were consumed just like that. Coupled with the million villain points consumed by the previous customized high-end cooking skills, Zhou Shen's already tight budget was further squeezed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced acupuncture. The functions are fully developed and can be used for medical treatment and combat. At the same time, you have obtained the flying needle technique. Ha! It can even fly needles. After hearing the system's explanation, Zhou Shen immediately became interested, and the image of Bridget Lin's version of Dongfang Booby instantly appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to try the effect of the silver needles. So he carefully took out a needle from the needle box. What should I get? Just when Zhou Shen was hesitating about what to pick up to practice, Zhou Sihai suddenly walked into Zhou Shen's room. Nephew, your mother and I will wait a moment. Look at the needle. Before Zhou Sihai could react, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck and became unable to move. Nephew, what's going on? I can't move. Hurry, help me call an ambulance. Zhou Sihai, who suddenly lost consciousness, panicked and quickly asked Zhou Shen for help. However, Zhou Shen smiled and said, Don't panic, I just gave you an injection. It will be fine after the needle is removed. Zhou Sihai was furious when he heard what Zhou Shen said, You scare me to death, you little brat. I was wondering why I couldn't move. How about it, uncle, it's a good experience. Stop talking nonsense and get this thing off my chest. It's too uncomfortable. As he spoke, sweat actually broke out on Zhou Sihai's brow. Zhou Shen didn't expect that his acupuncture method would be so effective. He clearly remembered that Lin Xingyu had to give the man several injections before he could control him. It seems that having a system to improve skill levels is really good. Afterwards, Zhou Shen didn't plan to continue the experiment, so he helped Zhou Sihai remove the silver needle. Zhou Sihai, who regained consciousness, did not argue with Zhou Shen about this matter. After all, it is not right for an elder to argue with a child about who is better. After slightly moving his shoulders, Zhou Sihai continued the conversation he had just had, saying, Nephew, your mother and I are going out later. The restaurant is running low on ingredients, so we need to go buy some. Do you want to come? Forget it, I won't go. I have a lot of things to do. Zhou Shen thought about the big order on the dark web and did not agree to Zhou Sihai's invitation. Okay, then you just go ahead and do your thing. My sister and I will be there. Well, remember not to let my mother do manual labor. I understand. You don't need to ask me for help. After saying that, Zhou Sihai left the room. After explaining to Zhou Yueling, the two of them went out directly. Now Zhou Shen is the only one left at home, and the world has become quiet again. Zhou Shen, who was planning to continue with his task, had just turned on his computer when the doorbell suddenly rang. Could it be that my uncle and mom left in such a hurry that they forgot to bring the key? Zhou Shun guessed. When he arrived at the door and opened it, the person standing outside was Yang Wanner, whom he had not seen for a long time. It has been a while since Zhou Shun last saw her since they separated in the hotel. Today, Yang Wanner wore a white short-sleeved shirt with lace and a black short skirt, showing off her straight and slender legs to the fullest. It is as beautiful as a flower that has been watered. But Zhou Shun was a little impatient with the beauty in front of him and asked, "Why are you here? What do you want from me?" Zhou Shun's cold tone made Yang Wanner feel a little uncomfortable. "Isn't it possible to find you if there's nothing wrong?" "No," Zhou Shun said and planned to close the door. "Wait a minute, I have something to do." Yang Wanner shouted anxiously when she saw Zhou Shun was about to close the door. Looking at Yang Wanner's chubby face due to anger, Zhou Shun actually felt that this girl was even cuter. He was trying to act serious, but suddenly he started laughing. "You come to see me every now and then, are you trying to find me to continue what we didn't finish at the hotel last time?" "Bullshit, you shameless bastard." Ding. The host flirts with a girl in broad daylight, villain value plus 99,999. Ding. The host is cursed by Yang Wanner, villain value plus 99,999. As soon as Yang Wanner saw him, she couldn't wait to offer her villain value. This immediately piqued Zhou Shun's interest, as he had just lost a lot of villain value. He immediately decided to play with Yang Wanner, the experience baby, and maybe he could make up for his previous losses. However, while Zhou Shun was still thinking about how to get some villain points from Yang Wanner suddenly said, "Are you going to let me stand outside and talk?" "I'm sorry, there's no one at home. It's not good for a man and a woman to be alone in a room together," Zhou Shun said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanner exploded instantly. She immediately yelled angrily, "Zhou Shun, can you please have a bit of shame? Now you're saying it's not nice for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room, but why didn't you say anything when you did that to me earlier?" However, what Yang Wanner didn't know was that her angry curses were actually a beautiful system notification sound when it reached Zhou Shun's ears. Ding. The host has angered the heroine Yang Wanner to the point of going berserk. Villain value plus 99,999. Chapter 93, Need to Pay More. Seeing that Yang Wanner was tired of scolding, Zhou Shun said calmly, "Now that you're done scolding, go home." "That's it?" Yang Wanner suddenly felt numb. Why was this bastard man so bastard? Wasn't he the one she had just scolded? How can you be like this? How can you treat a girl like this? Yang Wanner frowned. "You? A girl?" Seeing Zhou Shun's disdainful look, Yang Wanner felt like cursing again, but thinking of the purpose of her visit today, she finally held back. Okay, if you don't want to go in, then don't go in." Seeing Yang Wanner was about to explode with anger, Zhou Shun felt that it was enough, so he changed the subject and said, "It's my bad luck, come in." After Zhou Shun finished speaking, he went back into the house. After watching Zhou Shun enter the house, Yang Wanner followed him in and closed the door. Seeing Yang Wanner coming in, Zhou Shun said calmly, "What's the matter? Tell me quickly. I'll give you 5 minutes." 5 minutes? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Yang Wanner scolded. "That's none of your business. Hurry up, there are still 4.5 minutes left. There's something I need your help with." "Ah? Miss Yang, you actually want to ask me, who has nothing left, for help?" "Yeah, why wouldn't I be happy? I'm asking you for help because I think highly of you." "No, Miss Yang, I don't need your respect. With your attitude, I'm too lazy to help you. Don't you dare help me." "I won't help, what can you do to me?" 1 million. "Miss Yang, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have money?" 2 million. "You're kidding. Who do you think I, Zhou Shun, am?" 3 million. Forehead. 5 million. Okay. Let's make it clear first, we're just boyfriends, nothing else is included. Seeing Zhou Shun pretending to be a good kid, Yang Wanner cursed, "What are you talking about, you bastard? Who needs those things? But if Miss Yang really needs it, this matter is not impossible to discuss, it's just." Zhou Shun's voice dragged out, sounding a little mysterious. "Just what?" Yang Wanner asked habitually. "It just costs extra money," Zhou Shun said with a smile. "Get out, you damn scoundrel." Yang Wanner finally couldn't bear it anymore. She really couldn't stand this scoundrel anymore. Ding. The host is cursed by Young Wanner, villain value plus 99,999. Ding. The host's shameless behavior was despised by Young Wanner, and the villain value is plus 99,999. Ding. The host's behavior is highly appreciated by the system, villain value plus 99,999. Wow. This crappy system is actually generous today. Zhou Shen complained in his heart. Okay, since you've already agreed, remember to dress formally tomorrow and go to the hotel with me. Tomorrow, so soon? Zhou Shen asked in surprise. Yes, the engagement ceremony is tomorrow. Yang Wanner blurted out. What engagement ceremony? Zhou Shen interrupted and asked after hearing this. Seeing that she had let the cat out of the bag, Yang Wanner quickly covered it up. It's okay, just get ready tomorrow and I'll pick you up then. Pick me up? Forget it. You caused me a lot of trouble the last time you came to my house. I can just take a taxi there myself tomorrow. Just give me the address. Okay. The address is the Henteing Hotel in the city center. I'll send you the electronic invitation tomorrow morning. Zhou Shen nodded and said, okay, but let me make it clear, this is just this once. Don't get used to it and think about me every day. Asshole. Yang Wanner was furious again. This time she could no longer bear it and raised her hand to slap Zhou Shen. However, she was no match for Zhou Shen, and her hand was intercepted by Zhou Shen halfway. Instead, Zhou Shen pulled Yang Wanner and she leaned into his arms. Asshole, what do you want to do? What? Miss Yang, guess what I want to do? As he spoke, Zhou Shen's eyes gradually moved closer. Yang Wanner could even feel Zhou Shen's breath. Her eyes became a little blurry and her body softened. But at this critical moment, the door suddenly opened. Hearing the noise, Zhou Shen thought to himself that something was wrong. But before he could make any move, Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai came in. The entrance of these two people made the originally ambiguous atmosphere instantly become weird. Yang Wanner shyly shrank into Zhou Shen's arms. Her movements and expression made Zhou Shen stunned. Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai had not expected that they would see such an explosive scene, and they stood there speechless. Zhou Shen looked at Zhou Yueling and smiled bitterly. Mom, you're back so early. Is it early? Zhou Yueling asked. Good morning. Sister, I remember there are still some things in the car that haven't been counted. Why don't you come down with me to count them? Zhou Sihai was the first to react and come to the rescue. Yes, I said I forgot something. Look at my brain. Zhou Yueling also understood and said, pulling Zhou Sihai out. Before leaving, Zhou Sihai said loudly, we may have to wait a long time before we come back. Nephew, don't worry, take care of yourself. After hearing Zhou Sihai's final instructions, Zhou Shen was left in tears and laughter. Okay, they've all left. Miss Yang, shouldn't you get up now? Gone? Yang Wanner poked her head out to take a look, and when she saw that the person had indeed left, she stood up. After Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai got involved like this, Zhou Shen doesn't feel anything now. Yang Wanner was both embarrassed and anxious, and immediately fled away. After seeing Yang Wanner off, Zhou Shen immediately returned to his room and began to think about what Yang Wanner had not finished saying. Engagement ceremony. This girl must be hiding something from me. No, I can't let this little girl take me down. Zhou Shen stood up and started looking up some recent news about the Yang family on the internet. The next morning, Zhou Shen got up early. After spending several hours searching yesterday, I finally found some clues from some economic weeklies. It is said that the Yang family has been getting close to the Yi family recently, and the two families have reached some consensus on business cooperation. There are also rumors that the Yi family is switching to the catering industry. Among all the strange rumors, there is also a very critical issue revealed. That is, the Yi and Yang families have been acting strangely lately. Then Yang Wanner came to me in a hurry yesterday and said that she was going to attend an engagement ceremony. It can be seen that there must be some connection between them. However, when Zhou Shen was sitting at the dining table thinking about all this quietly, the phone rang. Zhou Shen picked it up and saw that it was the invitation letter that Yang Wanner had mentioned yesterday. However, the invitation letter only had some QR codes to confirm the identity of the visitor. As for the content of the banquet, no word was mentioned. Zhou Shen shrugged, stuffed the bun in his hand into his mouth, and said to Zhou Yueling in the kitchen, Mom, I won't go to the breakfast shop today. My friend wants to see me. Friend? The one from yesterday, right? Zhou Sihai replied. Hey, we're all men, nephew, please don't be so formal. Uncle, you seem to be talking a little too fast. Zhou Shen said. Zhou Yueling also came out at this time and said, okay, go ahead. The breakfast shop doesn't need you. Remember to come back early in the evening. It's still unclear whether I can come back in the evening. Zhou Sihai continued to joke. However, Zhou Shen was too lazy to pay attention to Zhou Sihai and went out just by taking a coat. Chapter 94, Engagement Party. City Center. Hentaying Hotel. As the largest 5-star hotel in Dragon City, Hentaying is a gathering place for Dragon City's upper class. Especially today, the Yi and Yang families also held a banquet here. The purpose is to arrange the engagement of their children Yifan and Yang Wanner. Once the news spread, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, the marriage between the Yi family, a real estate tycoon, and the Yang family, a catering industry tycoon, is a powerful alliance that is likely to change the business world of Longcheng. For this reason, many people came to the banquet with the intention of observing the big guys in advance. In the banquet hall, Yang Guofu and Yi Longcheng, the hosts, kept greeting the people attending the banquet. When I see old friends, I sometimes chat with them for a while. Yi Fan was behind Yi Longcheng, quietly watching everything in front of him. Is this a gathering for rich people? Yi Fan exclaimed in his heart. As a corporate slave in his previous life, he had never seen such a grand scene. Especially since those present today are all top business leaders. Their unique temperament alone is enough to open Yi Fan's eyes. Not only that, he was the protagonist in today's banquet, which made Yi Fan's heart unable to calm down for a long time. This sense of superiority and status is much more exciting to him than making money. After all, making friends with dignitaries and expanding your social circle are more important than making money right now. Therefore, Yi Fan is very excited at the moment. However, he hid his inner emotions very well. After all, he didn't want to be called a bumpkin who had never seen the world. But in Yang Guofu's eyes, his behavior was a completely different situation. When Yang Guofu saw Yi Fan behind Yi Longcheng, he stood there obediently from the beginning. Not only did he not cause trouble for Yi Longcheng, he also helped greet the guests from time to time and acted very relaxed. This made Yang Guofu extremely envious. How great it would be if he also had such a good son. However, when he thought of his daughter, who looked like she had been spoiled for a long time, Yang Guofu's face suddenly looked a little unnatural. Look at the time, it's almost 11 o'clock, and this girl is still in the lounge. Then, Yang Guofu whispered to the secretary beside him, look, what is Wanner doing in the lounge? Why hasn't she come out yet? However, the secretary was quick and returned to report to Yang Guofu shortly afterwards, the young lady is putting on makeup. Why would you spend the whole morning putting on makeup? Go tell her to get out. The secretary ran over again to convey Yang Guofu's words. But this time there was no response. Not only did the daughter not come down, but the secretary also did not come back. This made Yang Guofu a little angry. Just when he was about to go over and take a look in person to see what Wanner was doing, suddenly, I noticed that everyone's attention was drawn to one side. Following their gaze, I found that my daughter had actually walked out of the lounge. However, as soon as she appeared, she instantly attracted the attention of all the young talents in the hall. Today, Yang Wanner wore a light pink strapless dress, revealing her white shoulders and delicate collarbones. She walked out of the lounge with light steps, like a butterfly. Her movements during this period were like those of a flower fairy. It's intoxicating. Fascinating. She walked slowly to Yang Guofu's side and said softly, Dad, I'm here. The sound is short and light, as pleasant as the sound of a lark. This is your daughter, old Yang. Good, good, she is indeed a beauty. Even the knowledgeable Yi Longcheng praised her. Yang Guofu was very satisfied with his daughter's appearance. After all, his daughter's beauty was the only thing he could boast of. As for her personality, it's really hard to describe. When Yi Fan saw Yang Wanner for the first time, he was attracted by her extraordinary beauty. Speaking of beautiful women, Yi Fan has seen many during this period. But how could the Yang Wanner in front of him be compared with those vulgar women? Because of this, even Yi Fan, who had lived 2 lives as a human, was a little dazed. Yang Wanner saw that Yi Fan was just like all the other stinky men, and he would be distraught when he saw her, which made her feel even more disgusted with men. Men are such a hateful creature. As she spoke, Yang Wanner suddenly thought of Zhou Shen. In comparison, that stinky man seemed more pleasing to the eye. But she still shook her head gently to dispel her wild thoughts. Yang Wanner said to Yang Wufu unhappily, "Dad, why are you rushing me downstairs so anxiously? What on earth do you want to do?" Seeing this, Yang Wufu's face darkened and he said, "You girl, today is your engagement ceremony, and you're staying in the lounge by yourself. How can this be acceptable? Why is it unreasonable? Besides, I didn't agree to this." "Shut up, it's not your turn to decide this matter." "Humph. Then I'll go find Grandpa and see who he'll help." "You." The atmosphere between Yang Wufu and Yang Wanner became increasingly tense. Yi Longqing quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, saying, "Old Yang, don't get angry all the time. The children are still young and don't understand. Let's go, let's make some space for them so that the young people can spend some time together." "Okay. I happen to have a few friends over there, let me introduce them to you." Yang Wufu was also helpless with Yang Wanner and could only do as Yi Longqing said. After all, two young people may have more common topics than himself and his daughter. "Okay, Wanner, you have a good chat with Yi Fan. I'll go over there with your uncle Yi," Yang Wufu said. Yi Longqing then gave Yi Fan a wink, telling him to seize the opportunity. Although the overall strength of the Yang family is not as good as that of the Yi family, it has a deep foundation, especially the old man of the Yang family, who has considerable connections in the capital. If the Yi family could marry into the Yang family, it would be a good choice. Yi Fan came back to his senses after receiving instructions from Yi Longqing. Yi Fan had lost his composure a bit just now because of Yang Wanner's appearance, so he apologized very gentlemanly. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now." "It's okay, I'm used to it. You men are all the same." After seeing Yang Wufu leave, Yang Wanner changed her smile and spoke coldly. Can I call you Wanner?" Yi Fan asked. "It's up to you, call me whatever you want," Yang Wanner said casually. Seeing Yang Wanner's cold attitude, it actually aroused Yi Fan's desire to conquer. "Wanner, after our engagement today, you will be my fiancé. I will protect you well and will not let you come to any harm," Yi Fan said seriously. "No need, you should just protect yourself. After all, I don't like men," Yang Wanner said directly to the point. "You've got to be kidding. Do I look like I'm joking?" Seeing that Yang Wanner was speaking seriously, Yi Fan did not change his mind. Instead, he smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. You said that because you don't know me well enough yet, so you haven't fallen in love with me yet. When we spend some time together, you will understand how good I am. Can you please stop being so narcissistic? I said I don't like you and I don't like you. Not now and not in the future. Don't worry. I will make you fall in love with me slowly, and I am confident that you will even change everything for me." When Yang Wanner heard Yi Fan's words, her face suddenly turned ugly. Is this guy a fool? Where does he get his confidence from? Helplessly, Yang Wanner looked up at the clock in the banquet hall. It was already past 11 o'clock, why hadn't that guy come yet? Could it be that this bastard stood me up? If that happens, I will be in trouble. At the same time, Yang Wanner secretly decided that if that bastard dared to lie to her, she would bite him to death the next time they met. Chapter 95, Gate Dog. There are a lot of people in front of Hentang Hotel today. Everyone came to attend the banquet hosted by the Yi and Yang families. In order to distinguish between different types of guests and staff, and to prevent the guests from waiting for a long time, the Yi and Yang families issued two different invitations. Depending on the invitation letter, the channels you can take will naturally be different. After all, some people have a high status, and they can't just queue up here with a group of staff. Zhou Xin received an electronic invitation letter, which only contained a QR code and a string of numbers. Zhou Xin was not very clear about it and was too lazy to ask. Anyway, it was still early and there was still some time before the engagement ceremony, so he could find time to do other things. But even in this queue, Zhou Xin seemed a little out of place. After all, even those who are waiting in line are eligible to receive invitation letters from Yi and Yang's families. Their status and position are certainly extraordinary, especially judging by their attire. Whether it is the dress she wears or the watch on her wrist, they are all expensive luxury goods. After all, how could one not dress up for such a big event as attending the banquet hosted by the Yi and Yang families? Only Zhou Xin was there, wearing a simple coat that looked old. It's like throwing a glass ball into a diamond, it doesn't fit in. But Zhou Xin was completely unaware of this problem. Moreover, with his personality, even if he realized it, he wouldn't care. What does other people's opinions have to do with him? Zhou is Zhou, a firework of different colors. While waiting in line, Zhou immersed his consciousness in the system to see if he could come up with something useful. After all, there is no good banquet, and today's banquet is most likely a hangmen banquet. Through last night's investigation, Zhou knew that this party would definitely not be as easy as Yang Wanner said, that just being a boyfriend for one day would be enough. According to the comprehensive information, today should be the engagement ceremony of Yang Wanner and that bastard Yi Fan. You might have to face Yi Fan, the son of destiny, head on. Although Zhou was somewhat happy about this, after all, it would be nice to be able to gain some luck points or villain points from the son of luck. But he also knew that facing Yi Fan was definitely different from facing those minions, and he must not take it lightly. For example, when he first met Yi Fan, the system's prompt about the luck suppression was still fresh in Zhou's memory. Although we live in a civilized society and won't cause your own death, it's normal to lose some face. In order to prevent accidents from happening, Zhou felt it necessary to exchange his remaining villain value for props. Maybe I can give Yi Fan a surprise then. Therefore, while others were communicating with their friends around them, Zhou was constantly getting familiar with those strange props. However, what Zhou didn't know was that when he was immersed in studying those props, someone in the crowd quietly stared at him. This person is none other than Chen Jiqiang, who has suffered losses at the hands of Zhou many times. Ever since what Chen Jiqiang did in A Ray of Sunshine was broadcast live on TV. In order to resolve this matter, Chen Bin spent a lot of money and used many connections, but finally he was able to barely downplay the matter. For this reason, Chen Bin was furious and put the prodigal son in solitary confinement. If today's banquet wasn't so special, Chen Jiqiang probably wouldn't be able to leave the house at all. Because of these, Chen Jiqiang hated Zhou to the core. In his opinion, if it weren't for that idiot Zhou playing dirty, how could he have ended up like this? Finally, under the pretext of a banquet, I got the chance to go out for a walk. But he didn't expect to see Zhou here. How could Chen Jiqiang tolerate this? However, after the last experience, Chen Jiqiang has learned a lot. Since he didn't know why this guy suddenly appeared here, he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, if the Yi family was nostalgic and sent an invitation specifically to this guy who was kicked out of the family, and he went up to cause trouble, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the Yi family? If he really does this, his father will really break his legs this time. Just in case, Chen Jiqiang quickly made a phone call, hoping to verify it. After the call was connected, Yi Fan's impatient voice came from the other end. What's the matter with the call? Master Yi, guess who I saw at the hotel entrance? Who you saw has nothing to do with me. If you have something to say, tell me. If not, hang up. No. Master Yi, I saw that bastard Zhou. Who, what is he doing here? I was just about to call you and ask you. Wasn't it you who sent him the invitation? Why would I send him an invitation? I'm not sick. Is that so? Then I have an idea. Judging from Chen Jiqiang's tone, he seemed to be thinking of causing trouble for Zhou again. Yi Fan was naturally happy about this, so his tone softened a little, and then he said, I heard that you were put in solitary confinement again? That's right. My old man only knows this trick, it's very annoying. Chen Jiqiang said with some pain. Don't worry. After today, I'll call your dad and ask him to let you out. Really? Master Yi, you can't lie to me. When have I ever lied to you? Okay. Yi Shao, just wait and see. Then Chen Jiqiang took the opportunity to express his loyalty and said, I will definitely humiliate this time and will never let him leave so easily. Master Yi, I will never let you down. Beep, beep. Before Chen Jiqiang could finish his words, Yi Fan hung up the phone. He had no choice but to shake his head and put his phone away. Chen Jiqiang was so happy when he thought that he would be able to walk out of the solitary confinement room soon. Afterwards, Chen Jiqiang, full of motivation, straightened his clothes and rushed to Zhou aggressively. As soon as they met, Chen Jiqiang said sarcastically, Hentang Hotel lets anyone in these days. Aren't they afraid that some people with bad intentions will come and cause trouble? Chen Jiqiang's words immediately attracted the attention of others around him. Hey, isn't this Chen Jiqiang, the eldest son of the Chen family? Why is he here too? It is said that he has a good personal relationship with Master Yi, so it is only natural that he can come. But who is he talking to? That person looks familiar to me. As they spoke, everyone began to look at Zhou. When Zhou saw that it was Chen Jiqiang again, he didn't intend to pay attention to him and turned his head away and ignored him. Who knew that Chen Jiqiang was so ungrateful and thought that Zhou Shun was in Hentang Hotel and was afraid of him? It looks like this guy was not invited at all. His behavior is exactly like that of a freeloader. Why, you can't be so arrogant just because you're not in your little piece of land, Mr. Zhou? Hearing Chen Jiqiang's sarcastic tone, Zhou Shun stared at him with suspicion. You're not done yet, are you? Seeing that Zhou Shun seemed angry, Chen Jiqiang suddenly became excited. Oh, is Master Zhou angry? I'm so scared. There's absolutely no need to be angry with you. After all, who would be angry at a stray dog on the roadside? Zhou Shun counterattacked. Who are you calling a stray dog on the roadside? When Chen Jiqiang heard this name, he immediately became angry. What? Are you still a pet? But you don't even put a leash on when you go out. Aren't you afraid that someone will catch you and put you in a cage? Isn't he implying that he was put in solitary confinement by his father? Chen Jiqiang was instantly furious, his once handsome face becoming a bit distorted. He immediately roared at Zhou Shun, "Zhou Shun, you bastard, do you think I dare not touch you? Today I will make you understand why the flowers are so red." However, Chen Jiqiang could never have imagined that while he was roaring in anger, Zhou Shun heard a beautiful system notification sound. Ding! The host angered his henchman Chen Jiqiang, villain value plus 99,999. Chapter 96, Playing with the Dog at the Door. The conflict continues at the hotel entrance. Looking at the furious Chen Jiqiang, Zhou Shun said calmly, "Look at you, you're still so anxious. Didn't your father beat you that day, or didn't your father put you in solitary confinement? The reason I was put in solitary confinement was all because of you. If you hadn't used dirty tricks last time and embarrassed me on TV, how could I have?" Chen Jiqiang was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Originally, I just wanted to explain what happened last time, but who knew that the more I explained, the worse it got, and it seemed like I was incriminating myself. When the people around heard him say this, they immediately remembered the incident some time ago and started whispering to each other. I was just saying, when I first saw Chen Jiqiang, I felt like I'd forgotten something. Turns out it was from the live TV broadcast last time. Yeah. He was really embarrassed at that time. The Chen family was also affected by him. It is said that they lost tens of millions. How dare Chen Bin let this prodigal son out? How can this guy be qualified to come here? Seeing that everyone was talking about his embarrassing moments, Chen Jiqiang's face changed instantly. Especially when he saw the smirk on Zhou Shun's face, Chen Jiqiang immediately understood and reacted. Damn it, I fell into this guy's trap again. Chen Jiqiang said angrily. I originally wanted to ask Zhou Shun why he came to the banquet, but who would have thought that he would take the initiative and humiliate me first? I miscalculated. Hearing others question his qualifications to attend the meeting, Chen Jiqiang immediately took out his invitation letter and said arrogantly, "See, I have an invitation letter from the Yi family, so of course I am qualified to attend the banquet." Seeing the invitation letter in Chen Jiqiang's hand, everyone stopped asking questions. After all, the Yi family doesn't mind, so what else can they say? After seeing that everyone was no longer targeting him, Chen Jiqiang turned to Zhou Shun and asked, "I have an invitation, do you have one?" After saying that, he took out the invitation letter and showed it off in front of Zhou Shun. It's just an invitation letter, everyone has one. Zhou Shun said disdainfully. If you have it, take it out and let me see it. If you want to see it, I have to show it to you. Who do you think you are? If you don't have it, then don't pretend. Don't think you can still show off your face later. You are no longer the eldest young master of the Yi family. Chen Jiqiang didn't believe Zhou Shun's nonsense. He had just called the Yi family to confirm it personally. The Yi family had never sent him an invitation. Therefore, Chen Jiqiang concluded that Zhou Shun was just playing tricks. Everyone quickly grasped the key point from Chen Jiqiang's last sentence and recognized Zhou Shun's identity. The former eldest young master of the Yi family? I was wondering why that guy looked so familiar. Turns out it's the former young master Yi Shin. Don't call him that. I heard he was expelled from the Yi family a long time ago and no longer has the surname Yi. Since he's already a member of the Yi family, why is he still here for the engagement party? Who knows? But if that's the case, this guy might not have an invitation. It's no wonder these people couldn't recognize Zhou Shun. The original owner had underdeveloped intelligence, was confused every day, and was violent and ferocious. He was completely different from the Zhou Shun in front of them. In addition, Zhou Shen has recovered a lot through exercise and system help during this period, and his physical condition has reached the standard of a normal person. Therefore, the whole person looks smart and elegant. People who are not familiar with him would never associate him with the idiot from the Yi family. But as Zhou Shen's identity was exposed, the way people at the scene looked at him changed. At the same time, everyone did have doubts about whether Zhou Shen had an invitation letter from the Yi family. After all, the Yi family had already kicked him out, so how could they invite him to such an important banquet? However, the commotion Chen Jiqiang made here soon attracted the attention of the hotel. In order to avoid any accidents, the hotel lobby manager rushed over and asked what happened. When Chen Jiqiang saw the hotel staff coming, he immediately asked, "How do you run your hotel? Why are you letting people in without invitations into the queue? This is wasting our time." After hearing what Chen Jiqiang said, the lobby manager first observed Chen Jiqiang. Seeing that he was wearing a brand-name suit and looked like a rich man, he then looked at Zhou Shen with a squint. Soon he knew who to talk to. At that moment, the lobby manager first apologized to Chen Jiqiang. Then he politely said to Zhou Shen, "Sir, please show me your invitation." "Why?" Zhou Shen asked. "I'm the lobby manager here. I have the right to check whether you were invited by a guest. After all, this is to protect the rights of other guests." "Really? Then why are you only looking at me when there are so many people here?" Zhou Shen asked. "Look at the way you're dressed. You don't belong to the same circle as the people here." "Because I..." Before the lobby manager could finish his words, Zhou Shen interrupted him coldly, "Because you are just a dog who serves you according to your needs." "How do you talk?" asked the lobby manager. Ding! The host taunts the hotel manager, "Villain value plus 999. A dog is a dog, even its villain value is so low." Zhou Shen was too lazy to argue with him and immediately said, "Don't you want to see my invitation? If I take it out, have you thought about how to apologize?" After hearing what Zhou Shen said, the lobby manager felt a chill on his back. What's going on? Could it be that this guy is just like the ancestor of his own company, who likes to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? Seeing that the lobby manager was intimidated by Zhou Shen, Chen Jiqiang stepped forward again. He was not going to fall for Zhou Shen's trick. "If you have it, just take it out. Stop talking nonsense." He really couldn't believe that Zhou Shen could really produce an invitation letter. After all, Yi Fan had already told him with certainty that the Yi family had never sent an invitation letter to Zhou Shen. And logically speaking, they would not invite Zhou Shen. After all, why invite him? With that idiot's stupid brain, he might even cause a scene at the banquet. The Yi family is not bored. Therefore, Chen Jiqiang is now fearless. However, Zhou Shen said calmly, "Whether I can produce the invitation or not is none of your business. You are just worrying about other people's business. Do you have anything else to do? I don't think you can take it out?" Chen Jiqiang said jokingly. "What if I take it out?" "Then just take it out. If you ask me to take it out, I will take it out. That would be so embarrassing for me. How about this, if I can't take it out, I will give you 100,000 yuan. If I take it out, you give me 100,000 yuan. How about it?" Zhou Shen said provocatively. Chen Jiqiang hesitated for a moment. He looked carefully at Zhou Shen's face. This guy was so confident. Did he really have an invitation? But then I thought about it and felt that it was impossible. After all, for a banquet like this, the Yi family would definitely have discussed among themselves who to invite and who not to invite. Since Yi Fan said that he didn't invite this guy, then he definitely didn't invite him. This guy was probably bluffing him, so Chen Jiqiang said loudly, "Okay, as long as you can produce the real invitation, I'll give you 100,000 yuan as an apology." Hearing this, Zhou Shen's face suddenly showed an unexpectedly deep smile. 100,000 yuan isn't a lot of money, but it's still enough to play with a dog. Chapter 97, Nothing. Zhou Shen's gaze swept across the faces of the people around him, and finally settled on Chen Jiqiang. He said calmly, "Since Master Chen is so generous, I won't say anything. I just hope Master Chen doesn't refuse to pay his debt." What a joke! How could I, Chen Jiqiang, be the kind of person who refuses to pay my debts? Okay, if you want to see it, go ahead. Zhou Shen said this and directly showed the QR code of his phone. What is this? A QR code. Are you asking me for a tip? Chen Jiqiang laughed. QR code? The lobby manager was also stunned, but he was not as relaxed as Chen Jiqiang. Instead, he couldn't help but shiver in his heart. "You want to see my invitation letter, right? Here it is," Zhou Shen said calmly. "What a joke. Everyone has paper invitations, why did you use a QR code? Are you kidding me?" Chen Jiqiang cursed. However, just as Chen Jiqiang finished speaking, the lobby manager suddenly said in an extremely respectful manner, "Dear guest, I'm sorry to bother you." "Dear guest? Are you talking to me?" Seeing the lobby manager bowing in his direction, Chen Jiqiang thought he was talking to him. However, the lobby manager had no time to pay attention to Chen Jiqiang. The invitation letters with QR codes are for the hostess special guests. Only the boss behind the Hentaying Hotel can send such an invitation, it is unique and exclusive. He never imagined that the boy in front of him actually had this thing. Doesn't this mean that he knows the big boss? Oh my god. Something is going to happen. I am still checking the invitation letter of the distinguished guest. This is like looking for trouble. Therefore, the lobby manager quickly said to Zhou Shen in a flattering manner, "Dear guest, please do not queue here. Guests of your status can use the special channel." As he spoke, the lobby manager pointed to the entrance next door where there was no queue. After hearing what the hotel manager said, not only Chen Jiqiang, but also the other onlookers were stunned. What's going on? How come this abandoned child of the Yi family got a special invitation? How could it be? Aren't invitations like this only for distinguished guests? How did this kid get one? Oh my god, it's so cool not to have to queue. Brother, are you missing the point? Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Zhou Shen seemed indifferent. My invitation was given to me by Yang Wanner. As the daughter of the Yang family, how could she fool me with such an ordinary thing? Zhou Shen glanced at Chen Jiqiang, who was stunned on the spot, then opened the payment code on his phone, waved it in front of him and said, "Mr. Chen, thank you for your patronage. 100,000 yuan. Chen Jiqiang's face suddenly changed and he was about to refute immediately. After all, what Zhou Shen took out was not an invitation. However, before he could open his mouth, Zhou Shen said calmly, "Mr. Chen, are you trying to deny your debt and say this isn't an invitation? You. Actually, it doesn't matter if you default on the debt. I still have your sports car anyway, so it doesn't matter." When Chen Jiqiang heard that Zhou Shen was threatening him with his beloved car, he felt as if thunder was rolling in his sky. This bastard is so shameless. I, Chen Jiqiang, am the young master of brilliant architecture. How can I refuse to pay for a mere 100,000 yuan? After saying that, Chen Jiqiang took out his mobile phone and was about to scan money for Zhou Shen. However, when he entered the payment password, the phone prompted that the payment was unsuccessful. Chen Jiqiang immediately changed another card and did the same thing. Only then did he remember that when his father came back that day, he was so angry that he blocked all his cards. At that time, he thought his father was just speaking in anger, but now it seems that he was overthinking it. His father really restricted his spending. Suddenly, Chen Jiqiang stood there awkwardly. Seeing this, Zhou Shen didn't know what was going on with this guy, so he said with a half smile, "Mr. Chen, can you not even come up with a mere 100,000 yuan? This." Chen Jiqiang is now able to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment from his awkward position. However, Zhou Shen had no intention of letting him go and continued, "Mr. Chen, is it possible that your brilliant construction is really on the verge of bankruptcy? Otherwise, with your status, how could you not come up with 100,000 yuan? Your family is bankrupt, our brilliant construction is doing very well." Chen Jiqiang said angrily. "Okay, then keep your promise and give me the money," Zhou Shen said. This. Zhou Yang was too lazy to continue arguing with him. Seeing that he couldn't take it out, he immediately turned around and walked towards the VIP passage on the side. When passing by Chen Jiqiang, Zhou Shen said disdainfully, "It's nothing." Ding. The host mercilessly mocks the supporting actor Chen Jiqiang, villain value plus 999. Seeing that his villain value was only 999, Zhou Shen completely lost interest in talking to this guy. He is really nothing. He is a rich and handsome young man after all, how could he be such a rubbish? As he said that, Zhou Shen looked at Chen Jiqiang as if he was looking at a pile of stinky dog shit, as if to say, "Stay away from me." Fuck you. Chen Jiqiang almost exploded on the spot and immediately chased after Zhou Shen to argue with him. However, the security guard on the side stopped him and said coldly but politely, "I'm sorry, distinguished guest, your invitation letter needs to be inspected before you can enter." You cannot enter through the VIP channel. Thank you for your cooperation. The security guard's words undoubtedly added salt to Chen Jiqiang's wounds. Watching Zhou Shen's figure gradually disappear, Chen Jiqiang's face was filled with pain. This kind of pain is not caused physically, but is a blow to the spirit. Therefore, Chen Jiqiang didn't have the face to stay any longer. But out of loyalty to Yi Fan, he still made a call. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Jiqiang apologized first. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't stop him." "Huh? What's going on?" Not only does this guy have an invitation, but it's also special. Even the lobby manager is fawning over him. Special. Yi Fan didn't quite understand what Chen Jiqiang said. How come he didn't know about this special invitation? Firstly, Yi Fan really didn't know that there was a special invitation for this engagement party, and he had no idea how this invitation ended up in Zhou Shen's hands? Could it be that my mother gave it to me secretly? It doesn't look like it. Although he had spent a short time with his biological mother, Yi Fan could see that his biological mother was no pushover. From the casual conversation between her and her father, it can be seen that she has no good feelings towards that idiot. Everything that happened before was just a deliberately created illusion, and that guy was just a breeding pig to carry on the family line in the Yi family. Now that I'm back, he doesn't even have the chance to be a breeding pig. How could his mother, who is so selfish, let him come here? Yi Fan couldn't figure it out, and Chen Jiqiang was even more confused. But Chen Jiqiang knew that this was a good opportunity for him to play the victim. He felt more and more wronged as he spoke. "Young Master Yi, you have to avenge me. He humiliated me so badly." "Okay, thank you for your hard work. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Go back and rest. Master Yi, you promised me before." "Well, after the engagement ceremony, I'll find some time to call your dad and help you get out of confinement." "Okay. Thank you for your help, Master Yi." However, the moment the phone was hung up, Yi Fan, who had been pleasant, suddenly revealed a look of disgust. "This loser, he can't even handle such a small matter, and you still want me to plead for you, you wishful thinking. It's quite extraordinary that this loser could even get an invitation. I really didn't expect this. But it's harmless. Now that he's here, I can finally relieve my boredom today. It's all because of that Yang Wanner. She's made me so angry. Humph, one day I'm going to pin her down and ravage her." After saying that, Yi Fan glanced around and saw that no one was looking at him. Then he straightened his clothes and walked out with a smile on his face. Chapter 98, First Confrontation. With the attentive guidance of the lobby manager and the envy of everyone, Zhou Shen entered the banquet hall through the VIP channel. This place is indeed the most luxurious place in Hentang. Whether it is the furnishings or the decorations, everything is of great value. I'm afraid the cups on the table would cost several thousand. Even if you drop one, you will have to pay a lot of money. This also highlights that the luxurious life of the rich is really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Zhou Shen didn't come here today to enjoy these things. He promised Yang Wanner that he would be her boyfriend for a day. On the one hand, it was because that stupid girl paid a huge sum of 5 million yuan, and he was forced to give in for a few pieces of silver. On the other hand, Zhou Shen himself also wanted to come, not because he wanted to enjoy this kind of upper-class life, but because he didn't want his head to turn into the Hulunberg grassland. Although Yang Wanner didn't say it explicitly, with Zhou Shen's intelligence, how could he not understand her situation? It must be her family who is forcing her to get married. Otherwise, as a lesbian, why would she need to find a boyfriend? She's not crazy. And when Zhou Shen found out that the Yi family and the Yang family were planning a marriage, and that the candidates were Yang Wanner and Yi Fan, Zhou Shen felt that he had gained even more. Although Yang Wanner is a bit stupid, she is not a bad girl by nature. She took the other person's first blood and had sex with him several times in a row. With Zhou Shen's domineering personality, he naturally regarded her as his woman. Although it can't be called love, as long as she is his woman, he naturally cannot give her to others. Zhou Shen would never do anything that would make him green-headed. What's more, he has to face off against Yi Fan, the damn lucky boy. How could Zhou Shen easily miss such a good opportunity to make money? So even if Yang Wanner hadn't invited him, Zhou Shen would have found a way to come after he knew about it. After entering the banquet hall, Zhou Shen has been looking for Yang Wanner. However, what Zhou Shen didn't know was that Yang Wanner had already disappeared somewhere in order to avoid Yi Fan's harassment. Zhou Shen naturally had no way to find her. In fact, it's not just Zhou Shen who is looking for Yang Wanner, Yi Fan is also looking for her at this moment. However, Yang Wanner was not found, but Yifan discovered Zhou Shen's trace instead. Looking at this loser peeking around in the banquet hall, he looks just like a country bumpkin. This made Yifan feel that this bastard was indeed the child of a pariah, and had the blood of the poor in his bones. It's really shameful that after living in the upper class with his biological parents for 20 years, he still doesn't have any aristocratic temperament. Yifan walked straight up to Zhou Shen and said calmly, "Hey, isn't this Shen? You're back. You have to eat more today." Yifan seems to care about Zhou Shen, but in fact only he knows his real intention. Because from his perspective, Zhou Shen came here today just to get a free meal, so the phrase eat more sounded a bit like he was trying to get rid of a beggar. Ding. System prompt. The host is being suppressed by the luck of the son of luck. All attributes are reduced by 50%, all benefits are reduced by 50%, and the effects of all system skills are reduced except for skills gained through the system. As for Yifan's false greetings, Zhou Shen was more concerned about the system's prompts. Oh my god, this is a full attribute suppression. System, are you kidding me? It hasn't been this powerful before, has it? The suppression of the luck attribute will gradually change according to the growth of the luck child. The faster the luck child grows, the stronger the suppression will be. What if he's fully grown? When the child of luck fully grows up, the suppression will reach 100%. At that time, the host, as the villain, will naturally gain experience to level up as the protagonist. Oh my god, you can play like this? Why didn't you tell me before? The host was still in the novice stage at the time. I was afraid that the host could not bear the pressure, so I did not give any meaningless reminders. You think you are very humane, right? Zhou Shen complained. It feels like the host is mocking the system, but the system has no evidence. That's enough. Zhou Shen was speechless. This guy is such a jerk. Zhou Shen was complaining about the system, so naturally he had no time to deal with Yifan. Therefore, in Yifan's eyes, Zhou Shen was showing weakness to him. But he would not let this guy go like this, thinking about how he had been a social animal in the Zhou family all his life and his previous life. Although he graduated from a prestigious university, he couldn't find a good job because of that woman. He had to do hard and tiring work all his life and suffered from contempt and bullying. On the other hand, this bastard in front of me, although as stupid as a pig, has successfully inherited his father's Yi group and lives a luxurious life every day. All the things that happened in his previous life almost made his hatred for Zhou Shen reach its peak. Therefore, Yifan would never call off his troops just because of a mere display of weakness. He wanted to trample on Zhou Shen's dignity and let everyone know that he, Yifan, was the Yi family's unicorn. And he, Yishan, no. Zhou Shen is nothing. Shen, after all, you have received the kindness of my biological parents, so I will certainly not treat you as an outsider. In my eyes, you are my brother. However, before Yifan finished speaking, Zhou Shen's cold voice rang in his ears, "Who the hell is your brother? Don't be so hypocritical. It's really disgusting." Zhou Shen couldn't stand Yifan coming up to him to make his presence felt. With this kid's acting skills, the Oscars are missing a little golden man for him. But he wanted to act, but Zhou Shen didn't have time to chat with him. Shen, how can you be so heartless? Have you never received higher education? Don't you know what elegance is? Elegant as hell, stop disgusting me. If you were truly elegant, then why did you frame Zhou Sihai in Times Cloud? Then Zhou Shen continued, why did you let Chen Jiqiang cause trouble in our restaurant? Why did you let Yi Xiao steal our business across from a ray of sunshine? Why, who are you trying to disgust by being so pretentious? Zhou Shen has no intention of indulging him. So what if he is the son of luck? He is still the strongest villain. At worst, we can just break up. Who is afraid of who? Seeing Zhou Shen's undisguised disgust, Yifan was not angry. This is what he wants. After all, if you want to destroy someone, you must first make him crazy. According to his understanding, Zhou Shen's brain is not very bright, especially he cannot stand the stimulation from others. I just need to provoke him a little, and then this guy will get angry and make a scene at the engagement party. I'm afraid that the little affection his parents have left for him will disappear, and by then, no one in the Yi family will be able to threaten his position. Thinking of this, Yifan showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and looked at Zhou Shen with eyes full of coldness and viciousness. Chapter 99, Crazy Villain Value. Yifan lived to be 40 or 50 years old in his previous life, and his character was far more mature than his age. Even when Zhou Shen accused him to his face, he remained calm and said innocently, Shen, you can't talk nonsense. You need evidence for everything. I'm not planning on suing you, so why would I need any evidence? Zhou Shen said calmly. You dare to talk nonsense without any evidence? Be careful of the lawyer's letter. Yi Fan said with a sneer. Really? Am I kidding? Don't you have any idea? God sees everything you do, and you'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. Karma, Shin, do you still believe this? Yi Fan laughed. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. I only know that every action has its consequences, and your retribution is me. As he spoke, Zhou Shen, who was originally a little angry, suddenly smiled evilly and patted Yi Fan on the shoulder. Ding! The bad luck talisman takes effect. Within 1 hour the effect decreases by 50%, the fortune of Yi Fan, the son of destiny, will decline. Ding! The slowdown talisman takes effect. Within 1 hour the effect is reduced by 50%, the reaction of Yi Fan, the child of destiny, will decrease. Ding! The intelligence reducing talisman takes effect. Within 1 hour the effect decreases by 50%, the intelligence of Yi Fan, the son of destiny, will decrease. Bite! Zhou Shen didn't hesitate and gave Yi Fan half of the various magical talismans he had exchanged from the system. Aren't you the son of luck? Aren't you reborn? I just don't know if the reborn son of luck has the aura of immunity. Zhou Shen felt a little frustrated because he was suppressed by Yi Fan's protagonist halo. Although he did not have the protagonist halo, he had a villain system. Damn it, he wanted to see whether Yi Fan's destiny buff was stronger or Zhou Shen's villain talisman was stronger. The quarrel between the two soon attracted a lot of onlookers. Everyone was very curious about who Yi Fan, the protagonist of today's banquet, was arguing with. But when they all gathered around, they were all shocked. Isn't this the former eldest son of the Yi family? What is he doing here? I don't know. I just know that when I came in just now, I saw this guy holding an electronic invitation. Really? I never thought of that. Could he be a VIP? Because of everyone's curiosity, more and more people soon gathered here. For a moment, a core area of the banquet was formed with Zhou Shen and Yi Fan as the center. Seeing all these celebrities gathered together, Yi Fan's face was full of joy. It seems that I don't have to wait for the ceremony to begin before implementing my plan. With so many upper-class people around him, he could use this idiot to polish his perfect image. Yi Fan seemed not to have heard what Zhou Shen had just said. Instead, he smiled generously and said, Shen, I don't care if you frame me or target me, because I have always regarded you as a member of the Yi family. That's why I didn't expose your lies. When Yi Fan said this, he raised his voice intentionally, looking like he was explaining to Zhou Shen, but in fact, the people around him could hear it clearly. Just like what you did today, using an old invitation to sneak into the banquet hall and eat and drink for free, if others find out, you will be kicked out. When the onlookers heard this, they suddenly understood. Well, I thought this guy was invited by the Yi family. I didn't expect he sneaked in. I was saying it, how could someone who was kicked out of the Yi family get this special invitation? The staff at Hentang are so careless. They even let someone sneak in. Yi Fan's few words made everyone think that Zhou Shen had sneaked in. The bitchy tone of his voice reminded Zhou Shen of a magical creature he had seen in his previous life, the green tea bitch. But no matter how green tea she is still a woman, and her tea talk still sounds a little bit pleasant. A grown man speaking in a green tea tone is so disgusting, it's disgusting to the extreme. Of course, not everyone is as clear-headed as Zhou Shen. The crowd around were actually guests invited by the Yi and Yang families, so they were definitely emotionally inclined towards Yi Fan. After all, he was the real eldest son of the Yi family. Therefore, they would not miss the opportunity to please Yi Fan and would all try to add insult to injury to Zhou Shen. Seeing this group of bored people, Zhou Shen didn't indulge them and immediately scolded them. What kind of invitation letter I use doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Why are you worrying about it? Ding. The host's behavior has caused public outrage. Villain value plus 999,999. The benefits of luck are half due to the suppression. Sure enough, the power of the masses is great. Although the income was suppressed by the luck of that bastard Yi Fan, fortunately the total amount was quite considerable, so I also made a small profit. However, this bit of villain value is still not enough to make up for Zhou Shen's previous losses. Seeing that arguing with others is effective, Zhou Shen naturally will not miss it. You guys are considered prominent people in Longcheng, but looking at you, you're practically kneeling down to lick the boots. I really don't know how you can have the nerve to call yourself an upper-class person. Ding. The host's behavior has caused public outrage. Villain value plus 999,999. The benefits of luck are halved due to the suppression. Don't look at me, I'm talking about you. Even if Yi Fan is the heir of the Yi family, Yi Longcheng is not dead yet. How much practical benefit will it bring to you to curry favor with him? If you have the guts, go lick Yi Longcheng, you idiots. Ding. The host's behavior has caused public outrage. Villain value plus 999,999. The benefits of luck are halved due to the suppression. In the next 5 minutes, Zhou Shen went all out, scolding everyone he saw, and soon he had cursed all the onlookers. As his firepower increased, the faces of everyone present became extremely ugly. Of course, Zhou Shen was very happy. It's not just because he feels good cursing people, more importantly, he has gained tens of millions of villain points in just a few minutes. This was the most villain value he had ever gained since he got the system. It has to be said that there is some truth in people's yearning for the upper class. If Zhou Shen were facing a group of minions now, even if he was ridiculed by the group, he probably wouldn't get much villain value. However, since these people are from the upper class circles of Longcheng, their own prestige and strength are destined to make the villain value they feed back very valuable, which is why Zhou Shen was able to get so much villain value in such a short time. Zhou Shen secretly made up his mind that if such an opportunity came in the future, he would never miss it. And when I go back, I will see if I have any skills to improve my eloquence. If I do, I must acquire them at all costs. If he had Zhuge Liang's eloquence, these people would have given him hundreds of millions of villain points long ago. By then, all the so-called Sons of Destiny and those who have been reborn will be scum. Chapter 100, What a Coincidence. Hentang Hotel, Banquet Hall. When Zhou Shinshan was talking to everyone and starting to mock them, Yang Weiner also arrived at the scene. When she saw Zhou Shen firing at everyone regardless of friend or foe, she couldn't help but touch her forehead. What sin have I committed to find such a thing to help me? Is there water in your brain? Although this guy is not as stupid and dumb as others say, he is reckless enough. Once the energy came up, even a little girl like her would attack him mercilessly, let alone other people. Moreover, this guy is shameless enough. Yang Wanner knows how thick his skin is. Now he meets a group of guys who want to take advantage of Yi Fan's misfortune and curry favor with him. This will definitely set off this guy's powder keg. Sure enough, after a crazy output, everyone present was stunned. They had never seen Zhou Shen like this before. His sharp tongue made them spit blood and also hit some people's soft spots and pains, making them angry and embarrassed. In an instant, many people became angry. They were extremely furious at Zhou Shen's behavior and clamored to teach this arrogant man a lesson. Yang Wanner knew that she had to show up, otherwise the man surnamed Zhou would be beaten to death before the banquet even started. At that moment, she walked to the front of the crowd with a proud step and shouted, "Stop it, he is my guest." When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. This invitation was actually sent by the Yang family? No wonder this guy has a VIP invitation. After all, Yunding belongs to the Yang family. But isn't it a bit reckless for Miss Yang to invite this guy here? Isn't this clearly causing trouble for the Yi family? And today is the engagement ceremony of the Yi and Yang families, but the woman invited the former eldest son of the Yi family. Is this? Just as everyone was discussing this, Yi Fan also reacted. He said in shock, "Wanner, what did you say? He was invited by you?" Yang Wanner nodded, and then said politely, "Mr. Yi Fan, please call me Yang Wanner, or Miss Yang. The name Wanner doesn't suit you." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned again. Didn't they say that these two were going to get engaged? But it doesn't look like that. Yi Fan was also embarrassed by Yang Wanner's words and immediately said, "Wanner." However, before he finished speaking, Zhou Shen said calmly, "I just said you're born in the year of the pig. You're so forgetful. Didn't you hear Wanner forbid you from calling me so intimately?" Yi Fan didn't know whether he was dumbed down by the various villain effect symbols or was really angry. He just shouted angrily, "Zhou Shen, shut up. You have no right to speak here." "Ha, you're not pretending anymore?" Zhou Shen continued, "If you don't have the ability, don't try to imitate the green tea and white lotus characters. Talking in a tea-smelling way is really disgusting." Ding. The host humiliated Yi Fan, the son of luck, in public. Villain value plus 999,999. Ding. The host has effectively struck a blow to the prestige of the son of luck, causing his luck to decline. Luck value plus 5. You bastard, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you were invited by Warner. You'd better behave yourself, otherwise. What else are you going to do? Zhou Xin was not afraid of Yifan's threat at all. Even though Yifan is the son of destiny or a reborn person, Zhou Xin has experienced things like time travel and possession, and he is also the host of a villain system. He has seen all kinds of scenes. Will he be afraid? He said in his previous life that although the world is good, he hopes he will not come back in the next life. Since God insists on letting him come here, Zhou Xin will live his life to the fullest and never let himself feel suffocated. No one can do it. Yifan ignored Zhou Xin. He knew that he and Zhou Xin were like the difference between wearing shoes and going barefoot, like the difference between porcelain and tiles. It's okay if Zhou Xin embarrasses himself, but if he also embarrasses himself, then Zhou's purpose will be achieved. Thinking of this, he quickly calmed himself down, then stared at Yang Wanner and said, "Miss Yang, today is our engagement ceremony. I wonder why you invited this outsider here." Yang Wanner was about to speak when she heard Zhou Xin say calmly, "Outsider. A horse doesn't know how long its face is. Who is the outsider between us? It may not necessarily be you." "What do you mean? I am Miss Wanner's fiancé, who are you?" Yifan said proudly. "He, fiancé?" Then Zhou Xin looked at Yifan with a half smile and said, "I'm still her boyfriend." "Do you think this happened when the door was closed and the hook was caught? What a coincidence! What a great sentence!" The door was closed and it hit the ceiling. In an instant, the whole venue was filled with various pop sounds. Most of the people attending the conference today are the upper-class elites of Longcheng. They usually pay great attention to their manners, unlike Zhou Xin, who opens his mouth with all kinds of human organs flying around. Everyone was shocked by Zhou Xin's words. But after the wild laughter, everyone realized that Zhou Xin seemed to be saying that he was Miss Yang's boyfriend, and Miss Yang next to him didn't seem to have any intention of refuting it, as if she agreed. In fact, Yang Wanner was also confused now, and she even forgot to explain. Zhou Xin's boldness and vulgarity once again refreshed her three views. Such a person is simply the nemesis of these upper-class people. He is simple and rough, but every blow hits the vital point. In the eyes of others, her reaction was an acquiescence to Zhou Xin's words. It was like a bolt from the blue for everyone, and they all stood there in a daze, including Yifan, who had a smug look on his face just now. "Oh my goodness, this guy said he was Miss Yang's boyfriend, did I hear it right? Didn't you notice that Miss Yang didn't seem to object? Do you think they are really having an affair?" Saying this in front of Master Yi is a blatant provocation. Looks like we're going to have something interesting to watch today. Yifan looked shocked, but he soon realized that this was just Zhou Xin's statement. After calming down for a while, Yifan felt that with Yang Wanner's vision, she would never look down on Zhou Xin, the abandoned child of the Yi family. This guy was probably just flattering himself. Therefore, Yifan turned around and asked Yang Wanner for confirmation. "Wanner, is what he said true?" Yang Wanner didn't know how to answer Yifan's question. Although she said that she asked Zhou Xin to come over today, it was just to let him pretend to be her boyfriend for a day and ruin the engagement party. But she really didn't think of Zhou Xin as her boyfriend, let alone publicly admitting their relationship. She doesn't like men. Who knew that this guy would introduce himself right away, which made her feel like she was in a difficult situation. At that moment, Yang Wanner cursed Zhou Xin's ancestors for 18 generations in her heart. Chapter 101, Yifan hits someone. Seeing that Yang Wanner did not immediately acknowledge Zhou Xin's identity, Yifan felt that his guess was correct. The relationship between the two should not be a couple, and this Zhou man was relying on Yang Wanner to support him. "Zhou Xin, you really have no moral integrity. You actually dared to ruin Wanner's reputation in front of so many people. I will never agree to that." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Xin said indifferently, "Cracking sunflower seeds and getting a stink bug. Whose zipper wasn't zipped up properly, exposing you? Who the hell do you think you are? Whether you agree or not is none of my business." Ding. The host's words have hit Yifan, the son of destiny, villain value plus 999,999. "Zhou Xin, don't try to be so good at talking. Don't you see that Wanner has never acknowledged your identity? You should think about how to explain to the Yi and Yang families." Yifan said coldly. However, his words reminded Yang Wanner that Zhou Xin was invited by her. If she did not acknowledge his identity, it would be equivalent to him directly offending the Yi family and the Yang family. In his current situation, facing the anger of two big families, he would be slapped to death. Although she didn't like the arrogant Zhou Xin, she didn't want him to be implicated because of her. Thinking of this, Yang Wanner immediately stared at Yifan and said, "Who said I didn't acknowledge his identity? Haven't you heard that not objecting means acquiescence?" Yang Wanner's words were like a depth bomb dropped into everyone's heart. Is this an admission? Is this official? Damn, things are getting more and more magical today. The Yang family's move is really amazing. On the one hand, they are engaged to the current eldest son of the Yi family, and on the other hand, they invite the former eldest son to be their boyfriend. Everyone wants to ask, what do you think? Yifan was also completely confused by Yang Wanner's words. Why did he feel that the clown was actually himself? Wanner, aren't you going too far by doing this? Yifan said. However, Zhou Shen stood up to his girlfriend and said loudly, Wanner doesn't need an outsider like you to teach her what to do. You useless piece of shit. Do you really think that you'll be fine after dealing with a few minions? Yifan snorted coldly. At this moment, his defenses were completely broken, and all his previous calculations had been thrown out of the window by his anger. He had never been so embarrassed as he was now. The person he was engaged to had a boyfriend. More importantly, this person is the waste that Yifan has always looked down upon. How could Yifan accept this? If you don't agree, hit me, Zhou Shen said jokingly. Provoked, Yifan could no longer bear it and immediately rushed forward and punched Zhou Shen in the face. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Even if he had to lose all his composure today, he had to teach this loser a lesson in front of everyone. Otherwise, he would really become a laughingstock in the entire upper-class circle of Longcheng. But Yifan did not see the coldness in Zhou Shen's eyes. Yifan wanted to provoke him and embarrass him, and Zhou Shen did the same. Now that this guy has lost his mind and started taking action, he has a reason to fight back. Therefore, when Yifan's fist was about to hit him in the face, Zhou Shen casually ejected 2 silver needles. One of them pierced Yifan's Tsuchi acupoint, causing his arm to temporarily lose strength. One of them was stuck in the joint of his left leg, causing his movement to deviate. Therefore, the seemingly powerful punch actually did not cause any damage at all. And because of Zhou Shen's actions, Yifan's attack direction also changed. For some reason, the punch that was thrown at Zhou Shen just now turned towards Yang Wanner next to him and hit her directly in the cheek. This was also within Zhou Shen's calculations. When he saw Yifan's fist about to hit Yang Wanner, Zhou Shen blocked her without hesitation. Bang! Yifan's fist hit Zhou Shen accurately, making a terrible sound of fist explosion. The moment Yifan's fist touched Zhou Shen, his body flew backwards and fell into Yang Wanner's arms. This is an international dive, and even the Football Association cannot find any fault with it. Yang Wanner was also confused. She didn't expect Yifan to suddenly attack, and she didn't expect that the guy would hit her in the end. What shocked her even more was that Zhou Shen stood in front of her without hesitation under such circumstances and took such a terrible blow for her. Yang Wanner's heart suddenly seemed to be touched by something. Apart from her grandfather, she had never felt such care and love from any other man, not even her father. But this man did it. She believed that in such a short time, he definitely didn't have time to think too much, and this must have been a subconscious behavior. Seeing Zhou Shen in her arms looking like he had suffered a fatal blow, Yang Wanner felt a little sour in her nose. She didn't care about being a young lady anymore and directly hugged Zhou Shen in her arms, saying anxiously, Zhou Shen, are you okay? Don't scare me. Seeing Yang Wanner hugging Zhou Shen in public without regard for her status, Yifan became even angrier. He knew the force of that punch just now. Although he did use all his strength when he threw it, most of the strength was lost in the middle. In fact, there was not much left when it hit Zhou Shen. Didn't you see that his body didn't shake at all? You have to know that the action of force is mutual. If I really had that much strength, I'm afraid I would have been pushed back a few steps by the recoil force. But he didn't. It was obvious this guy was acting. Although Yifan didn't believe that Zhou Shen had such intentions, the current situation made it impossible for him not to believe it. Zhou Shen, how dare you plot against me? As he said that, Yifan was about to rush towards Zhou Shen again. Even though one of his arms seemed to have lost its strength, he didn't want Zhou Shen to have an easy time. However, Yifan's violent and beating behavior made everyone present change their expressions. Everyone didn't expect that the well-mannered eldest son of the Yi family would lose control of his emotions so easily and hit someone so violently. They all criticized him. But there are also people who support Yifan. After all, no man would easily let go of what happened today. If he doesn't T-fight, he is not a man. I didn't realize that Master Yi would actually take action. Isn't this a bit too violent? What's wrong with hitting someone? This kid clearly deserves a beating. You can't do that. We are all civilized people. Civilized people can't get angry? Even if you're angry, you can't hit someone. Hitting someone is wrong. For a moment, everyone was talking and the scene was in chaos. Chapter 102, Best Actor Performance. Yang Wanner was also angry at this time. She really didn't expect Yifan to actually hit someone. Although she didn't want to admit it, Yifan was indeed better than Zhou in terms of interpersonal skills and personal abilities. If she didn't dislike men, marrying Yifan would be a good choice. However, now this person actually revealed such a brutal side, which made her feel a little scared and angry at the same time. After all, that punch almost hit her. If Zhou hadn't risked his life to save her, she might have been the one lying on the ground. Thinking of this, Yang Wanner glared at Yifan and asked in a cold tone, "How could you hit someone?" Zhou, who was lying on the ground, was not idle at this moment. He stuffed the hematopoietic cells extracted from the system into his mouth and then bit it. Suddenly, traces of blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. In order to attract Yang Wanner's attention, Zhou deliberately coughed twice, and naturally blood spurted out. Yang Wanner noticed Zhou's abnormality and said anxiously, Are you okay? Zhou leaned in Yang Wanner's arms and said weakly, Wanner, be careful. This guy's target is you. I can't always save you in time. This Oscar-level performance moved Yang Wanner so much that she looked at Yifan with eyes full of resentment. However, as soon as Zhou said this, some smart people quickly discovered the clues. What? Young Master Yi's target just now was Miss Yang? I think so too. Judging from the direction of the punch just now, it was clearly Zhou who took the initiative to block it. That's right. I was wondering how a grown man could be knocked down so easily. It turns out he lost his balance while trying to take the bullet for someone else. That doesn't mean Master Yi's punch was too light. So, this guy isn't completely useless. At least he knows how to be gentle and considerate to women. From this point of view, he meets the criteria of being a boyfriend. It was because of Zhou's words that everyone's attitude towards him changed significantly. But Yifan was in trouble. Seeing Yang Wanner's indiscriminate questioning made him furious, and now Zhou framed him like this, he felt like he was going to explode with anger. Wanner, listen to me, I don't mean anything against you. However, Yang Wanner didn't give him a chance to explain himself. She wiped the blood from the corner of Zhou's mouth while yelling, You still say you're not targeting me? Don't you know you're wrong? Why are you still trying to make excuses? I don't. No, that punch of yours was clearly aimed at me, everyone saw it. This. Yifan was a little confused. He was clearly heading towards Zhou, so how could there be such a big deviation in direction? And after beating Zhou, he didn't know what happened to his arm and felt a little weak. Could it be that I was too tired yesterday? At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly came from outside the field. What the hell is going on? Hearing the voice, everyone turned around and saw several middle-aged men with extraordinary demeanor standing on the periphery. The two in the middle were Yi Longcheng and Yang Guofu, the heads of the Yi and Yang families. They were receiving guests inside just now and did not notice the chaos here. They only rushed over after their subordinates reported it to them. Everyone took the initiative to make way for these big guys to come to the center of the field. When Yi Longcheng and Yang Guofu arrived at the scene, they were stunned. Yang Guofu was particularly impressed. He saw his daughter caring for a fallen teenager with concern, and the young man was leaning on his daughter's arm so blatantly. Yang Guofu knew that his daughter was not normal in that aspect, and he even made a special plan to drive away the so-called girlfriend of his daughter. In order to cure his daughter's illness, Yang Guofu had previously found many young talents and asked them to pursue his daughter, but all of them failed without exception. Not only did his daughter not agree with others pursuing her, she couldn't even accept anyone getting within 3 meters of her. So how could that young man on the ground get so close to her? Could it be that this young man is a transgender person and that he is essentially a she? Yang Guofu was shocked by his own train of thought, but he still stepped forward and asked, Wanner, what's going on? Why did you start fighting out of the blue? Yang Wanner pointed at Yifan and immediately cried to Yang Guofu, Dad, this guy wanted to hit me just now. What's going on? When Yang Guofu heard Yang Wanner say that Yifan was going to hit her, his expression changed instantly. Yifan saw that Yang Guofu had misunderstood, and quickly explained, Uncle Yang, I didn't. So you mean my Wanner lied? Not really. Watching Yang Guofu interrogating Yi Fan, Yi Longqing on the side said, "Old Yan, don't worry. Is my fan the kind of person who would hit a woman?" But Warner just said, "It's normal for young people to have some misunderstandings. Besides, it doesn't look like Warner was beaten, but this young man." When Yi Longqing was about to say something about the person lying on the ground, he saw Zhou Shen's face clearly. "Why is it you?" When Zhou Shen saw the two old foxes, Yi Longqing and Yang Guofu, coming, he thought that he should not continue acting here. After all, sooner or later, he will be exposed in front of these two business tycoons. Therefore, Zhou Shen stood up directly from Yang Wanner's arms, and then said calmly, "Uncle Yi, we meet again." When the other people at the scene saw Zhou Shen stand up so suddenly, they were all confused. He was dying just now, vomiting blood and unable to speak, but now he can get up without anyone's help. This is a bit sudden. Are you okay?" Yang Wanner asked with her beautiful big eyes. "He's vomiting blood, how can he be okay?" "It's just that I'm lucky," Zhou Shen said lightly. "Oh shit. What a shameless explanation, God is so lucky." If it weren't for the fact that the way he stood up was so smooth, many people might have been fooled by him. But now everyone knows that the guy in front of them is just acting. He just fooled everyone with his performance that is comparable to that of an Oscar winner. For a moment, there was a lot of complaints at the scene. Ding! The host used his acting skills to deceive everyone's feelings and was unanimously condemned by everyone. Villain value plus 999,999. Ding! The host used his superb acting skills to tease Yi Fan, the son of luck, causing his luck to be damaged. Villain value plus 999,999. Ding! The host's miraculous performance changed the heroine Yang Wanner's opinion, slightly altering the existing plot, and luck value plus 5. Chapter 103, Claiming Sovereignty. Yi Longqing didn't expect to see his adopted son here. When he saw Zhou Shen and his chosen daughter-in-law standing so closely together, he immediately felt unhappy. "Did you come up with this? I said it wasn't you who believed it." Zhou Shen was not afraid of Yi Longqing at all. Firstly, he was not the original Yi Shen, and secondly, he did not feel that he owed Yi Longqing anything. If you come up and talk nicely, then everything will be easy for everyone. If you have this attitude, then there is nothing more to say. "Is this the place you should come to?" Yi Longqing said in a deep voice. This is either a den of dragons and tigers or a man-eating devil's cave, why can't I come?" Zhou Shen said in the same cold tone. "What are you doing here? Who invited you?" "Of course someone invited me, otherwise how could I have sneaked in?" Zhou Shen then continued, "As for why I'm here, you, my good son, naturally know it best. I'm here to claim my sovereignty." "What sovereignty?" "My girlfriend is getting engaged to someone else, shouldn't I show up?" "Girlfriend, what's going on?" "Old Yang, can't you explain it to me?" Yi Longqing asked Yang Guofu. Yang Guofu was completely confused. It was the first time he heard that his daughter had a boyfriend. "Wanner, what on earth is going on?" "This, that." Yang Wanner hesitated, not knowing what to say. She had already thought about how to explain it to Yang Guofu. But now that things have gotten out of hand, the excuses I prepared earlier are no longer useful. Seeing the confused look on the silly girl's face, Zhou Shen said calmly, "Let me explain. Wanner and I fell in love at school, and it's developed to an indescribable degree. Who knows, maybe in a while, Uncle Yang, you'll even have a grandson." "You're talking nonsense," Yang Guofu said angrily. He never thought that Zhou Shen was so shameless as to say such obscene words in front of so many people. "Everyone present here is a celebrity. Isn't this ruining my daughter's reputation? Besides, if this matter gets out, how will Yang Guofu survive in the circle in the future?" Although young people nowadays have a lot of fun, it is too embarrassing to say such things in front of everyone. "Boy, you must be responsible for everything you say. After all, there are so many people here," Yang Guofu reminded. He hoped that Zhou Shen could understand the hidden meaning of his words and immediately deny the matter, so that there would still be room for maneuver. However, Zhou Shen didn't give him any face at all and emphasized again, "What's there to be shy about? We are in true love, and it's normal for things to go wrong." Ding! The host's behavior angered Yang Guofu, villain value plus 999,999. Ding! The host's behavior shocked everyone, villain value plus 9999999. Seeing the villain value added again, Joshin continued without restraint. Not only that, I promise to have 2 children in 3 years, 1 for each family. Uncle Yang, by then you can prepare to hold your grandchildren. Stop talking, I will not marry my daughter to you. Yang Guofu said directly. Even if the matter has been settled, Yang Guofu will not agree to this marriage. He then explained to Yi Longcheng, there must be some misunderstanding. I'll take Wanner back later to ask her about this. I'll give the Yi family an explanation on this matter. Yi Longcheng is very angry now, not because of the relationship between Yang Wanner and Zhou Shun, but because Zhou Shun dared to ruin the engagement party. This not only concerns the reputation of the Yang family, but also the reputation of the Yi family. This time, he wanted to push his son Yi Fan to the front to save face for himself. After all, he has never shown off his son in the circle over the years. Who knew that Zhou Shun would ruin all of this? Yi Longcheng stared at Zhou Shun with a cold expression and said, leave immediately. I'll pretend this never happened. However, Zhou Shun did not give him any face at all. He came here today just to ruin the party. He did not give face to his future father-in-law Yang Guofu, so giving face to his former adoptive father was nothing either. He, do you think I will listen to you? Yi Longcheng was almost choked to death. He watched Zhou Shun grow up. This child has been very stubborn since he was young. Once he got angry, he would not recognize any relatives. This is also one of the reasons why he kicked his biological son out of the house without hesitation after finding him. In his opinion, such a son is an ungrateful person who cannot be tamed and should not be kept at home. Think about it, this guy didn't listen to me when he was in the Yi family, and now that he has left the Yi family, he will be even less likely to listen to me. Then you can try, but don't say that I don't care about the father-son relationship at that time. Yi Longcheng said coldly. Father-son love? Is it still there between you and me? Zhou Shun then continued, actually, when I left the Yi family, I was still very grateful to you. No matter what, you raised me for 18 years. Even if I'm arrogant and cold-blooded, I still owe you this favor. But when you allowed Yi Fan to hire someone to deal with me and my poor biological mother, the little friendship we had was gone. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Yi Fan actually hired someone to deal with Zhou Shun in private, and also dealt with his adoptive mother. This is a shocking piece of news. You're talking nonsense. Yi Fan roared angrily. However, Zhou Shun said coldly, you know whether I am talking nonsense or not. The first time you attacked was against Zhou Xi, and you almost took his life that time. Even though he doesn't like you very much, he's been helping your mother raise you for the past 18 years. Every bite of food you eat, every piece of clothing you wear, and every penny you spend is half the result of his hard work. Why would you go after that bastard named Chen to harm him? The second time you attacked, you went after that loser from the Chun family. You threw cockroaches directly into my mother's shop, your adoptive mother's, hoping to destroy her hard work. But you didn't expect that idiot to be broadcast live online, bringing shame to his family. You made your third move after that loser Chen Jicheng failed. You immediately hired the Yi family's lackeys and opened a similar breakfast shop across from my mother's shop. You even hired chefs from 5-star hotels, operating at a loss to gain publicity. You used the insidious method of killing 10,000 enemies and losing 15,000 of your own to destroy my mother's shop. Zhou Shun then continued, I came here today not only to assert my sovereignty, but also to seek justice for my mother. She raised you for 20 years. Although she didn't give you a life of luxury, she gave you everything she could. She's a single mother who raised you without ever getting married and even sent you to a key university. Was it easy for her? You said you wanted a good phone, but she had no money, so she had to sell blood behind your back, and she fainted from her own weakness. And you, after finding her biological parents, abandoned her and never returned. You even slandered her, saying that you deliberately switched the children so that your son could have a good life. You keep throwing dirty water on her. Are you still a human being? Zhou Shun's words were well-reasoned and contained an astonishing amount of information, which stunned everyone present. In an instant, there was a lot of discussion at the scene, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Fan. Chapter 104. What is the point of snatching it if it's given for free? Yi Fan was also stunned by Zhou Shun's barrage of accusations. He was originally a very shrewd person, and after living a lifetime, his mind was very calm. However, he didn't expect that in order to deal with him, Zhou Shun directly exchanged all the millions of villain points into various effect symbols. Moreover, all these effect symbols were thrown at him at once, so his intelligence was forcibly lowered. Therefore, Yi Fan clearly wanted to refute it this time, but he couldn't find a point to refute, so he could only stand there anxiously. Yi Longqing naturally knew whether these things were true or false. Because of this matter, he even closed the small shop that his son was operating behind the scenes and transferred Yi Xiao away. He realized long ago that this incident might become a stain on his son's life, so he cleared up the hidden danger for him in advance. However, Yi Longqing did not expect that this matter would be exposed at this time. Moreover, he also realized that Zhou Shen's so-called pursuit of justice was not just to sue the Yi family or to ask for money. He just wanted to destroy his son Yi Fan. If you go to court, this kind of thing requires real evidence, which is actually easier to handle. Zhou Shen's goal was to discredit his son, so he just had to tell these things out loud. Whether they were true or false was up to the onlookers to judge for themselves. This is the most troublesome. Not to mention that 3 people make a tiger, the Yi family's opponents alone have 10,000 reasons to ruin his son's reputation. It can be imagined that after today, Yi Fan's reputation in the upper class will be completely ruined. When people talk about him in the future, they will say that he is a shameless villain and an ungrateful person. This was something Yi Longqing could not accept no matter what, so he stepped forward to block Zhou Shen and said in a cold tone, "Tell me how you want to die." As he spoke, Yi Longqing made a gesture to his bodyguard Fengwu without hesitation, apparently preparing to suppress Zhou Shen with force. However, under normal circumstances, Zhou Shen would be more than capable of dealing with Fengwu with his system skills and master-level fighting skills. But now he is suppressed by his luck and can only exert half of his attributes. This made Zhou Shen not 100% sure that he could stop Fengwu. Just as Zhou Shen was considering how to end this situation and escape, a solemn and dignified voice suddenly rang out from outside the arena. "How dare your Yi family act so arrogantly on my young family's territory?" Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man dressed very casually, slowly walking towards them. The old man was wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts, and holding a teapot in his hand, looking like a street old man. But it was this old man who, as soon as he appeared on the stage, overwhelmed the entire audience with his indescribable aura. Because he is the most powerful person in the Yang group, Yang Zhendong. A business tycoon once said, "You may not know Yang Guofu from the Yang family, but you absolutely must know Yang Zhendong from the Yang family." When seeing Yang Zhendong, even Yi Longqing, who is doing very well, has to keep his tail between his legs. Don't be fooled by this old man's unattractive appearance, but it's all thanks to him that the Yang family is what it is today. When he was young, he made a name for himself in Longcheng with his bare hands. When it comes to starting from scratch, Yang Zhendong can be said to be a legend in the business world. Therefore, even if Yang Zhendong has retired now and is no longer in charge of the Yang family's affairs, Yang Guofu did not dare to go against his father's wishes at all, because he was beaten by Yang Zhendong himself since he was a child, and this fear was engraved in his bones. Therefore, after the old man finished speaking, Yang Guofu didn't even dare to fart. Seeing Mr. Yang come out, the onlookers made way. After all, this big guy deserves their respect. Zhou Shen's expression was a little confused at this time. Isn't this old guy the old man who came to his store to buy breakfast that day? The old man came to the center of the field, first glanced at Yang Guofu, snorted coldly, and said nothing. But just this one snort made Yang Guofu break out in a cold sweat. His originally obese body suddenly lost more than 100 grams of weight. Then Yang Zhendong glanced at Yi Fan again, nodded slightly, and said, "Well, your reputation has been pretty good recently. Hurry up and thank Mr. Yang for the compliment." Yi Longqing was very excited when he heard that Yang Zhendong actually knew Yi Fan. After all, being able to catch the eye of such a big shot means your future is limitless. Although Yi Fan didn't know the old man's background, when he saw his father asked him to express his gratitude, Yi Fan had no choice but to do so. But what they didn't know was that when Yang Zhendong saw Yi Fan like this, he actually felt a little dislike for him. After all, good kids can never achieve great things. Just look at our own Yang Guofu, who is the best example. Then the old man came to Zhou Shen again. Yang Wana was about to say hello, but the old man raised his hand to signal her not to speak. Then he smiled at Zhou Shen and said, "Boy, the flour cake you made last time tasted good. Make me some later." When Zhou Shen heard the old man mention osmanthus cake, he confirmed the old man's identity. "What the hell are you dreaming of? Last time I gave you that box of sweet-scented osmanthus cake, my uncle was annoyed with me for several days, pestering me every day to make him some snacks." Seeing that Zhou Shen dared to speak to the old man like that, Yang Guofu couldn't help but gasp. This kid is really stubborn. It turns out that this guy's recklessness doesn't discriminate against anyone, and this makes him feel more balanced. However, Yi Longqing and his son were secretly happy in their hearts. This kid really didn't know how to live or die. He actually dared to talk to old monster Yang like that. Now there was going to be a good show to watch. However, what happened next left everyone stunned. Yang Jindong was not angry at all. Instead, he said apologetically, "I'm a little embarrassed about that, but your sweet-scented osmanthus cake is really delicious. Do you want to sell me the recipe? I'll buy it. Not for sale, not for sale. This is a family recipe passed down from generation to generation, passed down only to sons, not daughters. I won't sell it." Hearing Zhou Shun's words, Yang Jindong's eyes turned and he didn't know what he was thinking. Then he turned to Zhou Shun and asked, "All right. By the way, I heard you guys arguing here all the time, and I don't know what you're arguing about. I'm an old man, and I'm taking a nap upstairs, but I can't sleep well." When Yang Guofu heard Yang Jindong asking about this, he jumped over and said, "Dad, didn't I tell you before that today is Waner and that Yi family kid's engagement ceremony? Oh. I forgot about this," Yang Jindong said, slapping his forehead. Seeing that the old man had forgotten his granddaughter's important matter, Yang Guofu felt a little headache. But then Yang Jindong continued to ask, "What's wrong with this kid? He said he was Waner's boyfriend." Boyfriend? Seeing his father's surprised expression, Yang Guofu immediately explained everything about Zhou Shun to him. In particular, he emphasized the incident of him disrupting the engagement party. But Yang Jindong was not interested in these, but was quite concerned about the details that quickly passed by. "You said this guy is Xiao Waner's boyfriend?" Yang Jindong asked. This needs to be confirmed. After all, it's just this kid's one-sided statement. It's just one side of the story, quite interesting." Then, Mr. Yang looked at Zhou Shun and said shockingly, "Boy, I gave you my granddaughter as a wife for free, but you didn't want her. And yet you came to snatch her away. How interesting." Chapter 105, Gambling. When Mr. Yang said this, everyone in the audience was shocked. What does it mean? This old man wanted to give his precious granddaughter to Zhou Shun as his wife, and this guy refused? Yang Waner was also confused. When did her grandfather give her away as a gift? What is even more outrageous is that this bastard doesn't even want it. But Zhou Shun was also a little dizzy. He remembered that the old man had asked him if he wanted a wife last time, and if he did, he would send one over himself. At first, I thought that this old man had watched The Horseman too many times and was too immersed in the role to get out of it. Besides, I don't even know him, so how could I dare to accept it? I never thought that the old man's granddaughter turned out to be that silly girl Yang Waner. She really got caught when the door was closed. What a coincidence. Zhou Shun suddenly felt a headache, because his relationship with Yang Waner was very complicated. Although Zhou Shun admitted that Yang Waner was his woman, after all, he was the one who got the first blood, and there was no doubt about that. It wouldn't be a big deal if I married her, but the problem was that the stupid girl liked women, and she thought I was a villain who was trying to steal her away. How could she possibly be with me? There is absolutely no possibility between her and me. But now it has come to this, how can I explain it to the old man? Since there was no explanation, he decided to just give up. "Don't worry about my business, we young people can handle our own affairs." Yang Jindong admired it and said, "Well said, that's what young people should be like. Vigorous and energetic, I like it." Seeing that Yang Jindong seemed quite satisfied with Zhou Shun, Yang Guofu quickly said, "Dad, I've already agreed with the Yi family on Waner's marriage. We can't just break off the engagement." "Yeah, that's difficult." Yang Jindong touched his head, looking a little embarrassed, but in fact, what he was thinking in his heart, probably only he himself knew. Then he looked at Zhou Shun and Yi Fan, and felt that these two children also had their own strengths. So the old man thought for a moment and said, "Instead of us worrying about it, we might as well give the decision to the young people." "Dad, what do you mean?" Yang Guofu asked in confusion. "What do you mean? Young people should pursue what they want in a young way. That includes their lover. Let's do this, give them a chance to perform." Yang Jindong said. "What an opportunity. I'll personally invest 100,000 yuan each. Whoever makes 10 million yuan first can pursue Xiao Waner openly. Is that okay with you too?" "What? 100,000 turned into 10 million, how is this possible, Dad?" Yang Guofu asked. "How is this impossible? Back in the day, I was the master of turning $100 into 100 million. I've made it easier for them." When everyone heard Yang Jindong talking about the past, they didn't dare to say a word. After all, he is not bragging, and Mr. Yang's real experience is far more legendary than this. But let me make it clear first. All the money you earn must be invested with this 100,000 yuan. You are not allowed to use your own money to fill the hole privately. Then the old man continued, if I find out you're cheating, your qualification will be revoked, and your future. I don't need to tell you. Everyone understands this. It is obvious that if you cheat, you are not keeping your word. Especially with a big shot like Yang Zhendong, he won't be able to stay in the business world in the future. Yang Zhendong deliberately glanced at Yi Fan. After all, in his eyes, only the Yi family could cheat. As for that kid, his family only runs a shabby breakfast shop, so how could he possibly pay so much money? So for the sake of fairness, this is obviously a constraint on the Yi family. Yi Fan had no objection to the rules set by the old man. In his opinion, based on his understanding of the future, there are countless ways to make 10 million with 100,000. That's why he is too lazy to cheat. Yi Fan agreed readily. On the contrary, Zhou Shen seemed a little hesitant. After all, the relationship between him and Yang Wanner was not real. Originally, he had only agreed to be Yang Wanner's boyfriend for one day, but if he participated in the competition, it was very likely that the fake would become real. Could it be that he really wanted to be with Yang Wanner? No, there are always beautiful women out there. I, Zhou Shen, want to see all the flowers in this life and never fall in love with one person again. This was also his long-cherished wish before he traveled through time. After all, the memory of being cheated on is still lingering in my mind for a long time. Therefore, if you ask him to be with Yang Wanner only in the future, wouldn't that go against his wishes? But if I don't agree to Yang Zhendong's request now, how can I explain it? You can't just tell the truth. However, just when Zhou Shen was in a dilemma, the thoughtful system suddenly rang. Ding! System mission, host, please win the competition with the Sun of Luck. Reward for success, take away 10% of the luck from the Sun of Luck. The penalty for failure is to have 10% of your own luck taken away, hastening the host's death. This is forcing a woman of good character into prostitution. I don't want it. Ding! The host's objection is invalid. The mission continues. Do you decide to accept it? Then I won't choose. Give up the mission and automatically receive the failure penalty. Damn it, you mean if I don't choose I'll die? Although the meaning is not the same, the result is the same. Thumbs up to the host. Fuck. Zhou Shen now really wanted to pull the system out and give it a good beating. This guy clearly didn't give him any room for choice. This is just bullying, forcing yourself to do it. But what the system said was true, I really enjoyed a comfortable life too much before. I originally thought that I would develop slowly and then soar into the sky in one fell swoop. Who knew that his own comfort would almost lead to disaster? This child of destiny has quietly grown to 50%. If this continues, one day I might be wiped out for no apparent reason. It seems that this competition is inevitable, and this time only winning is allowed, not losing. As for the reward after winning, Yang Wanner said. Forget it, it's not within the scope of consideration. We'll talk about it later. Women are very troublesome. They only affect the speed at which I can draw my sword. Thinking of this, Zhou Shen finally gave his answer, I agree too. Seeing that Zhou Shen had no objection, Yang Zhendong laughed and said, that's right. I was wondering why the young people I admire wouldn't dare to challenge such a simple thing. Yi Fan nodded, agreeing with Yang Guofu's statement. However, Zhou Shen suddenly said, old man, let me make it clear first. I won't return the 100,000 yuan you gave me, whether it's a loss or a profit. Ding! The host's shamelessness is despised by Yi Longcheng, villain value plus 999,999. The benefit of luck suppression is halved. Ding! The host's shamelessness was despised by Yang Guofu, villain value plus 999,999. The benefits of luck suppression are halved. Ding! The host's shamelessness is despised by Yi Fan, villain value plus 9999999. The benefit of luck suppression is halved. Chapter 106, Rain Girl Wu Guo. At this point, everyone knew that the engagement party was aborted. After all, now that such a bet has been made, it is impossible to determine Miss Yang's fate before the result comes out. However, Yang Wanner and Yang Zhendong were very satisfied with the current results. As for Zhou Shen, he is just so-so. The most dissatisfied ones were probably Yi Longcheng and his son. They never expected that things would turn out like this. But they were helpless. After all, it was Yang Zhendong who took action, and they were embarrassed to say anything more. After the bet was signed, Yang Jindong looked at the two young men and said with satisfaction, "The future belongs to you young people. You must perform well. Don't worry. Grandpa Yang, I will do my best to complete the task you assign to me." Yi Fan complimented. In response to Yi Fan's attitude, Yang Jindong just nodded and didn't say much. Although the kid from the Yi family performed well in all aspects, Yang Jindong felt that his eyes were erratic and he looked like a person with bad intentions. Therefore, he has always had doubts in his heart about his eldest granddaughter's engagement to him. Fortunately, this was just an engagement, not a marriage, so when his son asked for his opinion, he did not directly object. "What about you?" Yang Jindong asked Zhou Shen, who had a bitter look on his face. "Me? Don't worry about it, it's none of my business," Zhou Shen said lightly. "Nothing wrong with me? What does that mean?" Yang Jindong looked confused. "It has nothing to do with you. It's an internet term, Grandpa," Yang Wanner explained with a smile, covering her mouth. "You little brat, you think I'm old and can't use the internet? I'm very trendy," Yang Jindong said unconvinced. "This trendy phrase has been out of use for 20 years, stop showing off," Zhou Shen said calmly. "Damn it, are you trying to piss me off on purpose?" Yang Jindong asked. "I don't want to talk to you anymore. Everything is fine now. I'm leaving now." After saying that, Zhou Shen was too lazy to stay any longer. After all, it's really uncomfortable to be suppressed by Yi Fan's luck buff. Moreover, the talismans on Yi Fan's body have all expired. If this bastard suddenly attacks, he will suffer. Seeing Zhou Shen was about to leave, Yi Fan also suggested leaving. He can't do anything to Zhou Shen now in Hentang Hotel, but once he leaves the hotel, humph. Today, his face was trampled under the feet of this guy, and this revenge must be avenged. However, he is a cautious person. Even if he takes action, he must not leave any handle for others, so he must make some arrangements in advance. However, Yang Jindong, who is old and experienced, couldn't understand what the young people were thinking. Especially when Yi Fan was leaving, the viciousness hidden in his eyes was clearly directed at Zhou Shen. He did not try to stop Yi Fan from leaving. Instead, when Zhou Shen was about to leave, he was grabbed by him, muttering, "The osmanthus cake you made last time was delicious. Make some for me, an old man." "Here?" Zhou Shen frowned. "Isn't it possible here? It's our own hotel, and you can use the kitchen as you like," Yang Jindong said. Zhou Shen suddenly remembered that this Hentang hotel belonged to the Yang family. Originally, he didn't want to make the sweet-scented osmanthus cake for the old man, but thinking that the old man had helped him this time, he hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Okay then. Ha, I knew you were a good boy who respected the elderly and loved the young. Let me steam 100 or 80 boxes first and try it." Hearing what the old man said, Zhou Shen was also speechless. 180 boxes, who are you trying to tire to death? Sure enough, the old man is very bad. 3 boxes, no more. Otherwise, even if you force me to do it, I won't do it. Yang Jindong immediately said, 3 boxes are too few, at least 50 boxes. 5 boxes, no more. 30 boxes. 8 boxes. 20 boxes. Let's make a concession, 10 boxes. Make a deal. Seeing the old man's happy face, Zhou Shen was speechless and said, "Old man, 10 boxes of osmanthus cakes, aren't you afraid of getting diabetes?" "Humph. It's none of my business." Zhou Shen, %#. What was supposed to be a great engagement party was ruined completely because of Zhou Shen's appearance. Especially after Yang Jindong came out, the engagement party turned into a bet between two young people competing for love. This highly anticipated business marriage immediately became a laughingstock in the upper-class circles of Longcheng. With the Yi family father and son leaving first, everyone left one after another, and this farce was completely ended. After Zhou Shan made a few boxes of osmanthus cake for Yang Jindong finally let him go with satisfaction. Before leaving, Yang Jindong specifically asked Yang Wanner to see him off. Although Yang Wanner was somewhat reluctant, she did not dare to go against her grandfather's wishes. But when the two came out of the hotel, when Yang Wanner saw the smile of success on Zhou Shen's face, she wanted to slap him. At this point, she finally came to her senses. This guy was clearly taking this opportunity to take revenge on the Yi family. I'm afraid that even if I don't go looking for him, this guy will come uninvited. I'm paying him to do his own thing, which is really stupid. More importantly, she didn't want to get engaged in the first place, which was a simple matter. But once this guy makes a fuss, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Not only has her reputation been ruined by this guy, but her engagement has not been cancelled yet, and she has become the prize in the bet between him and Yifan. This feeling made Yang Wanner feel extremely unhappy. Therefore, Yang Wanner stared at Joshin coldly and said, "What are you going to do in this situation?" "What to do? Leave it alone." "What do you mean?" "Literally. You don't tell me that you plan to let me bear everything alone now?" Yang Wanner asked with her eyes wide open, her tone full of anger. "What else, Miss Yang?" Then Joshin said with a half smile, "You only paid me to be your boyfriend for 1 day. What happens after today has nothing to do with me." Ding. The host's words have irritated the heroine Yang Wanner, causing her to become deeply disturbed. Villain value plus 99,999. Yang Wanner was really panicking now, and she shouted, "But didn't you just promise my grandfather that you would? Isn't this just to get out of this? Miss Yang doesn't really think I want to compete with Yifan, the eldest son of the Yi group, just for you, right? You." Hearing Joshin say such words, Yang Wanner felt as if her heart was stabbed by something. It hurt so much that she wanted to cry. And the look in her eyes when she looked at Joshin no longer had the same brightness as before, but instead had a hint of disappointment. Chapter 107, Yang Wanner, the unethical person. Henteing Hotel. Parking lot in front of the door. Yang Wanner looked at Joshin, then said with disappointment, "Forget it, asking you to compete with Yifan in making money is too difficult for you. I'd better handle this matter myself." In her opinion, Joshin in front of her was still the prodigal son of the Yi family. Apart from the fact that he was no longer as foolish as before, he had not changed at all. Seeing that Yang Wanner actually took what he said seriously, Joshin was a little speechless. How could this girl be so stupid? The reason why he said that just now was not because he really gave up, but because he felt very annoyed now. He was very troubled by the system's forced action. Plus, I wanted to get some villain value from this girl, so I said that on purpose. I don't like to hear this. Do you really not have confidence in me? Joshin said indifferently. As the saying goes, it's easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up with Yifan in this lifetime. Yang Wanner said. Really? Then Miss Yang, if that's the case, I'd like to congratulate you and the Yi family's eldest son in advance on your long-lasting marriage and the birth of a son soon. You, what's wrong with you? You're not angry at all? Yang Wanner asked in surprise. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Do you think such childish provocations will work on me? Joshin saw through Yang Wanner's little thoughts at a glance. This girl had a disappointed look in her eyes and used provocative words. Wasn't she just trying to provoke him? But unfortunately, her acting skills really need to be improved. With Joshin's experience, he saw through her thoughts at a glance. You're amazing. Tell me, what do I need you to do to continue helping me? Look, if you put it nicely, we still have something to discuss. Stop talking nonsense, you're not going to charge me again, are you? Then I'll collect the color, will you give it to me? As he spoke, Joshin deliberately glanced at Yang Wanner's face. Yang Wanner rolled her eyes at Joshin and said in a deep voice, You're such a filthy scoundrel. If you dare touch me again, I'll tell your mother off. Damn, you have no moral principles. Joshin said in horror. This woman is so vicious that she can even think of such a despicable method as suing the parents. I am really impressed. Ha, you forced me to do this. You're so cruel. What do you think it will take for you to help me? Yang Wanner said with a smug look on her face. Even if you don't give me the sex, you have to give me some money. Do you want to get it for free? You're the one who gets it for free. But as soon as she said this, Yang Wanner immediately regretted it. She had gained nothing from the 2 times with him. Wasn't it just like someone took advantage of her? Joshin laughed heartily and said, Yes, that's me. Shut up. If you continue like this, I will stay at your house and tell your mother that I'm pregnant. Yang Wanner used her trump card again. Fuck, that's too much. Humph, I'm going too far. Think about what you did to me, isn't that excessive? Do you want me to explain it to you? Stop, let's get down to business. 10 million, I promise to help you win this bet. You are robbing money. Yang Wanner shouted angrily. Don't shout so loudly. Miss Yang wouldn't be reluctant to give up even 10 million, right? Then I think you should try to get along well with young Master Yi. I think you two are a good match. Zhou Shen said. Okay, I'll give you 10 million. As she spoke, Yang Wanner tore off a check, hurriedly wrote 10 million on it and handed it to Zhou Shen. Zhou Shen looked at the several zeros on it and felt happy. Not bad, there is an unexpected gain. This silly girl is really stupid and rich. I was just joking, but she took it seriously. It seems that if I run out of money in the future, I can consider this silly girl. After all, this girl, cough cough. Zhou Shen coughed twice lightly, coughing out all the mess in his mind. Miss Yang, regarding this competition, if I win, you have to promise me one thing. What's the matter? You're not still thinking about collecting rewards? Yang Wanner asked stupidly. Zhou Shen slowly leaned in front of Yang Wanner, lowered his head slightly to her ear, and whispered, "Don't fall in love with me because of this. Get out. You narcissistic bastard." Yang Wanner reached out and tried to push Zhou Shen away. Who knew that Zhou Shen was well prepared? Before Yang Wanner could even make a move, Zhou Shen grabbed her in his arms. Then, right at the door of the hotel, he gave Yang Wanner a passionate French kiss. Yang Wanner was stunned for a moment, and so stupidly she forgot to struggle. But she quickly remembered that her hotel had surveillance cameras. If my father and grandfather saw this. Thinking of this, Yang Wanner immediately prepared to push Zhou Shen away. But under Zhou Shen's skilled technique, her body felt like it was electrocuted and instantly became limp. However, just when Yang Wanner was gradually getting lost in it, Zhou Shen suddenly pulled himself out. Then, with Yang Wanner looking a little confused, Zhou Shen whispered in her ear, "This is a gift for being your boyfriend today. I won't charge you any extra." Ah! Upon hearing this, Yang Wanner immediately became furious. She wanted to spit at the bastard, but when she saw Zhou Shen's aggressive look, she suddenly backed off. In the end, Yang Wanner managed to utter the word bastard and then fled the scene like a flash. Zhou Shen watched Yang Wanner run away, his eyes glanced at the corner of the hotel, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. In that direction, Yi Fan was watching all this angrily. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger. Thinking that Yang Wanner almost became his fiancée, now Zhou Shen actually kissed her in front of him. This simple kiss is fine, but Yang Wanner didn't even resist. Isn't this a blatant cuckolding of him? Yi Fan felt like he was about to explode with anger. He felt that his dignity was being trampled upon. But what he didn't know was that the reason why Zhou Shen did this in the end was because Zhou Shen discovered him and did it on purpose to show him. Just now, Zhou Shen suddenly received a prompt from the system that he was being suppressed by his luck again. Zhou Shen knew without thinking that Yi Fan, that bastard, was nearby. That's why this scene was staged, to let Yi Fan see that he, the protagonist, the son of destiny, the reborn person, is actually nothing. He wanted to marry Yang Wanner, but she was unwilling to marry him. But for Zhou Shen, it was easy for him to get her. Obviously, Zhou Shen achieved his goal. The moment he let go of Yang Wanner, the system's prompts kept ringing in his mind. Ding! The host's shameless behavior has greatly stimulated Yi Fan, the son of luck. Villain value plus 999,999. Ding! The host's behavior has dealt a severe blow to the self-esteem of Yi Fan, the son of luck. Luck value plus 5. Ding! The host's behavior. Chapter 108, Yi Fan's plan. Listening to the various wonderful prompt sounds coming from the system, Zhou Shen's mood suddenly improved. All the annoyance I've suffered these days seems to have disappeared in an instant. In one word, awesome. If he is happy, naturally someone will be unhappy. Yi Fan was really pissed off by Zhou Shen this time. He never expected that he would be humiliated by a well-known loser. It was simply unforgivable. Originally, Yi Fan planned to wait for Zhou Shen to come out and then give this ignorant bastard a good warning. Who knew that after rushing over and seeing such an exciting scene, Yi Fan immediately changed his mind. He just waved behind him, and then a man in black appeared beside him. "Master! Since my father asked you to come and protect me, I will arrange something for you. You shouldn't object, right?" "Master, please give your orders," the man in black said respectfully. "That kid just now, I want him to stay grounded for a month." "Can you do that?" "It's nothing, master, just wait for the letter." After saying this, the man in black disappeared. Looking at Zhou Shen walking outside, Yi Fan smiled coldly, his face full of disdain. "You useless piece of shit, I want to see how long you can play with me." Afterwards, Yi Fan drove away from Hentang Hotel. Zhou Shen doesn't care what Yi Fan thinks or does. After so many years of working in the business world, he knows very well that no matter when, if you want to influence other people's ideas, you must be stronger than them. It is so strong that the other party will obey your words, so strong that they dare not go against your will, let alone have the intention of harming you. Otherwise, even if you kowtow to the other party and beg for mercy, they will not forgive you. So Zhou Shen didn't care how Yi Fan would react. He was already in the car and focused all his attention on the system, checking today's gains. Host, Zhou Shen. Identity, fake prince of a wealthy family? Faction, villain. Physical fitness, 60 below the healthy level of 80, the average person's peak is 100, overall assessment level good. Combat power, 65 skill bonus, 70. Skills, elementary Chinese, elementary driving, grandmaster fighting, advanced gambling, advanced medicine, advanced acupuncture, master level hacking. Villain value, 1659999. Items, Itch Powder 1, Lucky Charms 8, Speed Charm 1, Primary Recovery Potion 3, Military Ration Pills 4. Luck value, 58. Status, Encountering the Son of Luck Yi Fan level, ability, Luck value. All attributes are weakened by 50% due to the suppression of luck. The effect lasts for 2 hours. Seeing that there are still 2 hours left, this means that he has begun to move away from Yi Fan's control. But when you look at the attribute description of Yi Fan, the Son of Luck, most of them are asterisks. What's the matter, damn system, there are things you don't know. Zhou Shen complained. Ding. In response to the host's question, the system kindly replied that the attributes of the Child of Destiny are not displayed because the host's level is too low. The difference in luck value between the host and the Child of Destiny is too great, so the detection function is not available. MD, you mean I can't do it? That's understandable. Thumbs up for the host. Roll. Zhou Shen didn't know what to say for a moment when he saw this damn system mocking him again. In other words, this damn system has no physical existence in his mind, otherwise Zhou Shen would have pulled it out, hung it up and beaten it. Ding. The host even wants to attack the system, which qualifies him as a villain. Villain value +9. Are you sending away beggars? Or are you deliberately trying to disgust me? Looking at the eye-catching number 9, Zhou Shen was really speechless about this damn system. However, after the system made such a fuss, Zhou Shen felt a lot more relaxed. Zhou Shen still feels a lot of pressure about this bet. Regardless of Yi Fan's abilities, at least he is a reborn person. The biggest advantage of this reborn person is his foresight. It is too easy for him to make money. In comparison, no matter how good his vision is in this regard, he cannot compare with the other party. After all, this is like gambling with dice. You just have good skills, but others know the answer. How can you compare? But I am not without any chance of winning. I remember a great man once said, if you can't defeat your opponent, please lower your opponent's level. This makes a lot of sense. It doesn't matter whether I can earn 10 million or not. As long as I can make sure Yi Fan doesn't earn enough, that would be enough. Moreover, this old man has not set a time limit, so Yi Fan can just spend as much time with him. At the same time, you don't have to worry about who wins or loses. As long as there is no winner, the game will never end. Thinking of this, Zhou Shen suddenly felt that he was so damn smart. Speaking of Yi Fan, after instructing his men to cause trouble for Zhou Shen, he immediately hurried back to his villa. After returning home, he immediately started thinking about how to make money. This competition was clearly just a simple little test for Yi Fan, a reborn person. To turn 100,000 into 10 million, if you want to reach your goal the fastest, besides buying lottery tickets, I'm afraid the only way is to check the stock market. Thinking of this, Yi Fan immediately turned on his computer and checked the latest stock information. When it comes to buying stocks, risks and opportunities coexist. Once you choose the right stock, making millions a day is not a dream. But if you make the wrong choice, you may lose everything, so this is not something that ordinary people dare to play with casually. But for Yi Fan, this is a piece of cake. Through his understanding of the future, he is very familiar with the trends of several stocks. After all, when he was a corporate slave, he also had the idea of getting rich overnight. For this reason, he used all his belongings to speculate in stocks. But luck is often not on his side. Every time he is either cut off by big investors or buy high and sell low. But now it's different. I have a chance to start my life over again, and the 1,000-year-old leak is finally going to turn over. At this moment, Yi Fan relied on his memory to mark down several stocks that he was familiar with in his previous life and were about to rise sharply. Then they record the information of their upcoming position reductions and increases on the computer. For this purpose, Yifan also made an analysis chart, which made the stock trading plan perfect. Seeing his own analysis and the next plan, Yifan was full of pride. It was impossible for Zhou Shun to defeat him with this plan. Even if the stock god of this world comes, it will be useless. He is just like doing exercises with the answers. Anyone who comes will have to kneel down. You piece of crap, you still want to compete with me? In half a month at most, I will be able to earn 10 million. Then I want to see what you, a piece of crap, have to say. However, just as Yifan was madly complaining about Zhou Shun, his computer screen suddenly shook. But then everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Yifan didn't take this matter to heart at all, but he didn't know that because of his carelessness, he was going to fall flat on his face again this time. Chapter 109, Muddy Waters. Ziyu Lanting. Zhou family. After Zhou Shun returned home, he didn't even bother to talk to his mother, uncle, etc., and ran straight back to his room. His abnormal behavior immediately attracted the attention of Zhou Sihai and Zhou Yueling. What's wrong with this child? Why is he so anxious? Zhou Yueling asked. Who knows what my nephew is up to? Zhou Sihai was not quite sure either. He was fine this morning. Could it be that he went out on a date and was stood up? Just when the two were daydreaming outside, Zhou Shun turned on the computer directly in the house. With the help of his top-notch hacking skills, he quickly got into the Yi family's network system. With his knowledge of the Yi family villa, he not only controlled the Yi family's surveillance system, but also knew the computers in every room. More importantly, Zhou Shun confirmed which computer Yifan was using through the IP. Afterwards, Zhou Shun easily hacked into Yifan's computer and implanted a monitoring program. This small program will clearly investigate Yifan's browsing history on the computer and what he has done recently. When Zhou Shun saw that Yifan seemed to start studying stocks as soon as he came back, he immediately understood what this kid was going to do. Zhou Shun saw Yifan's confident expression when he accepted the bet just now, so he guessed that this guy must be confident. Therefore, as soon as he got home, he couldn't wait to start monitoring Yifan. You have cheats, and I have them too. I was wondering why this guy was so confident he could make 10 million. Turns out he wanted to make money through stock trading. However, when he saw the stock market analysis chart made by Yifan, Zhou Shun was stunned. As Zhou Shun was once a financial tycoon, he is no stranger to this. This is a winning grid chart that only some bigwigs behind the scenes can make. Could it be that the skills of this child of destiny are related to stocks? Afterwards, Zhou Shun carefully analyzed Yifan's plan. Judging from Yifan's analysis, the performance of the stocks he selected is indeed good. Moreover, according to preliminary estimates, as long as Yifan's micromanagement is timely, earning 10 million will be a matter of a blink of an eye. Zhou Shun immediately snorted coldly. Okay, you kid, you want to steal the chicken, right? Okay, since you want to make money by trading stocks, then I will mercifully lend you a hand and introduce you to some good friends to play with you. After saying that, Zhou Shun immediately used technology to lock onto several relatively active stock investor communication groups, and conveniently sent the information and charts prepared by Yifan to the groups. This is not all. Compared with the groups, the stock investor forums on the internet are larger in scale and have more followers, often tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. Zhou Shun then found all the top 10 stock trading forums on the internet and performed the same operation again. Zhou Shun believed that within a few hours at most, the information that Yifan had painstakingly compiled would completely explode among the stockholders. Based on Zhou Shun's understanding of Yifan, the only search history on this guy's computer related to stocks was today, which means that this guy had never touched stocks before. A person who has not touched stocks much usually does not pay much attention to the dynamics of stockholder forums. As long as he doesn't notice that his plan has been exposed, he will most likely act according to his plan. Trading stocks on time depends on your unique vision. If everyone has the same vision, then there is no point in playing the game. Zhou Shun believed that this big gift package would make Yifan fall flat on his face. Sure enough, just as Zhou Shun expected, when Yifan's plan appeared, the entire stock forum exploded instantly. This suddenly appearing analysis chart is very attractive to those old stock investors who are addicted to this. Therefore, once the post was published, it attracted a large number of investors to watch. Not only do they analyze the credibility of this post, but they also express their opinions on the stocks and development trends involved. The popularity of the post quickly increased, and soon it was on the forum homepage. A small shareholder said, "Oh my god, there really are big guys who can do this kind of thing." No wonder they always make money when buying stocks, these big guys are awesome. I'm not a leak, isn't this too fake? The stock market is accurate every day, and this guy can actually predict the trend of the next few days. This is a joke. Making a fortune, I just posted it to let you little leaks broaden your horizons and learn how they make money, and you still want to buy according to it. Hong Tong Tong, why not? Didn't you notice the curve chart this boss sent, which shows the trend for the next few days starting from today? This is clearly the boss giving us directions. Pepixia, I wouldn't dare. Last time, I listened to some big boss's advice and came up with some sure win stock. I almost lost everything. I still haven't gotten out of this situation yet. A small shareholder said, "What are you afraid of? I'll go in first to test the waters for you. Buying a few shares is not too much." Warren Buffett, tisk, a few shares count as buying stocks, kid, why don't you take a break? In the forum, some people say it is a scam, some say you can make money, anyway, everyone has different opinions. As for Joshin, he was just a spectator and did not participate in it. He didn't think of using Yifan's stock information to make money in the stock market. An investment like this is clearly a speculator's hopeless attempt to make money out of nothing. In the end, only a small number of people will be able to earn the first wave of dividends, and the rest will be harvested like leaks by the big guys who really have the power to speak. To put it bluntly, the stock market is just a game for the rich. This was the business Joshin did in his previous life, and no one knows better than him how complicated it is. Even though he had assets worth tens of billions in his previous life and controlled investment funds of hundreds of billions, he still couldn't be called a crocodile in the stock market, let alone these people. So after traveling here, Joshin has been deliberately avoiding the stock market. He doesn't want to repeat the old path of profiting from other people's misfortunes in his previous life. Therefore, he had no intention of making money from Yifan's plan, and leaked the stock information just to cause trouble for Yifan. If a stock is only bought and sold by one person in small quantities, it will not have any substantial impact on the stock itself. But once they are bought and sold in large quantities, even stocks with good performance will fluctuate. Sometimes, if it gets serious, it can cause the stock to collapse directly. Joshin's purpose is to draw everyone's attention to this stock. As long as people pay attention to this stock, they will soon find clues, and then many people will buy it. This will not only disrupt Yifan's plan, but also facilitate Joshin's next move. Joshin had already clearly analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of him and Yifan. Yifan's greatest advantage was that he knew the development trend of a certain stock, which was equivalent to knowing the answer. If he wants to develop the story, or wants to stop Yifan in the stock market, his greatest reliance is his extraordinary vision in his previous life. If compared like this, he is definitely not as good as Yifan. But as long as he muddied the water, Yifan's advantage would disappear. This is equivalent to making the 1 plus 1 problem more complicated, adding other calculation methods, so the answer will change accordingly. Yifan's plugin is completely useless. At that time, the two of them will compete to see who has better investment vision, and in this regard, Joshin is confident that he can beat Yifan by 2 streets. Seeing more and more investors joining the discussion, Joshin couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He really wanted to see what kind of expression Yifan would have when he found out that the stock information he obtained had been leaked. Chapter 110, Stock Market Chaos. In the suburbs, Yi family villa. After analyzing all the stocks, Yifan picked out the stock with the highest return and bought 100 lots, which almost used up the 100,000 yuan. According to my speculation, the stock will rise by this afternoon. And within 3 days, his 100,000 will multiply several times. When the time comes, I can easily make a profit of 1 or 200,000. Then use the money you earn to snowball, and it won't be long before you win this competition. Afterwards, he called Butler Fong again and asked whether the money he had invested in slum renovation housing had arrived. After getting a definite answer, Yifan was in a good mood. Then he opened another stock account and transferred all the 400 million yuan in the card into the stock account. After the funds arrived, he directly swept up those stocks with great potential in the stock market according to his previous analysis. For Yifan, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to increase the funds in his hands by more than 10 times in one fell swoop. By then, with billions of cash in hand, even his father Yi Longcheng would have to look at him with admiration. As for the bet, Yifan thought it was just a side job. However, for fear of alerting the enemy, Yifan did not dare to take too big a move. On the first day, he only invested less than 80 million in the stock market. He planned to continue increasing his holdings tomorrow until all his funds were exhausted, and then sell them all at once when the stock price reached its highest point. If things go as expected, this wave of operations will bring him at least $2 billion in profits. Therefore, after completing the operation, Yifan, in a good mood, opened a bottle of red wine himself and sat on the sofa to enjoy it. However, while drinking, Yifan was also reviewing what happened today. After the villain's IQ reducing effect disappeared, Yifan realized that today's events were full of weirdness. Zhou Xun's plan was not very clever. With his intelligence from 2 lives, he should have been able to see through such an obvious trap. Instead, he was directly provoked by that guy, which was totally out of his style. Besides, isn't that guy a fool? Why doesn't he look like one today? Yifan couldn't help but frown, wondering which link had gone wrong. However, what he didn't know was that while he was reviewing what happened today, the stock market became lively because of the stocks he was paying attention to. Yifan thought that these stocks, which no one would pay attention to at all, attracted a lot of attention because of Zhou Xun's intervention. The stock investors were originally skeptical about the content of the post. After all, there were too many people online who were good at analysis but poor at practical application. Therefore, when Yifan started, others did not follow suit. However, investors soon discovered that the analysis on that post was extremely accurate. At least in the past 1 or 2 hours, there was no significant deviation in the trend, which made investors go crazy in an instant. Everyone started to buy in large quantities, fearing that they would buy too late and make less money. This also caused the stocks that should have been rising steadily to rebound sharply immediately. This also made several stocks that had been performing poorly become active. Soon, those stocks that originally seemed unremarkable all skyrocketed at once, with each one increasing by several dollars. This kind of thing is not common in the stock market and is too illogical. But that's how the stock market works. When it goes up, people follow it crazily, and when it loses, they close their positions immediately to stop the loss. A large number of uninformed people followed suit, and soon these stocks unexpectedly hit the daily limit. Investors are very satisfied with this, and everyone is very grateful to the person who posted the message. He really did not lie to everyone. The stock price hit the daily limit so quickly, which was something they would never have dared to dream of. Therefore, many people immediately logged onto the forum and began to express their gratitude to the great God on the post. A small shareholder said, "Master, you are so awesome. This stock has reached its limit up. I have never felt so happy. I am not a leak, oh my god, no way, it really hit the daily limit, I thought it was another prank. Look, the great God was kind enough to show you the way, but you were gossiping before. What else can you say now? I'm not a leak, hey, upstairs, that's not what you said this morning. Making a fortune, what do you care about me? Anyway, I have already started. I feel that if I follow the master, I will buy a car and a house sooner or later. I am not a leak, no, count me in, master, how should I buy tomorrow, give me some instructions." Looking at people online who like their posts and at the posters, they are simply treating the posters like gods. After all, who would want to go against the god of wealth? As a result, a lot of compliments were used on Zhou Xun. After receiving praise and flattery from these people, Zhou Xun's mind kept ringing with system prompts. Ding! The host has successfully used the labor of others to deceive the ignorant public and steal the fruits of their labor. This qualifies as villain behavior. Villain value plus 99,999. Ding! The host deceived the extra stockholders. I'm not a leak. Villain value plus 999. Ding! The host cheated the extras and made a fortune, and his villain value is plus 999. Ding! The host deceived the extra stockholders. Zhou Xun really didn't expect that he could get the villain value for this. It's simply a matter of killing rabbits by grabbing grass, a side effect. However, the reasons given by the system were not wrong. He did steal the fruits of Yifan's labor and did deceive these small shareholders. The sin is so great, the villain deserves to be even more fierce. However, thinking about what he was going to do next, Zhou Xun immediately logged into his computer and left a message in his post. The above content is for reference only. I will update the content every day. If you want to make money, please follow my instructions. Seeing that this mysterious person on the internet actually spoke, the new and old stock investors in the stock investor forum were suddenly excited. Everyone expressed their response. Great God, we all listen to you. Yes, we will never move. Please, great God, lead us to the pinnacle of life. Yes. To the pinnacle of life? Looking at these people's crazy replies, it feels like they have been brainwashed. Zhou Shen wanted to laugh just by looking at it. Could it be that he had talent in this area? Doesn't the system want us to be villains? Otherwise, I will set up a XX cult myself and then kill 1,000,000 people. Not only can you make money, but you can also increase your villain value, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But Zhou Shen just thought about it. He has 10,000 ways to make money, so there is no need for him to do this. As for the villain value, there is no need to worry about it. With that stupid girl Yang Wanner and the big fat sheepy fan, there will be no shortage of villain value as long as you do something. It is said that this gentleman loves money but gets it in a proper way. Although I like the villain value, I can't have no offline, he is a good villain. Just as the thought flashed through Zhou Shen's mind, the system's frantic notification sounded. Ding! The host is shameless and has no bottom line, which qualifies him as a villain. He gets a villain value of plus 999. Ding! The host is despicable and has no bottom line. This behavior qualifies him as a villain. He receives a villain value of plus 9,999. Ding! The host is despicable and shameless, and has no bottom line. This behavior qualifies him as a villain. He receives a villain value of plus 99,999. Zhou Shen was also confused by this dog system, and it was still anxious. I just want to be a villain with integrity, is it that serious? Forget it, let us not talk about it anymore. The net has been cast anyway, so we're just waiting for the fish to come to us. What Zhou Shen didn't know was that because he had been busy with these trivial matters these days, he had affected the dark web mission and caused quite a stir over there. Chapter 111, Gu Nian wants to poach people. Dark web. Forum. Because Zhou Shen has been busy recently, he hasn't been very diligent in his dark web tasks. He is not short of money now, so he is naturally not as active in dark web missions as before. Even if he went online today, Zhou Shen just wanted to see if anyone would take up the task worth hundreds of millions that he had previously paid attention to. This was what he was more concerned about. After all, Zhou Shen is quite willing to try such a challenging task. Who would have thought that just after he logged onto the dark web, his chat history bar started to ring one after another? Great God, are you there? Master, which city are you in? Master, can you give me a contact number? At once, hundreds of messages like this appeared in Zhou Shen's dialog box, making him a little confused. After a closer look, he found that these messages were all sent by his only friend Yi on the dark web. Zhou Shen had no idea why Yi was so anxious to contact him. I remember that when this person added me as a friend that day, he was very cool. It was as if someone owed him a small goal and he looked indifferent. Now this guy suddenly greeted him so enthusiastically. If the dark web was not a real name system and extremely private, Zhou Shen would have thought that this guy's account had been hacked. Zhou Shen was really annoyed about this. Let us talk about cooperation, why talk about useless things? I come to the dark web to make money, not to make friends with you. Is it necessary to greet each other so frequently? It makes everyone seem like they know each other very well. It's so annoying. Therefore, after seeing the greetings sent by Yi, Zhou Shen immediately took action. He right-clicked the avatar of Yi and then clicked delete. Suddenly, the whole world became quiet. After doing all this, Zhou Shen smiled faintly and then turned off the computer. But he didn't know that because of his action, someone almost exploded on the spot. Kyoto Century Building. Ever since he had picked up a bargain and perfectly completed the development of ASP Plus Access technology last time, Gu Nian had also been thinking about recruiting this guy on the dark web. Even though the two parties only knew each other on the dark web and didn't even know whether the other was a man or a woman, Gu Nian still wanted to include this guy in his elite team. After all, such a network expert is a rare talent for Gu Nian. For this reason, Gu Nian immediately gave Jiang Yiming a death order, requiring him to dig this bargain out of the dark web at all costs. No matter how much money it costs, it's worth it. Jiang Yiming also saw Gu Nian's determination, and immediately gave Gu Nian a military order to ensure that he would complete the task. After all, for Jiang Yiming, he has never met an opponent in network technology. So Jiang Yiming thought that this matter was a piece of cake for him. But what Jiang Yiming didn't expect was that since that day, Zhou Shen rarely logged into the dark web, and even if he did, it would only take a blink of an eye. Therefore, the greetings he left for Zhou Shen fell on deaf ears and received no reply. Today, Jiang Yiming wanted to chat with Jian Lu again as usual. However, he discovered that the guy's profile picture had gone dark. When he sent his greeting, the dark web system actually sent a message: "Sorry, you have been blocked by the other party. FCK, I just wanted to chat with him, why did he delete me?" Hearing Jiang Yiming's scolding, Gu Nian slowly walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Although Jiang Yiming was a little depressed, he still told him the whole story. After listening to this, Gu Nian smiled and said, "If I were to find a loophole, I would delete you too. You are so annoying." "No way, I just wanted to find him as soon as possible, but who knew this guy would be so heartless and ruthless, taking the money and then just ignoring me." Hearing Jiang Yiming say such obscene words, Gu Nian was very upset, but he was used to it. "So, did you find out anything? Just thinking about this gives me a headache. This guy's firewall is really abnormal. Not only does the code change every second, but there's no normal pattern. I can't find any clues in a short time. Yo! There are still things that even you, Zhang de Tiankai, can't understand. Brother Nian, please stop laughing at me. To be honest, this kid is a real genius. If you can recruit him as well, we can combine our strengths. Next year's ISG competition will definitely be won by our Gu family. Are you thinking too far ahead? We don't even know who this guy is right now. Brother Nian, although I can't break through the firewall, it doesn't mean I can't hack into the backend of the dark web." "Ah. Are you crazy? It's okay, I do this all the time. Speaking of which, this guy's first registered place is Longcheng, so I think he should be living there." "What? Dragon City?" When he heard the name of this city, Gu Nian's face changed. Seeing that Gu Nian's expression changed slightly, Jiang Yiming, as an old man, naturally knew why. After all, the news that the eldest son of the Gu family suffered a tragic car accident in Longcheng, resulting in amnesia and paralysis at home, caused a sensation in Kyoto at that time. Jiang Yiming also knew that this matter had always been a thorn in Gu Nian's heart. If his elder brother was fine, why would he come back from abroad so early to manage the family business, and why would he have to take on the responsibility of the Gu family at such a young age? Therefore, Gu Nian really didn't have a good impression of Longcheng. "Brother Nian, look at this. Longcheng, right? Okay, Yiming, pack up and accompany me on a business trip tomorrow." "Where are you going?" You're asking without knowing the answer. Of course it's Dragon City. Ah. Brother Nian, you really want to go? It's been so many years, what can I let go of? I should have gone and seen what this place that my eldest brother refused to return to back then is like. But there are so many things going on in the company, what should we do? Your sudden trip to Dragon City will make those guys suspicious. It's okay. Just tell others that Goose is going to open a branch in Longcheng. I'm going to check it out in advance. As for the rest, let him think about it. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Okay. Then I'll go get ready. Sigh, I don't want to go out. Jiang Yiming let out a wail and then went to pack his things. However, Gu Nian didn't say anything else. Before this trip to Longcheng, he also had to explain the company's affairs. At least he cannot be allowed to leave, which will cause the Gu group to be leaderless and give some people with bad intentions an opportunity to take advantage. Chapter 112, Digging a Hole for Yifan. After briefly dealing with the dark web matter, Zhou turned his attention back to Yifan. Just after he hacked into the Yi family's network system again and entered the computer belonging to Yifan. Suddenly, it was discovered that there was a new account under Yifan's name, and a huge amount of funds of several hundred million yuan had inexplicably appeared in this account. In addition, a large number of stocks have been purchased in this new account, and the funds spent have reached more than 80 million. Zhou suddenly realized that this guy entered the stock market not to fulfill the bet, or not entirely. Come to think of it, if he just wanted to fulfill the bet, he could have just chosen one stock, there was no need to choose so many at once. Obviously, this guy wants to make a killing in the stock market and make a fortune. When Zhou saw Yifan's operation, he was instantly delighted. Originally, I just wanted to stop this guy from completing the bet with Mr. Yang. At the most, it would just make this guy lose 100,000 yuan, which is not very meaningful. Now, this guy is clearly trying to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune, so this will be easy to deal with. Several hundred million in funds were enough for him to cheat that guy. Well, I thought I just wanted to have some fun, but I didn't expect this guy to prepare a full banquet for him. I'd feel a bit sorry for you if I don't accompany you to have some fun. Thinking of this, Zhou brain started working at high speed. He had to plan carefully and trick Yifan. Even if not for myself, I have to ask for an explanation from my mother. Just consider these hundreds of millions as some interest. The next day, early morning. Zhou Shen didn't plan to go to the breakfast shop. After all, he still needed to further direct the stock investors. Zhou Yueling did not force Zhou Shen to go to the breakfast shop. How can I let my son's future be ruined by that small kitchen? After Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai left, Zhou Shen quickly turned on his computer. As for the stock market, it usually opens at 9 in the morning. But as a qualified stock investor, everyone has been waiting in front of the market an hour in advance. The stock market is inherently volatile, and no one can accurately grasp its rules. To this end, we must make adequate plans and be ready to respond to emergencies at any time. But today, many people, in addition to opening stock market software, are also paying attention to another place in a window of the electronic device they are using. That is the gathering place for retail investors. Because today, a great God here promised them that he would give them some more hints. It is said that one step of guidance from a famous teacher can help you avoid many detours. For those who knew what happened yesterday, this was an act of guidance from the God of wealth. Therefore, many people came here early in the morning. But as the opening time is approaching, the master's post has still not been published. This made some investors a little restless, and they left messages in the stockholder bar. A small shareholder: what time did the master send the message? He won't lie to us, will he? Stock tyrant: I'm kidding, the great investor isn't sick, who the hell do you think you are? Rijin Dujin: brother, don't be so aggressive. We are all here to wait for the great God to reward us. Why do you have to be like this? No, that's right, good things come to those who wait. Don't worry, the stock market hasn't opened yet. Pepixia: that's right, brothers, today I took out all my 30,000 yuan in savings, today I must let the master take me to fly. Warren Buffett, the stock god, said, brother, you are too petty. I took out a loan of $500,000 on my house, and I didn't even dare to say anything. Mantis Shrimp: brother, you are so cruel. A small stockholder: I'm tired of the noise, look, the master has posted a new thread. The entire chat area instantly became deserted, and everyone quickly clicked to refresh the page, wanting to be the first to see the new messages released by the masters. Continue to buy large quantities of yesterday's stocks today. No matter the price, you're guaranteed to make a profit. After seeing these lines of words, everyone immediately understood. That being said, these stocks will continue to rise today. Everyone's enthusiasm instantly rose. A small shareholder: fuck, my power is out, and I can only use data traffic to access the internet. Brothers, my internet connection is poor, please let me go first. Are you kidding me? You're telling us this at this time? Pepixia: that's right, if you're not proactive in making money, there's something wrong with your brain. A small shareholder: no, brothers, Warren Buffett: stop arguing, the market is open. Just as 9 o'clock arrived and the stock market opened, a large number of investors instantly flocked into the stock market. Everyone started to buy stocks crazily, and almost all the stocks recommended by the experts were sold out. Because these stocks were relatively unpopular at first, their prices were not very good. As investors rushed to buy the stocks, all the idle stocks were soon sold out. The direct result is that the share prices of these stocks that have become dominant stocks have been rapidly raised. This means that there is no other possibility for these stocks except to hit the daily limit again. This made those who listened to the great God's instructions cheer in their hearts, and everyone was satisfied with returning with a full load again today. Suburban area. Yi Family Villa. Yi Fan also made a move at the opening of the market today. In a very short period of time, he spent a small amount of money and bought a large number of stocks. At this time, Yi Fan had invested nearly 200 million yuan in the stock market, and about half of the previous 400 million yuan had been consumed. But he knew that this was not enough. If nothing unexpected happened, someone would release a large number of stocks tomorrow, and he would have to buy them all. By then, the number of outstanding shares he controlled would have reached a terrifying level. To put it simply, once he becomes the individual holding the largest number of shares, then as long as he does not withdraw his investment, there will not be any major problems with this stock. Even if someone sells, as long as I buy them back according to the order, I can ensure the steady rise of this stock, giving people the feeling that this stock will continue to rise sharply. After completing today's subscription task, Yi Fan no longer cared too much about the stock market. According to my memory, these stocks should be able to continue rising for a few more days. As long as he keeps up the pace and actively sells when the stock price is at its highest, he will win. By then, not only would he be able to beat Zhou Shen in the bet, but he would also be able to once again become an investment genius praised by the upper class. Thinking of this, Yifan felt extremely comfortable. But just when he was in a state of self-entertainment, the phone rang. When he picked it up, he saw that it was his father Yi Longqing calling, so he picked up the phone immediately. Dad. Fanner, have you figured out how to deal with old man Yang's bet these past 2 days? There are some clues, but there are no results yet. Oh? Really? So fast. I thought you hadn't thought it through yet. After all, what old man Yang asked is really difficult. Dad, don't worry, this matter is just a piece of cake for your son. Then Yifan said again, just watch quietly, in a few days, I will definitely give you a qualified transcript. Well, you are worthy of being my Yi Longqing's child. Then, Yi Longqing said again, I won't ask about this matter anymore. If you need any help from me, just call me. I see. After Yi Longqing hung up the phone, Yifan showed a faint smile. Not only was he now familiar with the development trajectory of the next few decades, he also had an awesome father as his backer. What cards did that loser Zhou Shen have to fight him? Chapter 113, The Zhou Family Elders Attack. Zhou Shen was closely observing the stocks in the stock market at this time. When he saw that those stocks had reached their daily limit as expected, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Especially when Zhou Shen discovered that Yifan had invested heavily in his position, consuming more than 100 million yuan in funds at once, the smile on Zhou Shen's face became even more pronounced. He had long guessed that Yifan would do this. After all, judging from his curve diagram, the current high price was just a drop in the bucket. When the stock price rises to what it should be, Yifan will definitely make a lot of money. Zhou Shen was in a good mood as he watched Yifan step by step into the trap he had set. As long as this guy keeps increasing his holdings, when the funds in his hands are almost used up, it will be Zhou Shen's turn to perform. Thinking of this, Zhou Shen's eyebrows were filled with joy. However, after struggling for so long, he finally remembered that he hadn't had breakfast yet, and couldn't help feeling a little hungry. Zhou Shen walked out of the room and wanted to see what food was left in the kitchen. However, just as I opened the refrigerator, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who could it be at this hour? Zhou Shen asked in surprise. After all, it's not even 10 o'clock yet, I'm afraid my breakfast shop may not be closed yet. Who will come to the door? With doubts, Zhou Shen walked to the door, opened it and took a look. Surprisingly, there were 2 old men in gorgeous clothes standing outside the door. Who are you looking for? Zhou Shen asked. Excuse me, is this the home of Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai? Asked one of the old women. Yes, do you have something to do with her? The old lady was in a good mood when Zhou Shen confirmed that this was the right place. They arrived in Longcheng on the first flight today and found this place based on the address sent to them by their eldest son. You must be Yueling's son. Yes, Zhou Yueling is my mother. Zhou Shen said lightly. A hint of disgust flashed across the old woman's eyes, but she still said with a smile, I was so happy that I forgot to introduce myself. I'm your grandmother, Wang Shufan, and this is your grandfather, Zhou Rong. When Zhou Shen heard that these 2 old people were actually his grandparents, he was a little confused. Are their relatives coming again today? Last time, the younger one got mad and left, and now the older one is out again, right? Speaking of the so-called uncle and aunt from last time, Zhou Shen didn't have any good feelings towards them at all. As blood-related brothers and sisters, they actually sold their mother without any scruples. How could Zhou Shen identify with them? Now the grandparents have come along, and you don't need to ask to know that these 2 old guys are up to no good. The 2 of them are almost over 100 years old in total, but instead of staying in Yuncheng, they ran to Longcheng. And he was able to find his home. It must have been those 2 useless relatives who gave him the tip last time. The purpose of these 2 old guys coming here must be to make my mother marry the old man from Guangningding last time. Thinking of this, Zhou Shen had no good feelings towards these so-called grandparents. I see. So what exactly do you want from my mom? Zhou Shen asked for the 3rd time. As people get older, their tempers naturally worsen, and Zhou Rong is a typical example. After Zhou Shen knew their identities, he didn't even let them into the house or make tea or anything like that. He kept asking them the purpose of their visit, which made Zhou Rong feel that his grandson was really rude. Therefore, he angrily lectured, no matter what happens, it's not for you, a junior, to control it. Why are you asking so many questions? Seeing Zhou Rong being so confident, Zhou Shen snorted coldly. Really? In that case, then you 2 should wait until my mom and uncle come back. After saying that, he slammed the door shut, actually locking the 2 old men out. This really confused Zhou Rong and Wang Shufan. What does he mean? Zhou Rong asked with some confusion. It seems that this bastard is annoyed by what you said, said Wang Shufan. Humph, a tiny thing with such a bad temper. I wonder how that damn girl disciplines her own children. Okay, old man, you see we can't get in now. Even if you're angry, that bastard won't be able to see it, right? It's better to save your energy and wait for that damn girl to come back. Humph, when that damn girl comes back, I'm going to make that little bastard apologize to me. Yes, let's wait until that damn girl comes back. Don't be angry now. Be careful, your blood pressure is rising again. After Joshin returned to the house, he felt more and more that something was wrong. He felt that these two old guys were most likely here to pimp. Although it was not right to say that about his mother, when he thought about the Zhou family's behavior, he couldn't help but want to curse. He had never seen such shameless people. Last time, it was just Zhou Zijiang and Zhou Yuqin, which made my mother feel a little overwhelmed and she almost agreed. If these two old people talked about this matter now, my mother would be convinced by her filial piety. Thinking of this, Joshin took out his cell phone and called Zhou Zihai. Hello? Nephew, I'm very busy right now. Is there something urgent you want to talk about? It's nothing serious. Let's take my mom out for a walk after get off work today. Ah. What does this mean, nephew? Why do you want to go out and relax for no reason? Don't worry about it. I have some things to take care of at home anyway. Do you understand? When Zhou Zihai heard this, he wanted to ask more questions. Suddenly, he had an idea and remembered that he had seen his eldest nephew and a little girl kissing at home 2 days ago. He immediately understood what she meant. Nephew, why didn't you tell me earlier? Were you a little shy after we bumped into you last time? Uncle, have you ever thought about? Okay, I understand, you don't need to explain. Zhou Zihai then said again, you can have fun during the day, but remember to put away anything that shouldn't be there, and don't let your mother see it. What? Uncle, actually. Okay, your mom and I will be back at 9 tonight, so you better manage your time. Bye. Beep, beep. Seeing Zhou Zihai hang up in a hurry, Joshin also wondered if his uncle was thinking in the wrong direction. Why does it seem like I'm going to do something shameful at home? But it doesn't matter. I called just to let them stay away from the two old guys outside the door. He couldn't let these two old guys who obviously had bad intentions ruin his mother and uncle's good mood again. I guess they waited for an hour or two, and when no one showed up, they just left. Thinking of this, Joshin went back into the house again and ignored the two people outside. Chapter 114, A Useless Opportunity Mission. Ziyu Lanting. Zhou family. After digging a hole for Yifan, Joshin couldn't help but think about how he could make money. Although he had tricked Yifan, it didn't mean that he had one. If you want to win the bet, you need to turn the 100,000 yuan into 10 million yuan. Afterwards, Joshin browsed the internet to see if there were any opportunities to make money. But after looking around, Joshin found that there were not many opportunities to make money. Especially when you have to use a capital of 100,000 yuan to make 10 million yuan, it is really difficult. Joshin didn't find any opportunities for a while, but he didn't care. There was still time, so there was no need to rush. Afterwards, Joshin thought he should first sort out what he had gained from the engagement party. Although the overall income has been halved due to the impact, the total amount is still very substantial. Therefore, he also wanted to splurge this time and get a gold treasure chest to play with. As he spoke, Joshin opened the system. Host, Zhou Shun. Identity, fake prince of a wealthy family. Faction, villain. Physical fitness, 60 below the healthy level of 80, the average person's peak is 100, overall assessment level good. Combat power, 65 skill bonus, 70. Skills, elementary Chinese, elementary driving, grandmaster fighting, advanced gambling, advanced medicine, advanced acupuncture, master level hacking. Villain value, 1659999. Items, Itch Powder 1, Lucky Charms 8, Speed Charm 1, Primary Recovery Potion 3, Military Ration Pills 4. Luck value, 58. Status, Encountering the Son of Luck Yifan level, ability, luck value. Seeing that he had more than 10 million villain points, Joshin was in a good mood and had a mentality of getting rich quickly. At that moment, he set his sights on the golden treasure chest. If we talk about the treasure chest that Joshin opens the most on a daily basis, it is the silver treasure chest, which mostly contains some auxiliary props such as pills, talismans, and sometimes even direct attribute points. Of course, if you are extremely lucky, you may also get some skills. Now that I have gained a lot of villain value at the engagement party, how can I be worthy of myself if I don't do something big? I wonder what's inside this golden treasure chest. Excited Joshin decisively pressed confirm under the gold treasure chest. Then, in order to ensure that good things would come out, Joshin bought 3 silver treasure chests as a cushion. Just when everything was ready, Joshin rubbed his hands and opened the 3 silver treasure chests at once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a bottle of happy water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a lucky charm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill of elementary wine tasting. What kind of skill is wine tasting? How come this system can deal with people so easily? What are the things that are opened in these 3 silver treasure chests? They are obviously not even as good as black iron and bronze. However, adhering to the principle that the best food is yet to come, these 3 boxes are just cushions, so it is acceptable if no good things come out. After all, I still have a big one in my hand that I haven't opened yet. Joshin set his sights on the golden treasure chest. We have to be more cautious this time. After all, each of this thing costs 10 million villain points, which is too extravagant. Before leaving, Joshin took out all the lucky charms he had accumulated for a long time. I just don't believe it. With such high luck, your damn system shouldn't cheat me. But the moment Joshin opened the golden treasure chest, something like a book appeared inside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a chance mission. Completing chance missions of varying difficulty will earn you varying rewards. A chance mission? Zhou Shun was stunned. How come there is a quest book in this treasure chest? This is fucking a scam. To be honest, all the previous tasks were initiated by the system. How come today I have to spend villain points to draw it from the treasure chest? Isn't this just wasting my own villain points? Motherfucker, system, can you be a human being? You've cheated me out of 10 million villain points for this lousy mission. Do you think I'm being taken advantage of? The system cannot understand the host's inquiry and will not provide an explanation. Fuck you, are you playing dumb? What the hell is this lousy opportunity mission? Opportunity quests should be one of the essential tasks for the Child of Destiny to grow. The Child of Destiny can use opportunity quests to accelerate their growth. What does that have to do with me? This is obviously someone else's mission. And it still costs me 10 million villain points. Host, don't worry. Now that you have taken this mission, you are eligible to participate in the opportunity mission. If you can successfully complete the opportunity mission and obtain the opportunity before the Child of Destiny, you can significantly hinder the Child of Destiny's growth. Ah, can we still play like this? If fighting for opportunities can really significantly hinder Yifan's growth, then I really have to participate. But after spending 10 million villain points, he got such a useless task. How could Joshin accept this? After much thought, Joshin decided to see what kind of mission it was that would cost him so much villain value. But just when Joshin wanted to check the content of the task, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Since the host has already received a task and has not yet completed it, he cannot receive another task. I'm not going to claim it, so I can't just take a look at it? No, once the mission is opened, the opportunity event will start immediately, so the current host does not meet the conditions for accepting the mission. Damn it! So, I spent 10 million and bought this piece of junk that I can only admire from afar but can't inspect, right? Ding! Host issue. The system cannot understand it and will not respond. You're playing dumb again, you bastard system. You're pissing me off to death. Ding! According to the host's health value, there is no danger to life. Zhou Shen was speechless at this moment. This crappy system had no intention of talking to him properly. If he continued to talk to it, he would be pissed off sooner or later. It seems that if he doesn't complete the gambling task he is currently assigned, he will not be able to take on this opportunity task worth tens of millions of villains. Thinking of this, Zhou Shen's thoughts returned to the gambling task again. Now he really didn't have any good ideas to make 10 million with 100,000. It seems that if we want to open this opportunity mission, we don't know when it will come. But just as Zhou Shen was thinking this, the system issued another speechless prompt. Ding! Warning to the host, the opportunity mission is valid for 2 weeks. Once missed, the mission will automatically expire. Fuck you, system, just die. This old man Yang didn't even set a time limit for this bet, but your crappy system is so good that it even created a time limit. Who are you trying to kill? Please don't complain, host. We are born in hardship and die in comfort. Host, you must understand this truth. Don't give me chicken soup, I won't buy it. In 2 weeks, 100,000 turned into tens of millions. This is not an easy task. I didn't expect that after I just stopped Yifan from making money, I started to worry about this matter. But if I don't hurry up to complete this task, when the time comes, I will miss this opportunity, and my 10 million villain points will be wasted in vain. Thinking of this, Joshin's mood suddenly became not so good. I'm totally asking for trouble today. I'm speechless. Joshin was so angry that he decided to take a nap, completely forgetting that there were 2 old men outside the door. Chapter 115, Zhou Rong faints from anger. It's not entirely true to say that Joshin really forgot about those 2 old guys. He simply didn't want to bother with them, so he deliberately sent Zhou Sihai away. He wanted to see how much patience these 2 had. Zhou Sihai and Zhou Yueling went out for a walk after closing the shop. They are also happy because the store's business is good. Accompanied by her younger brother, Zhou Yueling first went to the mall to buy a lot of clothes for her son, and then had a big meal. Anyway, we had a lot of fun that day. It was not until it was completely dark that the 2 of them prepared to go home. Along the way, Zhou Yueling was a little surprised. Sihai's behavior today was a little abnormal. It's not a festival, why should I take myself out to play? I spent a lot of money on this trip. Xiaohai, tell me the truth. What did Shin'er say to you? Why did I ask you to take me out to play? Well, of course it's for the continuation of my Zhou family's lineage. What nonsense are you talking about? What about carrying on the family line? Hey, sis, why are you asking so many questions? Just have fun. But I'm still a little worried. Is Shin'er hiding something from me? Sister, my nephew is already an adult and has his own ideas. Don't interfere too much. At this time, the car had already arrived downstairs. Zhou Sihai first paid the fare and then took the handbag from Zhou Yueling's hand. Okay, we're home now, let's go upstairs together. The 2 then chatted and laughed as they came to their apartment building and took the elevator to the 8th floor. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the corridor light in the building broke today. It was pitch black all around, and with the faint moonlight, it seemed particularly eerie. Sister, do you think there are ghosts out there so late at night? Zhou Sihai suddenly blurted out. Don't be fooled by Zhou Sihai's burly appearance, he is still very interested in the stories of gods and ghosts. Xiaohai, you are already an adult, why are you still afraid of these things? Zhou Yueling said with a smile. Sister, you're just laughing at me. It's all because of the trauma left by watching horror movies with those 2 bastards when I was a kid. Otherwise, who would be afraid of these things? Zhou Sihai complained while following Zhou Yueling in fear. However, just as the 2 arrived at the door and were about to open it to go in, 2 shadows moved in the corner, which scared Zhou Sihai. Sister, what is that? Zhou Sihai exclaimed. It was because of Zhou Sihai's cry that the shadows seemed to realize something. One of the shadows said in a trembling voice, Xiaohai, Yuling, is that you? The voice sounded familiar, so Zhou Sihai asked cautiously, Sister, am I hallucinating? Why do I hear Mom's voice? You bastard, you can't even recognize your mother. I'm going to beat you to death. Zhou Yueling finally made out the 2 figures across from her in the dim moonlight. She was shocked and said, Dad, Mom, why are you here? Seeing that Zhou Yueling wasn't as startled as Zhou Sihai, Wang Shufan said angrily, why can't we come? Don't you welcome us, you little bitch? Zhou Yueling said hurriedly, Mom, that's not what I meant. Why didn't you call us before you came? Phone? We need your phone number. You damned girl haven't even called us once in all these years, how would we know your phone number? In fact, Wang Shufan lied. Zhou Sijiang had told them the phone numbers of Zhou Sihai and Zhou Yueling before. But they were worried that Zhou Yueling would avoid them, so they thought of going to her house to block her. Unexpectedly, Joshin blocked me outside the door. Zhou Sihai saw that his elder sister was too embarrassed to look up, and immediately said, How dare you say that to my elder sister? We went back to apologize to you several times back then. Have you forgotten what you did? Xiaohai, stop talking. Zhou Yueling said hurriedly. Let him speak. I want to see what kind of unfilial son I, Zhou Rong, have raised. Old man Zhou said angrily. Just say it. Zhou Yueling was anxious and said loudly, Xiaohai, if you say that again, I will be angry. Zhou Sihai then shut his mouth indignantly, but judging from the expression on his face, he was still very unconvinced. Mom and Dad, don't be angry. By the way, when did you two come? Zhou Yueling said. We came here this morning and have been waiting at the door. Ah. You've been standing at the door. Why don't you go in? Is Shenner not at home? Zhou Yueling said in surprise. Don't even mention that little bastard, he's nothing. Zhou Yueling's face turned unhappy when she heard Zhou Rong scolding her son before he even said a few words. In order to prevent the conflict from escalating, Zhou Yueling hurriedly said, Dad, Mom, don't be angry. Shenner might think he's been scammed. After all, he hasn't seen his grandparents since he was a child. Despite Zhou Yueling's explanation, Zhou Rong and Wang Shufen were still angry. They still remembered how Zhou Shen had treated them in the morning. Humph, you must make that little bastard apologize to us later, otherwise. Before Wang Shufen could finish, Zhou Sihai said coldly, What else do you want? Zhou Yueling hurriedly said, Xiao Hai, please stop talking. Mom and Dad, let's go inside first and talk about what we have to say. As she spoke, Zhou Yueling gestured to Zhou Sihai to open the door, and then welcomed the two elders into the house. Zhou Shen, who heard the noise at the door, also walked out from the inner room. When he saw Zhou Rong and Wang Shufen actually open the door and walked in, he immediately deliberately scolded them, How did you get in? When Zhou Rong heard Zhou Shen's words, the anger that had been accumulating for a day suddenly ignited. You rude little bastard, do you know who you are talking to? Old man, I'm not talking to you, am I talking to a dog? Ding. The host ignored his elders, which qualifies as villain behavior. Villain value plus 9,999. This stingy system took 10 million villain points from me, and now it's being stingy. It's really a piece of shit. Ding. The host gets so angry that he even scolds the system. The system appreciates it very much. Villain value plus 9. Watching the system disgusting him again in its own way, Zhou Shen had no way to deal with it. You old fool, you're really patient. You've been waiting all day and you won't leave. Are you planning to blackmail me? Seeing that her son had started arguing with his parents right away, Zhou Yueling quickly stepped forward to smooth things over and said, Shenner, these are really your grandparents. Don't talk like that. It's not nice. Seeing his mother speak, Zhou Shen calmed down a little. Humph, for my mother's sake I won't bother with you guys. I hope you guys can take care of yourselves. Ding. The host's actions have caused Zhou Rong's blood pressure to rise, and his villain value is plus 999. You little bastard, you, old woman, drug. Looking at Zhou Rong, whose face turned blue with anger, Wang Shufen knew that her old man was sick again. I quickly rummaged through my bag for my blood pressure medication. Chapter 116, Severing Relationship. Zhou Rong fell ill, causing chaos in the Zhou family. Wang Shufen and Zhou Yueling hurriedly took out the medicine and gave it to him to take. After a long time, Zhou Rong finally recovered. Zhou Sihai was afraid that his cold-blooded father would start arguing with his eldest nephew again, so he immediately changed the subject and asked, Dad, Mom, you came all the way from Yuncheng. Is there something important? When Zhou Sihai asked, Wang Shufen remembered the mission of herself and the old man to come to Longcheng. We came to Longcheng this time because we have something very important to discuss with you. What's up? Yueling, I heard from your brother that you are living a pretty good life now? Well, it's okay. Then can you spare a few 100,000 to help your brother? His business may be a little bit difficult to make ends meet now. Wang Shufen said. Mom, what do you mean? Zhou Sihai asked in confusion. I just want to ask Yueling to find a way to help Zijiang. He is really in trouble now. Wang Shufen continued. Hundreds of thousands, this is not a small amount, how can my sister afford it? I heard that you opened a restaurant. Just sell it out. It should be enough to make up the difference. Zhou Rong said after he recovered. Old man, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you speak? You made my mother sell the restaurant for that bastard. Are you still asleep? Zhou Shen retorted without mercy. The adults are talking, why are you, a child, interrupting? Do you have the right to speak? Zhou Rong said angrily. Even if you want to take advantage of us, you should at least see who owns this store and whose name is signed on the contract. Zhou Shen said calmly. How can you still be a little brat? Dad, this name really is my eldest nephew's. Zhou Sihai said with a smile. What? How can you two adults let a child make the decision? What qualifications does he have? Old man, I paid for it. Do you think this qualification is enough? Stop talking nonsense. How can a child like you have so much money? Do you think I'm old and confused? No, you're not senile, you're just stupid. Ding. The host's behavior angered Joe Rong again, villain value plus 99,999. Boy, if you really have so much money, then you should take it out and let me, an old man, see it. Don't just brag. I need to show you. Who are you? I'm Grandpa. Are you worthy? You. Ding. The host's actions once again caused Joe Rong's blood pressure to soar, villain value plus 99,999. Shinner, you can't talk to your grandpa like that. Zhou Yueling couldn't bear it anymore and said hurriedly. She was really afraid that her son would make Joe Rong angry and cause him to get hurt. Not only would she feel guilty, but her son's reputation might also be ruined. Grandpa? If you want to be my grandpa, you must first treat you as your daughter, and then treat me as your grandson, otherwise you will be stranded. Zhou Shen said in a cold tone. You? Zhou Rong was so angry that he almost went berserk again. Although he was old, his temper was still the same as when he was young, and he didn't know how to restrain himself at all. What do you mean by you? When you kicked my pregnant mother out of the house, did you remember that she was your daughter? When my mother was all alone and helpless, with nowhere to turn to, did you still remember that she was your daughter? Over the years, my mother has worked several part-time jobs to ensure food and shelter for the family. Do you still remember that she is your daughter? The coldness in Zhou Shen's eyes grew even stronger, and he continued, now that our lives are starting to improve, I suddenly remember having a daughter like this. Did you know that just a month ago she had to sell blood at a small clinic for a few hundred yuan? Grandpa and Grandma like you are better off not having them. I really don't know how you got the nerve to come here and claim to be relatives. After hearing Zhou Shen's words, Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai fell silent. What Zhou Shen said just now really touched their hearts and immediately brought back the grievances they had suffered over the years. For a moment, both of their eyes turned red. Especially Zhou Yueling, tears even fell from her eyes. On the one hand, she felt wronged, but on the other hand, her son's unhesitating protection made her feel touched by the care he gave her. Shenner, stop talking. Before Zhou Yueling could finish, Zhou Shen interrupted her, Mom, you are too soft-hearted. This kind of family relationship should have ended long ago. Broken? Zhou Yueling was shocked. She had never thought about this before. Do you want to keep it here for the new year? Why don't they even care about your life or death when you're in trouble, and when they need help, they ask you to sell the store as soon as they come? Zhou Shen then continued, have they ever thought about how you and my uncle are going to survive after we sell the store? Are we going to have to go back to the old days of having to depend on others for favors? Seeing his mother seemed a little shaken, Zhou Shen immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, Mom, if you don't think about yourself, you should also think about my uncle and me. We are already grown up, and we don't know when we will have to start a family and build a career. This small shop is our foundation. What will we do after we sell it? Whether it's me or my uncle, if we find a partner and want to get married, where are you going to get the money? Seeing that their eldest daughter seemed to be persuaded, Zhou Rong and Wang Shufan immediately shouted angrily at Zhou Yueling, you stupid girl, this is how you taught your son to talk to his elders? Zhou Yueling felt that what her son said made sense. If they sold the store, they would no longer have any support in this city. But now the ones who came to her for help were her own parents. Although they were not good to her, she felt like a nanny or servant at home. However, no matter what, there are no parents in the world who are not bad. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. On one side is the son who truly treats him well, and on the other side are the parents who are related by blood. Zhou Shen certainly understood his mother's difficulties, so he stood in front of her and said to Zhou Rong, you don't have to embarrass my mother. I will never agree to this unless. Unless what? Seeing that Zhou Shen's tone seemed to have improved, the old lady Wang Shufan asked hurriedly. Unless you agree to sever ties with my mother and my uncle and never come to my house again, I might consider helping Zhou Sijong. Boy, you want me to sever my kinship with your mother, right? Yes, you never really acknowledged them anyway. Humph. Okay, I agree. Zhou Rong said immediately. He thought he knew his daughter and son very well, especially his eldest daughter, even though she had done something indecent and brought shame to the family. But she had never paid much attention to them since she was a child, and she would recognize them back if the old woman said a few nice words to her. He will let this little beast have his fun today, there are still many days to come. Promise what? Zhou Shen asked knowingly. As long as you can really help Si Jiang overcome the difficulties, we will immediately sever ties with them. We will do what we say. Zhou Rong said firmly. Hearing this, Zhou Shen's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a cold chuckle. Chapter 117, Zhou Yueling's Choice. Zhou Yueling and Zhou Sihai were stunned by Zhou Rong's words. They never expected their father to say such a thing. In order to help Zhou Sijiang, they actually had to sever ties with them, and both of them were heartbroken. Compared to Zhou Sihai, who had already seen through their character, Zhou Yueling still could not accept such a blow. She became shaky and couldn't help but shed tears. Wang Shufan's heart also trembled. Although she looked down on her daughter, her youngest son was her own. Old man, you really want to fight with Sihai? What do you know as a woman? Don't interrupt. Seeing his mother heartbroken again because of this relative, Zhou Shen's eyes were filled with anger. However, it is better to break up with such relatives as soon as possible. After all, it is difficult to reverse the old relationship, and the longer you delay, the more painful it will be. Okay. Old man, I hope you keep your word. Why wouldn't this count? I'm a little skeptical, kid. Do you have the ability to help Si Jiang solve his problem? That's none of your business. You should worry about yourself first. What do you mean by worrying about yourself? Old man, it's getting late, it's about time you leave. It's so late, and you want us old couple to leave? Wang Shufan asked in surprise. Otherwise, why would I let you stay here when we're about to sever ties? But. Old woman, just go away, who wants to stay here? But. Don't say but. People live by their faces and trees live by their bark. This little beast obviously doesn't like us. Why is he still staying here? Zhou Rong said with a tough face. However, Zhou Shen never indulged them. He simply said, how dare you say that people live on their faces and trees live on their bark? You know we don't like you, but why are you still coming here? You? Zhou Shen sneered, what are you talking about? If you want to leave, leave now. What are you babbling about? Why are you waiting for a farewell drink for you? Ding. The host's actions have caused Zhou Rong's blood pressure to rise again, villain value plus 99,999. Humph. Old woman, go. After saying that, Zhou Rong pulled Wang Shufan out. Zhou Yueling wanted to see them off, but when she saw her brother's angry face and her son's frosty face, she finally didn't leave. Although Zhou Yueling has a weak personality, she is not stupid. She knew very well who was the best person for her. If she really went out to see them off today, or asked them to stay overnight at home, her son and brother would be very angry. Apart from these two relatives, she had nothing left, so even if her parents were unhappy, she could not let her son and brother down. Since she had to choose between the two sides, she could only and must choose her son and brother, and everyone else had to step back. Zhou Sihai was greatly relieved when he saw that his elder sister did not leave. Although he didn't spend much time with his nephew, it was only a month at most. But he thought he knew his nephew a little bit. He looked unruly on the surface, but actually he saw things very clearly. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If my sister doesn't make the right choice today, it will definitely hurt my nephew's heart. At that time, there might be a rift between mother and son, which is the last thing he wants to see. As for his parents, Zhou Sihai never had any hope. If he had to choose between his two elders and his eldest sister, he would definitely not choose his parents. Because when it comes to family affection, these two elders will never be able to compare to their elder sister. After all, he was raised by his eldest sister with great care and love since he was a child. This kind of family love is by no means comparable to the grace of giving birth to a child. Seeing that neither his mother nor his uncle went to see the two old guys off, Zhou Shen couldn't help but nod in his heart. Although his mother usually seems a little confused, she will not let him down at critical moments. Mom, don't cry. They have never treated you as their daughter. Why should you be sad for them? Zhou Shen said lightly. But Shin'er, they are my biological parents, how could they say such things? It's okay, Mom. You still have me and my uncle. We won't leave you. Yes, sister, I won't leave you either. Zhou Sihai said hurriedly. After hearing this, Zhou Yueling felt better. Fortunately, she has such a caring son and brother, otherwise she really doesn't know what to do. Speaking of Zhou Rong and Wang Shufen, after the two old people came out of Zhou's house, they suddenly felt a little hungry. After all, I flew here early in the morning and didn't have breakfast at all. I just bought something to eat after getting off the plane. I didn't even have time to eat lunch. They originally thought that their daughter would come home at noon, and then they would ask her to treat them to a big meal, so they had to save some food. What's the result? Zhou had already set a trap for them. He asked his uncle Zhou Sihai to take his mother out and they were gone for the whole day. So, these two people missed lunchtime perfectly again. In the evening they thought they could finally have something hot to eat, but as soon as they entered the door they were so shocked that they were scared out of their wits until they were kicked out in disgrace. Although they temporarily helped the eldest son resolve the crisis, they were also in a very embarrassing situation at this time. Especially Zhou Rong, he has never suffered such humiliation in all these years. Although the Zhou family has fallen on hard times, they still have some respect in Yuncheng. It's unlike now that they are being scolded and criticized like this. More importantly, the one scolding him was one of his own grandchildren. Whenever Zhou Rong thought of this, he couldn't suppress his anger and his blood pressure seemed to soar. "Old man, where are we going now?" Wang Shufen asked tiredly. They have been working for more than 10 hours from morning till now, and considering their age, they are already a little exhausted. But in order to help their eldest son, they had no choice but to hold on. Now that the matter was resolved, Wang Shufen simply couldn't hold on any longer. "Where can I go?" "Go to Xizang." Then Zhou Rong said angrily again, if he hadn't insisted on moving the company to Longcheng, how could he have caused so much trouble? Why would I have to risk my old face to beg this damn girl? Speaking of this, old man, you really have to sever ties with Sihai, even though he... Stop talking about it. This matter does not cause any loss to us. After all, we have not been in contact for a long time, which is almost the same as having no contact at all. Zhou Rong said coldly. But there's nothing to worry about. You have to remember that the brat has been completely fooled by that dead girl. In his eyes, we parents are not even as good as outsiders. It doesn't make any difference whether we have such a son or not. Zhou Rong said loudly. But he is our biological son. So what? As long as we have one son, Zhang, that's enough. After saying that, Zhou Rong ignored Wang Shufen and walked out of the community on his own with a determined look on his face. Chapter 118, Rental Company. No words were spoken all night, and the next morning. After getting up, Zhou first turned on the computer. Seeing that there was no other movement on Yifan or the stock market, he walked out of the room. However, when he saw Zhou Yueling looking listless, his heart suddenly ached. Needless to say, mother definitely didn't sleep well last night. Obviously, the sudden attack of the two old guys yesterday still affected her. "Mom, if you don't feel well today, just stay home and rest for a day. There's nothing wrong with closing the breakfast shop for a day. How can this be possible? Mom is fine. But I see that you are in such a state now, you don't look like you are alright." Zhou Sihai also hurriedly agreed, "Sister, you've just gotten better, please don't do anything weird again and make us worry. I'm not that fragile. Mom, you always listen to doctors, but I am your son's attending physician now, so you should at least listen to my advice. I can't argue with you, okay, then I'll take a day off today." But before Zhou and Zhou Sihai could be happy, Zhou Yueling said, "Shinner, didn't you promise them yesterday that you would go and solve the problem for Xizang? How are you going to do it?" Seeing that his mother was actually thinking about this, Zhou frowned and said, "There's no rush, and I don't even know the specific situation of their company. Well, I remember Xizang gave me a business card last time. Is Sihai with you?" "I think so. I'll go look for it." After saying that, Zhou Sihai went into the inner room and searched around, then found it in a dirty coat thrown aside. "Well, this is it." As he said that, Zhou Sihai handed the business card to Zhou, but when he handed it to him, Zhou Sihai took advantage of Zhou Yueling's inattention and secretly winked at Zhou. Zhou naturally knew what Zhou Sihai meant. He didn't want him to help that bastard Zhou Xizang. Zhou smiled and nodded slightly. But he still took the business card under his mother's gaze. I looked carefully at the company name on the business card, Huiting Network Engineering Development Company, Ltd. It seems that this guy runs a network engineering company, which is quite consistent with my major. Is it a help or a pit? It's too easy for me to handle it. Okay, I'll go over and take a look after I finish my meal. Zhou said lightly. Well, that's the best. After all, Xizang. Mom, don't talk about this bad thing. Seeing that Zhou Shin had no intention of continuing the current topic, Zhou Yueling didn't say anything more. But after finishing breakfast, she actually prepared clothes for Zhou Shin to go out, which was equivalent to urging Zhou Shin in disguise, which made Zhou Shin speechless. Zhou Shin felt that he needed to talk to his mother. Even though those terrible relatives had been in such a state, she was still thinking about them. It made him angry just thinking about it. But when she thought about how she had been abandoned for half of her life, abandoned by her husband when she was young, abandoned by her parents when she was pregnant, raised a son who was not her own, and finally abandoned again. That's why she longs for family affection so much. Thinking of this, Zhou Shin could only sigh slightly, and then went downstairs very reluctantly. What Zhou Shin didn't know was that shortly after he went downstairs, a dark shadow immediately followed him downstairs. Following the address given by Zhou Sihai, Zhou Shin quickly arrived at Zhou Sijung's company. From a quick glance from the outside, it doesn't seem too small. But as soon as Zhou Shin entered the door, the situation in the company surprised him. This is not an office space at all, it's clearly a scrap collection station. Documents and materials were piled up everywhere, and waste paper and garbage were scattered everywhere. The indoor environment cannot be described by the word bad at all, it's really too bad. This made Zhou Shin instantly feel that this was just a shell company with nothing but a facade, it was too bad. But even in such an environment, Zhou Shin could vaguely see several figures working hard at their workstations. It seemed that everyone had already gotten used to the current environment. Zhou Shin didn't bother to argue. He walked up to a guy staring blankly at his computer and whispered, "Excuse me, how do I get to the manager's office?" The man didn't intend to speak, but pointed in a direction with his pen in annoyance, then frowned and studied his computer screen. "Thanks." After saying that, Zhou Shin walked in the direction he pointed. After a long while, the man finally reacted and asked his colleague at the next table, "Sister Rue, did someone talk to me just now?" However, another colleague seemed to be stumped by some question. When he heard this person's question, he said angrily, "Don't bother me, I'm annoyed." Seeing this, the man was too lazy to ask any more questions and just continued to work. Zhou Shin followed the direction the man pointed and came to the manager's office. When he saw Zhou Sijiang again, Zhou Shin was suddenly shocked. It has only been a few days, and Zhou Sijiang, who was once full of vigor and ambition, has completely changed. Now he is disheveled and looks worried, and he no longer has the arrogance he had when he came to the house that day. When Zhou Sijiang heard someone enter the office without his permission, he cursed without even looking up, "Didn't I tell you not to come in and disturb me without my permission? What a bad temper you have. Mr. Zhou." Zhou Shin sneered. Hearing this strange yet familiar voice, Zhou Sijiang looked up and did not expect that the person in front of him was the son of his depressed sister. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Sijiang asked in a deep voice. "Humph, you're pretending to be clueless. You dare say you weren't the one who brought those two old bastards into our house? You're acting like a whore and trying to be a saint. Mr. Zhou may be ugly, but he's quite the shrew. You. Stop arguing about you and me. I'll give you a chance. Rent the company to me." Zhou Shin said lightly. Rent it to you?" Zhou Sijiang said in confusion. "Well, I'll pay 1 million and rent your crappy place for a month." Zhou Shin stated his plan. 1 million, renting my company, where did you get so much money? This is none of your business. Just tell me if 1 million is enough. In the past, 1 million was not a lot for Zhou Sijiang. But now, given the company's current situation, 1 million is indeed a life-saving straw for him. "Boy, if you can really come up with 1 million, then I will lend you this company." Seeing that Zhou Sijiang agreed, Zhou Shin logged into the mobile banking and showed Zhou Sijiang the balance. Not more, not less, exactly 1 million, not a penny more. Obviously Zhou Sijiang didn't think Zhou Shin really only had this 1 million. He was just sure that he would agree, so he prepared this 1 million in advance. Afterwards, Zhou Shin took out a document, handed it to Zhou Sijiang and said, "Sign it, and the money will be deposited immediately." Zhou Sijiang picked up the document and looked at it carefully, and found that it was a lease contract with a lease term of 1 month and a rent of 1 million. What was being rented was the operating rights of their company for 1 month. Moreover, the contract terms do not contain any traps and stipulate that loans, debts, etc. are not allowed. Zhou Sijiang signed his name immediately. After Zhou Shujiang signed his name on the show, Zhou Shin transferred 1 million yuan to him without saying a word. After a while, Zhou Sijiang received a text message on his mobile phone. When Zhou Zijiang saw that Zhou Shen really gave him 1 million, he finally believed that his cheap nephew had actually spent 1 million to rent his company that was on the verge of bankruptcy. Chapter 119, Zhou Shen is attacked. Phaeton Network Company. General Manager's Office. The money has arrived. Remember to clean up the office for me. I don't want to be like someone who likes to live in a garbage dump. After saying that, Zhou Shen turned and left. As for the rest of the matters, he left them to Zhou Zijiang to handle. After all, he didn't want to clean up such a mess. He was not worried that Zhou Zijiang would fool him, as it was clearly stated in the contract that if he dared to disobey, Zhou Shen had the right to terminate the contract at any time. Moreover, Zhou Zijiang had to pay him a high penalty for breach of contract, the amount of which was enough to bankrupt Zhou Zijiang. Zhou Shen's request is very simple, that is, he wants to take over a normal company tomorrow, instead of an empty shell in a garbage dump like the current one. Although Zhou Shen spent money to help Zhou Zijiang solve the problem this time, he did not intend to help him for free. The 1 million yuan rental fee was indeed given to Zhou Zijiang, but he also planned to use this company to fulfill the bet assigned by Mr. Yang. Taking on a few similar projects with 100,000 yuan should be enough to meet Mr. Yang's requirements. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Shen went to such great lengths to borrow Zhou Zijiang's shabby stall for a month. Zhou Shen stopped a taxi from Phaeton Network Company and headed home. Zhou Shen didn't feel too bad that he had wasted half a day on Zhou Zijiang, that scumbag. Wouldn't it be nice to have a good sleep during this time? The car drove on the road for more than half an hour and then arrived at Ziyu Lanting. However, just as Zhou Shen got off the car and was about to enter the residential complex, he suddenly heard a sharp and piercing system notification sound in his mind. Ding! An abnormal aura appears around the host. Danger level, 1 star. Ah! What the hell is a 1-star danger? But since the system can prompt you, you can't be careless. After all, it is dangerous and you might even lose your life. Therefore, Zhou Shen immediately became alert. Not only did he hold the silver needle in his hand, he also picked out a few props that he usually didn't want to use and prepared them, ready to give this ungrateful attacker a surprise at any time. But when Zhou Shen saw the source of danger described by the system, he couldn't help but laughed out loud. There was no one else in front of him except a funny-looking dwarf, so the dangerous aura must have come from this person. But this guy is really funny. His height is just up to my waist. Can he really be dangerous to me? System, are you serious? The dwarf seemed to have gotten used to Zhou Shen's ridicule. As a professional fighter, he was not affected at all by Zhou Shen's ridicule. After confirming that it was the target person, he started fighting without saying anything. Although this guy is not very good looking, his skills are really good. Every move and every style contains murderous intent, and is indeed much more powerful than the thugs Zhou Shen has encountered before. No wonder the system would remind me for such a person. If I were caught off guard and attacked by this guy, I might really get hurt. But now Zhou Shen is on guard, and the threat posed by this dwarf is greatly reduced. After this period of training, Zhou Shen has made significant progress in both physical fitness and combat power compared to when he first left the Yi family. Although he was caught off guard by this guy's sudden attack at first, Zhou Shen gradually adapted to it as his tactics became more and more sophisticated. Seeing that this guy posed no threat, Zhou Shen intended to use him to teach himself some tricks, so he would mock him from time to time while fighting. You've grown up like this, why are you still going out? Aren't you afraid of being arrested by the Environmental Protection Department for disturbing the city's appearance? Society is so tolerant nowadays that even a guy like you can be let out and run around. I'm asking you if you have any new tricks. You keep using the same 2 tricks over and over again. I'm fed up with it even if you're not. The dwarf became somewhat anxious as he was unable to defeat Zhou Shen for a long time. In fact, when he took on the task, he didn't expect Zhou Shen to be so difficult to deal with. He originally planned to kill him with 1 strike and then drag him into the alley to deal with him. Who knew that he would be forced to fight with Zhou Shen for more than 10 rounds, which made him very anxious. Coupled with Zhou Shen's constant verbal stimulation and harassment, even though the dwarf had received special training, it was really a bit too much for him to bear. Hey, brat, don't you know that talking too much will lead to death? Ah. I haven't heard of it. Do you want to tell me about it? Ding. The host has greatly stimulated the opponent, villain value plus 9,999. Seeing that there was still villain value to be gained, Zhou Shen immediately became energetic and continued to nag. Hey, you said you fought for a long time, but didn't even hurt me. Are you tired? Do you want to take a break? Even if we don't take a break, let's chat for a while. Who asked you to trouble me? If you don't want to say this, then you. Alright. Bastard, I want you to die. This dwarf is really a bit unbearable. He has never met such an opponent. It's too annoying. He knew that this guy's strength was beyond his imagination, and if he continued to fight, he would be in trouble, so he decided to retreat immediately. But just as he was about to evacuate, he suddenly found that he seemed to be stuck. As soon as I thought about leaving, this guy would attack me. The dwarf found that he could not escape, which shocked him, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Knowing that he had hit a wall, the dwarf angrily asked, "You want to keep me? Now that you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Joshin said coldly. He was almost driven crazy by the treacherous system these past 2 days, and was looking for a vent for his anger, but this unlucky guy actually delivered himself to the door. Joshin would never let him off so easily. What's more, Joshin still doesn't know where this guy came from or who asked him to attack him. He must find out. Joshin felt that the time was right. This guy's strength was of no help to him and the game should be over. At that moment, he dodged sideways and kicked the dwarf away. Then, Joshin quickly followed and stepped on the dwarf's chest after he landed. The reversal between the fire and lightning made the dwarf completely confused. He didn't expect that Joshin had been hiding his strength all along. This guy is really scary. Who asked you to come? Joshin asked coldly. If you want to kill me or cut me up, just come and do it. I won't tell anyone, said the dwarf, gritting his teeth. Humph. You're quite stubborn. Actually, even without you telling me, I know that apart from that young Master Yi, no one else would be so bored as to hire someone to cause trouble for me. While speaking, Joshin's eyes were fixed on this guy. When he mentioned young Master Yi, the dwarf's eyes narrowed slightly. Joshin was even more certain that this guy was the one Yi-fan had brought here. It was obvious that the guy was really stimulated. Don't try to trick me, I won't tell you anything, the dwarf said again. Joshin smiled coldly, patted him lightly on the shoulder, and then said, Go back and tell Yi-fan that even if you want to find someone to deal with me, please find someone powerful. Don't bring out trash like you to embarrass yourself. After saying that, Joshin turned around and walked into the community without looking back. The dwarf was stunned, and so were the onlookers. They didn't expect Joshin to just leave like that. This wasn't right. Logically speaking, even if Joshin didn't do it himself, he should have called the police and found out who was behind it. Just leaving without a word, what the hell is this? Although the dwarf also found it incredible, he knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long, so he immediately got up from the ground and ran across the street. But he didn't see the cold smile on Joshin's face when he left. After beating someone up, you just want to leave safely. There is no such good thing in the world. Although Joshin cannot kill people with his own hands, there is no need to do some things himself. He wants to see whether this guy has a stronger life or the combined effect of the 3 bad luck talismans is stronger. Chapter 120, Employees' Provocation. The next day, early morning. When Joshin browsed the stock market again, the stocks selected by Yi-fan had good momentum and still closed at the daily limit. Joshin is also very satisfied with this. Looking at the stock that had risen from a few dollars to more than $10, Joshin's smile became even more pronounced. The better the stock momentum is now, the closer it is to success. Therefore, today, Joshin's advice to the majority of investors is to sell some stocks appropriately to prevent excessive price increases and attract the attention of the SEC, so that technical adjustments can be made at that time. Investors no longer doubt Joshin's suggestions. Since the big guys all said that we should release some stocks appropriately, no one stopped. As soon as the stock market opened, some investors began to sell their stocks according to Joshin's instructions. When Yi-fan saw some empty shares, he immediately chose to buy them all back. One reason is to prevent the stock price from falling due to the behavior of these idiots, and the other is because I want to make more money. After all, according to his understanding, the share prices of these stocks are far from reaching their peak. No matter how much money he spends to buy them now, he will make money in the future. When Joshin saw Yi-fan receive a large amount of stocks again, the corners of his mouth curled up again. It seems that this guy hasn't realized that he has now jumped into a huge trap. But just when Joshin was finding it funny about Yi-fan's stupidity, his cell phone rang. When I picked up the phone, it turned out to be Zhou Xijang. I've already spoken to everyone in the company. You'll be in charge of the company for the next month. Don't let this company go bankrupt. After all, Joshin had received 1 million yuan from him, so Zhou Xijang didn't dare to be too tough with him. Zhou Shen responded casually, then pulled on a piece of clothing and went out to Zhou Xizhang's company. When Zhou Shen arrived at the company, it was obviously different from when he first saw it yesterday. It seems that Zhou Xizhang not only had the office cleaned, but also had the work area tidied up. This made Zhou Shen feel that the place in front of him was much more pleasing to the eye. It looked a bit like a company, rather than the nursing home he saw yesterday. However, even though there have been improvements in hygiene, the staff problem has not been solved. No one knows what's wrong, everyone always looks so lifeless. This depressing atmosphere almost suffocated Zhou Shen. Zhou Shen doesn't want to continue working in such an atmosphere. So today, in addition to changing the company's environment, we also need to motivate employees. Afterwards, Zhou Shen immediately ordered everyone to come to the conference room for a meeting. After everyone arrived, Zhou Shen cleared his throat and then loudly said to the dozen or so employees, "Before the meeting, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Shen, and I will be in charge of this company for the next month." However, Zhou Shen's words fell on deaf ears and there was no response at all. "Did you hear that?" Zhou Shen said with a frown. "I heard it. Aren't you annoyed? How can a little brat want to be so powerful? He just works as a manager in the company for a month. Why are you so proud?" An employee said a little irritably. "Humph, do you mean I'm here to play?" Zhou Shen said coldly. "What else? Boss Zhou has already told us that you were a useless young master before. We don't need to listen to you. Just live peacefully for a month." Zhou Shen didn't expect that Zhou Xizhang would do this to him. No wonder this guy dared to hand over the company to him. It turns out that he was determined to make his employees disobey him. This move is quite cruel, it's like cutting off the source of funds. If this continues, wouldn't I have wasted $1 million? But Zhou Shen is not a pushover. Since these employees all know his previous identity, Zhou Shen is too lazy to explain. He simply put his foot on the chair and said in a cold voice, "Since you know that I spent money, you should obey me, otherwise the consequences will be serious." As he spoke, Zhou Shen slapped the ashtray beside him. Bang! After a loud bang, the glass ashtray was smashed directly by Zhou Shen. Ding! The host's violent behavior has shocked all employees. Villain value plus 99,999. Everyone was indeed shocked by Zhou Shen's behavior, but some people were still very dissatisfied and immediately said, "Oh my god, you were trying to scare the lawnmower. It's just an ashtray. Do you have the guts to smash the table?" Someone immediately echoed, "You're just a dandy young man, the kind that got kicked out of the house. What's so great about you?" "Humph, a dog will always eat shit. This bastard will always." Pa! Zhou Shen casually threw a document on the table at the face of the guy who spoke first, leaving a bloody mark on his face. Although it doesn't hurt much, it feels really bad to be slapped in the face. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting people?" "Sorry, I was just cleaning up the trash." "Who are you calling trash, boy? Why, did it hit a sore spot for you?" Zhou Shen then said coldly, "I've learned about the company's situation. They've hired external help for even a small project. Calling you trash is an insult to the word. Kid, don't think you can scold anyone you want just because you're our leader now. When I was following Boss Zhou, you were playing in the mud." "Really? If you say that the longer you've been in the company, the more capable you become, then I'd like to ask why you haven't been able to deliver on this project given to you by Huarong International yet? This garbage is garbage, and you're still trying to be stubborn." Zhou Shen said coldly. "Kid, don't talk nonsense while standing there. If you can do it, go for it. Don't be such a jerk. So this is how you guys work. If you can't do it yourself, let others do it. Don't change the subject. If you can really complete this project, I'll even call you master," the leading young man shouted angrily. Hearing this, Zhou Shen burst out laughing. Then, in front of everyone's stunned eyes, Zhou Shen said again, "I'm a 20-year-old young man, it's not appropriate for me to have a grandson like you. Damn. This is so fucking inappropriate." Ding. The host's words seriously irritated the supporting character Qian Mao, villain value plus 9,999. Ding. The host has trampled upon the dignity of supporting character Qian Mao. He is furious and his villain value is plus 99,999. Ding. The host's verbal attack caused the leading supporting character Qian Mao to suffer internal injuries. Villain value plus 999,999. Chapter 121, Deterring Troublesome Employees. Phaeton Network Company. Conference Room. Xian Mao, the little follower who was irritated by Zhou Shen's words, almost exploded in anger. He saw that his colleagues around him were looking at him with curious and playful eyes, as if he had really become Zhou Shen's grandson. Xian Mao was immediately furious after being stimulated, and then shouted loudly, "Fuck you!" Bang! This time Zhou Shen did not borrow the document, but slapped Xian Mao hard in the face. In an instant, Xian Mao's right cheek swelled up. "Watch your mouth, or next time, it won't be as simple as just spanking you," Zhou Shen said in a cold tone. Ding! The host violently intimidates the troublemaking employee. His villain power is overflowing. Villain value plus 99,999. Xian Mao was immediately furious after being slapped, but he didn't dare to complain anymore. He finally realized that although this guy didn't have much skill, he was very good at beating and scolding people. Moreover, the fact that he was able to squeeze out Zhou Zijiang shows that he is not someone to be trifled with. This company is not his own, so why would he get into trouble? Zhou Shen knew that he had to scare these guys today, otherwise he would not be able to lead them in the future. Thinking of this, he pointed at Xian Mao and said, "Come on, show me the part you did." When the other employees heard that Zhou Shen was going to take on that difficult project, they were shocked and looked at Zhou Shen as if he were a fool. Xian Mao made up his mind and brought his laptop from outside, opened the project progress, and stood up to make way. Zhou Shen didn't hesitate and sat down in front of the computer, asking, "Where are the problems?" When others saw that Zhou Shen was going to get serious, they all came over to watch. They all wanted to see what abilities this new general manager had to dare to take on such a big responsibility. Although Qian Maoran is arrogant, his skills are still acceptable among his kind. Xian Mao was not polite and pointed out the technical problem that had been bothering him for the whole day to Zhou Shen. He thought about this problem for a long time but couldn't find a solution. Xian Mao didn't believe Zhou Shen could solve it. After all, he knows a little about the domestic technical masters, but he has never heard of anyone like Zhou Shen. However, what he didn't expect was that after hearing what he said, Zhou Shen didn't even think about it and started operating on the computer. Seeing this scene, someone couldn't help but whisper to Qian Mao, "Brother Qian, do you really dare to let him try? What if this guy ruins what you did before? Wouldn't that just increase your workload?" "Xiao Shen, don't worry, I have a backup, I'm not afraid of this kid." Hey, what are you guys doing chatting there? Look at what's going on." When Xian Mao heard Zhou Shen's words, he was stunned. "What? Before we even had a few words, this guy solved the technical problem that had been bothering me all day? Could it be that this guy really did something random as Xiao Shen said?" Xian Mao did not dare to delay and quickly took the computer from Zhou Shen, and then began to check whether there was any problem with the program. However, as the program ran normally, Xian Mao's face changed instantly. At first they were confused, then they were extremely shocked, and in the end they were almost worshipping. Due to different division of labor, other employees did not understand Xian Mao's skills in this area. They were all confused as they watched his expression change left and right. "Brother Qian, what do you think? Say something." Xian Mao was speechless at the moment. The program he wrote was simply too perfect. There is not even a single unnecessary symbol, and the programming format is perfect, just like a textbook. "You can actually, really, do this?" Zhou Shen snorted coldly. "Do you have anything else to say now?" The others finally came to their senses at this time. From their conversation, they learned that Zhou Shen had actually helped Xian Mao solve the technical problem. Everyone was shocked. They had expected Zhou Shen to be capable. After all, no one would be so arrogant without some skills. On the other hand, arrogant people often have something to rely on. But they didn't expect that this man was so powerful that he could solve the problem that had troubled Qian Mao for a long time with just a sneeze. For a moment, everyone's eyes looking at Zhou Shen changed. Ding! The host has intimidated the supporting character Qian Mao with his powerful strength and majestic aura. Villain value plus 9,999. Ding! The host has intimidated the supporting character Shenlong with his powerful strength and majestic aura. Villain value plus 9,999. Ding! The host has intimidated the supporting character Zhang Haiyang with his powerful strength and majestic aura. Villain value plus 9,999. Ding! Host. Zhou Shen was very satisfied with these people's reactions. After harvesting a wave of villain value, he looked at Qian Mao and said calmly, "Grandson, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise?" Ah. After hearing Zhou Shen's words, Qian Mao was stunned. Could this guy really want him to call him grandpa? If I really get called, how will I be able to work in the company in the future? However, Zhou Shen, who wanted to establish his authority, didn't intend to let it go like this. It has come to this, so there must be an ending, otherwise it's just a joke. Besides, as a man, you have to accept defeat. If you dare to show off, you must bear the consequences. Seeing that Qian Mao was somewhat reluctant to give up, Zhou Shen sneered. "I said, a bunch of rabble, only good at talking, but in reality they are all a bunch of idiots." "Boy, you're going too far." At this time, a middle-aged man with half-bald head stood up and said, "That's too much, why don't I think so?" Zhou Shen said lightly, "Isn't it just solving a problem for Shao Qian? If you have the ability, you can solve my technical problems as well. Otherwise, don't think of bullying me like this," said the middle-aged man in a deep voice. "So, if I solve your problem, I can bully others?" Zhou Shen asked back. "This? Are you trying to get something for nothing? Do you want me to solve your problem for you for nothing? Okay, as long as you can solve my problem, I, Wang Xing, will obey you from now on." Zhou Shen glanced at him and said, "While it doesn't matter to me whether you obey me or not, since you're my employee now, it's okay for me to help you take a look. Just bring the question over here yourself." After hearing Zhou Shen's words, Wang Xing did not dare to delay. He immediately took out his computer and found out the problem he encountered. Zhou Shen glanced at Wang Xing's computer screen and said to him, "The $F character in your front-end data is misaligned during processing and display, causing the back-end debugger to discover that it was fast.to.json string." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Xing's brows immediately frowned, and after a long time he finally reacted. There was indeed a problem with my front end, which led to errors later. Moreover, this error was so hidden that he checked it 3 times and didn't find any problem, but the boy in front of him saw it with just a quick glance. This guy is really awesome. It seems like they have hit a wall today. After figuring this out, Wang Xing's look towards Zhou Shen suddenly changed. Chapter 122, Xin Qian. "How about it, did you figure it out?" Zhou Shen said to the bald middle-aged man. "I see." Wang Xing's face was no longer as arrogant as before. He asked respectfully, "Boss, I've found the problem, but how do I solve it? It's killing me. I don't have the time to teach you now. Boss, please be kind." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Shen said calmly, "My eldest grandson hasn't responded to me yet. I'm getting so anxious waiting for him." MD, this guy is still thinking about this? Qian Mao's heart sank. He had thought that Wang Xing's intervention would make Zhou Shen temporarily forget about the bet, but who knew that he had no intention of letting him go? When Wang Xing heard this, his eyes changed when he looked at Qian Mao, and his brows furrowed. "Qian Mao, you have to accept the loss." "What are you doing here, a grown man? Why don't you just yell? Don't delay me from teaching you." "You are not the one who suffers the loss, but you say it so lightly." Qian Mao said angrily. "Hey, you're itching to talk back to me?" As he said this, Wang Xing was about to step forward and push Qian Mao. Although Qian Mao is much younger than Wang Xing, this guy looks like a rookie and is obviously a weakling. In contrast, Wang Xing is about 1.8 meters tall and has a strong physique, much stronger than Qian Mao. I saw him roll up his sleeves, stand up, and walk towards Qian Mao. Not only Qian Mao was panicking, but everyone else also immediately retreated to avoid being affected by the fire at the city gate. Qian Mao was intimidated by Wang Xing's aura. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll scream, okay?" Qian Mao's face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth and shouted 2 words to Zhou Shen, "Grandpa." Ding! The host bullies the weak and forces them to call him grandpa. This qualifies him as a villain. Villain value plus 9,999. Ding! The host has severely damaged the pride and confidence of the supporting character Qian Mao. Villain value plus 99,999. Ding! Host. Although Qian Mao was very reluctant to call out, Zhou Shen felt very happy to hear it. It's not just because he shocked the people in front of him, but more importantly, he got some villain value from this guy. "My dear grandson, it's not in vain that you call me grandpa. If you encounter any technical problems in the future, just come to me." After hearing Zhou Shen's words, Qian Mao was speechless. "You are addicted to taking advantage of others, right? I won't ask you even if you kill me. Qian Mao shouted in frustration. He only dared to shout in his heart and no longer dared to provoke Zhou Shen in person, for fear of suffering greater humiliation. It's no wonder Qian Mao is timid. It hasn't been long since Zhou Shen slapped him in the face and forced him to call him grandpa. If I had just gone down there, I wouldn't know what kind of mess I would have been in. The other people in the meeting room also understood at this time that the person in front of them was not a fool or a playboy. They thought that President Zhou was deliberately slandering him because he was young. After all, Xiaobao can't solve technical problems for Wang Xing and Qian Mao one after another. They are really capable. At that moment, everyone decisively put aside their prejudices against Zhou Shen, gathered around him and asked him for advice on the problems they encountered. However, Zhou Shen wasn't as easy to talk to as they imagined. He glanced at everyone and said calmly, "Is this how you want to ask questions?" "Huh? Boss, what do you mean? I just showed off on a whim just now because I wanted to have a grandson." Zhou Shen then said again, "You guys are crowding around me like curious kids. You really think I'm a free trainer?" "Boss, but you just don't talk nonsense. It's not impossible for me to teach you, but boss, as long as what you say is within our capabilities, we will definitely satisfy you." "Oh. Is that so?" Zhou Shen asked. "Of course we must. We swear in the name of your grandson Qian Mao." As they spoke, these people actually raised 4 fingers in unison. Seeing these bitches actually making fun of his own business, Qian Mao was immediately furious. Who the hell is his grandson? However, everyone completely ignored Qian Mao's powerless barking and was now waiting for Zhou Shen's attitude. Seeing everyone swear, Zhou Shen smiled and said, "All right. I don't have many hobbies, but I love money like my life. From now on, every time you ask me a question, you have to give me 1,000 yuan. Ah? So expensive? Although for those who are engaged in network engineering, 1,000 or 800 is nothing. But 1,000 for one question is a bit high. More importantly, they are now working for the company, and if something goes wrong they have to pay for it themselves. It feels like a watchdog having to buy its own bones. Not only does it make no logical sense, it's also quite funny." However, Zhou Shen didn't care what they thought and immediately said, "If you think it's expensive, then you should pay more attention to it. After all, my time is also precious and I can't just waste it." Everyone thought about it and realized that what the man said was right. It would not be a good idea if everyone came to him for advice on all kinds of problems, big or small. After convincing these people, Zhou Shen did not make any further arrangements, but asked them to return to their workstations and continue their original work. As for how to use these people, Zhou Shen is still considering it. He gave these people a warning right from the start today, mainly because he felt that these people didn't come here to work, but rather to retire. That's why I want to give them a beating. Seeing that these people finally seemed to be working, Zhou Shen felt that it was enough for today and he could train the rest slowly. Afterwards, Zhou Shen slowly walked into the general manager's office that now belonged to him. However, before Zhou Shen could sit down, a slightly older employee knocked on the door and walked in. "Is there something wrong?" Zhou Shen asked. "Yes," the man replied. "Cash or card?" The man didn't answer, but instead asked with a smile, "Mr. Zhou, did you do that on purpose just now?" "What did you say?" "First, deliberately provoke Qian Mao to give you a difficult problem, and then after solving the problem, charge everyone a fee. Is this all part of your plan?" "I didn't realize that this makeshift group is quite interesting." "Yeah, why do you have any objections?" "No, I just find it unbelievable that Mr. Zhou, at such a young age, has such a firm grasp of human nature and human hearts. Are you really the prodigal son that everyone hated? If I'm counting correctly, this is your 3rd question. Shouldn't you settle the first 2 first?" Seeing Zhou Shen suddenly start to collect the bill, the employee just smiled and did not make any intention of paying. "My name is Shin Qian. Mr. Zhou, you can always tell me if you have anything to ask. I won't charge you any money." "I don't care. You better pay me the 2,000 you owe me, otherwise I will deduct your salary." "Ha ha ha. Fine, just deduct it from my salary. I don't have any money on me." After saying this, Shin Qian left the office without staying any longer, leaving Zhou Shen confused. Chapter 123, Company Trivia. Suburban Area. Yi Family Villa. In recent days, apart from resting, Yi Fan has spent almost all his time on the stock market. He is well aware of the current trends in the stock market. Including the rise and fall of his own stocks, everything is within Yi Fan's control. Due to proper operation and the blessing of his past life memories, the stocks in Yifan's hands have been rising steadily. Although retail investors are selling every moment, it is not a big deal for Yifan. After all, it is not time to sell these stocks yet. Therefore, Yifan bought as many as he could, almost holding all the scattered shares in his own hands. This also resulted in the 200 million yuan originally reserved flowing into the stock market. Now Yifan has almost no liquid funds except stocks. He was planning to do this when he suddenly received a call from Chen Jiqiang. "Master Yi, I'm Chen Jiqiang. What's wrong? What do you want from me?" "Young Master Yi, didn't you say you would plead for me? Why haven't you called my dad yet? I've been locked up for several days and I'm almost suffocating." Hearing Chen Jiqiang's crying tone, Yifan had completely forgotten about the matter. "I've been busy recently and forgot about this matter." "Mr. Yi, what have you been busy with recently?" "Nothing, just stock trading." "What? Mr. Yi, are you making money again?" "Yeah." "What's wrong?" "Well, Mr. Yi, could you take me with you this time? I also want to show my face and let my dad look at me differently." "Oh? Do you have money?" "Don't worry, Mr. Yi. Although my bank card has been disabled by my father, I can trick my mother into joining in. She's also a seasoned stock investor." "This. Young Master Yi, I beg you, just take me out to play once. As long as you take me out to play this time, I will serve you like a slave for the rest of my life." Yifan couldn't stand this guy's soft and hard nagging, so he said, "Okay, Minqing Finance, you buy this and sell it at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. I guarantee that you will make money. It depends on how much you dare to invest." After hearing what Yifan said, Chen Jiqiang said excitedly, "Don't worry, Master Yi, I think I should let my mother invest more. After all, what Master Yi introduced is sure to make money." Ignoring Chen Jiqiang's flattery, Yifan hung up the phone after finishing his business. He was in a very good mood at this time. Calculating the time, he knew that he could sell all the stocks he bought in 2 days. By then, I will definitely become the biggest dark horse in the Longqing stock market and an investment genius of the younger generation. And that little bet was just fulfilled incidentally. He wanted to see the expressions of Zhou Xin and that bitch named Yang. Thinking of this, Yifan's face showed an abnormal flush, and his eyes were also blood red, terrifying and crazy. While Yifan was still working hard for stocks, Zhou Xin was busy working for Zhou Xizhang's company. Although Zhou Xizhang's company looks like a simple makeshift team. But although the sparrow is small, it has all the organs. Basically, his company has all the business scope and qualifications that an internet company should have. I don't know how this guy got so many qualifications. It's just that his company's business scope is very wide, but the overall level of its employees is not high. For example, on that day, the project problems I pointed out to these employees were almost all very basic practical problems. Any experienced person can do it. Who knew that it could stump all the employees in the company? This made Zhou Xin speechless. For this purpose, Zhou Xin spent nearly 2 hours listing out all the possible problems that might arise in the current project. Not only did he write down the solution clearly, but he also clarified the subsequent ideas. This was like a revelation to the company's employees. The reason he did this was not to help Zhou Xihai, but Zhou Xin felt that before using this small company to do his own things, he should deal with these bad things first to avoid affecting subsequent work. Secondly, he also wanted to see the abilities of these people and whether they were the kind of hopeless people. After arranging all these, Zhou Xin called the man who called himself Xin Chen into the office. After the people arrived, Zhou Xin handed the USB flash drive containing the data to Xin Qian. "This is the problem I predict might arise. Please categorize it and send it to the corresponding people." "Ah. Mr. Zhou, didn't you say you charge for asking questions? Then why are you doing this? I'm happy for you to care about me, but I'm just afraid that they'll bother me all day long, leaving me with no private space at all." Hearing Zhou Xin's excuse, Xin Qian shook his head and said, "Boss Zhou, there's no need to lie. I know you're doing this for our own good. Get out of here, stop talking so much nonsense." "Hey. Okay, then, Mr. Zhou, you go ahead and get busy." After saying that, Xin Qian walked out of the office. In the staff area, everyone saw that the new Mr. Zhou actually summoned Xin Qian, and everyone was speculating about it. Xian Mao, who had been taken advantage of, went straight to Xin Qian and said unconvincingly, "Brother Xin, what are you doing in that bastard's office? Are you a traitor too? Watch your words, damn it. How can you talk to Brother Xin like that?" Xiao Xian had a bad temper, and when he saw Qian Mao being rude to Shen Xian, he instantly exploded. I'm just asking. Qian Mao backed down again. It's okay. Everyone, check your mailboxes. I'll send you what Mr. Zhou prepared. Take a look and see if you can use it. Everyone still trusts Shen Xian's words. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately checked their emails. After a while, someone shouted, "Oh my god, this is amazing. Aren't these answers to the problems I'll encounter in the next stage? I was just looking them up online. Your thing is nothing. Mine is even better. I've already designed the trajectory. All I have to do is write the code according to the notebook." No way. It seems that Manager Zhou is really awesome. I watched as people expressed their admiration for the content they received one after another. Shen Xian immediately smiled and said, "In that case, let's not let Mr. Zhou down and get to work." However, at this moment, another heartbroken voice was heard. "Oh my god, why is the file empty?" The one who made this call was naturally the unlucky Qian Mao. Shi Rui, who was sitting at the table next to him, heard it and looked over. "You're talking nonsense. Isn't there a hidden file that hasn't been opened? Can't you look more carefully?" However, when Shi Rui opened the hidden file on behalf of Qian Mao, a small program popped out. A few lines of words kept scrolling on it. "Grandson, if you have any problems, just come to Grandpa." Shi Rui burst out laughing when she saw this. "Qian Mao, it seems that you and Mr. Zhou will really be relatives from now on. Who the hell wants this bastard to be my grandfather? He's clearly addicted to taking advantage of me." Qian Mao was so angry that he forgot to lower his voice, allowing everyone in the company to hear his roar. Now everyone knows who the grandfather Qian Mao is talking about is. Poor Qian Mao could only look like a dumb person swallowing bitter herbs. He really had no words to express his pain. Chapter 124, Stock Market Fluctuations. After finishing some trivial matters in the company, Zhou Xin used the company's computer to check the stock market situation. "I found that the market is still relatively stable, and those stocks that are the focus of attention seem to be rising steadily, so I withdrew." But Zhou Xin was still a little worried. After thinking it over again and again, he finally decided to hack into Yifan's computer and account to see what happens. When Zhou Xin saw that Yifan had almost thrown in 400 million, he immediately felt relieved. It looks like the fish has taken the bite, and it's time to reel in the line. Therefore, Zhou Xin logged into his stock investor forum account and deleted his morning post directly. His action was instantly discovered and attracted the attention of many investors. What happened? Why did the master's post suddenly disappear? I was just about to appreciate his amazing work again. I don't know either. Maybe there's a bug in the system? Why can't I see the master's posts? Come out and give us an explanation, you bastard. However, the authorities did not respond at all to the shareholders' clamor. But just when everyone was at a loss, Zhou Xin's account posted again. According to reliable information, several stocks have recently been taken over by bigwigs and are at risk of collapse at any time. Investors, please take note and withdraw your shares immediately to avoid being trapped. What? There are actually big bosses controlling these stocks? This is too scary. If the great god doesn't tell us, won't we all become leaks? Don't listen to the great god's scare tactics. Who knows if what he says is true or not? I don't believe it. After all, judging from the previous trend. Shu, you big-headed ghost, you actually said bad things about the great god, brothers. It can be said that Zhou Xin's post was no less than dropping a depth bomb into a calm lake, instantly causing huge waves. This new post immediately caused a stir and anxiety among some investors. Although there are still some greedy people who don't pay much attention to Zhou Xin's reminder and want to wait until the stock price is higher before selling. After all, according to the previous trend chart, the stock price still has an upward trend. Therefore, they do not intend to follow Zhou Xin's advice and sell the stocks they have. But most people believe what Zhou Xin says. After all, everyone has recognized Zhou Xin's strength in the past few days, and has indeed made a lot of money with him. If he gets out now, it will be a sure profit, but when the market becomes turbulent, he may lose everything. So just a short while after Zhou Xin sent the message, investors who bought those stocks immediately started selling them in large quantities. Because there were so many investors selling their stocks, these stocks inevitably suffered a huge impact. The stock that had been performing well all the time has experienced a pullback. Yifan, who had been observing the market trends, did not think there was any problem with this. After all, the stock market will not allow a stock to continue to grow exponentially. Some technical adjustments will definitely be made. As for the sudden increase in so many scattered shares, Yifan is not worried. He thinks they are just empty stocks. It is also possible that the market maker deliberately releases a portion of the circulating shares in order to adjust the stock price, which will soon be bought up by others. Sure enough, the situation that followed was just as he expected. These suddenly additional stocks were quickly bought out. It can be seen that the big boss behind the scenes does not want the market to be smashed so early, so he has already started to protect the market. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, someone deliberately released stocks to suppress the stock price, and then created a crash to deceive those big investors into releasing stocks. Yifan didn't care about this and remained as steady as a rock. He knew very well that these stocks would continue to rise, and this kind of fluctuation had no effect on him at all. Afterwards, under the mutual game of rise and fall, today's stock market closed again. Zhou Xin is quite satisfied with today's delisting. After all, most investors still followed their own advice and sold their stocks. However, because the notice was given late today, many people did not have time to make any operations before the stock market closed. There are even some people who are waiting and watching, so the impact on the stock market is not that big. But when everyone sees that the stock price has indeed fallen today, some people will become restless tomorrow and will inevitably follow suit by selling stocks in large numbers. It goes without saying that these stocks will be in a terrible state. Of course, Zhou Xin also made up his mind to wait until tomorrow morning and then make another effort in the new information. After dealing with these things, seeing that it was almost time, Zhou Xin decided to go off work. However, when he walked out of the office, he found that no one in the company had left and they were all at their posts. What time is it? Aren't you guys going to get off work? Zhou Xin asked in confusion. Tisk, as a programmer, how many people have you seen leaving get off work on time? Xian Mao said disdainfully. It seems that my previous evaluation of you was indeed a bit wrong. Zhou Xin said lightly. Yeah. I knew it. It's not too late to apologize to me now. Apologize? What I meant is, I thought you were trash before, but I didn't expect you guys are even worse than trash. At least trash knows how to go to get off work and get off work on time. Ding. The host's behavior irritated Xian Mao, villain value plus 9,999. Oh my god, you're cursing me again. I'm scolding you, grandson. Isn't it okay for a grandfather to scold his grandson? Zhou Xin said again. Ding. The host's behavior angered Xian Mao, villain value plus 9,999. UTM. Xian Mao, shut up. Shen Xian said. Boss Zhou, we'll all be off work soon. We won't ask anyone to work overtime. Well, that's more like it. Just learn to be a good for nothing and stop messing around. After saying that, Zhou Xin left the company without even looking back. After Zhou Xin left, Xian Mao, who was filled with rage, immediately said to Shen Xian, Brother Shen, why do you always listen to that guy? Could it be that you really accepted his favors? Yes. Not only did I receive it, everyone received it today. What? Why don't I have it? Silly boy, isn't Mr. Zhou's help to you the greatest benefit he has ever given you? Brother Shen, you're talking about this. So, everyone, hurry up and pack up. Since President Zhou doesn't want you to work overtime, everyone should go back and rest early. Anyway, the work isn't that difficult now, so there's no need to spend so much time researching. Brother Shen is right. Let's go home now. It's been a few days since we went home early. I'm afraid my wife won't be used to it. Who says it's not? Look at my dark circles, they look exactly like the national treasures. I heard everyone complaining about how exhausted they are from the recent projects. Xian Mao then realized that his behavior just now seemed a bit stupid. Everyone wanted to get off work early, but he was still complaining. How stupid. What's more, he is not the boss, why should he worry about it? Wouldn't it be nice for him to get off work early? Thinking of this, Xian Mao was too lazy to care about it anymore and immediately packed up and left the company. Chapter 125, Stock Market Crash. Suburban Area. Yi Family Villa. Although there were some minor incidents in the stock market today, it did not have much impact on Yifan. After all, in the stock market, there are always some self-righteous people who want to play tricks and profit from it. Although Yifan didn't know much about stocks, he was aware of this phenomenon. As a corporate slave in the past, I naturally had no way of getting involved in this aspect and could only be at the mercy of others. But now he is different. He has acquired 400 million shares. With such strong support, he is not afraid of these cats and dogs coming out to make trouble. The only thing that could cause problems for these stocks is if retail investors sell them en masse. After all, some individuals cannot influence the market at all, but if all retail investors come together, it cannot be underestimated. But the question is, how could those retail investors be so united? After all, it's human nature, who doesn't want to make more money? It is precisely because of the lack of unity that the phenomenon of being exploited by the big guys occurs. So Yifan was not worried, especially with this fluctuation. It was obvious that someone was still buying. Looking at the investment, it was probably about 100 million. This is definitely someone playing tricks on him. Yifan felt more relieved. What's more, how could there be any difference in the future he knew? Just as he was leisurely drinking red wine and immersed in the joy of his great victory, his cell phone rang again. After answering the phone and hearing Chen Jiqiang's voice on the other end, Yifan said impatiently, "What's wrong again?" "Mr. Yi, there is something I want to ask you." Chen Jiqiang said timidly. "What's up?" "Well, Mr. Yi, is there something wrong with the stock you mentioned? Why has it been falling all day? This is not a good sign. Every rise comes after a fall, isn't that normal? Why are you worrying so much?" "No, Mr. Yi, I just think the stock price has fallen. If I buy too much, I will lose money. I really don't understand this." "If you don't understand, just stop asking. I told you to follow me and make money, so why are you still nagging?" "I didn't, Mr. Yi, please don't be angry." "Why should I be angry? If you think there's a problem, just don't buy it. I've already shown you the way to make money. Whether you want to follow it or not is up to you. I bought it." How could I not believe what Master Yi said? "That's fine, you don't need to understand anything else, just wait and get paid in 2 days." "Okay." I'm a little panicked too. After all, I invested 100 million this time, but I borrowed from many people. I'm also worried that it will all go to waste. "Don't worry. It's only 100 million. Wait, are you saying you spent 100 million buying stocks today?" "That's right. For this 100 million, I have contributed all my happiness for the rest of my life." "Master Yi, you can't think that I don't care." Hearing Chen Jiqiang's words, Yifan suddenly felt something unusual. Could it be that the 100 million yuan of capital flowing in the stock market today was caused by this guy? Isn't there some big boss behind the scenes doing something? If all this is true, doesn't it mean that there was only selling and no buying of stocks today? And according to this trend, the sales volume will reach as high as 100 million. Isn't this too unusual? Thinking of this, Yifan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Because of what happened yesterday, Yifan didn't sleep well all night. Judging from the conversation with Chen Jiqiang, there may really be some problems in the stock market. When the stock market opened again today, as expected, the stocks he had chosen immediately plummeted. This caught Yifan off guard. Looking at this trend in the stock market, it is clearly caused by massive selling by investors. Why is this happening? Yifan looked at the stock price, which had plummeted to a low point in just a few minutes, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If it were a few days ago, if I still had funds, I would definitely buy back a large amount of these stocks to maintain the stock price. But now all the 400 million I earned have been invested. Where can I get more money to invest? I am not very good at stock trading. That is, based on the impression and memory, they thought these stocks would rise, so they made large purchases. Now facing such a situation, Yifan was obviously a little dazed. At this time, Chen Jiqiang called again, "Young Master Yi, what's going on with the stock market? Didn't you say these stocks would rise? Why did they fall like this?" Listening to Chen Jiqiang's questioning, Yifan didn't know how to explain. "Don't worry, this is a technical adjustment, it will go up, don't worry. How can I feel at ease? I borrowed all the money I could from the people around me and only managed to scrape together 100 million. Master Yi, you can't cheat me. Otherwise, if my dad finds out." Yifan, who was already upset, became even more at a loss after being urged by Chen Jiqiang, and hung up the phone directly. "No, I can't let the stock price fall any further. I can't let my 400 million go down the drain." Looking at the stocks that no longer have the possibility of an upward trend, Yifan now has only one thought in his mind. The gecko cuts off its tail to stop the loss in time. Now the stock market is at least supported by Qin Jiqiang's 100 million yuan. As long as he withdraws in time, he can greatly reduce the losses and avoid losing everything. Thinking of this, he quickly logged into his stock market account. Planned to sell the shares directly. But his operation was still a step slow. Because of the massive sell-off in the stock market, these stocks of his are now locked. There is no longer any room for a massive sell-off. After all, in order to stabilize the stock price, Yifan's 400 million shares were completely lost in his hands. At this moment, I can only let the stock price fall, but I can't sell it at all. Yifan was about to cry now. Who the hell is trying to cheat me out of my 400 million? Yifan, who was so sad that he had no tears, still had no idea why this phenomenon occurred in the stock market. Yifan, who originally wanted to make a fortune from stocks, has now lost all his money. This stock, which was once worth 400 million yuan, is probably not even worth 40 million yuan now. In addition to Yifan, the financial tycoons evil who were behind the scenes were also confused. They originally wanted to set up a pig-killing scheme to reap profits, and success was in sight. It's just that the stock price has not reached their psychological expectations, so they didn't close the deal. But now I didn't expect that someone would dump the stock in advance, and the stock price collapsed instantly. Damn it, they were completely speechless. At first they were thinking about raising funds to support the market, but they gave up in less than 2 hours. The disk is broken, there's no way to save it. As a result, a magical drama appeared in the stock market where the leaks retaliated against the big guys, which was extremely exciting. Zhou Shun also became famous in the stock market and became a legend. Chapter 126, Yi Longcheng's Guidance. While the stock market was undergoing turmoil, Zhou Shun was holding a morning meeting with his employees in the company's conference room. Just when it was Qian Mao's turn to report, the system prompt in Zhou Shun's mind suddenly sounded. Ding! The host successfully harmed the Son of Fortune, causing him heavy losses. Villain value reward plus 9999999. Ding! The host's actions have caused the Son of Luck's plan to make money to fail. Opportunities and luck have been lost, and luck has decreased. Luck value plus 20. Ding! The host's actions caused the villain, financial tycoon Lin Xiang, to suffer heavy losses. Villain value plus 999,999. Ding! The host's actions caused the villain boss. After hearing the system's crazy prompt sound, Zhou Shun's mood suddenly improved. Although it is unknown how much money Yifan lost as a result of this operation, his luck was greatly damaged. After all, according to the principles of the system, the more luck points Yifan gains, the more he will lose. Obviously, this time Yifan lost 20 luck points at once, which had a significant impact. More importantly, he also gained so much villain value. In addition, Zhou Shun also explored a rule, that is, as long as his behavior damages the interests of relevant people or affects the other party, regardless of whether he knows them or not, he will get the villain value. For example, the financial tycoon Lin Xiang, he himself doesn't even know who he is, but he has contributed nearly 1 million villain points to himself. This is a good discovery. I can use this method to make money in the future, and it is guaranteed to be accurate. All in all, I didn't spend a penny on this operation, but I was able to plot against Yifan severely. How cool! I just don't know how this guy will break the deadlock? I really want to know. However, what Zhou Shun didn't know was that his half-smile didn't seem so friendly in Qian Mao's eyes. He noticed that Zhou Shun was very calm when others were reporting on their work, but he had a strange expression when he was reporting himself. Of course, he didn't think that Zhou Shun looked at him differently. He just thought that Zhou Shun was still laughing at him for what happened yesterday. Qian Mao himself felt extremely embarrassed about this. The brighter Zhou Shun smiled, the more tormented Qian Mao felt. At the same time, he secretly felt a little regretful. Was there something wrong with his brain? Why would he think of going against him? What an idiot! Damn, when will this day end? Helplessly, he just wanted to finish the report quickly and leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. In fact, Qian Mao also thought about resigning, but when he thought about it, Zhou Shun would only stay here for a month at most, so why should he leave the company because of him? Although this small company has no prospects, it is a good place to slack off and get by, and he is really reluctant to leave. But he could never have imagined that Zhou Shun was like Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou, never to return it. Suburban area. Yi family villa. Because of the stock market crash, Yifan's 400 million yuan of funds were directly trapped. Now there is no good way to get out of the trap. After all, this is 400 million. As the largest shareholder of these stocks, the stock market will not allow him to leave the market rashly. Otherwise, these stocks will completely collapse. Yi Fan, who had lost such a huge amount of money, was in tears at this moment. This was the biggest loss he had suffered since his rebirth. He couldn't figure out what he had done wrong to cause such a mistake and suffer such a huge loss. As he accidentally logged into the stock investor forum, he saw a post by a great writer that was pinned to the top by many stock investors. Yi Fan finally realized the crux of the problem and became furious. Who the hell is this bitch who posted this information here? The angry Yi Fan didn't think twice and directly scolded Joshin in the stock investor forum, cursing out all the words in his heart. However, when the majority of netizens saw that the big shot who helped them make money was scolded by an inexplicable newcomer, everyone immediately became unhappy and began to speak up for the great god, criticizing Yi Fan. Who the hell are you? How dare you call my master a bitch? Could it be that they didn't follow the master's instructions to make money? People like this are the most disgusting. They can't eat grapes, so they say they're sour. Who said it wasn't? Stop barking like that, you bastard. Tell me your address, or I'll knock your head off. After a while, various replies calling for fighting and killing appeared under Yi Fan's comment. For a time, Yi Fan was hated by everyone in the stock investor forum. Seeing that he had caused public outrage, Yi Fan could only close the comments. However, this did not stop everyone from attacking him. Many people even created another post, forcibly at Yi Fan's username, and began to mock and insult him. Yi Fan, who couldn't stand it any longer, could only withdraw from being a shareholder. Feeling depressed, he realized at this moment that someone had clearly set a trap for him. But who is this person, and how could he analyze the matter of buying stocks so thoroughly? At the same time, he also suffered such a huge loss. Could it be that I accidentally offended some big shot? Yi Fan never imagined that the big shot he thought of was actually Zhou Shen, whom he had always looked down upon. Yi Fan couldn't figure it out and didn't know what to do for a moment. The only good news now is that I haven't lost the bet with Zhou Shen yet, which is a blessing in disguise. Fortunately, the 100,000 yuan used in this bet was not in the same account as the 400 million yuan. Although I lost nearly half of my funds, fortunately I didn't lose it all. At least I am still qualified to gamble. But when he thought about how he had been inexplicably plotted against this time, Yi Fan felt as if he had eaten a dead fly and was extremely uncomfortable. However, just when Yi Fan was so angry that he wanted to kill someone, his father Yi Longcheng came back and asked the housekeeper to call him to the study. In the study, Yi Longcheng and Yi Fan, father and son, sat facing each other, and the atmosphere was a little subtle. This was a rare face-to-face communication between father and son after Yi Fan returned to his ancestral home. Seeing his son's depressed and distressed expression, Yi Longcheng also sighed. He knew about his son's stock investment early on. At the beginning, he was really shocked to find that his son had used so much money and acted so decisively. But later he discovered that his son seemed to have a talent for investment. In less than a few days, the 400 million yuan in funds turned into nearly 2 billion yuan. If he had been able to withdraw decisively before today, the net profit would have been over 10 billion. But unfortunately, the stock market was crashed and only 1/10 of his investment survived. After learning the news, Yi Longcheng was worried that his son would not be able to get over it, so he came back early to comfort his son. Fanner, you don't have to worry about the stock market anymore. I have asked people from the company to take over. Yi Longcheng asked. Dad, I just made a mistake this time, Yi Longcheng frowned. Okay, stop talking. People always have to experience failure. This is an inevitable process. I'm really worried that you won't be able to grow if things continue this smoothly. Dad. Stop talking. Just consider this a lesson. Things like the stock market are unreliable, so just play around for a bit. You should still focus on the tasks assigned to you by the Young family. Hearing Yi Longcheng say this, Yi Fan lowered his head. Dad, but this time I know, it's just a loss of 100,000. Yi Longcheng then said again, nothing, I have a friend who is now working in network engineering. You can go and help him. I remember that you studied information technology engineering, so you can start from this aspect. Dad, do you want me to go work for someone else? What do you mean by working? It's a partnership. That guy owes me some money. You can go to his company and be his vice president. Take on a few projects, and all the profits will be yours. This is what I agreed with him. Is this okay? Of course, but you have to remember to use new accounts when undertaking projects. After all, this is the requirement of your bet. Okay, I got it. Thanks, Dad. Silly child, why are you thanking me? Don't take this matter too seriously. Yeah. I know, Dad, I will definitely not let you down this time. Okay, have a good rest and go to work tomorrow. After that, Yi Longcheng let Yi Fan leave the study. However, as soon as he walked out of Yi Longcheng's study, Yi Fan seemed like a different person. There was a hint of anger in his eyes, but more of it was relief. Humph. This was just a mistake. Fortunately, I didn't let this old guy give up on me. Network engineering, right? I remember that something was going to happen in Dragon City in a while, and this time I must show my skills again. Chapter 127, Something is wrong with Zhou Yuqin. Compared to Yi Fan's chaotic situation, Zhou Xin's situation was going quite smoothly. Because of its own technical support, the progress of this project taken on by the company was like riding a rocket. The project, which was originally far from completion, has now made a huge breakthrough. All employees are in a good mood about this. And there has also been a clear change in their attitude towards Zhou Xun. Even Chen Mao, who had always had some alienation with Zhou Xun, would honestly call Zhou Xun Mr. Zhou every time he saw him. Zhou Xun is currently quite satisfied with the changes in his employees. Although these people's abilities are a little lacking, they are still very motivated. But Zhou Xun soon discovered that he had overlooked a very important issue before. That is, why did Zhou Xizhang take on this task that seemed difficult to complete? You know, from what we know so far, it is impossible for these small fry in Zhou Xizhang's company to complete this task, but he accepted it anyway. At first Zhou Xun thought Zhou Xizhang had a problem with his brain, but he learned more from the company employees. Zhou Xizhang was able to make it from the small Yunqing to the commercial metropolis of Longcheng. He has both good strength and vision. How could such a person be a fool? And no matter how eager Zhou Xizhang is for quick success and instant benefits, doesn't he know how capable his company is? He actually spent so much effort to complete a task that was not something he could take on at the moment. It seems that this matter is not as simple as imagined. Zhou Xun felt that he should think carefully about it and not work so hard that he would end up making things difficult for others. However, just when Zhou Xun realized this problem, an uninvited guest came to the company. "You little bastard, did you get my consent before you took charge of the company?" a woman screamed. Zhou Xun took a look and realized that this was Zhou Yuqin who had visited his home before. According to seniority, he should call this woman Auntie. I heard that this stupid woman was so anxious about the company's affairs that she fell ill and was hospitalized. Seeing how full of energy she is now, she doesn't look like she has any illness at all. Zhou Xun snorted coldly, "What are you barking about? Who the hell do you think you are?" Ding! The host aggressively attacks his extremely bad relative, behaving like a villain. Villain value plus 9,999. You little brat, how can you talk to your elders like that? Don't be so polite, go back and ask your dad. He was the one who begged me to come here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the time to take care of your mess. Ding! The host aggressively confronts his extremely bad relative, behaving like a villain. Villain value plus 99,999. You. What do you mean by I? Besides, I don't owe you any money. I rented this company and I paid Zhou Xizhang the money. If you don't believe me, go back and ask clearly before you come back. Don't keep looking for trouble every day. You bastard, is this the kind of thing Zhou Yueling raised? Zhou Xun threw a teacup over and it almost hit Zhou Yuqin in the face. Watch your words. If you dare to mention my mother casually next time, this teacup will be your fate, even if I don't hit women. You. Ding. The host's aggressive behavior angered the supporting character Zhou Yuqin, villain value plus 99,999. No one present expected that Zhou Xun would even dare to confront Zhou Yuqin, a shareholder. He looked like he would kill anyone who stood in his way. A powerful aura spread throughout the entire company, and all employees didn't even dare to breathe at this moment. However, Zhou Yuqin, who was so angry at Zhou Xun that she was speechless, was also extremely angry inside. When she learned that Zhou Xun took over the company, she wanted to come here and give this guy a good scolding. Who would have thought that before I had time to prepare, this kid took the lead? Okay, since you're in charge of the company now, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm withdrawing my shares. When this matter was mentioned, before Zhou Xun could say anything, the faces of the others instantly became a little ugly. Now that the company has finally shown some improvement thanks to Zhou Shen's arrival, Zhou Yuqin actually proposed to withdraw her shares. Isn't this going to put the company to death? After all, the company belongs to your Zhou family. You can do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with the employees. But the company is related to everyone's jobs. If you make a fuss like this, won't it be equivalent to destroying everyone's jobs? Sister Zhou, please don't withdraw your shares. This company is your life's work. You're going to destroy it by doing this. As a veteran of the company, Xin Qian quickly came out to smooth things over. None of your business, you're just a lousy worker. How can you have a say in the company? Zhou Yuqin, this crazy woman, will not care about feelings once she goes crazy. Even though Xin Qian had fought with them all the way from Yuncheng, they still didn't give him any face. Especially her words showed that she didn't take Xin Qian seriously. This made Xin Qian, who had always been diligent and conscientious, feel very disappointed. Zhou Yuqin, do you take yourself too seriously? Zhou Shen said. I don't want to talk to trash, just give me money. Money? No. What do you mean? I'm only leasing the company. The contract doesn't state that I can withdraw my shares. If you want to withdraw, go find Zhou Xizhang. Why am I looking for him? Go find him and explain why this company has become like this because of one project. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhou Shen's words instantly made Zhou Yuqin panic. Seeing Zhou Yuqin's condition, Zhou Shen's doubts were immediately answered. It seemed that this broken project was related to this woman. Although I don't know what your intentions are, from what you've done, it seems like you're eager for the company to go bankrupt. Don't talk nonsense. How could I? What good would it do me if the company went bankrupt? I'll have to ask Zhou Xizhang about this. I'd like to know what conditions you negotiated with the other party when you took on this project. As Zhou Shen spoke closer and closer to the truth, Zhou Yuqin's heart instantly became confused. Humph, you're just lying. Do you have any evidence? There's always going to be a shortage of evidence. In fact, as long as we wait for this project to be fully delivered, then. No, you can't. Why, are you so anxious? Asshole, where did you get this information from? Why do you know this? Why are you going to confess now? It looks like you can't do it either. You little bastard, have you been lying to me? What else? I'm not a god, how would I know what you're doing behind my back? But you. Alright, I don't care about your shit. Whether you want the company to go bankrupt or Zhou Xizhang to go bankrupt, it has nothing to do with me, Zhou Shen. Zhou Shen walked over to the angry Zhou Yuqin and whispered, even if you want to replace Zhou Xizhang, you have to wait until my 1-month lease is over, otherwise. Otherwise what? Otherwise, I'd really like to see Zhou Xizhang's expression when he found out that his sister had stabbed him in the back. Asshole. Get lost. Otherwise I'll have to call Zhou Xizhang and tell him about what happened today. You're so cruel. After saying that, Zhou Yuqin, with a look of horror on her face, fled from the company, leaving behind Zhou Shen, who looked thoughtful, and a group of employees looking at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 128, Team Building Dinner. Phaeton Networks. Although the farce just now did not last long, and the confrontation between Zhou Shen and Zhou Yuqin was just a few short sentences, the gossip exposed was not small. These employees are not stupid. They all understood what Zhou Shen meant. This little Zhou always questioned whether Zhou Yuqin had any behavior that was detrimental to the company. Although as employees, they didn't intend to say much. After all, as Zhou Yuqin said, they are just a group of workers and there is no need for them to get involved in the muddy water of other people's leaders. But everyone saw different expressions on Zhou Yuqin's face. From being aggressive at the beginning to leaving with her tail between her legs at the end, it seemed like she was guilty of a crime. Among the many employees, Xin Qian's mood was particularly different. Just now, he was slapped in the face by Zhou Yuqin. At this moment, the only bit of good impression he had towards Zhou Yuqin disappeared, and he wondered whether he should go ahead with what he had considered before. For a moment, he was completely stunned. After Zhou Shen saw Zhou Yuqin run away due to his anger, he immediately said to his employees, "Okay, continue working. Xin Qian, come to my office." Xin Qian originally planned to call Zhou Xizhang immediately to tell him about this matter and ask him to investigate. When he saw Zhou Shen calling him, he immediately put the matter aside and followed Zhou Shen to the general manager's office. In the office, two people sat opposite each other across a desk. Are you curious about what Zhou Yuqin did? Zhou Shen said lightly. Will you tell me? Won't. Then why do you ask? I just want to kindly remind you that you'd better not tell Zhou Zijiang about what happened today. Why, Zhou Yuqin did something detrimental to the company. Why can't I tell President Zhou to be on guard? Do you have any evidence? Didn't you say that there's always evidence? Are you lying to Zhou Yuqin? Otherwise. But that stupid woman just didn't realize it herself. But even so. After all, Zhou Yuqin is Zhou Zijiang's sister. You're just saying bad things about her without any evidence. Do you think Zhou Zijiang will believe you or his own blood relative? This. When Xinxian heard this, Zhou Shen instantly enlightened him. Yes, compared to my sister Zhou Yuqin, what am I? Besides, this matter doesn't seem to be simple. It might involve the intrigues between big families. It's better not to get too involved. Mr. Zhou, I understand. Don't worry, I will keep this matter to myself. I'm not worried. The reason I reminded you is just because I want to wait until I leave this company and watch them kill each other. Zhou Shen said lightly. Mr. Zhou, you're joking again. However, Xinxian didn't know that Zhou Shen did have such plans. Now that Xinxian has given up the idea of informing Zhou Zijiang, Zhou Shen no longer continues to discuss this topic. I've been in the company for 2 or 3 days now, and I haven't had a proper meal with everyone yet. What do you think? Zhou Shen asked. This. Seeing Xinxian's expression, it seemed that he wasn't good at this either. Zhou Shen immediately said, how about this? Xinxian, go tell everyone not to leave after get off work today. I'll treat everyone as a reward for their hard work lately. When Xinxian heard that Zhou Shen wanted to treat him to a meal, he was a little confused for a moment. Is this for team building? But when it comes to team building, it's okay for everyone to do it on their own, but it would be a bit awkward if the leaders go together. However, just as Xinxian was hesitating, Zhou Shen said again, anyone who doesn't go is not giving me, Zhou Shen, face. So don't blame me for making things difficult for him in the next month. After hearing Zhou Shen's words, Xinxian was speechless. Mr. Zhou is such a brilliant man, he can describe it so bluntly. Okay, I'll notify them. Yeah. Go ahead. Soon, Xinxian posted this matter to the work group of Fayet and Company. In an instant, the entire work group exploded. What? Mr. Zhou is treating us? That's ridiculous. This time, it's all thanks to him that our project can proceed so smoothly. If anyone wants to treat us, it should be us, said Wang Changxing, one of the backbone members. That's right, if anyone is going to invite someone, we should invite him. Xiao Xing, who benefited the most, echoed. I don't think it's necessary. This guy was able to rent a company, which shows that he gave President Zhou a lot of money, otherwise why would President Zhou agree? Xian Mao muttered softly. Xian Mao, you are not still holding a grudge, are you? Xiao Xing glanced at him. What are you talking about? I'm such a stingy person. I'm just telling the truth. Alright, stop arguing. Since Mr. Zhou said he wants to treat us, then naturally he'll pay. There's no need to argue, otherwise. Xinxian was about to repeat what Zhou Shen had said to him in the office, but when he thought about how everyone had just changed their opinion of Zhou Shen, he decided not to say it. Otherwise, the goodwill that has just been established will disappear in an instant. However, if Zhou Shen knew that Xinxian cared so much about him, he would have thrown a brick at him a long time ago. This is completely hindering your ability to gain villain value. Just when everyone stopped arguing about this topic, Zhou Shen had already come out of the office. He came to the staff area and said, everyone is ready. Let's go. Mr. Zhou, where are you taking us? Go wherever you want, pick the place, there's nothing Zhou Shen, can't afford to pay for. It was amazing to see Zhou Shen, who had been asking them for money just to ask questions, now become so generous. Xian Mao, of course, wanted to take advantage of Zhou Shen, so he immediately said, I heard there's a new place called Bishuianjian where you can eat and sing. It's a great place. Ah. Xian Mao, are you crazy? There are so many of us going there, are you bullying Mr. Zhou for not knowing this place? Xiao Xing shouted angrily. He said you can pick whatever you want. I was just giving you a suggestion. If you think it's too expensive, then don't go. What a boast. Hearing this, Zhou Shen sneered, my grandson wants to eat, let's just leave, it's no big deal. Mr. Zhou, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. That place is really too expensive and not suitable. Xinxian also persuaded. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. When Qian Mao heard this, he immediately became excited. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'll reserve the venue now. Okay. After getting Zhou Shen's permission, Qian Mao went to make the phone call happily, looking like a lackey. Chapter 129, Clear Water and Clouds. VIP box between clear water and clouds. Yi Fan is currently having dinner with the boss introduced by Yi Longcheng. Although the other party is the host and Yi Fan is the guest, their status at the table is completely different. Because this boss owed Yi Longcheng hundreds of millions before, he naturally didn't dare to put on airs in front of Yi Fan at this time. On the contrary, he was very respectful to Yi Fan, fearing that he would offend this gentleman. Come on, Mr. Yi, we'll be partners in the future. As long as you open your mouth, you'll have the final say on all matters of the company, big or small. That's not good. My father just asked me to learn from you, my senior. What the hell is learning? It's all bullshit. Money can make anything go away. Seeing this guy with an expression that said, I'll listen to you, Yi Fan felt a little disappointed with him. No wonder this guy owes his dad money, he is really a loser. But no matter how much he looked down on this guy, he was still the boss of a company. Yi Fan did not intend to mock him in person. Instead, he smiled and said, Boss Tian, you are joking. We will make money together in the future. Okay. My boss Xiao Yi is really good at dealing with me. Come on, let's continue drinking. As he spoke, he raised his glass and poured the full glass of white wine into his stomach. Seeing this, the other guests applauded. Yi Fan nodded continuously for this. He liked the feeling of being praised. Having been a corporate slave all his life in his previous life, even a small leader in the company could order him around. Now, even the CEOs of large companies have to bow and scrape when they see him, and have to speak in a low voice while drinking with him during a meal. This is the taste of money and power. He finally lived the life of luxury he had always dreamed of and became a member of the upper class. This mood is so damn good. What Yi Fan didn't know was that his good mood wouldn't last long, and his enemy was on the way. Speaking of Phaeton Company, after Qian Mao decided on the location, everyone arrived here quickly. Because Qian Mao was not a member, everyone was just arranged in an ordinary box. After sitting down, Zhou Shen took the lead and asked, Everyone, you've worked hard today. Would you like to have a drink? Hearing Zhou Shen's words, Wang Changxing, who was a bit of a drinker, said, Great. I didn't expect Mr. Zhou, at such a young age, to actually be into this kind of thing. When Wan Rui heard that Wang Changxing wanted to drink, she also advised, Brother Wang, you are still driving. It's okay, I'll call a designated driver later. We're going to have a couple of drinks with Mr. Zhou today. Xin Xian and the others had no objection to this. After all, for people in their line of work, drinking at social gatherings was no big deal. Qian Mao, who had a slight conflict with Zhou Shen, didn't say a word after leaving the company. Looking at Zhou Shen, I always feel something that I can't describe. Before the skewers were served, several boxes of beer were brought up first. Wang Changxing excitedly stepped on the box and said to everyone, Today, except for ladies, everyone has one box. No one is allowed to run away if they don't finish the drink. Xin Xian looked at the unbridled Wang Changxing and said to him, Changxing, haven't you gone too far? Mr. Zhou is still young after all. Drinking like this. Qian Mao pulled Xin Xian and said, Brother Xin, please don't ruin everyone's fun. As a man, how can he not drink a little? Are you going to let him sit at the same table with women and children? Seeing Qian Mao constantly stirring up trouble, Xin Xian suddenly became angry. I'm worried that you guys are drunk in tomorrow's work. Okay, Xin Xian, stop talking. It's just drinking. Just do as he said, 1 box per person, and more if it's not enough. Seeing Zhou Shen nod, Qian Mao was afraid that he would regret it, so he quickly continued, Frankly, Mr. Zhou, although you are much better than me in this technique, you are an amateur when it comes to drinking. As the waiter brought the wine, Qian Mao was the first to step forward and pick up a bottle. In front of everyone, he said, Come, let me show you how to do a dragon sucking water. After saying that, he raised the bottle above his head and drank the entire bottle of beer directly into his stomach in one breath. Wang Changxing clapped his hands and cheered, Great! Qian Mao, I didn't realize you had such a skill before. After finishing his drink, Qian Mao placed the bottle in front of Zhou Shen and said with a smile, Well, Mr. Zhou, do you want to try it too? Zhou Shen smiled slightly at Qian Mao's provocation, Okay. But I'm not as weak as you, my eldest grandson. How can 1 bottle satisfy me? Then what do you want? Can you drink 3 bottles at once? Qian Mao said disdainfully. It's not impossible. Don't brag, 3 bottles. I'm afraid no one here would dare to say such a big thing. Seeing Qian Mao's disbelieving expression, Zhou Shun had already placed the wine on the table. Silly grandson, don't worry. Your grandfather is not an ordinary person. After saying that, without waiting for Qian Mao to speak again, Zhou Shun raised a bottle and drank directly. After a while, he drank the whole bottle. I saw that Zhou Shun could drink a whole bottle in one breath just like me. This made Qian Mao, who had just shown off to everyone, feel a little embarrassed. Ha! This is only 1 bottle, there are still 2 bottles. Can you drink more? However, before he could finish his words, Zhou Shun, after finishing 1 bottle, picked up another new bottle and continued to drink, with no intention of taking a break. This made Shen Xian beside him a little worried, and he hurriedly said, Boss Zhou, don't listen to that fellow Qian Mao, use it in moderation, in moderation. However, Zhou Shun didn't care at all. He was just drinking. Although he couldn't drink much, there was no problem drinking some beer. But what Zhou Shun didn't expect was that after drinking 2 bottles of beer, he was fine, but instead the system exploded. Ding! The host drank a large amount of beer. The alcohol content is 8%. 1 point of experience in wine tasting is gained. Oh my god, this skill can be improved like this. Zhou Shun never expected that this useless skill he acquired 2 days ago would actually help him gain experience while drinking. This is really a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Zhou Shun had no intention of using villain value to upgrade this skill. Now that I can gain experience by drinking, it saves me a lot of trouble. Therefore, Zhou Shun didn't care about others at all. After drinking the 2nd bottle, he picked up the 3rd bottle. Seeing Zhou Shun drinking one after another, Qian Mao was a little confused. This guy can actually drink 3 bottles in one breath. Hearing Qian Mao's whisper, Wang Changxing, who was also stunned, continued, It's really amazing. I can't do it anyway. It seems that Mr. Zhou is also an expert in drinking. Qian Mao saw that he had lost in drinking, and he really had no temper at the moment. However, Zhou Shun quickly finished 3 bottles of beer and seemed to be still unsatisfied. When Zhou Shun saw that his skill experience progress bar had improved significantly, he immediately felt in a good mood. Thinking that Qian Mao, this bastard grandson, was obviously trying to trick him, he immediately stared at him and said, Grandson, your grandfather is a good drinker, isn't he? As he spoke, Zhou Shun followed suit and placed 3 empty wine bottles in front of Qian Mao. Qian Mao's face was in so much pain at this moment. When others saw the scene, they all showed deep contempt for Qian Mao. This guy is such a troublemaker. On the first day that Mr. Zhou came in, he started complaining about everything, saying this was wrong and that was boring, and finding fault everywhere. Now he wants to cause trouble for just drinking, and now he gets slapped in the face, he deserves it. Chapter 130, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. The drinking party at Bai Haiyun Jian was still going on, and the dishes ordered by Zhou Shun and others were also served. Grilled abalone, salt and pepper shrimp, grilled oysters, steamed lobster. The table full of fresh seafood completely let everyone present relax, as these were the delicacies that they usually were reluctant to eat. Moreover, this place is located among the blue sea and clouds, and the same things here are twice as expensive as those in other places. Now they can sit here and enjoy such a super meal, and everyone looks at Zhou Shun with gratitude. Although Mr. Zhou has a bad mouth, he is still a very nice person. Zhou Shun was also a little excited at this time. Drinking can actually increase skill points. This is really an unexpected surprise. Moreover, you can gain villain points by harming Qian Mao's grandson. This meal is really good. At that moment, he opened several more bottles of wine and placed them on the table, then said loudly, Come on, everyone, don't be idle. Except for the ladies, all men, drink up. His action immediately confused everyone. Although beer does not have a high alcohol content, it is not the right way to drink it. Mr. Zhou, didn't you just finish drinking? Do you want to continue? What else? Save the wine for the fish? Everyone was immediately stunned by Zhou Shun's words. If you drink like this, we will really raise fish. It's so fucking fierce. Fortunately, everyone is in high spirits now. After hearing Zhou Shun's words, they all raised their glasses. Okay. In that case, I, Wang Changxing, will sacrifice my life to accompany a gentleman. Mr. Zhou, I toast you. I'm coming too, Mr. Zhou. I'm next. As he spoke, the employees lined up to toast Zhou Shun. Zhou Shun was also happy and accepted everyone who came. After all, every time you drink a bottle, your skill experience will increase by 1 point, so you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhou Shen was in high spirits after drinking, and after everyone toasted him, he took the initiative to attack. Everyone was too embarrassed to refuse and could only raise their glasses again. Soon, the box of 24 bottles of beer next to Zhou Shen was gone, leaving only a pile of empty bottles. Then Zhou Shen asked the waiter to add another box and continued drinking with everyone. Soon everyone was shocked by Zhou Shen's fierce drinking method. It was too brutal. There is a table full of delicious food, but you don't allow people to eat it and just keep drinking. What the hell is going on? Everyone put up the white flag. We're here for a good meal, not cheap beer. Although the beer at Bai Haiyun Jian is not cheap, costing dozens of dollars a bottle, it is still not as popular as lobster, abalone, and oysters. Zhou Shen was also a little surprised at this time. Logically speaking, his alcohol tolerance was not very good. Normally, he could only drink 7 or 8 bottles, and no more. But as Zhou Shen drank more and more, he suddenly discovered a very strange problem. But now he had drunk almost 1.5 boxes, but he was not drunk at all, and he didn't even feel bloated in the stomach. It was as if the more than 10 kilograms of wine had not even entered his stomach. It was incredible. However, just when Zhou Shen was confused, the system gave an explanation. Ding! The host has activated the passive skill of low-level wine tasting, and can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Zhou Shen never expected that this useless skill would have side effects. As expected, the things that came out of the golden treasure chest were not ordinary items. But what exactly is the level of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? Zhou Shen thought he could try to see the limit of this skill. At this moment, a familiar and unpleasant feeling suddenly appeared on him again. Ding! The host is under the suppression of luck. All attributes are reduced by 50%, and benefits are reduced by 50%. MD, I didn't expect to meet him here. Zhou Shen quickly realized that there was only one bastard who could make him feel this way, and it seemed that Yifan, the bastard, was also here. Moreover, the other parties seemed to be not far away from him. Originally, I wanted to quietly gain some skill experience, but now with the debuff of Yifan, the child of destiny, my efficiency has obviously dropped a lot. Zhou Shen couldn't help but feel a little annoyed because of this. It seemed that he had to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. He was really in the way. Thinking of this, Zhou Shen said to everyone that he was going to the bathroom, and then walked out of the private room. He wanted to see where that annoying bastard was. In the VIP room, Yifan was drunk, so he made an excuse to go to the bathroom. But because I drank a little too much, I couldn't find the way back for a while. He was actually transferred from the VIP room to the ordinary private room. Because of this, the distance between him and Zhou Shen reached the detection range of the system, which gave Zhou Shen a warning sound. Looking at this place where everything was unfamiliar, Yifan's mind became a little confused. This wine is really not a good thing. It's better to drink less in the future. Yifan complained. But before he took 2 steps, he ran into Zhou Shen, who came out of the private room and was about to look for Yifan. Enemies meet on a narrow road. When the two met, the atmosphere instantly became awkward and weird. Mr. Yi, where are you going? Zhou Shen said lightly. Although Yifan drank a little too much, he was still conscious. When he saw Zhou Shen's annoying face, his mind instantly became clearer. What are you doing here? You're talking nonsense. Of course I'm here to eat. Am I here to visit Master Ye's grave? Ding! The host insulted the child of destiny, villain value plus 99,999. Ding! It has been detected that the child of destiny is in a weak state. Please seize the opportunity. When Zhou Shen heard the system's prompt, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Weak state? Isn't this a good opportunity to take advantage of his illness and kill him? System, you are really my sweet little darling. You bastard, do you think you can come to this place? Yifan said angrily. Yifan hated Zhou Shen from the bottom of his heart. If possible, he really wanted to make this guy disappear from this world. This is not just because Zhou Shen robbed him of 20 years of his parents' love and made him suffer outside for 20 years. It wasn't because Zhou Shen and Yang Wan'er had offended him at the engagement party, making him a laughingstock in the entire upper-class circle of Longcheng. What is more important is that Yifan felt threatened by Zhou Shen. Compared to Yi Longcheng and his wife, Yifan actually prefers to be with his adoptive mother Zhou Yueling, because he can feel that the woman is really good to him. As for the biological parents, apart from the blood relationship, there is not much affection between them. Yifan felt this most clearly from his biological mother. Therefore, when he recognized his biological parents, he did not think about completely severing his ties with Zhou Yueling. He wanted to enjoy the love from both sides alone. But Zhou Xun's appearance completely disrupted his plans. This bastard touched Zhou Yueling's heart in a very short time and made her completely forget about him. This was something Yifan absolutely could not tolerate.